based, mainly on damage assessments, and it was uh, tied very much to the wind speed. Originally, it was set for wind speed, pressure, and storm surge, but as the decades went on, they started to realize that those aren't always one to one. So the Hurricane Center is really narrowed in on using just the wind speed to define each level of the scale, going from 1 to 5. And it's convenient because it's an easy way to communicate to people how strong the storm is with just a single number, but it can also be misleading. And so, some of them are spaced closer together than others, and so there's a little bit of kind of statistical noise with it as well. And so that was, all part of why a lot of folks have really been starting to turn away from this really simple, just based on the maximum wind speed. Folks have been trying to come up with better and better metrics to identify different hazards like the rainfall or the storm surge that aren't really well captured by the winds. And also it's the winds at the center of the storm, or the strongest winds in the storm, and that doesn't really, give you an idea of the size of the storm. And so, one of the most popular alternatives to just using the wind speed is something called IKE, or integrated kinetic energy, that takes kind of um, the whole disk of the storm and kind of adds up all of the wind speeds throughout the size and really takes into account that size. But the issue there is that you need to know the full wind field, and that's very rarely possible, especially as you go back farther. So that's one of the reasons why we really like the pressure. I mean, no single number is going to give you a great estimate of how strong a storm is, but we think if you've got to use a single number, that the pressure seems to integrate a lot more things and is a lot easier to calculate than some of the alternatives.
But the nice thing with pressure is we measure it every time we fly a plane through a hurricane. We measure the pressure, and we have that number in real time. So basically, the nice thing is someone who's TV meteorologist or emergency manager can see, here's the current pressure, look at the scale and know what it is exactly, as opposed to having to wait for a model analysis for Ike. And that's the thing, is we need something we have in real time. And basically in real time, Hurricane Center has wind and pressure. And we argue also you can measure pressure a whole heck of a lot better than you can measure wind, both with aircraft and especially on the ground during a hurricane. Obviously, we all know anemometers tend to crash and burn in strong winds right when we want them.
So your research, is this at the point where we could see this becoming the new scale in the near future?
I don't know. I mean, I think the general public, I think we do need a scale for hurricane intensity. I think you need a 1 to 5 scale. I mean, you look at whether it's a hurricane, a tornado, or even just like storms, your CTV stations will categorize it under 1 to 5. I think really what we find is that it gives you an overall better indication of, one, how much damage the storm is likely to cause. If you look at the historical relationship between wind and damage versus pressure and damage, pressure works better. And we've seen that. You see it also with fatalities. The storms with lower pressures have higher fatalities compared with the storms with lower. I mean, higher winds cause higher fatalities too, but the relationship is better with pressure than it is with wind. When it comes to storm surge in general, lower pressures, you're going to see higher storm surges, even with a stronger relationship than you do with wind. And one of the big things we've seen is a pushback against Saffir-Simpson in the last, say, 10 to 12 years, as with these large storms like Ike and Sandy doing a lot more damage than we would expect from the category. But if we were categorizing them by pressure, we wouldn't necessarily have that strong pushback, because they've actually worked pretty well. When you look at the pressures, they correlate really well with the damage. And obviously, all we're looking at is the storm itself. We're not looking at where the storm is making landfall, because obviously if a storm makes landfall in a major metropolitan area like Miami or Houston, it's going to do more damage than if it makes landfall in a much sparsely populated area. So just simply looking at the pressure, we can explain about 55-60% of the variability in the damage, not even knowing where the storm is going to make landfall.
So for a rapidly intensifying hurricane, would this provide any more any better communication tools, or how would this apply to a storm perhaps like Michael that was rapidly intensifying as it approached the Florida coastline?
When it comes to rapidly intensifying storms, it should work about equally whether you're using wind or pressure. I would say typically your pressure is going to, you may see the pressure fall. The pressure often will fall just ahead of where the winds pick up, so it might give you a little bit of extra notice. I think a lot of what you find is that pressure works well for these storms. I would say that pressure is going to work a little more robustly than wind when you have an eye wall replacement cycle. Because when you have an eye wall replacement cycle, the storm grows in size, the winds come down, but the pressure will maybe go up a scooch, but it's not necessarily going to go up. You're not going to see as big a dramatic a variation in the pressure as you do the wind. And so often when these storms go through eye wall replacement cycles, it's like, oh, good, the winds are coming down, but the pressure is staying the same or even going down at the same time. And so it's not things are getting better, it's the storm's getting larger. And basically, kind of the way I always figure it is that the pressure's falling, there's other things that come into play, but in general, if the pressure's falling, the storm's either the winds are picking up, the storm's getting larger, or a combination of both, all of which is bad. We saw this a bit with Hurricane Dorian last year, as once it emerged from the Bahamas, it was kind of, it had weakened, the winds had come down, and the pressure had gone up. But then we had a few hours where the winds were still coming down, and the pressure was actually dropping at the same time. And so you kind of see the wording that the Hurricane Center was using, where it's like, okay, the category may have come down, but the storm is growing in size, so it's not like the risk is getting any lower. And so I think that's why we argue it's a smoother and more continuous function than is the wind overall. It's a lot less volatile. And again, I think really one of the key things is we measure it a whole heck of a lot better too.
Well, and you touched on earlier how the winds were, they're always going to be concentrated kind of in a smaller area. The strongest winds, as where the wind field itself can be a lot larger and still be very damaging. And how does, assigning a number to a hurricane, category number, obviously when it comes to research purposes, you're going to be able to look at a lot more factors. But when it comes to emergency management and assisting funds that are associated with these storms, can either of you speak to, how putting a number to that storm might affect that system if you have a 4 versus a 2, and how many funds you would be able to get from that, and why it would get better to have a better rating system?
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly how the numbers are used in that scenario. I know that like the Hurricane Center has been increasingly trying to kind of de-emphasize the Saffir-Simpson scale. So like if you look at the warning graphics, the cone of uncertainty, nowhere on there, you have to really dig pretty hard to find the Saffir-Simpson category. It may not actually be in there usually. They usually just give the wind speed and the pressure. They'll put, hurricane, major hurricane, which is category 3 or greater, but they don't really get beyond that because people seem to focus too much on the category, and they'll see, like Florence as it was approaching Wilmington, it got downgraded from a category 4 to a category 2, but we all knew that the rain threat wasn't going away at all, and with pressure, the downgrade wouldn't have been as significant. So really where the Hurricane Center seems to be moving is, and I think this is similar to other parts of the Weather Service, where it's really warn on hazard instead of warn on the hurricane itself. So they're really more focused on having this custom suite of different storm surge products and wind products going farther inland, and the rainfall and the flooding, like having each individual component warned on. And that's really, I think that's what the emergency managers probably really need, because they really care about what's going to happen in their county, not necessarily what's happening at the coastline if you're not, right there on the beach. But if you're on the nightly news, going through all those details is going to take a lot longer than you probably have. And so that's why boiling things down to just one number still is valuable. It's just a matter of trying to figure out what one number is going to be the best for it. And we think this is a better solution, but we'll see how quickly people pick up on it.
Have you guys looked at applying this to typhoons in the Pacific or any other basin?
I would love to do that, but unfortunately we don't have really independent pressure measurements from wind. So in the Western Pacific, almost all the assessments are based on satellite. So they have basically what's known as the Dvorak scale, intensity estimation scale. And basically it and all its derivatives are based off of like satellite presentation, and then they assign a wind and a pressure based on that. So Unfortunately, the Atlantic is really the only basin we have independent pressure measurements to actually be able to do this analysis. We actually do have aircraft recon that goes back from like 1950 to 1987 in the Western North Pacific. Unfortunately, I don't think, Carl, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the pressure is archived in the best track, though, unfortunately. So like this, the statistics at the end of the year, basically the Hurricane Center or the Joint Typhoon Warning Center in the Western North Pacific will go through and reassess the storm, maybe tweak its location slightly, or maybe change its intensities. And so in the Atlantic, they archive the position, the wind, and the pressure. In the Western North Pacific, they only archive the wind speeds.
So the other really interesting thing that Phil was touching on there with the West Pacific is, so the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, their best track historical data only reports the wind for most of the record. But we do have the pressure fixes from recon data. And the really ironic thing is those winds that are reported in the best track were almost never measured. Because if you think about it, right now, most of the winds that we get are primarily coming from dropsons. And, we look back in the 50s, we found a schematic of what a dropson looked like in the 1950s. It literally had a record player in it, like a turntable dropping down out of the sky. How accurate do you think that was for measuring the wind speeds? Not very. So, really what they were doing for most of the recon era in the West Pacific was they were actually measuring the central pressure and then using their best guess of a wind pressure relationship to estimate the winds from that pressure, because the only way they could really measure the winds was to look down at the ocean and see how much spray was coming off of the waves. And again, not a very accurate way to do things.
My, how the technology has changed. You guys have poured a lot of time and effort into this research. If some of our followers who are watching tonight, they want to kind of look at the research, where can they find that at? Where's the best spot?
So it's been accepted. It's currently in early online review or early online for publication. So you can view it. It's currently the way it was accepted, the way it's currently formatted. They'll actually put a nice new formatting on it. It was supposed to come out in April, but I still haven't seen like the final version. So I suspect it's now going to be May. We have some other stuff going on in the world, so a lot of stuff has been delayed. If you search Phil Klotzbach, Carl Schreck, and wind pressure, you'll definitely find it from that. There's not a lot of us roaming around.
Well, gentlemen, we certainly appreciated your time tonight talking about this as we get into the tropical season. I know there's a lot of conversations going on in the weather industry about the Saffir-Simpson scale, maybe adapting or changing a little bit. I think tonight you've got a little bit of an idea of what a future scale may look like as we go throughout the next few years. So, gentlemen, we certainly appreciate your time, and hopefully this tropical season will be a little bit quieter. But if not, when you hear about surface pressure, hopefully tonight's episode will kind of give you a better idea about how we're determining the damages that these hurricanes could cause. So thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group. Hope you have a great evening, and we will see you back here next time. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight, we are joined by the WLTX weather team out of Columbia, South Carolina. That is the CBS affiliate there. So if you watch Channel 19 at Columbia, you probably see some familiar faces. And if you don't, hopefully after tonight, you'll get to learn about these meteorologists and tune over and check out the weathercast. So Efren, Daniel, Alex, and Danielle, thank you for joining us, and happy to have you all, and thank you for a little bit of your time. So we're going to start off this question, probably one you've been asked several times, but we're going to ask it again. How did you guys, how did you know you wanted to be a meteorologist? What persuaded you to do that? And Everett, I'll start with you, and I'll just let the team continue after that.
The interesting thing is that when I went to school, I actually wanted to be an aeronautical engineer. Then I had an interest in weather, but I never had an interest in meteorology as far as a study. And I took one class, and it was an orientation to professional meteorology. There was a one credit class, and I got hooked. It came down to really the same thing. I'm always talking to kids, high schoolers, college students. It comes down to the one word I always say when I talk to people about meteorology. It's why. Why is it sunny? Why is it hot? Why does that cloud look like it's cut in half from the bottom? Why is it raining at my house, but my neighbors who are just a quarter mile down the road, they're not getting a lick of rain? Why? And that's where my interest really came in. Why is the weather the way it is? And every time I ask the question, and still today, it's that passion of wanting to know why it is. And even finding out why it is, I just still wanted to know more. It's like those little kids who, when I was 8 years old and sitting on my lawn and looking straight up and going, that cloud looks like a dog, and that cloud looks like a tree. Those are the things that really got my interest peaked when I was a kid. But it wasn't as an adult that I realized that there's a very big interest, and I just want to know more.
So I always knew I loved the weather. For me, it was, flying to Florida for the summer and seeing all those big puffy clouds and just wondering, how do clouds that produce so much rain, stay afloat, as a kid. I was just so amazed by the idea that it was just totally sunny along the approach when you're flying into, let's say, like Orlando, for example, and then by the time you're at the airport and you're getting the taxi, it's pouring, So just the power of the weather in the Southeast was actually what started it. But I'm from New York originally, so it wasn't the snowstorms and things like that that initially did it for me. So that was kind of a surprising thing, because a lot of my, fellow colleagues and friends that I went to school with, it was snow for them, because I went to school at Rutgers in New Jersey. So yeah, I originally wanted to be kind of more of the operational forecasting side of things. But then I realized when I was in school after Hurricane Sandy that I wanted to do more television and communication, because a lot of people were impacted by storm surge because they had no idea what it was. It wasn't well communicated, as far as the city evacuating people from for Sandy. Hurricane Sandy wasn't a hurricane when it made landfall. So there were just so many communication things. I mean, we see it now with the derecho in the Midwest. People don't know what a derecho is. And so there's all of these different things that kind of go into the communication aspect that I was like, what, that is absolutely where I feel comfort. I need to, kind of explain what's happening, because I love learning about the weather and why it's happening. So that was sort of what did it for me.
I'm kind of like Alex. I grew up outside of Philly, but it wasn't snowstorms that did it for me. I have a lot of good memories of snowstorms, but kind of like the two big things I remember growing up was sitting on the back porch, dangerously close, just listening to thunderstorms, and this is the coolest thing ever. And then just kind of growing up, the news was always on in my house. And for my 15th birthday, I think my mom took me to the Today Show so I could meet Al Roker and do that whole experience. So I knew I kind of wanted to do news, but I hated writing, and I naively thought weather's cool. I love science. I'm never gonna have to write as a meteorologist. Wrong. But I kind of just combined a lot of different interests, and it really worked out, and it's been great. And it's fun, like Alex said, communicating while also being a scientist and kind of digging deep with the math and science was always kind of what I leaned towards growing up.
Well, I'll go ahead and tell you, back in 1984, a tornado destroyed the school I was in. And so that kind of sparked a little bit of interest for me. And then Hugo back in 1989, that was a big deal as well in South Carolina. And all y'all know it as well. That's still the litmus test for hurricanes is Hurricane Hugo. But I think those are the two things that kind of sparked my interest. I do apologize. I'm sitting in the car. They don't like for us to stay in the station. So I'm sitting in the car kind of holding the phone.
You look good, Daniel, and you sound good. Appreciate that. Hugo, definitely one of those benchmark storms for the Carolinas. Speaking of that, Danielle, I heard you mention Al Roker. So our next question, was there a meteorologist that you looked up to growing up, or maybe even in college with internships, someone that you looked up to as you went through your career?
I can start. So yeah, Al Roker, like when I was growing up for sure. And then so I got to go to school at UNC Charlotte. And so being in Charlotte, Panovich is who you kind of watch and who you're kind of like following along. So on the more local scale, Panovich was definitely a really good mentor, and then ended up being a teacher at school. So he was one of the people that definitely helped solidify that for me.
When I was a kid, I watched a lot of Weather Channel. Anytime I was sick at home, I was so excited that I could just watch that all day long and, just hear the forecast around the country. So honestly, growing up, seeing a lot of those meteorologists, all of them, I was just totally attached to and interested in, because I felt that they were very knowledgeable and that they dug in deep to the weather. So I appreciated that always. I have to say, probably in high school, Stephanie Abrams, her career was really starting to rev up. And I probably looked up to her the most because she was just so, her personality was just what it was. She wasn't really afraid to hide it on air. And I was always, in high school, the kind of person who just said whatever came to mind. So I felt like I could kind of relate to her. And she also, was big on the science and on the math. She was from Florida. I loved Florida weather, So there was like that connection I always felt with her whenever I would watch her on TV, because she was really into the science, but she also had like this personality where she was like unapologetically herself, And so I think Stephanie Abrams was definitely a person during my formidable years that I looked up to.
Well, I'll jump in. Crazy enough, since I live where I work where I grew up watching Jim Gandy. So that was kind of a guy that I always enjoyed watching. And crazy enough, he came to my school when I was in third grade. That was like seeing a rock star. And then luckily I was able to work with him for, I don't know, almost 14 years. So that was kind of cool. Kind of dating myself because the Weather Channel was not necessarily huge when I was coming along. So I do remember watching Cantore, and I met him a few years ago, and he seemed to be a pretty nice guy as well.
Something that you guys have dealt with already this year, severe weather in the Columbia area. So our question is, which one do you find more challenging forecasting, severe weather or winter weather, which we get a little bit of in the Carolinas? Alex, I'll let you start.
That is a great question. So for me, obviously the tornado outbreak the day after Easter was something that I hadn't anticipated, prior to seeing that, synoptic setup could even happen in South Carolina, just because it's so rare to have tornado outbreaks like that. A lot of times, our tornado outbreaks come from our tropical weather, where we're on the dirty side of the storm. And so those are a little bit easier to sort of convey, whereas, a morning tornado outbreak where we had, I believe, like 3 or 4 EF3, big tornadoes in the Midlands in the, 5, 6 o'clock hour of the morning, that was definitely, I think, a big challenge. But, winter weather here, we're going on now, our 7th year without any significant snow. So I think as the years go on, there's a whole generation of people that aren't used to snow, either because they didn't live here at the time or because, they weren't grown up yet at the time. So I really think now, and as the years continue to go on, that we go without snow, I really feel that winter weather is perhaps one of the trickiest, because severe weather, a lot of times it's isolated, the impacts, but if it snows, everybody's feeling that.
I'll jump in. Winter weather. I've been around doing, I guess I've been doing weather in Columbia since 2007 at this point, and winter weather is always the big thing. And I remember in 2013 we forecasted 1 to 3 inches of snow in Columbia, and we missed by 50 miles. The city was shut down, and it was blue skies outside. And even now, it's become even a bigger deal because of social media and all the bad information out there. So in my opinion, for a snow or ice event in South Carolina, that's the bigger challenge. Maybe not from a forecasting standpoint, but from the standpoint of social media and people getting the wrong information out there and calling us names because we're not buying into the hype sometimes.
Good point. Danielle, I want to bring you in. You're graduated from UNCC Charlotte or UNC Charlotte. You didn't prepare for doing weather from home, I'm assuming, and class.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
No, I barely made it 9 months into my career for say that I had to like transfer to my 500 square foot apartment. So I definitely was not equipped like other meteorologists have their green screens, blah, blah, blah. I didn't even have this map here. The station was like, we're going to throw something on your wall for you. So I was not prepared whatsoever, but I think I really do like what it has offered. Now that we're going back to the station, it showed like how much flexibility we could potentially have in our job. Like we can work and build our graphics and do everything at home on a quiet weather day. And I live across the street from the station. I can pop over, do my show, and come on back. So that's kind of been nice. And with like Alex's setup, it has been so cool to see him that'll be great if he could stay home on a nice weather day and say, check out my plants, check out the beautiful sunshine. It's fantastic. So I didn't really prepare. Thankfully it had been kind of smooth. There hasn't been a ton of hiccups with it. My dog has only barked on air once. So like that has all been positives, but, I don't think we're going to stay like this, but I think it does show that we could have more flexibility in our jobs that we didn't really think we had beforehand when it comes from like working from home.
Yeah, just beyond this window is my porch, and I have hundreds of plants out there. So it's been really fun to show off, the different plants and how they're growing. Like my banana tree is growing a new leaf every single week because of how hot and humid it's been. And so there is this opportunity to tell the forecast in a different way. Sometimes during the morning show, the wind will actually shift from behind me, which is my south, to in front of me, which is my north. So I can talk about the reason why there is maybe some fog because, the temperature has now reached the dew point because of this northerly breeze that's coming in. It really has been a good opportunity. And a lot of people have come up to me and said that they really like that I'm out on my porch because I'm wearing a jacket when it's cold out and, I'm wearing my windbreaker when it's misting. Luckily, I have a roof over my porch, so I don't have to worry. And since it's the morning show, I don't have to worry about storms very frequently getting in the way either, because if there was lightning, then I would not be outside. And that's only happened once during the morning show. So yeah, it's been a good opportunity to sort of change things up a bit. I still have my forecast graphics. I'm still doing still showing the same things, but now I get to like bring the weather outside where it's happening. And I feel that it's kind of made me a little bit more intuitive, like to see the sunrise earlier in the morning. I see hummingbirds flying at 7 a.m. It's just made me so much more in tune with nature, which is really needed when you're not around people. You need something to hold on to.
Let's switch it up a little bit. Let's get some fun questions here. These are just some questions to get to know you guys a little bit better. So beach or mountains? Which one do you guys prefer, beach or mountains?
Beach.
Beach, all right.
Easy.
I'm beach. I'm with Danielle.
That's good. We're all beach. I love the beach too. Favorite food?
Anything pasta for me with cheese. That's my anything Italian food is great.
Pizza and everything pizza.
I really like just a good like baguette and some nice cheeses, a little charcuterie spread. That's what I'm gonna say.
Everyone's talking about pizza, so we had a few questions about pizza here. A, does pineapple deserve to be on pizza? And B, if you only had one topping besides cheese, what would it be on pizza?
Pineapple does not belong on pizza.
I actually, surprisingly, do like pineapple on pizza. I didn't first have it until after I left New York because that's just not something you tend to see up there. But I love the sweet, salty. So, and I'm like not afraid of, some odd and unusual kind of toppings. So on the topic of toppings, I think the one that I would really like to keep is basil. I know it's simple, but I just love that little herby kind of feel that it gives.
I think pineapple can stay on pizza. I'm okay with that. We can leave it there. My topping would be black olives. Like growing up, my sisters and I would have like extra double black olive pizzas, and that was it. So I'll keep the black olives with the pineapple.
Favorite type of music? What do you listen to while you're preparing your forecast, or just kind of out every day? What's your favorite type of music?
Oh, I go for all the decades personally. And I do listen to music in the morning. A lot of times I'll listen to our other sister stations to see what they were talking about because we have sister stations across the country. But when I'm not doing that, I'll listen. I think this morning I was listening to Fleetwood Mac. I was listening to the Supremes last week. It's just like all over the place. I love it. But generally, my favorite music is kind of like that alternative rock kind of thing. Like I still listen to like the Foo Fighters and the Killers, like all those bands that were popular in the 90s and 2000s. Still releasing pretty good music, so I like them.
I'm country all the way. And then whatever Spotify will like say is popular, I'll like shuffle because I don't think I'm a good playlist maker. But if I have to pick, it's going to be country.
Favorite disaster or weather themed movie?
I agree with Twister. We actually did a senior project about all of the things that were wrong with Twister. That was our final assignment in mesoscale meteorology, and that was a lot of fun because, I mean, you got to watch Twister and, you know, kind of pick it apart with the things you learned. It was really fun.
I'm going to go Twister too, just because I know I've seen it. I don't like disaster movies. They stress me out.
I feel like I heard a couple of weeks ago there may be a Twister 2 coming out soon.
Oh.
So we may all have to get together and kind of do what you did, Alex, and kind of point out the inaccuracies of the movie.
I'm down. That sounds so fun.
All right, we have one more controversial fun question, and then we'll kind of start to wrap up. This is one that we've done with all of our specials here, and it goes back to food. Is a hot dog a sandwich or not?
Oh.
A hot dog, is it a sandwich or is it just a hot dog? Some people say it's a sandwich, some people no.
What's the definition of a sandwich?
Well, they say it's 2 pieces of bread and a meat, but a lot of people say that doesn't qualify. A hot dog doesn't qualify.
Bread. It's one bread. That's
one bread.
True. That's a good point. I'm with Efren. That is a really good argument.
Final question. This is one to promote your city, Columbia, or your forecast area there in the Midlands. Tell us why we should visit your area. Give us maybe your favorite spot to hang out at, something that anybody should go out and see if they're in the Columbia area.
We have so many river walks. Those are like my favorite places to like take my dog and exercise or like go tubing down the river, and you're still like right next to downtown. So I feel like there's a really good mix of like you can do your downtown thing, but you could also like kind of get out in nature. I really like that aspect of the city.
I was going to say the same thing, the rivers. And we have some great parks too. And so you have like awesome geography. Like I'm up towards the Sandhills, which is totally different than Riverwalk. And they're all like a 15, 20-minute drive. And sometimes I'll go to both of them in the same day. And in one of them, you know, my feet are all sandy. And then in the other, you're, you know, at the bottom. So it's a great place to sort of learn the fault line because we're right on it and sort of what the difference is. Plus, it's, you know, literally the dead center of South Carolina. So you want to go to mountains or to the beach, you're kind of like in a good territory to go to either.
Truly say this to a lot of people. I live in North Carolina, but South Carolina is like a second home. It's a beautiful state, and it's definitely a place that you need to check out. So, y'all, we appreciate your time today. I'll let you be able to promote your social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, if you guys want to do that. So if our followers aren't already following you, they can there on social media. Alex, I'll let you go first.
Sure. It's Alex Calamia WX. That's my Twitter, and my Facebook is Alex Calamia as well. My Instagram is very plant focused. We have Gandy's Garden here at WLTX, which is all about climate and the garden, and it's applicable to everyone in the Southeast. So Instagram is a big place for you to see all my plants. So that's Alex Tropical Pics. You'll also see it on my Twitter and Facebook. We're always talking weather and plants. It's fun.
I am at WX_Danielle on Twitter and Instagram. Lots of forecasting on there. And on Facebook, I am meteorologist Danielle Miller. So come on over.
Nice and simple for both my Twitter and my Facebook. It's Efren WLTX. EFREN WLTX. You can find it on both of them. It's easy. As long as you spell my first name correctly, you'll be able to find me.
Daniel just emailed me, said his phone was overheating, so he wasn't able to stick around. But if you want to follow Daniel, it's Daniel_Bonds on Twitter, and then on Facebook, I think it's the same thing. You can follow his weather page, Daniel Bonds. Just search it up, WLTX. So we want to appreciate you guys watching us here at the Carolina Weather Group. Guys, thank you for spending some time with us, and we will see you all next time here on the Carolina Weather Group.
And good evening from a very warm Charlotte. Happy Wednesday to you. It is March the 11th, 2020. I am James Brierton. It is Severe Weather Awareness Week carrying on here in the Carolinas. Last week, it was Severe Weather Awareness Week in North Carolina with a tornado drill on Wednesday. And we were lucky enough to bring you some special snippets from our friends at WCNC Charlotte. Well, joining us again this week as Severe Weather Awareness Week continues in South Carolina is Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich back from WCNC. Brad, thanks for taking the time out again for us. So you got an opportunity last week, Brad, to go visit the Insurance Institute in Chester County, South Carolina. The rest of our audience is going to get familiar with it if they're not already, with a rerun of our 2019 interview. But tell us a little bit about what you saw down there at this great facility they've got.
The interesting thing was how they test roofs in particular for hail. The standard test for hail was actually done with just a steel ball that dropped on a horizontal surface, roof surface. Well, what they did is they try to recreate actual hailstones, how they are in nature. And so what they've done, they've gone out and done field studies where they try to measure hailstones in the wild, if you will, to get a more accurate measurement of their density. And then they shoot them out at speeds that are more similar to what you see in a strong storm. Because what happens in most hail events is the hail is wind driven. It doesn't just fall. It's being blown by 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds. And so they test roof structures in particular, metal, asphalt shingles, plywood, just to see how they withstand it. And then they can rate these shingles so that you have, like, as a consumer, a better idea of what you're getting into when you're going to put these on your roof. And it also helps the insurance industry kind of understand, like, what kind of damage certain type hail can cause to your building.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that roof, because you just put a brand new roof on your home about a week before that EF1 tornado came through Charlotte. Did you get some ideas from the Insurance Institute?
Yeah, so last year I went down there for one of their tests where they were taking a roof and they were submitting it to a hurricane, basically. What they did is they took wind and rain and they blew it at a home that had half the roof using what's called the fortified roofing system, and the other half a typical roofing system. So what they did is for several hours, I think the test went on for 8, 10, 12 hours, which is typical for hurricane winds. They're going to last a long time. The winds went up and down and they blew rain. And so they wanted to see how much water intrusion they would get through the normal roof versus the fortified roof. And when I saw that demonstration, and at the end of last year, my roof needed to be replaced, I said, you know what? I'm doing that fortified roofing system. So every contractor who bidded on my house, I basically said, hey, I want this fortified roof. And a lot of them had never heard of it. So I had a PDF that they actually can print out on their website, disastersafety.org. And I gave it to my roofers. And I'm like, okay, we can do that. And basically what they do is they tape the seams of the plywood, or in my case, the roofer decided just to put ice and water shield on the entire roof. They also use underlayment that's synthetic with caps. Cap nails instead of just regular nails or staples. And then they use double shank nails, which don't pop out when the wind rips on them. And the reason you do this is in a big storm, shingles are going to fail. But with this fortified roofing system, if water gets underneath the shingles, you have the layers of protection that will keep the rain out of your house. That's the goal, is you don't want water getting into your house to cause further damage if the roof gets damaged. So I had just got my roof replaced a week before the tornado came through my backyard. I lost 15 trees in my yard, and we only ended up losing 10 cap shingles, which are the shingles on the peak. Those are weaker shingles, and the nails held. The shingle was actually ripped off the roof. The nails did not pop out, and because I had that ice and water shield underneath, it actually kept the rain out of my house. So my roof held up pretty well. Considering I had a 71 mile an hour wind gust, I was pretty impressed on how well it did.
And our viewers right now on our Facebook and our Periscope and our YouTube feed are looking at pictures from your neighborhood from February the 6th. What have you seen in your neighborhood in terms of neighbors helping neighbors over the past month?
You know, that event is going to be crazy. It was by far the worst weather event in my neighborhood. And, you know, it seems now after the Nashville tornado, it doesn't seem nearly as bad because most of the homes escaped with minimal damage. Most of the damage in our neighborhood was all trees. And obviously, so those trees came down and did cause quite a bit roof damage. We had, I think, 50 or 60 roofs damaged. And you really didn't notice until the following days when you started to see the blue tarps go up everywhere. And we had one house that was heavily damaged because a tree fell through their kitchen in the back of their house. But what's amazing is that here we are, over a month removed. James, there are still tree guys all over my neighborhoods. There's still the sound of roofers nailing stuff. I still hear chainsaws and chippers, and fences being put up. So it's a long process. It is still going to be a while. And these trees, there was just so many of them down that there's just wood everywhere. There's tons of firewood in my neighborhood, and trees still stacked up all over the place. So I really, the thing that struck me most about that storm is how long it's taking for the cleanup process to be completed.
And to remind folks, this is the same line that came through South Charlotte, starting over in that Pineville area, through South Charlotte, and ended up in Matthews, where we showed you some pictures here on the Carolina Weather Group. But Brad, I'm wondering, this is obviously really close to home for you and your neighbors. The next time we get into a weather awareness day, do you think the perception's a little bit different now for so many people who've came so close to this?
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, for this event, people did a pretty good job. There was some schools that didn't evacuate their students, but in general, I think it was a pretty good success story considering we had an EF1 tornado go through the heart of South Charlotte and no injuries or deaths is pretty amazing. I hope that it serves as a wake-up call for a lot of people just to have a plan. I mean, that's the thing I preach all the time. It's like the warning times, I wish they were longer, but the average national warning time, lead time for a tornado is like 12 minutes. And we were about 16 minutes with those tornadoes back on the 6th. That's if you get the warning right at the beginning. What happens if you don't get the warning until halfway through or three-quarters full of the way through? You only get like 5-10 minutes. And that's not the time to look at each other and go, where do we go? A lot of people, especially in businesses and structures they weren't familiar with, had no idea where to go. Or didn't know what a tornado safety protocol is. So that's one of the things I think going forward I'm going to work on is try to educate people on getting that plan together. But I think you're right. I think people are going to take these more seriously. I used to have a saying all the time at the coast when I did hurricane coverage, but people's level of preparedness is only as good as their memory of the last disaster. And it's just human nature. If people are going to remember this tornado and the next one, they're going to take it much more seriously because they have that recent memory of this event.
And we unfortunately had another incident last week in Nashville that will be on a lot of people's mind with a deadly late-night, overnight tornadic event that came on through, playing out right in the middle of what was North Carolina's severe weather preparedness week. So for Brad, anyone who may have missed some of the material that went out last week, what are some of the items that you would recommend that people have on hand to be informed and be prepared?
The most important thing, first and foremost, is have at least 3 ways to get a warning. And I mean 3 minimum. That would include watching us on WCNC. That would include weather apps, text alerts, social media, radio, a weather alert radio. Have at least 3. And the reason I say that is because often in these cases, 1 or 2 of those might fail. So you need some redundancy. So first and foremost, think about, do I have 3 ways to get a warning? And the WCNC Charlotte weather app is great. Our news app is great. Text alerts are awesome. The WIA, which is a wireless emergency alerts, are great. But also, Twitter notifications from me is pretty good. I have a lot of people that actually have done that. And I'm kind of shocked how many people actually do that. They have my notifications turned on when they think there's going to be severe weather. And I push out all our tornado warnings. The next thing is to have a plan. So once you get the alert, you got to know what to do. So whether it's your home, your business, your school, or your place of worship, you need to know where to go for severe weather safety in all of those structures. So think about it when you're at work or school the next couple of days. Where would I go in this building? And it's got to be in an interior room away from the outside walls and windows on the lowest floor possible. So make sure you have that plan in place. And those 2 things are really the most important things that you can do because those are universal. Those work with, hurricane season. It works with earthquakes. It works with just about any natural disaster to have a way to get the alerts, but also a way and a plan of what to do. And then obviously we talked about flash flooding, severe thunderstorms, and lightning, which from a hazard standpoint, lightning, severe thunderstorms, and flooding are much more frequent than tornadoes. I did a graphic in my class the other day about risk perception. Tornadoes have a very high risk perception, but the actual hazard is small. And it's just because the tornado is actually pretty small compared to the map. But severe thunderstorms, lightning, and flooding have a small risk perception, but the threat is actually very large. You're most likely going to encounter one of those than you would a tornado. So it's important that you prepare for all types of severe weather, because we have a saying in our business: wind is wind and water is water. It doesn't really matter what causes those. If you get enough of either, it's going to cause problems.
And for anyone who missed any of those explainers, you can find them at wcnc.com/prepare. There's the plug. You can also find them here in the Carolina Weather Group feed by scrolling up or checking out some of our latest posts. So, Brad, appreciate you coming on. So happy that you were able to get that work done on your home just before those storms, and hopefully other people will follow that lead. As we mentioned at the beginning of our broadcast, we want to revisit our 2019 interview when we had a chance here at the Carolina Weather Group to learn about the Insurance Institute. They've got one of the coolest jobs in the Carolinas, and it's so great that we get to call this place home and that they constantly are welcoming you guys on down there, Brad.
Yeah, and I would highly recommend go to disastersafety.org. They have a great site of all the things you can do to make your home weather ready, and a way to talk to contractors, because some of these things, James, they're super cheap. Like the things I had done to my roof, it only added an additional couple $100. When you're talking about, a 6-figure roofing job, a couple $100, it could save you a long history of having issues. And the other thing is, my insurance company actually offers a discount for having a fortified roof installed. So really a good way to get a discount on premiums.
And I should ask you before we go, Brad, tomorrow, Thursday.
Yep.
Slight chance of seeing some storms?
Yeah, I think Tennessee, unfortunately, looks to be the area that's going to get hit the hardest, but that line of storms is going to move into the Western Carolinas late tomorrow at some point. So wind and hail threat certainly possible, especially along and west of I-77. So we're getting in that time of the year, James, where, March, April, May for us is big severe weather season. So we're kind of entering that. And it's a good time to use those severe weather safety tips we just gave you to kind of put them into action over the next couple of weeks.
Stay tuned, stay weather aware. They're tips that, you could use tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, it never hurts to be prepared for the next go around.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Brad. We're going to go ahead now and take you to that 2019 interview and check out this place in Chester County, South Carolina.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the Wednesday, July 24th, 2019 edition of our little weather get-together. Tonight is show number 285, and tonight we have with us Dr. Ian Giametco. He is the lead research meteorologist at the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety. We're going to be talking about hail and some of the research they've done with hail. Ian, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is kind of your first gig with us, and I told you before the show, glad to know you're in the Carolinas. So let's talk about what you do at the IBHS.
Our lab here in South Carolina was built and opened in the fall of 2010. IBHS as an entity has been around almost since the 70s. It can trace its root back to a few different names and basically started as an advocacy group to help people better prepare for severe weather and try to reduce the losses associated with severe weather. Well, in 2010, our research center opened, and we're taking the model of the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. So think about car crash tests. It's been highly successful. The property insurance industry wanted to apply that to severe weather, and so $40 million later, in the midst of our economic recession, trying to bring that facility to life, we have our lab, and it is a pretty neat place. Our centerpiece is a full-scale wind tunnel. We call it our large test chamber. We have 105 6-foot diameter fans that can take winds up to about 120, 130 miles per hour. We can do full-scale hail simulations. We can do wildfire ember attack scenarios in there. Basically, anything the weather's out there, we can throw at it. And our goal is to understand how all these different hazards associated with severe weather attack structures. How can we build better? What are the systems that we can improve? And how do we show people those steps that resilience is affordable, and then we can start to bend down the loss curve that we see growing and growing each year?
Tell me a little bit more about, one, to go start basic, how do we get hail? And how do you do a hail simulation?
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Yeah, Yeah, so most intense thunderstorms have hail aloft in them. It can grow from particles that freeze or grapple, kind of those melted snowflake conglomerate things, and as they make their kind of horizontal arcing traverse through a thunderstorm, they can collect more ice and water and essentially grow and grow. Sometimes they become too heavy and fall out and get down to the ground. Sometimes they fall and then they melt before they get down to us. And other times they can hang around up there in a thunderstorm and get really, really, really big and then fall down. And those are the ones that can break things. Once you get above that kind of 1.5 inch or so threshold, that's when you start seeing legitimate property damage. Now for cars, it's a little bit less. But for us, it's duplicating the properties of hailstones in the lab. And we can propel them or fire them at materials, basically using electronic controlled potato guns. So in our small lab, we have a single, actually we have 2 setups, basically cannons with barrels that have a pressurized air tank, and we calibrate that to an exit velocity and associated kinetic energy that a hailstone would have when it hits things. Now in our big chamber, if you ever come to visit us, you can go out in there and look straight up and you'll see a whole bunch of white pieces of PVC pipe. Well, that are the barrels that can basically put down a swath of hail across the footprint of our large test chamber. We can do 3 different sizes and shoot as fast as 1 per second. So really unique piece of capability. I do a lot of work both in the small lab, very meticulous scientific testing, but we can also test the full roof system on a building.
You have a job destroying things with hail. That sounds really fun.
That's a little bit of what we do. We try to break things in the lab so it doesn't happen out in the real world.
That was really interesting. I can't wait to tell my friends and family that you guys shoot hail out of potato guns for testing. So that's kind of cool. Talk about some of the hail studies that you do in the lab. You mentioned something earlier about recreating hail crystals, and you're actually building hail in the environment in which it forms.
What we found out, because of the strength, it can do about 3 different things when it hits your roof. It can bounce off. That's really hard hail. It can shatter. That's kind of the hard to medium. Or it can just become really slushy. That's the very soft hail. And all of those have different kind of types of damage that they produce on your roof. The soft will kind of dislodge all those granules. The hard bounces and shatters will do more cracks and dents. So we realized all that stuff was mattered, and we needed to simulate it in the lab and also repeat it. That's scientific testing right there, is being able to repeat this stuff over and over and over again. And after about 8 years of work, we released a new hail impact test standard for asphalt shingles, and we have we rated the products that are considered impact rated. And we have a rating scale that's actually out on our website now. So if you're looking to get a roof that's more resilient to hail, I would encourage folks to check that out. It's at ibhs.org. You'll see what products are out there and which ones meet the top of our class and which ones are at the bottom, and where you might want to be.
Talk about the size and how much damage hail creates while we're on the topic. I'd love to hear your take on that.
Yeah, so a lot of people don't realize hail, we kind of joke, is the Rodney Dangerfield of the severe convective storm hazards. It doesn't get any respect, but in any given year, it's about 60 to 80% of the dollar damage from severe thunderstorms. That's a lot. And we're in probably what will be the 12th straight year of damage totaling over $10 billion. So it's a big piece of the damage that comes from severe thunderstorms every year. Now, when you start talking about damage thresholds, of course, we have the National Weather Service severe criteria of 1 inch. That's when we really start to see some issues, dents and things with auto. On the building side, if you start looking at roofing materials, once you get close to that 1.5 inch mark, that's when you can potentially see some damage. Now, there's a lot of things at play, age of roofs, age of materials, all that, the wind-driven aspect. Now, we can go all the way out to the extreme size. And once you get to about 3.5, 4 inch hail, that will puncture the plywood roof deck that you have. So you're thinking fall speeds close to 100 miles an hour, pretty intense hail.
That I hope we never have to see here in the Carolinas. I'm sure it's happened before, but that size hail, very rare here. So I don't know what's more interesting, the work that y'all do in the lab or the fact that you also have field work. Tell us a little bit about your field work and what y'all have done over the years.
Yeah, so way back in 2012, we decided there was all this hail data we needed to go get about strength. And a lot of the tests and how we test buildings were all rooted in information going back all the way to the 1930s. So nobody had looked at this stuff for a while. Plus, we didn't know what strength actually did. There was no data on it. So like any good scientist, we just, hey, let's go to the field and let's go measure it. Let's go look. We kind of use the motto, you can learn a lot just by looking, and we kind of took that approach with hail. So we started out back then going out to the field, collecting hailstones after a thunderstorm, doing crush tests, basically measuring the amount of force it took to crush the hailstone. That's how we get to the strength. Making very detailed measurements of them, weighing them all. And we did that for about really 4 or 5 years. That was our focus, to collect this really big data set, which is now somewhere over, near 4,000 different hailstones that we've tested. And to guide how we did the lab work that we just talked about. We needed that guide to be able to give us that information. Now we've switched a little bit. We now go to mapping hail swaths using deployable instruments. I come from a background at Texas Tech where we built a lot of deployable weather instruments. So I took that and applied it to hail. So we have a network of about 18 impact sensors that can measure the impact energy of hail, and we can actually deploy them ahead of a thunderstorm and look at what the size distribution is within that particular storm and how it varies and changes within the swath. It's really, really important for how we look at radar hail detection, even looking into how numerical weather prediction manages hail.
And how did it go this year?
Oh, two good missions for us. Spent about, I think we spent about 12 days total in the field. Ended up, my target was somewhere, I think, 5 to 7 total cases. I think we were right there at 7, which was really, really good for us. So yeah, that's usually the case. We spend about somewhere 10 to 14 days each year in the field. And we'll continue this going into 2020.
Yeah, and talk about some of the more memorable cases that you guys have covered, maybe some of the more interesting field tests that you guys have done over the past couple of years. Yeah,
for hail, a couple of years ago, intercepted a supercell near Eric, Oklahoma that produced just this really narrow swath of just really big 3-inch hail with the concentration maybe 10 to 12 or so per square foot. That's a lot for big hail. It was the first time we got our instruments into hail that size, so that was kind of a unique experience for us. Now, a memorable case, and this goes back all the way back to, I think, 2013 or 2014 when we were doing a lot of those crush tests. We encountered some hail. This was in Montana. What we kind of think of as low-density, spongy type hail, that when you crushed it, it actually deformed almost like a sponge, but held its shape. It actually didn't fracture. And there's some literature out there that talks about how these hailstones can come about. But talk about kind of blow your mind of how complicated hail can be. That the fact you could get this spongy kind of hail that you could compress, it basically just did that and then held its shape even after you took the load off of it. It never broke. I'm guessing those are rare. We haven't seen that again. It was one particular case, and I don't know what kind of environment might produce that, but it's really unique, and it's always been a memorable one from looking at hailstones. And I've seen a fair bit of them.
We got a hail threat, right? So how do we tell businesses and homeowners how to better protect their property?
One of the things you can do, make sure you can get your car in your garage if you have one. If you're like me, you got all sorts of stuff in the garage. I couldn't get my truck in there if I tried. But that's a step you can take, is make sure you can get your car under cover. And maybe, say we're under a higher risk for a particular day. If you can find a way to keep that vehicle covered, that's one way to reduce your auto damage. Now for homes, it's a lot trickier. If you're in an area that sees a lot of hailstorms, think about the folks in Tornado Alley. If you live in Dallas, Oklahoma City, Wichita, we saw how sick of people were of hail in Dallas this year by their putting pool noodles on cars and inflatable mattresses. And I'm sure they're tired of getting new roofs every 2 years. So I'd encourage people to look at our impact rated shingle test results and look for those good performing products. There are impact rated shingles that do perform, and we tested up to 2-inch, and those top performers really do perform very well. So there are products out there from a roof perspective that I would encourage homeowners to look at, and talk to your insurance agent too, because in a lot of cases you can get a discount for some of these things.
You own a business, you have a building, you have roof, you have items up on the roof, you have your HVAC units, you have satellite dish. I mean, whatever instrumentation you have up there, is there anything we can tell business owners?
For HVAC, that's a very good point, because there are some shields that can be made that actually surround HVAC units that from what we've been able to tell, looking at their performance, they do a decent job. And HVAC, just the damage to the fins and coils in an HVAC system can be very, very expensive. So there are a few steps you can take if you're a business owner there.
You guys are located here in the Carolinas, and many folks may not know that. How did you guys choose the Carolinas?
The lab came about in the Carolinas. There was kind of a little bit of a bidding process, and this is before my time at IBHS. We wanted to be away from the immediate hurricane coastline. That's having a facility like that could damage by a significant hurricane was a concern for our membership. So that's one reason why we're a fair bit away from the coast. We had a power requirement, and we wanted to be within a certain distance, basically an hour's drive from a hub airport. So what was settled on was essentially kind of the general Charlotte area. And we had two sites that were the original ones. One was closer to Gastonia just across the South Carolina border up on I-85. And then there's the site that we currently had. And we ended up with really, really nice package from the community down here in Chester County. Our plot size was a lot larger. We did have some noise concerns, so that also played a role. And they had the power requirements they need. We're right next to a transmission line, and we had a substation on site. So 105 electric medium voltage drives power the fans, and we need some juice. So it all came to fruition, and there we are out in Chester County.
And so talk about, you were talking about hurricanes, talk about some of the wind studies that you guys do there. You have this big wind tunnel, and you actually have some model scale homes, and you can do all kind of testing in this facility.
A very unique thing about our facility is that we can do full-scale home testing. We can look at a full home system, and that's really important from a wind perspective to understand how the wind forces are essentially transferred through all the different connections that are within your home, roof to wall, through the walls, wall to foundation, and all the connections in between. You have to really look at it in a system perspective to understand how wind essentially attacks structures and what you can do to mitigate it. So we do a bit of garage door vulnerabilities. We've seen that garage doors can be a huge damage amplifier. Think about it, they're a big hole, really, if they fail in your house. That allows wind to get in and start acting inward, pushing up and out, and can lead to failures. Once you start the damage cascade, it just goes. Tornadoes, it happens very, very fast. Hurricanes, it can happen over the course of, say, 6 to 12 hours. But that cascade is what we're trying to stop the start of that. And we think we can find those mitigation solutions that are not only useful, but also affordable too.
So before we kind of wrap up the interview, can you tell us a little bit about how you forecast and how you decide where you're going during your field studies?
Yeah, the logistics are actually a fair bit challenging. So we are a good distance away from essentially what is Tornado Alley or the Great Plains. We like it out there, good road networks, good visibility, although we are going to try to explore some southeast hail. There's some environmental questions that we have that I think we're going to try to tackle that. So we basically have to rely on medium range forecasting. So we're looking for just general pattern support for severe weather. So is the Gulf of Mexico open? Is there good moisture transport northward? Maybe not necessarily if there's a trough, but is there just generally enough flow aloft to support supercells? Sometimes you didn't have the surface features underneath the best flow aloft. It kind of became a day-to-day, almost a mesoscale type forecasting scenario, which is very hard for us in terms of when we pull the trigger. So we work our teams on about a 48-hour leave or 48-hour kind of go, no-go scenario. Using DFS output, Euro output, try to get our best feel that we're going to get at least 3 operation days out of a mission. We got to have some kind of confidence that we're at least going to get 3. It's just not worth shipping equipment out and bringing the team to the field. So, okay, say we give a go. We actually ship 5 big Pelican cases of equipment. FedEx is fantastic. Out to some target cities, and it's usually where we can store equipment. So Norman, Oklahoma at the National Weather Center, have lots of colleagues there. We've used my wife's grandma's garage in Wichita to store all the cases and equipment. So we do that, pick our target city, fly in. We use rental vehicles. We do try to stay out of the hail as much as we're researching hail, and we've done a pretty good job of that. And we outfit them, get our instruments ready, take all the equipment we need, leave the cases behind, and off we go. And usually each mission is about 7 days. So there's some logistical challenges there, given our distance, but we've managed it quite well over the years.
When you're renting the car, do you have to kind of stay quiet about what you're really doing with the car?
There's one hail. We were out in the field for a hail event in Cheyenne, and the rental car dealership at the Denver airport, they were dealing with a whole bunch of people who were bringing back hail damaged cars, and I kept thinking in my head, I'm like, we're running a hail research project, and we got perfectly fine vans here. But yeah, for us, it's a safety concern to stay out of the hail, and we do a good job of that.
You're talking about these instruments. Can you kind of give us an idea of what's on these instruments? What it's like?
Yeah, certainly. They're on little tripods. They're basically little engineering tripods, and then the plate itself is a little small pyramid. It's 1 foot by 1 foot, and it's actually based on a design that was developed at NASA, Kennedy Space Center, and was published in the literature. So we use that same plate design. It's got a little acoustic sensor, a piezoelectric disc that can record the vibration of the plate. So the higher the signal amplitude of that vibration, the larger the kinetic energy of the hailstone that hit the plate. And then we can work backwards to estimate a size. The unique thing about ours, we actually use robotics microcontrollers as our data system. We use an Arduino Do. It's about $35. A lot of maker components. We needed to make them cheap so we can have a bunch of them. And it samples really, really fast, about 5,000 times per second. So we can actually resolve impacts at 0.05 of a second. So that's pretty neat. And it's got some switches for on, off, and data control to make it easily user-friendly. I think we set a record for deployment time of one of these this year in under 20 seconds. I'm going to give out a shout out to Hank Pogorzelski, who's in our Tampa office, who's been with us in the field every single year since we started. Hank went out the door, set the probe up, and was back in the car before I could log the information of where the actual instrument was. So it had to be somewhere in the 15 to 20 second range. So big old tip of the cap to Hank. I think he set a time speed record there.
Well, Ian, we've certainly appreciated you giving us some of your time tonight. If our followers want to continue the research you guys are doing or follow along, how can they do that?
Yeah, so we got a couple ways. So first of all, if you're a consumer out there and you want to see some of these DIY resilient type solutions and things you can do for your home, go to disastersafety.org. That's our kind of front-facing consumer website. For some of the research work, you can go to ibhs.org. But please follow us on Twitter at Disaster Safety. You can also follow our hail research specifically at IBHS Hail Study. You'll get kind of an inside look on that Twitter account as to what we're doing in hail.
We've had many guests on this show, and I think you've got one of the coolest jobs because you get to use potato guns and mix it with weather. I mean, I don't know how much better that can be. So.
Good evening from Charlotte. It is June the 17th, 2020. I'm James Brierton. Did you get a chance to see the sun today at all? Maybe kind of, sort of. We have been cut off from the rest of the world. No, I'm not talking coronavirus. I'm talking about this low pressure that has just parked over the Carolinas today. It's very pretty on this satellite image that our friend Brad Panovich captured. You can see it there just spinning out over like Fayetteville, Fort Bragg, between Charlotte and Raleigh. Just spinning and spinning and spinning, but that just socked us in with clouds. I did see just a little bit of sun today here in Charlotte before the sun went down, and that was a nice change of pace after a couple days of cloudy and cold weather. All right, this week we are talking the PGA Tour, which has resumed and is in Hilton Head, South Carolina for the RBC Heritage. Kicks off tomorrow after a couple of practice rounds. I'm holding here the weather forecast from their on-site meteorologist, Stuart Williams. This is what we call a tease I'll have this for you coming up. What we're going to get to first is a piece of tape that has been very patiently waiting in the wings. So Stuart sat down with the Carolina Weather Group in February to record an interview that at the time we thought was going to air alongside the Wells Fargo Championship here in Charlotte. Well, as you now know, that never happened, and other PGA Tour events were canceled. They are now resuming operations without fans and will be playing in Hilton Head, South Carolina. So we are very excited to be able to bring this piece of tape to you. This is a premiere of a new episode. You've never seen this interview before, despite the fact that it was recorded in February, but I felt that I needed to explain to you that it was recorded in a time where I could still get a haircut, and where the picture of snow over Scotty Powell's shoulder made sense, and all the references to fans attending the event also made sense back just a few months ago. So without further ado, we'll get on over to this, and then coming up later on in the program, about 30 minutes from now, we'll get a check of your weather headlines this week, including that PGA Tour forecast, an update on Sharpie Gate, and we'll take a look at the tropics as well, too. But without further ado, here is our interview with Stuart Williams, the on-site meteorologist for the PGA Tour, and he'll tell us a little bit about the company he works for as well.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we present Mr. Stuart Williams, meteorologist for the PGA Tour, which is a really cool job that I would love to have. As a big golf fan, I think it's a really unique job that Stuart has, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about that tonight and let us know what all his duties are as he travels across the PGA Tour. And we'd love for you to interact with us tonight. So if you have any questions or comments, feel free to drop them on the social media platforms, and we'll address those. And we'll let Stuart give out some of his social media information towards the end of the interview tonight. That way, if you want to follow him on Twitter, you can do that, or just get more information. So we appreciate having Stuart with us tonight. Stuart, welcome back to the show. I know we had you on a couple of years ago, fellow North Carolinian, and it's great to have you with us tonight. Glad to see that you're actually home and not out on the road right now. So for those who may be introduced to you for the first time, tell us a little bit about you. I know you live here in North Carolina. You went to school here in North Carolina, so kind of give us a brief background about who you are.
Yeah, I grew up in Winston-Salem. I currently live in High Point, North Carolina. And I got my meteorology degree from UNC Asheville, so I was actually there from 1988 to 92. So that kind of dates myself there. So 50 years old now, so I'm getting older. But yeah, so after that, I started working for a company called Mobile Weather, and we started doing golf tournaments, weather for golf tournaments. So it started like with the Crosby Celebrity Tournament there in Winston, and the Vantage Championship, which was a Champions Tour event in Winston. And after that I was interning then at that time when we started those, probably about 91 or so. And then as I graduated, we kind of formed a company called Mobile Weather, and we started doing more and more golf tournaments. So individual tournaments would hire us. And then from there in 1995, we signed a full-time contract with the PGA Tour doing all their events. So, and it just kept snowballing from there. And then, so I was working with a company then called Mobile Weather. And so we were doing golf tournaments. I was traveling all over the country. And then in 2005, I started working for DTN. And ever since then, I've been with DTN, and we just keep growing and doing more and more events. So, you know, we have all the PGA Tour, Champions Tour, Korn Ferry Tour. We do the LPGA. We do the PGA of America, which includes the PGA Championship, Ryder Cup, Senior PGA, and some of their smaller events. And we do quite a few international events for IMG. We do a lot of Asian tour tournaments in China and Taiwan and that kind of thing. So, you know, we do over 150 events a year now, so it's quite busy.
Well, sort of. I know you're not the only one. I mean, that's a lot of traveling. So,
yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your team. How many meteorologists do you guys have? Is it just you that goes out to a tournament, or is there kind of a team aspect for you guys?
Yeah.
How's that going?
Yeah, we've got we've got 7 or 8 guys that travel all the time, and we usually just send one person to each tournament or event that we cover. You know, because we also do outdoor concerts, and we do some other events like that we have a meteorologist go to and that help out. But there's one guy per tournament, and so basically, on the PGA Tour or any golf tournament or any outdoor event that we do, lightning is the number one concern. So that's why a meteorologist is on site. We set up an electric field mill. We have 2 laptop computers that have.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Lightning detection, we have a mix of BISLA's National Lightning Detection Network, and so all that data that we get in-house, we have, all the computer models that we look at, the NAM, the Euro, the GFS, all those. So everything's in-house, and we sector where we're going to go, and we can make custom products for ourselves and that kind of thing. So we make our own forecast on site. So using all that technology, as an official comes in wondering what the weather is, if we do see a threat, we see a storm developing, the officials can come in, we can show them exactly on the screen what is happening, and based on what we're showing them and what our opinions are, what's going to happen, then the officials can make very good decisions of, okay, when do we need to stop? And then once we do that, especially on the PGA Tour, they have LED boards across the golf course. They'll put weather warning signs up. The officials will blow horns to the players, signaling that it's a dangerous situation. So then the players will get moved off to evacuation vans and cars and that kind of thing, and they're brought to the clubhouse. And so hopefully, if we do our job correctly, then we've given enough time to where people can get back to the buses and hopefully back to their cars, because not everybody has a clubhouse pass. So they can't all get indoors to safety, so we got to get a lot of them back to their cars. So it's a big machine, it's a big operation, but it's most tournaments, I'd say every tournament has an evacuation plan, emergency plan. So it works pretty well. And then the big question is, once we have stopped play, when do we go back and start playing? When is it safe to go back out? So that's when we help big time, as far as, okay, we think this storm is going to be out of here at such and such time. And then they can open up the practice facilities again, let the players warm back up, and then we'll get them back out to the golf course and start playing again.
Stuart, that kind of rings a bell here in Charleston at Bulls Bay, the tournament last year. LPGA, lightning hit a tree. Someone went under the tree, and it's a serious situation with these thunderstorms and in these golf tournaments. How much collaboration do you guys have with the local National Weather Service, especially in big events like this?
In the last few years, there's been a little bit more collaboration because, with Homeland Security and a lot of these big, government agencies and everything, a lot of these agencies are using golf tournaments as their training grounds for big events and things like that. So I know down at the RBC Heritage down in Hilton Head, the FBI shows up and all the government agencies, the Weather Service, and so they do a lot of practice at that event, since it's such a large event. And so I do coordinate with the Weather Service there. We'll talk what we're thinking, and kind of bounce off ideas off each other. But for the most part, I'll maybe read a forecast discussion or something like that from the Weather Service. But like I said, having everything in-house, all of our own computer models and that kind of thing, we basically do our own thing, to be honest with you, make our own forecast. Because I think in a lot of ways, sometimes we do a better job because we know what golf wants and we know what golf needs. So we know what they're looking for as far as a forecast goes. Whereas the Weather Service, they may be a little more general because they have a bigger area to cover. So for example, for us, wind forecasts are very big at the golf tournaments because that plays a huge role on how the golf course is going to be set up each day. So we concentrate a lot on wind, and so we try to be very accurate in that department, where you may see a weather forecast from the Weather Service that says winds are 5 to 10. Well, okay, that's kind of general. We try to be more exact than that, where our forecast will say maybe we have a westerly wind, like on the coast there. Maybe you have a drainage wind in the morning off the land, and then we'll get the sea breeze at 1 o'clock, and it's going to shift out of the south or southeast or whatever, and it's going to be 10 to 15 at that point. A lot of times the Weather Service really doesn't break it down like that. So, we try to be more specific of what's going to happen at the golf course so they can plan how they're going to set the golf course up. So that's some of the things that I think we do a better job at than TV or Weather Service being more general.
Stuart, let's play. Let's hope we're not forecasting too far in the future. We have a Wells Fargo Championship coming up in Charlotte, the Wyndham Championship in Greensboro. Let's say that you're there forecasting and you see it could be a potential stormy day. That there's going to be thunderstorms moving into the air. What is it? Kind of give us what you do the morning of. Kind of give us a play-by-play of what that setup looks like if you see it's going to be a stormy afternoon or something in these tournaments.
Well, let's say the first tee time is 7 a.m. Okay, that's usually when most tournaments start, 7 in the morning, and I'm usually there probably about 5:30 in the morning because I'm looking at weather data, looking at the latest stuff, making my forecasts and getting that out and distributed, uploaded to the player page, that kind of thing. And so we also have radios that we communicate to the officials with. So every morning I'll go into the rules office and tell the guys as they head out to set the golf course up what I think the winds are going to be that day, and then what time I think the best chances of us getting a thunderstorm. And so if you take a North Carolina tournament, typically what happens is, as you'll know, Scotty, and they'll start in the mountains. They'll bubble up in the mountains about midday, early afternoon, and then as they get going, they'll roll off into the Piedmont, and then they'll usually make it to Greensboro or Charlotte by 3, 4, 5 in the afternoon, depending on how fast they move and what the scenario is. So, so I'll tell the officials that morning, hey, I think we're going to see storms probably anywhere from that 3 to 7 range. And then that'll give them an idea when they need to start paying attention, so to speak. So as we go through the morning there, I'll keep looking at the new data, see if there's anything we need to update. And then obviously I keep watching the screens. I'll have the radars going and that kind of thing. And then as soon as I see something that has a potential of getting to us, that's when I'll get on the radio and tell the officials, hey, I'm seeing some thunderstorms over, let's say, Yadkinville, and they're going to be moving across Winston and the Greensboro here in the next hour and a half. So that'll give them the heads up that, hey, I'm starting to see some stuff that could impact us here in the next hour or two. And so that's when we'll start putting on the LED boards. There's a weather policy that runs and things that say, hey, inclement weather is possible, please pay attention, that kind of thing. And then as the storm keeps moving closer, then I keep updating the officials. And then when I think is within, less than an hour, usually the head rules official, which would be Mark Russell or Slugger White, who are in charge of the competition, basically, they'll come into my office. I show them exactly what's happening. And then we try to give at least 30 minutes notice before the storm's going to hit the golf course so that we can blow the horns and give enough time for people to start trickling out and get the players in. And then obviously, as the storm gets closer, hopefully we've gotten everybody off the golf course, and then the storm will hit. And then, like I said, then we have the conversations. When do you think it's going to be out of here? When is it safe to resume? And so they'll already start making the plans on when that gets out of there, when we're going to let them to go back out and warm up on the range and then get them back out on the golf course. So, it's kind of a lengthy process, but as with weather, you guys, we have thunderstorms that can pop up right on top of you. So that's why we also have an electric field mill that we set up on site that measures the electrical charge. And so if we're seeing something develop real close to us, hasn't produced lightning yet, and we're wondering, is it going to, that electric field mill gives us the heads up that, hey, charges are building. And also looking on the radar, you look at the cloud tops. You kind of know what those cloud tops keep growing, and you know what the freezing level is. And when it gets a certain height above that freezing level, that's when you start seeing the lightning. So using all those things together, if that using all those things together, we can get a good idea that, hey, this cell will probably going to produce lightning. So that electric field mill is crucial in that aspect. So it may give us 10 or 15 minutes that we wouldn't have had if you waited for the first lightning bolt to come out. So, we may only have 10 or 15 minutes to get them off, but that's still better than having no warning and all of a sudden there's a lightning bolt. So, yeah, technology plays a huge role in what we do.
That's pretty fascinating. I didn't realize that much went into it. That's pretty sophisticated and really good coverage on your part.
Stuart, once y'all blow the horn, this is kind of going back a few minutes, but once y'all blow the horn to warn there's a tornado or tornado warning storm or even a severe thunderstorm on its way, the players, they're coming off the course, but for bystanders that are sitting alongside the course or even in the stands, is there a safe place for them to go?
Unless you have a clubhouse pass, and generally no. So, if you're having a severe weather event, obviously you don't want to keep them in the tents and the skyboxes because those are temporary structures and big lightning rods as well, just, with the poles and everything. So, we try to get people to go back to their cars, go back to the buses, get back to their cars. But, it doesn't always happen that way. There's always stragglers. There's people that try to hide and wait it out. And because, as soon as we start back play, then they can run out and get a good spot on 18 or whatever. And they're in a good spot to get a good position to watch golf again. But, it happens. We put weather warning signs up. We do the best we can. The PGA Tour and all these events try to do the best they can to get people to leave. But, there's always a few stragglers that always try to stand under a tree. And, it's not recommended, but it definitely it happens.
No, I was just going to say that I'm sure that's a problem at a lot of these outdoor sporting events, whether it be air shows, I would imagine, have a big problem with that, or even like you mentioned earlier, concerts. I think it was just last year we saw some video went viral of a concert tent just taking off and downdraft, outflow wind of a tornado, thunderstorm. There's my brain. So yeah, that seems like a real problem.
Yeah, it is, and there's a lot of outdoor festivals and concerts and stuff that don't have a meteorologist, and the people in charge really don't know weather. So I think that's when you have more of the mistakes made or decision making, not poor decision making, when those things happen. So, fortunately for us and my company I work for, DTN, we do a lot of consultation. We have a lot of customers that call in and get opinion from a meteorologist. So I think it's getting better and better as far as people hiring meteorologists or at least weather companies to help them out and make good decisions. And like for me, on the on-site business, actually have a meteorologist at your site is expensive. You got to pay for hotel rooms and airline tickets and ship equipment and plus have the meteorologist there. So that's kind of a hard thing for some organizations to pay that kind of money to have somebody there. But once you have that meteorologist there that's on site, they see how it works and how it takes the pressure off them making these decisions. And it actually pays for itself, to be honest with you, to make good decisions. But, like I said, if you don't have the money, a lot of these organizations just don't have the budget for it. Hey, at least they can still hire a company like mine and have a consultation where they can call in, so it definitely makes a difference.
Definitely so. Able to do that for Speedway Motorsports Incorporated. It definitely, I tell them, I'll worry about the weather. You guys worry about running the event. And it's just, I think it's a peace of mind for those folks.
Well, I say it all the time myself is I'll tell you when you need to worry.
Yeah. I'll do the worrying for you.
Exactly. I'll tell you when you need to worry. So,
I want to get back to what you mentioned about winds, right? So we talk about wind science, right? And we get into the nitty gritty of it, right? So you're talking about sea breezes, you're talking about things at the coastline, even inland, where you can have wind shifting or building, stronger pressure gradient, higher winds from certain directions. Do you get into the science of saying, you look at the course, you look at the direction of wind, the dominant direction of wind for the day, and the speeds? Do you talk about which links are going to be more difficult than others? When you look at long-range trajectory shots or higher iron shots, do you speak about look for a lean to the left or hooking or anything like that when you get into the wind forecast?
Yeah, the rules officials, the guys that are setting up the golf course, they're the ones that's more concerned with which holes they're going to play. Let's just say we have on hole number 1, we have a strong south wind and it's blowing, 15 to 20 miles per hour. Well, if it's blowing from behind them, then a lot of times what they'll do is they'll move the tee blocks back so that hole plays longer. And then on the next hole, maybe it's going the opposite direction. Now it's in the player's face when they tee off. So they may move those tee blocks up so it plays shorter. That way they're trying to keep everything moving, but they're also trying to make it not hard, but they're trying to make it fair too. Not necessarily hard, but fair, and keep things moving. So, crosswinds play a big role, especially near the greens, where if there's a lake or a big sand trap or something that's on the right side and it's blowing from left to right, well, they may put that hole location more towards the left side of the green, so guys aren't dumping in the lake the whole time trying to get it to the hole. That's so all those strategies play a role in how the golf course is set up. So definitely wind direction definitely is important. How strong the wind is.
So they're actually changing distances and layout.
Absolutely. So we have 18 holes. We have 18 holes, and all through that golf course, it's going to be in their face or behind them, left to right, right to left. So all those things play a role in how the golf course is set up. So definitely wind definitely is a major impact on golf tournaments. So.
Very interesting. Very neat. Scotty, go ahead.
Yeah, Stuart, in some circumstances, I know we saw the Masters had some severe weather roll through back in 2019. When we see these big severe weather events, you guys, I'm sure, coordinate with the course, with the tour, with the TV networks, and kind of make the best plans. Is that right?
Yeah, try to do what's right. You don't want to get anybody hurt. And if there's a high risk for severe weather, i.e. tornadoes or even, just strong straight line wind and storms, we may go early, 2 tees early on the weekend or a day on the weekend to avoid some of that severe weather that we think is going to happen in the afternoon. So, the tour is aware of that, and they'll try to make accommodations to maybe avoid some of that to keep people safe and get the round in. Because the tour has a policy that we'll play on Monday to complete 72 holes. 72 holes is a must. They want to get every round in. So so we will do that on Sundays a lot of time to try to get everything completed and so we don't have to go into Monday. But for the most part, if it's a 30-40% chance of a thunderstorm day, then they're not likely going to change anything. It's just we're going to play golf and hopefully, that scattered thunderstorm will stay away from us. But if we do get hit and we don't finish, well, we'll be back Monday morning. So that's how it works.
I know another element that is tricky for you guys, especially on the West Coast swing early in the season, is fog. Seeing lots of fog delays and even some cancellations of round because of visibility. Talk to us a little bit about forecasting fog.
Yeah, it's tough, man. That marine layer out there, and what most people don't realize in California, the Pacific Ocean out there gets the Aleutian Current, which is very cold. It's cold water, and so fog forms on it quite a bit. So when we get out there, a lot of the things that we look for is the offshore flow, and we love it when there's offshore flow because it pushes that marine layer way out in the ocean, and skies stay clear at the golf course. Well, the thing that I've learned forecasting the weather out there, as soon as that pressure gradient starts going neutral, that's usually when the marine layer fog will move in. And so I've seen it. We had it this year at Torrey Pines at the Farmers Insurance Open. One day the fog rolled in early in the morning, and it stuck around till about 9:30 in the morning. So we had to delay for a couple hours, and then the sun finally ate through it and broke it apart, and it pushed offshore. So you know, it's a tough thing because with fog, you just don't know how long it's going to stick around. How
Especially
thick it's going to be. We get the marine layer out there too. Sometimes it lifts and it's just a cloud deck and you're fine. It's just a cloudy day. But at Torrey Pines, we do have some elevation. I think we're up at 400 or 500 feet there. And so if it lifts up to 500 feet, we're in the cloud and we get socked in. And then obviously you go other places along the coast there that's not elevated and it's fine. So it's definitely tough. But something we deal with, and we just try to help the best we can with that. So,
I know we're getting late on the interview. Fun question here: any favorite PGA Tour stops, and any of the PGA Tour players really weather savvy that we might not know about?
Well, I mean, favorite weather stops. I mean, as far as any tournaments go, Hilton Head's a big favorite of mine. Any Hawaii tournament's great. Pebble Beach is awesome if the weather's good. Same thing with Torrey Pines in California. So yeah, we go to some great places. I mean, this past year I went to Japan and South Korea. I went to Shanghai, China, and this year, later in the year, I'm going to Australia. So yeah, I mean, we go to some great places and it's a lot of fun. So yeah, it's good.
I was going to say, you have to go to these areas and actually learn the weather in these areas. You probably would have to understand it before you even go.
Yeah, believe it or not, I mean, everywhere I go, I start paying attention to where I'm going a month or two ahead of time. So I know when I get there what's been happening. So you kind of got a feel for what's been going on. So, I've already been keeping tabs for the next couple of weeks when I go to Tucson and California again. And, and then obviously long term, you kind of looking, I've got Florida lurking in March. I'm going down to Florida. So you definitely keep up with what's going on and what's been happening. So kind of what to expect going into it. So it's definitely harder in Japan and Korea and some of these places where, maybe the radar data is not as timely or you don't have all the good data you have here in the U.S. You still have some data, but maybe not quite as good as some of the things you're used to using. So, and, forecasting wind and things like that gets a little more difficult, some of these spots. So, but still, us being there is still better than, for the tour and some of these tournaments, having us there is still better than not having us there where they would just be guessing. So, we do the best we can, and they know it's not the U.S. and it's not quite as good, but it's still we still send our electric field mill over there, and we still have that and the detection network and that kind of thing. So,
oh, wow, I bet that's interesting transporting that equipment across seas to foreign country.
Yeah, the tour sends a lot of containers and things, so it goes on with a lot of the scoreboards and that kind of stuff. So it helps.
One more question for me is as far as golf and the weather. Talk about course saturation. We're talking about frost in the morning, dew on the grass, dew points, humidity, right? How does it factor in your forecast for when the starting time is? Does that sometimes get pumped up because of the ground's just wet and needs time to dry out, or?
Well, obviously, if it's totally saturated, there's the rules of golf dictate what we can do as far as playing golf on a saturated golf course. So if there's still some standing water or some real wet areas, the tour a lot of time will institute a policy of lift, clean, in place where they can get relief maybe from some of those spots to a drier area that's not any closer to the hole, but they get some relief. And then they can pick up mud on their ball so they can pick the ball up and wipe the mud off and place it back down and then hit it. So that helps us out quite a bit. But if we still have water running down the fairways or there's puddles on the greens and you can't put the ball through a puddle, so then obviously we can't play in those conditions. But, golf courses are made to drain. So, typically once the standing water is gone, then they institute that policy of maybe lift, clean, in place. That way we can still play and not be stopped under the rules of golf. So as far as frost goes, we do try to do frost forecasts. It does come into play a lot of times when we're in the desert of Arizona in February and March, because it can get really cold there in the mornings and then warm up pretty quickly for the mid to late mornings. So we try to help them out with frost forecasts. Obviously, you got to just wait for it to melt before you can get on there, because you don't want to kill the grass stepping on it. So usually frost delays are not that long. They're usually 30 minutes to an hour.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
As far as late in the year, a lot of places where we go is Florida and the Southeast and that kind of thing. So typically we don't deal with frost too much in the fall, but definitely early in the year.
Well, Stuart, thank you so much for joining us. We certainly appreciate it and glad that we could catch you while you're here at home. And we wish you the best of luck as you travel out to all these cool destinations, and hopefully you'll have some good weather. If folks want to follow along, do you have a social media account or something you'd like to promote?
Yeah, I am. You can follow me on Twitter. It's at PGAWXMAN and the number 1. So it's PGAWXMan1 on Twitter. And I'm on Facebook, just Stuart Williams. You'll just have to find me on that. But that's the only 2 social medias that I'm on. Yeah, Twitter, definitely follow me. And you can see what the forecasts are, what's going on at these tournaments that we're doing and these other events. So.
And the weather's bad and you're at that tournament, just go find Stuart. You can blame him for it.
Yeah, that's right.
Stuart, thank you so much for joining us tonight. As always, we appreciate your time and glad to catch up with you, and I hope to talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Scotty, thank you guys for having me on. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun, and hopefully we can do it more often.
Yes, sir. All right, guys, thanks for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you back for another episode next week.
All right, and that is our interview with Stuart Williams, DTN meteorologist who goes to all the PGA Tour events and provides them on-location weather support. That interview, again, was recorded in February for what we thought was going to coincide with a premiere for the Wells Fargo Championship in Charlotte. This week, the PGA Tour is back in action. They are at the RBC Heritage event in Hilton Head, South Carolina. And from Charlotte, I am James Brierton. We will see you back here next week. We will leave you, I'm hoping. I'm trying to pull up a camera in Hilton Head, South Carolina to take a look at conditions there right now. It's not coming up. Go figure. But you'll have to trust us that Stuart's forecast says it won't be all too shabby. And here it is. A look from the Salty Dog there in Hilton Head, South Carolina. Again, I'm James Brierton, Charlotte. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night.
Welcome, everyone, to the Carolina Weather Group. We continue part 2 with the Weather Channel's Jim Cantore.
So I think to talk to you, Jim, and not bring up the famous commercial of you going to the beach and playing beach volleyball and going to different places, and the crowds run away from you, and you're like, "What? I'm just here to go to the beach," which is an amazing commercial. I think it's a fun kind of
that was pretty brilliant.
Time for all of us. So kind of in the sense of that commercial and kind of how we know you, how are the actual kind of emotions and reactions of communities when you do show up and they do see you? Is there sometimes some mixed emotions, or is it usually kind of just people are excited to be meeting you and in an area that is going to be on TV, or is it more of a thing where people are kind of sometimes a little bummed?
No, it's both. To be honest with you, Dan, it's really both because, obviously during hurricane season when I show up, it's not going to be good. The good news with Sally, I'm like, don't worry, I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be moving after my shots. We've been moving every day, so this is no different. Till we finally wound up in Pensacola, but some people are still excited to come out. Their town's getting some attention.
I've been doing this a while now, so people have kind of grown up, just kind of getting used to, if there's going to be a big weather story, Jim's more than likely going to come to town. So if it like I've always said, if it creates the awareness and it has people react in a way that they protect themselves and their family, then great, mission accomplished. So I still kind of get both ends of the spectrum. I mean, I told you one time, I can't remember which storm it was, but I think I was going to North Carolina. I mean, this lady literally, she saw me on the plane. She hollered at me. She told me it was my fault in front of everybody on the plane. I was just like, okay. But yeah, so you run the gamut. That was probably the most extreme right there.
And there's whole, I'm sure you've probably seen them or ran across them, but there's Facebook groups devoted to Where's Jim Cantore. I don't know if you've seen that, but there's a
Facebook page, right?
That's right. And they post pictures of what they think is you, what certain like storm chaser cars or weather channel cars. And they'll say, he's now been spotted at Sunset Beach. And then, it's got hundreds and thousands of members.
So for the record, guys, do you know how many bald, short Italian men exist in this world? A lot. And I'm just one of them. Okay, so yeah, I get spotted a lot in places. I'm like, and I sometimes I read those in my Twitter, and I'm just like, I'm sitting right here at my house looking at this, and who is playing me, or who do they think is me? So it's cool. I mean, in a way, it's kind of cool, because I never in my wildest dreams thought that a guy that just wanted to get the forecast right would be, somebody who developed a Facebook page for. So I mean, it's kind of fun when I can play along, I will. But like I said, at the end of the day, if it helps people get ready and creates an awareness, then mission accomplished. Mission accomplished.
All the memes that come out of that. I'll read you one. I sent.
Oh, dude, the memes! Oh my god,
oh man. The one that I thought was kind of funny. I sent this directly to you because it was right in the middle, right when the COVID was just, the fear was so high at one point. And I said, if Southerners don't seem too worried about this coronavirus still, it's because we have been conditioned to believe that we likely don't need to be concerned unless or until this man shows up. And it has a picture of you. So.
I mean, yeah, they seem to get better every year. So it's like I said, it's very humbling. It's nice to be a meme.
I like your attitude. I like your attitude on it a lot. I mean, the idea is if you can bring attention in a positive light to the storm, then you're doing a good thing no matter what, and that's great.
It's really weird. Bobby Labonte is a friend of mine, and I remember when he was telling me a story about the ESPYs, where he was in the back room with Tiger Woods, and he was, they were both just kind of like, "Are you here for this?" "Yeah, we're here for this." I mean, when you don't really want to be in the limelight. Sometimes when you're in the limelight, you don't really want to be in the limelight. It's not what you strive for. It's not. You don't wake up in the morning and say, "Oh gosh, what can I do to make myself more in the limelight today?" I mean, that's just really not. I mean, Bobby is a fantastic race car driver. He won a championship. That's all he wanted to do. Tiger is a phenomenal golfer. All he wants to do is play excellent golf. And now, as you saw from this weekend, his son can play pretty good as well. So it's just I think that the true professionals, the notoriety that comes along with them is just kind of an after effect. But I do think you also have to embrace it. You can't ignore it. You have to embrace it, because I'll never forget the time as a kid I got a chance to meet Reggie Jackson. As you guys know, I'm a huge Yankees fan. And I got a chance to get an autograph from him. I stood in line just like everybody else. They used to have this big thing in Atlanta called the Super Show, which was everything and anything to do with sports. And I was like, oh my gosh, Reggie's signing for Upper Deck. I got to go get Reggie. So I had my baseball, and I stood in line just like everybody else. So when I finally got up there, which was, probably 45 minutes, I was like, oh my gosh, I handed my baseball. I said, Mr. Jackson, what a pleasure to meet you. I mean, you've been you've just been my hero. You took the Yankees to a world championship. And he turns around and looks at his publicist or whatever. He goes, hey, how much time we got left here? 15 minutes. All right. here you go. And he handed the ball to me. It was just kind of, I don't know. It just kind of left a sour taste in my mouth. I just never forgot it. And then and I'm not Reggie Jackson, but the people that want to meet you and want to come out and talk to you, I think you owe them a little bit of your time, because you've been given this gift and it's there to share. And that's really how I feel about it. But I'll never forget that experience, and I always go back to it. And look at, I can't say that Reggie didn't have another thing to do. I can't blame him for that, but I just never forgot that reaction, how disappointed I was. Now, if I'm out to dinner with my girlfriend, or if I'm with my kids and we're talking and having a good time, and if you want to come up and talk about climate change or what we should do about NextRad, I'm like, hey, can we save this for another time? Pick your times of when you approach people. That would be my best advice to other folks out there. But I'm happy to talk to you. I am a true weather geek. I love talking about it. I'll give you my opinion. Sometimes it's going to be good. Sometimes it's going to be bad. Sometimes it's going to be right. Sometimes it's going to be wrong. But that's me in a nutshell.
Speaking of NextRad, could you talk to those folks in Washington and get us a radar in Charlotte?
Yeah, I mean, I look at, if we wait around for phased array, we're gonna have more tornadoes missed. We're gonna have more gaps. They told us not to really talk about this, but now that I'm on with you guys, yeah, let's fill the holes. Let's fill the gaps. Long overdue. I mean, we got a nice system down now, and I know this data needs a lot of maintenance, and it's very, very expensive. And if that's the case, then come up with a great, new phased array, and let's roll that out. Let's just roll out phased array. But until we get there, let's fix the stuff that we got. Maybe add a few mobile radars here and there to fill in the gaps, especially when you're talking about large metropolitan areas and cities. I mean, at this point, the NWS radar, the guys that are operating the radar and monitoring the radar, they know where the gaps are. They've been doing it for years. I mean, it's not like they're just coming out with this out of nowhere. So, yeah, I'm pro filling the gaps all the way. Do it. It's long overdue, guys. It's long overdue.
So I have just one follow-up question here about how you deliver your message and the best way you can kind of connect with your viewers and stuff. So really, in a perfect world of your day-to-day, big storm comes around or whatnot, would you rather spend more time actually kind of doing on-camera storm action coverage where you're in the heart of the storm, or would you rather spend more time kind of, in some instances, being from a safe location where you can spend better time broadcasting, have clearer messages, and work more on the communication side?
So studio versus non-studio, I think that's what you're asking me, right? I mean, I like a mix. I've got to have a blend, because I still need, like when I was told I was going to go out to the snow the other day, I was like elated, because A, it wasn't a hurricane, and B, it was just, I just love getting out in it, because here you are, you spend all this time looking at model data and this, that, and the other thing, and reading this and reading that, but you to go out and experience it, and then to kind of bring it home to the viewers, that's the win. That's the home run. I don't want to live in the field, and I don't want to live in the studio. I got to have a blend of both, and hopefully I'll be able to carry that to the end of the career. But it is getting exhausting out there. I won't lie. When you go through an eye wall, guys, and then you got to get up the next morning and do, kind of tell everybody what happened. It's tiring. The adrenaline takes you through the event, and then after that, the tiredness and the lack of adrenaline. I mean, you got to find it from somewhere else, but you still got to put together two words in a sentence. So that's how that's going. What's going on, Pete?
Hey, what's going on, Jim? How you doing?
Good, man.
So to kind of piggyback off of that question, take us through your workday at the Weather Channel, from when you wake up to when you leave the Weather Channel for the day.
So AMHQ is the show I'm on, 7 to 10 in the morning. Get up about 4:15, come down to this very computer that I'm on, jump on it, see what's going on. like I said, Twitter is nice not only for us to communicate with each other in the enterprise, but also it kind of helps me centrally get my thoughts together. What do I really want to say about this? What do I think about it? And I can put it down right there and go from there, because more than likely I'm going to be talking about one or more of those things when I get to the Weather Channel. So, I'll get in about an hour before my show. I'll slap a little powder on, put my mic on, go meet with my weather producer, talk about any interviews that are coming up with my show producer, and boom, here we go for 3 hours. Strap in and enjoy the ride, and be ready for whatever Stephanie has to throw at you, because it's usually something you didn't expect. But it's great. She makes it fun. She really does. She makes the whole 3 hours go by. I mean, when her, Jen, and I aren't there together, it's definitely different. And that's not to say other people aren't talented, because Felicia and Tevin and Jordan and Chris, those guys are all incredibly talented. But it's just we've been working together so long now. We kind of got this little routine. We kind of know each other's quirks and things like that. So it's very fun. After the show, we have a meeting at 10:30. A call in, kind of talk about the evening show, Mike's show, Bettis' show, and then what's going to happen the next morning, who we may have as guests and things like that. And that is my day.
And tell us, behind the scenes, who's in the studio during the show, and how many people are working on the show every day.
So in the studio, it's either 2 or 3 talent. Sometimes they'll have somebody from home. Like if Steph or Jen are on the road and they just get back, they will have them home for a couple of days. Again, this is all about a part of the COVID thing. It's been weird. I've actually been lucky, because when I've come back from the field, it's been a Friday. So I just go into my weekend and I just come back into the studio. I think I'm the only guy who doesn't have a home studio. I said, look, I will come in. I have no problem in coming in. They have me in this area where nobody's around. I have my own desk. It's literally yards and yards away from anybody else. So I'm nowhere near anybody. And it's literally as soon as you walk in the door. There's a couple floor directors, 2 weather producers in the studio, but we're all spread apart. I mean, that studio that we have downstairs that we're doing the immersive reality on is huge. It's kind of like a half a gym, if that gives you an idea of the size. So ceiling wise and width wise. So we just have everybody spaced out perfectly. And, a lot of the cameras are run from inside the production booth, so they can run those from upstairs with the joystick. So we don't need people down there moving cameras, even though sometimes you have to move some of the cameras. It's really the jib operator who's got to move this big jib and this big teleprompter so that we're out on the new augmented reality set. That's got to be there for you. But let me tell you something, guys. As you get older, that prompter doesn't change size. It's still the same old TV, 15-inch TV. So you're trying to why is that thing way far away? Why can't I see that? It doesn't get any easier to read, is my point. So that's really been the biggest change. A lot more reading versus just ad lib, especially with video and stuff like that. And you're kind of bridging different things together. That's what it looks like in the studio. It's cool. It's really cool. I enjoy it. I really do. Guys, it's still a thrill to get up in the morning and go to work every day. It is. And I don't even consider it a job. It's still fun. It's still fun to look at the weather and get it right. It really is.
That immersive reality technology that you were talking about, I know we discussed it last year, but 12 months later, I'm still fascinated by it, as many others are. Tell us about some of the challenges of working with a piece of technology that's maybe new.
Well, so remember I just said this is like the size of a small basketball court, or half a basketball court. So with prompters way over here and monitors way over there that can't get close to you, some of the data on the graphics is really hard to read. So when we walk along and we see those little candlesticks there with the high and the low and the precip, one of them looks like a little crystal ball. So I can't see those numbers unless I'm looking at a monitor. And sometimes that monitor is just far enough away where I can't quite read that number.
So if I don't preview those graphics first, it's definitely an beep moment out there and sometimes I'll turn the wrong way because you're so far away, you forget which side it's actually on in the real world. So it still takes some getting used to, and I'm absolutely not as comfortable as I am with a telestrator and a monitor in front of me or right next to me where I can touch it. So I'm out in no man's land, really.
Well, another one of the neat things you've been a part of at the Weather Channel is the local on the 8s. Your voice is on there. Tell us a little bit about that process and how cool it is to be that person.
So local on the 8s. Oh my gosh, when did I do that now? Maybe 10 years ago. But it took about 18 hours to record all. I mean, you have to record each number. There's different phrases that are coded. And so they put those codes together based on the forecast, right? And so partly cloudy will come up with winds increasing to 25 miles per hour. Those are two different things that I would record. I don't record all that in one thing. But so I thought, oh my gosh, so I get a chance to do this now. I'm going to be fancy with it. I'm going to like, if it's 108 degrees, I'm going to like really, it's 108 degrees. Heat index, 108. Wind chill, minus 55. So I went through and I did all that. And, that was about 3 hours worth of recording. And so then they got back to me and said, Jim, you can't really do that. You need to be kind of monotone here because we're going to marry all these different phrases and words and numbers together based on code. And you can't like be way up here and then but winds will be calm. Winds are 0 to 10 miles an hour. So it just won't sound right. So you need to be so I had to go and record all that again. But so much for trying to be different, right? So that's the story behind your local forecast. Well, and it's crazy, dude, because when I here I am with my mask going through an airport, and somebody will look at me, and they'll be like, "I know who you are. I know I recognize that voice, and I know it's from the local forecast." So not even being able to see my face, just from the local forecast, I get recognized now. It's great.
Well, it sure sounds a lot better than it used to before that.
Yeah, well, it's HD. It's got a little bit more resonance to it, reverb to it. And yeah, it's not the National Weather Service radio, that's for sure.
Well, Jim, I had a question about what it's like to do your road trips. You've already talked about this a good bit, and we know that no two road trips are alike for sure, especially when some go to severe weather events, some go to hurricanes, some go to winter storms. Right. But what is a typical road trip like for you? What's the advanced planning like? What's it
Frank,
like to actually cover it?
Yeah, the hardest thing for me is that I want the ball when the game's on the line. Okay, so what that means is in the morning before I travel, I don't like if we have a pending hurricane, I don't want to not be on the air. I want to be able to go in there and talk about it. But that becomes a very long day, okay? Because you're up early, you're in doing your thing, and then you've got to go home. You either have to pack if you hadn't the night before, and then travel to the airport and go through that whole rigmarole, and then get to your location. Like I told you guys earlier about the logistics, you got to make sure all those logistics line up. I mean, if that's going to be your spot that you're going to broadcast from, is your cameraman going to be dry? Are you going to be able to be out in the worst of it without drowning yourself and your vehicles and things like that? All those things come into play. And so now here we are at 6 o'clock at night after starting at 4:15 in the morning without stopping. And it just becomes an incredibly long day. So when it's just a travel day, which is rare, it's like getting ready for the game. You got to pack, you got to have the equipment, you got to execute when you get out there. So you just kind of gradually ramp up and get to your location. And there is kind of between all of our teams out there, like, okay, who's going to get the best location? Who's going to be able to get the best shot? And so there's a little bit of that sportsmanship going on out there between us meteorologists. And I mean, we all want the best shot. We all want, the best TV for people. We don't want to have something happen to anybody or happen to us. That's not what I'm saying. But we want to have the best looking shot out there. But you just don't show up and that happens. There's a lot of logistics that go involved in that. You got to talk to the hotel managers. You got to make sure that you can actually broadcast here. Can we open this door during the storm? Can we get this AC power plugged in? Those kind of things. Can we get this room on this side of the hotel? Blah, blah. All those kind of things come into play. And if you've worked the morning and it's like, let's say it's a Thursday and you've been doing this all week, you're pretty tired by the time you roll into Friday, and you're going to work the weekend because that's when, the storm's coming in. So let's see what, I think I pulled 14 days was the longest stretch, 14 or 15 days this year. It was a long stretch.
And how much downtime do you need to rest after something like that?
Well, that depends on who's out and who's not. I mean, we're pretty much running a lean.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.gov/mask. www.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
And if somebody's got, they do a great job of honoring PTO and vacation time here. And if somebody's off, sometimes I got to come back the next day, you know. And it's tough. That sometimes winds up being the toughest day of all, is the day you got to come back in studio. The adrenaline's gone. You still have memories of what just happened and the hardship out there that was produced by a hurricane or a tornado. And you gotta find a way, man. You got to find a way to ramp it up, you know, because as Al Roker always tells everybody, he goes, the worst thing in TV you could ever do is be boring. That's the worst thing you can ever do on TV is be boring.
Absolutely. Your passion has to come out no matter what.
Yep.
So, Jim, you started at the Weather Channel right out of school. So tell us how you got the job and talk about the demo tape you sent in.
Well, I never even sent it in.
Oh.
So that's the I never applied to the Weather Channel. The guy who was in charge at the time, his name's Ray Bann. A friend of his apparently was doing a research project. They were researching where broadcast meteorologists were coming from. So there was a whole bunch of schools with this big reel of all these different broadcast meteorologists. So Linden and Penn State and Florida State and Mississippi State. And I was on that reel for whatever reason. And so Ray was I guess he was watching that tape, or he got a hold of that tape. And he said, oh, this guy looks interesting, you know, and they contacted me. They got a hold of me that way. And I was up, like I said, it was July. I was painting the building. I was up on the scaffolding, and my brother hollers up. He goes, hey, the Weather Channel wants to interview you. You got to go home and call them. I'm like, oh, wow. That's cool. Because we had just gotten them on cable in White River Junction, Vermont, back in '86. So I remember seeing Gay Dawson and Bill Schubert and Bill Keneally and Mark Mancuso and John Hope and Will Annan and all those guys and Bruce Edwards. So it was interesting because I went down there for an interview, and you know, a couple of them were there. I got to meet a couple of them, and I was a little bit starstruck, frankly, because I had been watching these guys on TV, you know, and they're doing what I want to do. So I had a great interview with Ray, and I had no idea what was going to happen. Got back, and a couple of days later he called and he says, you got the job. You got the job. When can you start? Can you be down here in a week? And I said, yeah. I drive into Vermont to Atlanta. No air conditioning. It was a little Mercury Capri with a T-top. And like an idiot, I go down there during the worst heat wave in North Carolina that year. It's 106 degrees. I'm just like ready to faint. I couldn't drink enough Gatorade. I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous. Instead of driving at night, like I should have done, right? Hello. Anyway, so I got my first experience with Southern heat, and really for the first 4 years down there, I was like, I got to get out of here. I can't stand this heat and humidity. I was sweating when I got out of the shower. I mean, it was awful. It was awful. So finally, I got acclimated. About 7 years in, playing softball, just the honeysuckle of the southern nights, the humidity. So I really started falling in love with it. Now at 56, I'm too cold. It's too cold outside for me in Georgia right now. So I'm ready for Florida, South Florida.
Speaking of that, what's left? Well, I mean, what's left for you to do or you want to do before you retire? I mean, it's been a great weather career at the Weather Channel, but anything left on the bucket list that you've not been able to get to yet?
Yes, there is. I've never done a blizzard in North Dakota. I've got to do one. That's the only state I haven't been in for something for the Weather Channel. So I've got to do a blizzard in North Dakota. I would love to do a Westpac typhoon. Okay, I really would. I would love to do one. Maybe do what was a hurricane in the Atlantic, ramming into the UK or or Ireland or something like that. I mean, that would be just to kind of experience weather in different parts of the world. Antarctica, this iceberg that's supposed to crash into that island down there. How cool would that be to broadcast live on that iceberg? Right? It's the size of Puerto Rico and it's shaped like Jamaica or something. I mean, it's crazy. Just those kind of things. I mean, I like voicing over storm stories, but I liked doing Cantore stories better. I mean, this is really I've been blessed, man. I got to see a lot of the world. I got to work with NBC Sports during the Olympics. I mean, I got to work out with Al Michaels, who also always called me Dr. Doom. I mean, it was just really cool. I've just had some really cool experiences. But honestly, I'd like my goal, God willing, is I can get 40 years in broadcasting, and that's okay. Maybe I'll be done after that. So that date would be July 15th, 2026.
So approaching that, we're almost 5 years. We had a colleague of yours on, Tom Nizzle. He has a mountain. Yeah, he has a cabin up here on Rome Mountain. So we talked to Tom a lot. So what does retirement look like for you? You going to move into the mountains? You said South Florida just a little bit ago. What's it look like after TV life?
Yeah, I mean, I love the lake. I love the mountains. It's really an extension of the area I grew up. Think about, right? It's Southern Appalachia versus Northern Appalachia. So I certainly see myself, and I'm a small town kid, guys. I'm not a big city kid by any stretch of the imagination, but maybe split where I live between Florida and North Georgia. I don't know. Maybe open a nursery. Maybe open some kind of small business. I love doing landscaping. I really do. I enjoy yard work. Maybe I won't in 5, 6, 10 years from now, but who knows? Honestly, I really don't know where it's going to take me. But I'm going to be getting up at the hours I get up and doing that 5 days a week, and sometimes, going through the weekends and working 13, 14 straight. It takes its toll on you. It really does. I'm blessed with a lot of days off as a broadcaster, more than I would think a local market has. So I'm blessed with that, but it still takes its toll on you, man. It really does. So we'll see. Nothing's in pen right now.
Well, as we near the end of this podcast episode, we always kind of want to ask a few little silly questions to finish things up and to keep it light before we call it a night. So first and foremost, we'll try some information out of you. I know that you guys probably have some fancy weather models and weather model providers at the Weather Channel, but do you have a favorite mainstream weather model site to use?
Oh, gosh. I mean, first of all, Maui's a genius, sometimes to his own detriment. I mean, but I love the two websites he's designed. Levi does a fantastic job with Tropical Tidbits. I don't know the guys that are in charge of Pivotal Weather, but I think they've done a great job. Weather Nerds, there's just so many. I mean, Weather Tap, I still go back to Weather Tap, look at the radar, especially now that they've changed the radar site. But anyway, I mean, it's still, WSI Energy Cast is still one that we can access too. So dude, it's endless. I have literally 60 tabs open. 60 tabs. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I totally get that. I think, I think probably somewhere around there, 60 to 80 bookmarks. Just
So I'm not alone here. Good. Oh, thank God.
No. You're not alone by any means, and especially when you have hurricane updates. When we all know the madness of how often those models update, so which site you're going to is really important. So yeah, they're lined up across the top. They're just lined up, endless. I guess I'll take the second one here. And favorite weather apps. Do you have any favorites? I mean, I know all of us use Radar Scope.
Yeah, I mean, that's it.
But is that your favorite one?
That's my go-to. Yeah. I mean, when everything's on the line, or if you want to see a storm that's gone tornado warned for yourself and make your own opinion on it, it's definitely radar scope. I actually wish I bought that company back when it was for sale, because oh my gosh, they're just doing great things. It's just consistent. It's always there for you. They're always upgrading it, always doing tweaks to it. There's different levels that you can obviously purchase, different subscriptions and things like that. So that is my absolute go-to. I love Storm. That's a good one. Anything that puts down the center point of the cone with the cities on it, I'm in favor of. Because then I get to see, where if I'm out in the field and I'm not sitting by a computer, I can get a quick look at, okay, well, where they move, how do they move the cone with with the 11 o'clock or the 5 o'clock advisory, whatever, and I can get an idea of where I may need to position myself down the road in the eye wall.
What about weather movies? The good, the bad, the ugly in the weather movie industry. There's probably more bad and ugly than good, but what are your favorites and least favorites?
For weather movie, my favorite tornado is still The Wizard of Oz. I won't lie.
Okay.
To be able to create that, hokey as it was back in the 1930s, and have it look, like a roping out tornado in the plains, it was just amazing to me.
I feel the same way about that. I mean, it seemed like you look back and you're talking 1930s, film industry, and you're like, man, they actually did a pretty good job on that.
Right.
I mean, if they did one thing really that kind of, gave you some goosebumps, right? When you were a kid watching that. I mean, that was pretty intense.
I remember I met Bill Paxton when he did the first Twister, because they premiered it in Atlanta. And I remember seeing him again at a Kentucky Derby that I was doing for NBC Sports. And he was telling me that they were talking about a Twister 2. Now, granted, he's not around to do it, which is incredibly sad. And he was the movie, in my opinion, but that's just me. Would I like to see another Twister out there? Sure. Because when you think of how many young people it influenced to get into our enterprise and maybe have a better understanding for what we do or look into what we do, I don't think you can lose from that. So I'd love to see another Twister.
I agree. I don't think Sharknado cuts that.
No, I didn't bring that up. I'm always a glass half full kind of guy. I didn't want to bash anybody, but that was a little ridiculous.
Well, this last question, and promise it's not loaded. Do you listen to podcasts?
I'm not gonna put my career in jeopardy on this answer. Right.
Exactly. Good. Do you listen to podcasts? And if you do you have a weather podcast that you enjoy listening to?
Marshall does some good stuff with our Weather Geeks podcast, and occasionally I'll listen to his stuff. Of course, you guys, come on, you're killing it right now. Jennifer Watson, and occasionally she'll jump into a weather podcast as well. Weather Brains has always been great, and I know it's nice when you know the people that you're talking to a little bit, so you kind of know what to expect. Guys, honestly, anytime that we can educate people that are either interested in meteorology or even our own people that people probably didn't know the Reggie Jackson story before I brought it up tonight, and whether that furthers your weather education or not, no, but it's just something, if you've been watching me for a good chunk of my years, you know what is behind me when people come up to me in the field, kind of how I react now. So yeah, I mean, and I think it's good for the enterprise. It's just all good. It's good to talk about things. You know what? Sometimes subjects aren't great. The radar things is a touchy subject, right? I mean, but we got to talk about it because radar save lives. Early warning save lives. We know that. So
yeah. It is. It's definitely another fun topic, just because I think I can only speak to Evan and Peter, at least on our panel right here. We are avid TikTok followers, and I've seen you appear in a few TikToks with Stephanie.
That's all Stephanie. That's all Stephanie. Trust me. That's it's funny. She goes, Cantore, just do this with me. Come on, just do it. And Steph just has a way to kind of beg you to do what she asks you, what she wants you to do. So you did, and I'm like, you know what? Why not? I mean, it's just like, what the hell? Yeah, I don't want to be a total bore. So I'll jump in and usually make a fool out of myself. But you know what? I'm okay with that. Yeah. I'm okay. I can still sleep at night, and it's all good. So.
All right. Well, my last question for you, and let's take weather out of it because I know you've made many trips to North and South Carolina. Yeah. Top 5 destinations to visit in the Carolinas. I mean, I know you've been in the Carolinas covering winter weather, tropical weather, but if you're just coming on vacation to North and South Carolina, what'd be your top 5 spots to visit?
Oh, man. Well, I love, first of all, Greenville. Greenville is my number one. I mean,
it's a hidden gem. Nobody knows about it.
If I had to retire in Greenville, I would do it.
Yes.
Okay. Greenville, South Carolina. Love it. Absolutely love everything about that city. I got a lot of good friends up there too. So their Euphoria Festival they do every year is second to none. But behind that is Charleston. I love Charleston. It's the charm of that city, just being down in there, being in the thick of it, the history, the weather history. I mean, everything. It's just absolutely beautiful. Wilmington. I've seen them get the crap kicked out of them and come back and be this wonderful, wonderful town. I love Asheville. The Grove Park Inn. I've been there for the gingerbread contest. I mean, that is just unbelievable. It's just a beautiful historic place. The Biltmore, obviously, up there. I mean, holy cow. Gosh, where else have I been in the Carolina? I think it was Winston-Salem. Maybe, or was it Hickory? I can't remember. I got a friend that I went. They had just like refurbished the downtown. I can't remember which one it was in, which one I was in, but I thought that was a pretty cool place.
I live close to Hickory, and it's recently been redone. So
there was Hickory.
Yeah,
I was about to say,
you're kind of like, what? Where did this come from? Where did this come from? All right, who did I offend on this answer?
No,
you didn't offend anybody. You get your martial arts training here in Charleston. We all know that.
Yeah, you did great. I'm in agreement with you on Charleston. It's my favorite place to go.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And
Jay loves it too, right?
Greenville's number 1. Charleston's number 2. It really is that, just like that.
I tell people, I say downtown Greenville is the most underrated place to visit. It's a beautiful spot. Not a lot of people go. I mean, you can go out on a nice Friday or Saturday night and go eat dinner, welcome the river. It's a beautiful spot.
Like I said, if somebody said, all right, Jim, you have to leave Atlanta, you have to go somewhere else, where would it be? It would be Greenville, South Carolina.
I know our buddy Wes Grimes, who actually submitted a question earlier. He loved when you visited Boone a couple of years ago during the big snowstorm. And
oh my God, that was awesome.
I know Boone loves you, so if you ever make it back up there, I know you'll have a lot of folks and friends up in the Boone area. So.
By the way, the Boone stick is still around. Apparently, it's in my producer's Steve Pederak's office. I'm like, dude, you got to bring the Boone stick back out. I've never pushed so many cars out of the snow in my entire life than in Boone, North Carolina.
Well, I will tell you this, from a guy, Evan and myself, living in Western North Carolina, we definitely hope we can copy that sometime soon because we're in our snow drought. That was the last time we had measurable snow here outside of the mountains, was that storm a couple of years ago.
It's going to be tough with La Nina, but we'll see. Especially strong, if we get a strong La Nina. But it's an active pattern, dude, and we got the negative NAO, so you may get a little bonus out of that. We'll see.
I'm afraid more ice than anything. That's my concern this year.
Yeah, that's
the models keep head faking though. They keep wanting to bring the AO back positive again, but it keeps not happening. And again,
well, we all know how those forecasts go sometimes.
Right.
we've all been disappointed a few times. Look at that NAO. It's going to go so negative. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, Jim, we certainly appreciate your time. We want to wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And for those who are listening to the podcast, I'm sure they're probably following you on Twitter, on social media, but if they can't, or if they're not, how can they do that?
So at Jim Cantore is my Twitter. I don't do Facebook, but my tweets go to Facebook. At Instagram, at Jim Cantore on Instagram. That's more of my personal life than sometimes I'll throw some weather on there. I have been lately, but that's personal's Instagram, and weather is mostly Twitter. And that's me, man.
We appreciate your time, and thank you guys for watching tonight. Yeah. We hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you back soon here on the Carolina Weather Group.
Merry Christmas, guys. Thanks for having me.
Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group, show number 304. We all hope you've had a great start to the new year. Tonight we have on with us Aubrey Urbanowitz. She is the chief meteorologist at WHSV in Harrisonburg, Virginia. And so you may know Aubrey if you listen to a lot of weather podcasts. Aubrey is a panelist on the Weather Brains, and we're going to definitely dig into that. But tonight we're just going to get to know Aubrey and what got her hooked. She's got an interesting story about joining the meteorology field. So we appreciate you watching tonight. If you have any comments, just send them to us on our Twitter page at Carolina WX Group, or you can comment on the stream that's going on right now. So Aubrey, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. I appreciate it. It's nice to, kind of cross podcast.
That's right. Normally we do that on National Weather Podcast Month, but we're doing it a couple months early. So Aubrey, we was kind of a little bit talking about your foray into meteorology. You didn't start off your college path didn't really take you into broadcast meteorology. You actually started with a restaurant chain. So tell us about that little interesting story that kind of got you into weather.
So I had zero aspiration to be on television. I was, when I kind of went through high school and started college, I really wasn't sure what I wanted to do. So I had a great job at Chili's restaurant. I kind of worked my way up and I started to become a corporate trainer. So as a corporate trainer, if you're not familiar, you would basically become part of a team. You would travel around and do new store openings as a corporate trainer, train new employees. And you kind of got to see a lot of the country. In fact, I got to do several international openings. And, I just kind of got to meet a lot of people. And it was on a lot of these new openings where I kind of discovered my passion for weather. So I started doing openings in 2003. In 2004 and 2005, Chili's had this goal of opening 100 plus restaurants. And if you think back meteorologically, in 2004, 2005, what happened? Hurricane season. 2004, that's when Florida was almost wiped off the map by all 4 hurricanes. I was in 2 of those, 2 of the 4. Hurricane Katrina was kind of a turning point for me, really. I was sent back to Louisiana to help rebuild some stores after I had been there and evacuated. For Katrina, I was there during Rita and ended up being there for 3 months. I was in Louisiana so long, they ended up starting to take state taxes out of my checks. So after that, I went back I was living in Johnson City, Tennessee at the time, and I went and saw Mark Reynolds at WJHL, who responded to an email that I had sent and brought me into the TV studio, and I asked him questions, and I wanted to be behind the scenes. I thought maybe, producing, I can make graphics, I was good with computers, and he said, there's no jobs in that, you need to be in front of the camera. And I said, oh, that's not me, that's not what I want to do. And he said, you can do it, I think you can do this. And he said, I want you to take a look at this program. And he pointed me in the direction of Mississippi State. And somehow, blindly, I agreed to it and kind of followed his advice. And within maybe a couple weeks, I was enrolled or accepted into the Mississippi State distance program. And I was able to not only take classes and finish my degree, but also I was still able to travel with Chili's for at least 2 years and still able to do corporate openings. And so I got an internship and yada, yada, yada. I got my first job at WHSV in Harrisonburg, Virginia, and fell in love with this place. Absolutely never intended to be here past my 2-year contract, and re-signed, got promoted. Here's the thing. I got promoted to a Monday through Friday position from weekends after, I think, 7 or 8 months. after working in a restaurant for 12 years, meaning weekends and nights for 12 years, I thought, wow, I have weekends off. The rest is history. And I could not have asked for a more amazing place, a beautiful area. And now my brother moved here 4 years ago. My parents just moved here in May. So now I've got family here, which a lot of meteorologists, unless you move to your home market, you can't say that. So I just feel very blessed and kind of lucky.
Now, Aubrey, you mentioned that you had no interest in going on TV. So
none.
One industry into a completely different industry. Where did you gain your experience on how to get yourself ready to go on camera and do live weather forecasting? Is that something you learned along the way? I know there's probably some folks out there that'll be watching that might be interested in seeing how you transitioned into that to get your confidence level up to be able to forecast on.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
All the leadership in Chili's. It was the training role that I had. Working for Chili's for so long, I knew every item. I was quality control. I knew exactly what little details went on every single menu item. I could recite that menu backwards and forwards. I could teach. And so when I started training and teaching these menu items the Chili's way and how to serve and how to bartend, I was confident in that because I knew that material. So when I learned how to present and train, I was confident in that material. So when I finally was able to teach that, that's what gave me the confidence as I became a leader in that material. And so it was actually kind of that transition that I learned to be able to present myself on camera. Once I was comfortable and kind of was able to, I guess, get used to the fact that I was on camera, learn some breathing exercises and not think about the fact that I was on camera, it just kind of transitioned because I just envisioned myself talking to people like I'm talking to a group, like I'm training people, giving them the information that I know, like I'm teaching them the menu items, I'm teaching them the forecast. And so it was kind of that. You think it's two completely different worlds, but it's actually kind of very similar. So that's how I transitioned because I had absolutely no desire to be on camera. I was never a theater major. I was never a singer. I was never a performer. I was a dancer, but that was when I was a kid. So, I never, ever would have imagined I would have been on television, and now I can't see myself doing anything else.
I love that history. I love how you put yourself on the fast track through that whole process. I can see. So going through the program, getting your meteorology degree, getting a job, it's something you became passionate about very quickly. So I'm assuming you probably have some favorite areas of study, maybe some research or favorite topics of meteorology. Would you like to share some of those with us?
Yeah, so I've really developed a love for weather history. And I think a lot of that has stemmed from me learning this area and really kind of diving into Shenandoah Valley weather history. I'm not in a severe weather market. We get kind of a mix of every kind of weather. We do get 4 seasons. We don't get super big storms often. When we do, we can get big storms. It's just not maybe as frequent as some other markets. But we do have a good storm history. And so I think when I was diving into that is when I kind of developed my passion for weather history and really showcasing. And I did kind of a keynote address at the Mississippi State Severe Storm Symposium last year on learning the weather history in your market. When you go to a new TV station, you'll make that bond with your viewers when you do learn that weather history. And it'll also make you become a better forecaster when you learn a lot of that weather history in your market. And I think it was kind of during that process that I really developed that. And now, hurricanes are how I got into meteorology. So that I always have a soft spot for that, but I haven't really had much of an opportunity to forecast them. So I think I'm turning more into a severe weather nerd. And I'm really loving the structure of thunderstorms more and more. So I'm hoping to storm chase this spring. That's my goal. As I've become chief, you're stuck in the studio more and more. So you don't get an opportunity to see the sky as much, even though we all love to watch the sky. So I think I'm going to try and do that, but also try to, watch the sky more and more. So yeah, thunderstorms are definitely the sweet spot.
You sure get your fair share in the Shenandoah Valley area. The Mid-Atlantic's a pretty volatile area of the country where fronts sweep through and crisscross and meander and cause all kinds of interesting weather up that way. What is cold air damming and how does it occur and how long does it last?
So the cold air damming is kind of a special feature that happens in between the mountains. You can get kind of a stronger event, which can go all the way down from the Mid-Atlantic, all the way down the mountains into Georgia and the Carolinas. You can get kind of a weaker event that maybe will affect part of Virginia, part of northern Virginia, and then you kind of end up with a really big temperature gradient in between a couple of areas. And a lot of that comes from high pressure. Some of that comes from coastal storms. So you have high pressure that moves over New England. Sometimes it moves over Pennsylvania. And due to that position of the high, when you have that clockwise flow, that brings in not only the cooler air from the north, but also the cooler maritime air, that cooler moist air from the Atlantic. And that cooler air is more dense, so it sinks in between the mountains. It can be intensified when you have an area of low pressure that moves along the coast. When you have that counterclockwise circulation, especially moving up the Carolinas, sometimes you can get some of your big icing events that way. You can also get some of your big snow events that way, depending on how deep that cold air is. So sometimes when you have maybe a weaker event, you can get a pretty decent temperature gradient. In fact, the February tornado event a couple years ago in Virginia, that was a cold air damming situation, or what we call a wedge event, where the Roanoke Valley was in the 70s. That wedge started to lift northward. Stanton, Virginia, which is in my viewing area, is the southern part of my viewing area, started to erode out of that wedge, and temperatures started to get into the upper 60s, where Harrisonburg, just 30 miles away, was stuck at 46 degrees. You can have, let's see, even just last week, we had a wedging event where temperatures were, I think, a 30-degree spread within about an hour drive. So, you can have a partly cloudy wedge. You can have a sunny wedge. Most times you have low clouds, stratiform clouds, a lot of drizzle. And then, of course, in the wintertime, you have to watch for your precipitation because you can get a lot of icing events. But temperatures are very interesting when you're forecasting the wedge. I've learned that whatever you forecast, drop it another 10, 15 degrees.
Hey, Aubrey, yeah. I was wondering, Ben, your newest meteorologist back there, have you prepared him for the wedge? I mean, does he know what he's getting himself into?
I have not prepared Ben for the wedge fully yet, although the good news is they're asking if I've prepared you for the wedge yet. The good news is Ben is from Richmond, and Ben also went to Virginia Tech. So Ben is also familiar with the wedge. So.
He's good then. He's good.
Yeah, so he definitely knows. But, kind of the key to the wedge is to follow the dew point. You'll do a lot better if you can follow the dew point at least. And whatever the models think and you doubt, just drop it another 5 degrees.
That's always a safe bet. So, Aubrey, I want to reverse one of Shay's questions from earlier and ask, so the Shenandoah Valley has unique, interesting weather, but also some difficult systems that are just hard to forecast. What are some of the hardest systems to forecast in the Shenandoah Valley?
Well, even something like today, we had a shortwave trough kind of rotating through behind yesterday's storm. And a lot of times when we have that happen, or we have a trough coming through after a cold front, we get this wonderful blast of upslope snow showers or the orographic lift across the Allegheny Mountains. So where I am in the Shenandoah Valley, we average about 20 to 25 inches of snow a year. Within a 2-hour drive, the Alleghenies average 100 to 110 inches of snow a year. So you have quite the difference with they get lake effect snow all the time. So when you have these shortwave troughs moving through, or you have the orographic lift, especially when you have strong wind and just enough of that maybe vorticity or upper level energy rotating through, you can get these snow squalls, these snow bands. So you have to watch out for those. And what happened this morning was I expected some of those snow bands. One, it was more intense. And two, they dropped a lot farther south, about 45 miles further south than I expected. So I'm always cautious of those. And so it's kind of just more about communication, because a lot of times the models don't fully pick up on those. You have to kind of watch for the hints. And so it's kind of one of those things where, okay, I'm looking for some snow squalls. Maybe I'll kind of generalize it instead of specifically saying, okay, I'm expecting some of these mainly in the Northern Valley. Maybe I'll say, you know, this is what's possible tomorrow. This is what snow squalls are capable of. And, you know, if you get in a snow squall, it can drop a dusting to an inch in some areas. But if you don't get one, you're going to have sunshine. So I think the snow squalls are definitely a little bit challenging. The other thing is precipitation, because a lot of surface fronts don't give us anything. You know, if there's not that upper level oomph, if we don't get, shortwave energy, if we don't get a jet streak, if we don't get any sort of vorticity or any sort of upper level support, the front just fizzles and we just don't get any precipitation. So because of downsloping can really kill a lot of our precipitation. So that's always challenging unless you have a derecho coming through like in 2012. So that's always a challenge, is precipitation. The one great thing here is that we're usually we are not as humid as east of the Blue Ridge. The Blue Ridge Mountains are not that tall, but what they do is they block a lot of that Atlantic moisture. So we don't get as severe storms. If you ever watch the radar in the summertime, we'll get some storms, but watch them light up like a Christmas tree as they move east of the Blue Ridge. If you watch the heat advisories come out in the summertime, 99% of the time, they're all east of the Blue Ridge because of that humidity. You know, we get a dew point of 66. That is a bad day here. So that's always kind of interesting.
Well, that's interesting because I'm from Asheville originally, so a lot of the things that you're mentioning right now are exactly what we deal with. The downsloping, making Asheville the driest place in North Carolina, as well as we call it our northwest flow snow showers and the snow squalls. So that's interesting how it connects to Virginia weather and North Carolina weather. They're so similar characteristics.
Aubrey, we were talking earlier about you being on the panelist of Weather Brains. How did you get incorporated with James Spann and the crew down there?
So what's really funny is apparently one of my viewers is a listener of Weather Brains. And several years ago, he wrote in, somehow heard my story and said, hey, this girl has an interesting story of how she got into weather. You guys might want to talk to her. So Bill emailed me, and I was so intimidated. I was like, oh my God, I don't have anything to offer. You guys are amazing. Like, what? I don't have anything. So he had to kind of convince me to go on. And so I went on, and James was a little bit impressed of how I actually, I guess, spoke. And I guess a few weeks after that, Kevin had a little bit of a tizzy and kind of quit the show temporarily, which he's done in the past.
Imagine that.
The accelerant. And Bill kind of had me on again, and then he asked me if I'd be interested in being a panelist. And I was like, wow, okay. And it kind of fit into my schedule. I was doing the 5 and 10 o'clock show. I was doing the 5. Was I doing the 5 and 10? I think I was doing the 5 and 10. It ended up working with my schedule, and I agreed to it. And I'm so thankful I did, because the amount of people that I've met is just, it's just great, and it's just the weather community. And of course, you guys know Weather Twitter is amazing. And the amount of things that I've learned, and with my schedule now, I don't always get the opportunity to complete the show. So I have to kind of go back later, but it's just the coolest. And
that's pretty cool. That's a cool story. That's something. I have a Kevin Seeley story for you. You'll enjoy this. This was back in the Google Hangout days. Google Hangout has since went away, but we always copy and paste in an email, send it to our guests, say, hey, here's the link to join in. Well, evidently Kevin didn't get that part, and he actually tweeted out, hey, here's the link to watch me tonight. So we had all these people bombarding our Google Hangout, and we actually had to shut it down and redo a new link and everything. And so that's our Kevin Seeley stories. It just we were talking, and all of a sudden these people just started popping in. We're like, who's that? And it was hilarious. But I think we can all echo it's pretty cool doing a weather podcast, and you get to meet so many people in the weather industry that you follow on Twitter, and you may have a brief conversation on Twitter, but you actually get to sit down and have a conversation with them.
And we get to geek out over these people too, and normal people don't get it. And it's just the weather enterprise is just so amazing, and you're geeking out over these rock stars, and we get to geek out too. So
yeah, you mentioned earlier that you get to meet a lot of people, and even here in the Carolina Weather Group, everyone has their own sort of opinions about, hey, my favorite guest. What are some of your most memorable guests that you've been a part of the panel for?
Oh man, the Greg Carbon shows are always a treat. Those are always good. Mike Bettis came on and talked to us about his chase situation that happened in was that 2013?
I think it was either 13 or 14. Yeah.
Yeah. When they rolled over. Yeah, it was El Reno. And that was a pretty powerful show. That was, hearing his story. That was always a powerful one. Let's see.
You don't have to go into details. You don't say anything. Were you on show 404?
Yes.
That was interesting.
That was an interesting. And you know what? I don't know that I even spoke during that show. But I do have the shirt from Helicity Weather that's plus minus F3. And I think I'm the only one that actually has that because I just think it's hilarious.
We internally will just joke around. We'll just show F404, and we automatically know. That's just that was an interesting show for sure. We have a couple more minutes with Aubrey. I know she has to get ready for the news tonight. Talking about weather brains and shows and guests you had. A lot of us have mentors in the weather world. Do you have any weather mentors? I would assume maybe James Spann might be one. I mean, any others that?
My biggest mentor is Mark Reynolds. I would not be where I am without him. Not only did he kind of blow my mind, he answered my email. I mean, I was just asking to come in and view a studio to see if this was even a field that I might even want to pursue. And he brought me in as someone who is curious, told me after only meeting me for 20 minutes, told me he thought I had the voice for this and I could do this, and talked me into the Mississippi State program. I mean, that's the kind of person he is, and then fought to get me an internship and worked with me and then still let me come in the studio when I needed to practice on the green wall, on the chroma key. I would not be where I am without Mark Reynolds, and I still keep in touch with him. And he's given me advice over the years, and I absolutely would not be where I am without him. I wish I had a lot of other weather mentors. I've had to do a lot of learning on my own, which is not ideal. But someone who's determined, who really wants to succeed at this industry, sometimes you do what you have to do. So, but I would not be where I am without Mark Reynolds from WJHL, and he's amazing. And I know a lot of other people at NWA this year. Tom Watts, who used to work with Mark and who was on air when I was living in Johnson City before I got into meteorology. I actually got to meet him, and then Ken Weathers, who also used to work with Mark, I think was one of his interns also. We were all there at NWA, and so we were kind of Mark's little proteges, and it was just cool to kind of be a part of that group. So Mark is it.
That's very, very cool. I love that stories and all those people too. I do want to change topics a little bit, but feed off of your comment about, learning things as you go. The last 10 years, we've really had to learn how social media works and how it plays into our field. Yes, I know it's kind of necessary evil, but it also turns out, very helpful for, our online shows and things like that. So talk a little bit about how important social media is to you as a meteorologist and with Weather Brains as well.
Yeah, so it is very important. As much as sometimes we do hate it, it is very important. I utilize it to the best that I can. And there's a lot of, so the bad thing with being a female is you get a lot of comments. You get a lot of nasty comments. You get a lot of rude comments. You get a lot of crazy comments. And I know a lot of females that will turn off a lot of their messages and private messages, which is really sad that you have to do that. I do not do that. And I'm thankful that I don't have to, but I have actually met so many amazing people and have become friends with a lot of great people because of that. And I've become friends with some great viewers because of private messaging and things like that. And I'm very thankful for that. So it's really sad that some other female counterparts don't have that opportunity. Maybe just because I'm in a smaller market, I kind of have a little bit of that opportunity, and I've maybe been a little trusting with some people, but I have been lucky enough to make some of those really great relationships with people. So building those relationships with your viewers are obviously very, very important, especially with, when you're getting that information with storm reports, snow reports, rainfall reports, storm chasers, those photos, or just relying on, even just everyday photos when it's quiet outside, just to sometimes fill your time, relying on a photographer. So those are always great, relying on information and having that communication back and forth. But social media, it's the future. It's where we are. But you can do a lot with social media. You can get changing. I mean, we all know weather changes sometimes very quickly. So you can get important information out really quickly with social media.
Yeah, I know that. That's the internet is where I live. Just doing what I do, and I'll tell you what. I mean, it's just completely changed the game as far as getting storm reports, as far as getting, situational awareness on the ground. You suddenly have so many more cameras to tap into, and it really I don't know how y'all did it before that, but I know that it's completely changed the game here. For sure. And, here in Charleston, we have a really good and engaged community. So I'm curious, before we get into something even more fun, what is your weather community like up in your neck of the woods?
They're amazing. I would not be here still on TV where I am without this community. And I constantly say that this community is why I stay here. This is why not only I stay here, but why I've brought my family here, because this community is still amazing. Some of the things that I see and hear in the female group on Facebook is sometimes horrifying. And I don't know if I could do this job if I heard stuff like that on a daily or weekly basis. We all get criticism. We all get stuff like that. We all get pushback, but I don't get a lot of it. And I'm very grateful that the community responds well to me. So I'm very grateful for the community and how wonderful people are here. So they're amazing, and they've welcomed my family. I mean, Urbanowitz, you can't slide into a community in Virginia with a name like Urbanowitz and hide under the radar. I mean, they know exactly who my brother is. They know exactly who my parents are. And my parents, all the time, people talk, once they hear their last name, people talk to them, and they get such, they get feedback, but people are just so nice to them. So the community here is incredible, and it's one of the reasons I've stayed.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Well, Aubrey, we've certainly enjoyed getting to know you tonight, and we appreciate you donating some time to us. If our folks want to watch social media we were just talking about, if they want to follow you on social media, how can they do that?
So on Twitter, I'm very active on Twitter. So it's at WHSV OBS, AUBS. OBS is kind of my little nickname. And then on Facebook, just search for meteorologist Aubrey. I tell people you don't have to spell the last name if you just search for meteorologist Aubrey. And then on Instagram, let me get my Instagram out because I think, yes, WXOBS. WXAUBS on Instagram, or as I call it, the gram.
The gram. Yeah, Evan runs our gram. That's his title. So yeah,
I should be better at it.
It's a lot. It's a lot of pictures of my dog.
Well, Aubrey, thank you so much, and we hope that, I know you guys haven't had a lot of winter either, so we hope you get some winter up your way sometimes in the coming weeks. But we appreciate you spending some time with us, and tell everybody at the Weather Brains, that we said hello, and we look forward to hopefully working with you guys during the National Weather Podcast Month later on this year.
Of course. Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it. Always good to see you.
Thanks, Aubrey. And thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. As always, you can follow us at Carolina WX on Twitter or Carolina Weather Group on Facebook. If you have any suggestions or guests that you'd like for us, just reach out to us. We'd love to see those suggestions and work our best to get those guests or topics on the show. Until next week, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you later here on the Carolina Weather Group.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. I'm Scotty Powell. We're happy to have you this evening. We have with us Stephen Path. He is the Warning Coordinator Meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Wilmington, North Carolina. And tonight we're going to be talking about ocean hazards. The Coastal Weather Service offices issue several advisories and hazards and programs like that other weather offices don't. So when you find yourself on vacation or visiting the beach or something like that, you may hear something that's not familiar with you. So tonight, we're going to kind of dive into that and kind of go through all of these unique and different advisories and program and hazard programs that we see along the coast. And Stephen, working in the Wilmington office, is the perfect person to go to that. He does a lot of outreach events. So happy to have Stephen on with us tonight. As always, if you are watching and you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the comment section. We'll be monitoring those throughout the show. And we'll direct you, if we don't know the answer, we'll direct you in a place that hopefully you can get the answer. So we, again, appreciate you watching tonight. We're going to be focusing on ocean hazards and the different programs that the Coastal Weather Service offices use throughout this vacation season that's coming up. So, Stephen, welcome to the show. It's been a long time since we've seen you, so I hope that you've been doing well. First question I want to ask to you before we kind of get into the meat of the interview tonight is, when I say warning coordinating meteorologist, for those who may not be familiar with the Weather Service terms, what is exactly your job there at the National Weather Service in Wilmington?
Yeah, great question to start off with. We love these long titles, but good evening, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with the group, and some of these hazards that we're going to be talking about, mean a lot to me. And you never know with the information that we share who we can impact with our lives. We might be able to save someone's life based on the information we share tonight. So thanks. But thanks for having me. But warning coordination meteorologist, I am like the public liaison. I'll work with civic groups. I'll work with the academic community. I'll work with emergency managers and also internal operations too, making sure our warning program has the resources that we need and the information needed, provide training. So it's absolutely amazing to me, because one day I can be working with a group of second graders, the next day I can be giving a stand-up briefing at an annual hurricane exercise, to working with the power squadron, working with the nuclear industry. It's absolutely amazing how many people that are impacted by weather in unique and specific ways and have unique needs that we can learn about and be able to help them as best we can.
And I guess I'll go ahead and start off with our topics tonight. We look at ocean hazards, ocean and coastal hazards for what you do, and so we start breaking down into different categories. Is what is relayed to the public as far as warnings go, as far as safety concerns, and usually one of the things that sticks out the most is rip currents, because that one claims sort of the most lives on the beaches every year with rip currents and drowning. So I guess we'll start out with rip currents. Give us a little bit of explanation about what those are and what to look for.
Yeah, what a great one to start out with, because when you look at the data and look at all the weather-related fatalities in the Carolinas, rip currents lead the way for us. We have a lot of coastline. We have a lot of people that visit our beaches that aren't taught anything about rip currents, and the first day they go to the beach, they might get caught in one. So that's a challenge in itself. And in addition to that public awareness type of thing that we have to do, forecasting them is often a challenge too. So, rip currents, again, more than tornado fatalities, more than lightning fatalities, more than flooding fatalities, that's the number one weather issue for us, not to discount any of the other ones. Another interesting stat too, nationally, people often, when you ask them what is the biggest weather-related hazard, they miss it because you can't see it. You can feel it. It's heat. And now we're heading into summertime too, and the beach season, and we need to be mindful of the heat issues as well. But rip currents, can be quite frightening to people, and they don't understand the process. I guess the analogy would be is, an electrician works with electricity, which is dangerous, but they know what they're dealing with. They've had the training. They know what to do and what pitfalls to look out for. Someone coming to the beach, like a lifeguard, knows where to find the rips, knows how to use the rips, and how to keep people away from them. But the average person has no clue, and some of the statistics that we have are quite frightening.
Right. I understand the lifeguards sometimes they have a direct line to NOAA service accounts across the WFOs around the coast of the United States. So they call in a lot of times when they see rip current just to verify that it's happened. But that's very sporadic. It depends on where parks are and where some of these swim zones are. So where can the public get this information?
Yeah, the best way to get the information, of course, all of our media partners have access and share that as well. But we have rip current threat graphics on our web pages. All the weather offices up and down the coast have them. But social media has been a great way for us to push information out as well about them. And we saw a case last year though, because we feel there's deficiencies. Last year we had Hurricane Lorenzo. The closest approach to the United States was 2,200 miles. Yet that hurricane led to more hurricane deaths compared to the other storms that year on the East Coast, and it was 2,200 miles away. So we're thinking we need to start treating these big rip current outbreaks, these huge events, maybe like we do with severe weather outbreaks.
Tell us a little bit about the risk levels that are involved with rip current forecasting.
Yeah, when we look at the forecast, and we're looking at wave data, we're looking at the synoptic pattern as well. But anything that can pile water up into the beaches is one of the big keys. So it could be persistent onshore flow, like that southerly flow wrapping around the Bermuda High that goes right into our south-facing beaches, where you have mass moving into the beach. You have to have it stay in balance, so it's going to try and flow back out to stay in a state of equilibrium. So if you have a lot of mass moving in, we typically see that mass being transported out via rip current. So mass in, mass out. So days where we've got decent surf coming on, especially the long period waves from a hurricane swell, that really are the signals that we look for. And when you think about the longer the wave period, the farther offshore that wave is feeling bottom. So in particular, hurricane swell is very dangerous because now your surf zone, instead of maybe being 20 yards, these longer period waves are feeling the bottom 40, 50 yards out. So if a rip current forms in that surf, it's going to be, it could be as long as a football field, the rip current length. So there's a lot of things that we have to consider when we deal with these events.
What about the stats? What do the stats tell us, like, say, demographically, where might these occur more around
and again,
the United States?
The Weather Service maintains statistics like you wouldn't believe about tornadoes and the EF rating and microbursts and all sorts of different things, because it's so important what you can learn from them. And with rip currents in the Carolinas, we've kept statistics since 2000. So we've got a pretty healthy database, unfortunately, a healthy database. And we've had, since that time, 143 people drowned from rip currents in the Carolinas. And when we start breaking the data down a little bit more, what's really interesting is that 25% of the drownings are people that are bystander trying to be the good Samaritan. They see someone in trouble with a rip current, have no training whatsoever, go rushing in, and they end up drowning in that. So, a lot of times, classic call to action information that we've given has been about the person in the rip current, and we need to do a better job of messaging that risk to someone who's on a beach watching someone in a rip current. The other interesting statistics that we see are the demographics that are hardest hit are males between 31 and 50 years old, and I'm in that demographic now, and mentally I might think I'm a little more physically capable than I am, but the reality is that I'm not. And 31 to 50-year-old males have kids, some have grandkids, so there's a better chance they're going to be at the beach with a kid who gets into trouble and has to go and make a rescue too. If females, it's a little bit younger. It's 31 to 40 is the biggest group there, and if I break down the males, it's really 41 to 50, but that big group there. But males are 5 times more likely to drown based on our statistics. And when you look at where people are coming from, about 84% of the drownings are people from inland areas.
That's exactly right. A lot of folks come here, they have no idea that there's several factors in play. In fact, another topic to bring up is longshore currents. We know that we have tidal swings here in the Carolinas up to 6 feet for South Carolina, even 8 feet down into Jekyll Island, Georgia. So that's about the highest tidal swing on the southeast coast. But it makes for some pretty nasty currents along the beaches, along with waves and the potential for the riptides. We talk about currents, right, and how strong these currents are.
Yeah.
And how does that factor into what your forecast goes?
That's a great point too, because every year it seems, especially when there's more of a lunar influence, the higher high tides, lower low tides, a lot of our inlets, you can walk across them during low tide during these more of these lunar astronomical ranges. So you got people walk across to an island and they're having a great time, not paying attention. The tide's coming in, it's going to come in quick in that type of situation, and then they can't swim back, or even if they can swim, they get caught up in that tidal current and become a victim that way. I mean, I've been at the Wilmington office 20 years, and I'd say there's been at least 20 of them easily 20 of them where it's a function of the tidal current in inlets where water is being forced through narrow areas and catching people off guard.
Couple more topics for me, and I'll pass it on to Dan. And we talk about some of the other factors on beaches, like sneaker waves or even meteor tsunamis from release of energy from storms that would cause some tidal event, right? So start with sneaker waves. That's usually like more northwestern United States specific to the Oregon or Puget Sound area.
We do get them. We have records of them, and even video of some sneaker waves. I think when Hurricane Irene, off Daytona Beach with the pier getting swamped. The phasing of different wave energy the spectral distribution of waves, and when they have constructive interference, if you can get a couple of them where they phase up just right, you might get an anomalously higher wave, the 1 in 1,000 wave, based on wave distribution versus what your average wave that's out there. And if the timing of these sneaker waves is just right, you might, if it happens on 4th of July versus December, the impacts are, it doesn't matter. It's like the F5 tornado going through open field versus an F0 going through a city. You have different results, even though it's the same impact but different magnitude. But we've had fatalities from sneaker waves. In Myrtle, I think it was Myrtle Beach several years ago, guy caught off guard. Wave knocked him down and actually gave him a spinal injury as he was hit by that. It was just very powerful, sudden wave. But yes, I mean, they're mainly West Coast. I mean, you think about the West Coast, just the distribution of waves is phenomenal compared to what we see in the Atlantic Ocean. There's so many different wave swell systems that are out there, and you have a better chance for having that interference come into play. And you hear stories, people fishing out like on a ledge on the West Coast on a rocky shoreline, and you look over at them again a little bit later, and they're swept away and they're never found again. So it certainly is more of an issue there. The meteor tsunamis, we've had record of them, especially mid-Atlantic. Northward, you hear of some. You hear of the one down in Daytona, I think in 1992, was associated with the collapse of a tropical squall line. But I guess the best analogy I can say with the meteor tsunamis is if you're ever in the pool and you have a raft, you have it out in front of you, and you're pushing up and down on that raft, and how long does it take before you start feeling wave energy throughout the pool? It's no different. These meteor tsunamis, it can be significant atmospheric changes or large scale area macro burst type of thing, and all that air pushing right down on top of that wave, and then as it releases and you start getting a longer period wave. Usually they result in not much in a way of wave run up or inundation. Usually get rough currents, There was, I think, at Barnegat Inlet, New Jersey, a few years ago, when that big derecho moved off the coast from like Midwest to the Jersey Shore and Delmarva. There was someone snorkeling in Barnegat Inlet, and on the backside of that derecho that went through, there was a meteor tsunami that caused everything to become real turbid and very rough currents. So that's I don't usually lose sleep over the meteor tsunamis. I lose sleep over the submarine landslide tsunamis that could be lurking right off. I mean, there's a history of them off our coast. But either way, that type of wave is the predictability is we have a long ways to go before we can do that. It's hard enough getting the significant waves right 5 days out, let alone try and forecast a meteor tsunami.
Can you tell us a little bit about gale warnings and kind of what goes into those and how those are used?
And we have weather systems that result in 34 knots to 47 knots of sustained winds, nor'easter or winter storm, maybe a strong gradient between two systems, non-tropical. Then that would be the warning that we issue for that. There's no sea requirement with that. Like small craft advisory is at least 6 foot seas in the Carolinas is the minimum threshold for seas. So that could be a swell that's from a distant storm that generates those waves. But more than likely, we're issuing a small craft advisory because we're seeing winds around 25 to 34 knots. And that's about the level it really starts making navigation dangerous. A 6 foot swell wave in the open ocean versus a 6 foot 4 second wave, a locally generated wind wave, big difference. You can have boats roll over with the higher frequency waves. They're very steep. We call them steep waves. Now that 6 foot swell coming in could be a hazard, especially as it starts shoaling. So around inlet entrances, so picture a boater trying to get out the inlet or come back in through the inlet. If you have those big swells coming in, they're feeling bottom, especially with a falling tide. Now you've got waves going counter to the current. They can be extremely steep, almost look like cliffs before they spill or plunge over. So we do have these deep water hazards as they migrate to the coast can create certain issues for us.
That's really interesting. And so our small craft advisories, are they changing to warnings? Can you tell us a little bit about the changings that are happening to that?
Yeah, there might be some. We're going through hazard simplification where we're taking a look at a variety of products and trying to make it a little bit easier. When you look at the weather.gov map and you see all the advisories and hazards and warnings going on, I mean, sometimes the thing's lit up like a Christmas tree. So the agency has invested a lot of effort with social scientists, with core partners to try and find a better way. So we will see some changes with that. I don't know to the extent how small craft advisories will change. Gale warnings, I don't think we're going to have any changes. And of course, storm warning, when you have over 47 knots sustained, we would have that.
As we all know, with any sort of simplification of hazards or anything weather related, it has impacts on a lot of sides. So that's great to hear that the social outreach there's happening to try and figure out how that will impact everything. One more thing that I have to talk about as far as open water hazards are concerned, as far as the special marine warnings, what's the best way if I'm a boater, if I'm going to be impacted by these special marine warnings, what's the best way? Well, first of all, what is that, and how does that warning get established, and then how is a person that might be impacted find that and look for it and know that it's happening?
Yeah, it's a great point, and it is a challenge just because of limitations of coastal weather radio, cell phone connectivity, access to apps. When you're further out, when you're farther offshore, you're losing a lot of the ability to receive this information. So it's always important to know before you go. If there's a day that we're calling for all these thunderstorms, it's not worth it. Live to play another day type of thing. So right off the get-go, we've lost boaters to strong to severe thunderstorms before. Knock on countertop, not lately, but it has happened where people are taking risks and get caught by quickly evolving storms, like even that MCV that went through yesterday morning here. I would not have wanted to been anywhere near a boat with that coming through. But when we do have something like that come through, if we anticipate winds over 34 knots, then we would issue a special marine warning, or if it had water spouts with it, or large hail, because large hail in the open ocean, you could break the windshields on the boats and things like that too. But usually they're issued for 34 knots or higher sustained, or I'm sorry, any gusts 34 knots or higher, and any potential for a water spout. As soon as we send the information out, it will play over the weather radio, and a lot of the VHF bands on a boat radio, you can see or hear those messages coming across. Now, some boats have radar on them, but they're not the right band to interpret weather data when they're twirling around. Usually, if there's a big thunderstorm target, the band that the marine radars are used, you might only see the edge of what's out there. It's not powerful enough to penetrate into the storm, so that really doesn't provide much in any way of value. But I think there are some providers via satellite where you can get information. But it is a great question, because you need to be connected to that environmental intelligence if you're going to be in an area where you're at extreme risk. You can't just 30 miles offshore. You can't just seek safe harbor in 10 minutes. You got life and death decisions to make, which is why we say avoid it if at all possible. Go a day when there aren't thunderstorms in the forecast.
Stephen, a couple more advisories to cover with you, and one of them is one that we see almost monthly, pretty much in the Carolinas, with the lunar cycles and onshore winds and other factors. So the first one we'll talk about is coastal flood advisories. What exactly are they, and what should the public be looking for when they're issued?
Yeah, that advisory, unfortunately, we're issuing more and more frequently, and there's a couple reasons for that. With sea level rise is one issue, but there are also parts along the Carolinas where there's actually subsidence going on, so the land is sinking. There's parts where the land is rising a little bit, and there's parts where it's sinking too. You can also have changes to the local hydrology, like they did a lot of dredging the Cape Fear River. So between the subsidence, sea level rise, and the dredging, our number of coastal flood advisories has gone up incredibly. Now, the thresholds for where we before we decide to issue one or not vary based on the datum that's related to that location. So you can't apply 5.5 feet mean low or low water at every coastal station, because their datum varies. So what we have done, worked with a hydrologist, we've done coastal flood surveys, get out there when there is flooding going on and observe the impacts. We call that E19 data. It's mainly for rivers, but we do have E19 data for coastal locations as well. And once we know what the level is and what the impacts are, now we have a good database, and we can put good information into a coastal flood advisory based on the levels that are predicted to occur.
So moving on to the next advisory, and I think our last advisory for the night, high surf advisory. I think this is one that sometimes, especially for beach visitors, not necessarily residents, but someone who's coming from inland areas, it's easy to underestimate a big surf. 4 feet may not sound that big, but all of a sudden you get out in the water and 4 feet is a heavy wave. So tell us a little bit about how to be safe during a high surf advisory.
Yeah, that, you mentioned the heavy wave. You can feel the power on those days where it's really moving like a washing machine out there, and unless you really know what you're doing, that's something that should be avoided. Just between the plunging breakers, potential for spinal injuries, those sorts of things, and it makes you hard to see too. So you get into trouble, and you're in this rough surf or high surf, you might be hard to spot, or even hard to get someone's attention if you're in the perspective of being in the water. But some of the thresholds we use, I think, are about 6 to 8 feet breakers we get, depending on how clean the ocean is, depending on the wind. Surfers get excited when we do high surf advisory, especially if you get a light offshore wind and it cleans it up a little bit. It doesn't look like a washing machine, but it's still powerful and dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. The thresholds vary up and down the East Coast, but our wave climatology, it's not like Cape Hatteras, like Wrightsville Beach is we get decent waves there, but typically not like you see it at the Outer Banks. And then you get into Long Bay, Myrtle Beach, you got to get the wave energy coming in the right direction for us to issue a high surf advisory. The frying pan shoals block a lot of that easterly swell, where Wrightsville Beach might get it, but Myrtle Beach won't. So it's really unique to the shape of the coast as well, but it's a great point to talk about.
Move to my last question before I hand it off to Scotty. chemical and oil spills. I'm probably going to see this a little bit less frequently, but if you're out in the water, it's certainly still a hazard if it's ongoing. Where is this a problem? Is it a problem in the Carolinas? And if so, how can we be aware that it's happening?
Well, it's frightening how many tankers bring all sorts of scary things just off the coast. And in the 21 years I've been in Wilmington, there have been a couple close calls, especially I think one time a barge with maybe number 6 broke loose off of Cape Fear, and luckily in a storm, and luckily they were able to get a hold of it and make sure it didn't cause any problems. But with oil rigs, it isn't a big issue for us because we don't deal with any. I mean, more for the Gulf Coast. I mean, I'm more concerned with maybe a ship with hitting a shoal or a collision, sea fog event, and you got ships carrying xylene or some other terrible chemical that collides with another one, and now we have to deal with the decision support thing, working with emergency managers. And that's why, I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, it could be severe clear weather. We always have to be ready, and most of these events are a result of some mistake. And when we talk about oil spills, but at least
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
NOAA is the National Ocean Service, and they have scientific service coordinators that have responsibility for each part of the coast. So it's important for us to have a good relationship with the coordinators in our area, which we do. So we've exercised with the Coast Guard, going through their incident command training, doing their oil spill exercises, and working with the scientific services coordinator, because it's all about knowing who the players are, not just showing up going, okay, what do I do? How can I help you?
These are hazards that have come about from out in the water. What about any of the hazards that have originated from within inland? I think one of the biggest examples we've all seen is after, I believe it was Hurricane Matthew and maybe Florence as well. Seeing a lot of stuff being carried out from the rivers and satellite imagery showing it making its way into the water. Was there any sort of response to that as far as keeping people off the beaches for a period of time, or any sort of hazards associated with that might happen again the next time we get a big hurricane?
It's a great point too. You know, there's the debris hazards too for boaters. There's the biological type of hazards too. There's a lot of things washing down pollutants that, you know, I think the rule of thumb is, I mean, you really don't want to be messing with the water after a hurricane or a huge flood event. Bacterial counts are high. The other pollutants that are out there, you know, give time for it to flush out. And what's amazing is that after a hurricane, the fishing is usually tremendous along the waterways and just offshore for that month or two afterwards.
One thing that very photogenic around the Carolina coast, and we see these events happen, are water spouts. So can you talk to us about maybe the conditions that warrant to these water spouts? And I know you guys monitor these and you give out surf hazards. It's kind of like a beach day forecast, and you give out water spout threat, lightning threat. So talk a little bit about that forecast you give out, but also the conditions that are really able to produce these water spouts off the coast.
Yeah, and I got to give props to one of our lead forecasters, Tim Armstrong, who developed this water spout risk, where he went back and looked at a catalog of events that we've had over the years and found some really interesting information about instability and actually lack of shear type of environment, but with a boundary in the area like a land breeze or some other boundary that might be stalled up there. So that was, you know, we think, you know, people see a water spout and they might think it's it's the classic tornado, and some of them are, like the big Myrtle Beach tornado, July 6th, 2001, somewhere around there, was actually like a classic tornado that just happened to ride down the beach and move into the water. So some are classic tornadoes, like even the tropical cyclone tornadoes are more of the classic type versus your regular water spout. So, but every summer we get the right instability in place. We get light winds through the atmosphere with that boundary there, and we get you get funnels that come out, and some of them can be in absence of any rain, and just lollygag around. On occasion, maybe once every 3 years, we have to issue a tornado warning for one. that's moving closer to shore. The last one we had move ashore was near Myrtle Beach, near the Ferris wheel a couple of years ago. We had one at Carolina Beach back in 2011, the week before Hurricane Irene, I think it was. We had to do a tornado warning for that. And they don't show up on radar all that great. We use some products like Spectrum to really see some of that smaller scale turbulence that's going on associated with the funnels. They're usually very narrow, so with the beam spreading out from the radar after a distance, the circulations sometimes are too small and they don't get captured by the beam all that well. So it's important for us to have partnerships with the Coast Guard and the boating community and lifeguards as well to see them and get that information back to us so we can take action, unless it's a little bit bigger one that shows up on radar.
Stephen, we've certainly appreciated this all useful information as our listeners and followers head out to the beach for some relaxation time, and we hope tonight's program will help you all who are listening and watching to know these hazards, that on a sunny beach day there's still things that we need to pay attention to. For folks who may be coming into the Wilmington, Myrtle Beach, the southern North Carolina coast, the forecast area that you cover, Stephen, what's the best way to follow this information? Do you have a section on your website? I know you mentioned social media. Where can our followers and listeners find that info at?
Yeah, each office on their webpage, like Wilmington, weather.gov/ILM, or Charleston is weather.gov/CHS. We have a surf zone forecast link on the webpage there. It's not as pronounced as we'd like to be. It's usually towards the bottom, but there's good information there. But I would recommend tapping into us on Twitter or on Facebook, and especially with Twitter, because some of these beach hazard statements that we issue for when the risk is moderate or high for rip currents, you would get that information that way, and you might learn about some other things too.
So if you're heading to the beach, make sure you follow National Weather Service Wilmington, Charleston, Morehead City, I think, and I think that's the three. Yeah.
Greenfield, Virginia has a little bit of North Carolina.
Yeah, so follow those accounts if you're heading to the beach. That way you're up to date on all that's going on along the ocean. So Stephen, thank you for your time. We hope that you have a great rest of the summer. I know hurricane season is lurking and around the corner, and you're getting prepared for that. So hopefully it'll be a quiet season for you. We appreciate you joining us tonight.
You're welcome. We can use the break, so I'll take it.
Definitely. So thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you next time. Have a great evening.
It is Wednesday, August 25th, 2021. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. Welcome to an all-new live edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We are looking back at the historic flooding and tornadoes that impacted so much of the Carolinas just a week ago as Tropical Depression Fred came on through. We welcome in your live questions and comments to tonight's conversation by using the chat functionality right now if you're joining us on Facebook, YouTube, or the Carolina Weather Net. And of course, if you are listening on our audio podcast later on, we welcome you in as well. Introducing our panel and our guests this week, we have Evan Fisher and Scotty Powell from Carolina Weather Group. Evan is in Asheville. Scotty Powell is in the foothills of Western North Carolina and Morganton. From WCNC in Charlotte, we have Chris Mulcahy, and we have Jason Boyer in Asheville at WLOS. Jason, let's start right with you. Your television station is right there in Asheville. There was no area harder hit last week with all of this rain and flooding than Western North Carolina. If you could just bring our viewers and our listeners up to date a week later on where the recovery stands from all of this.
Yeah, the recovery started, of course, right after the rain started letting up. We had major flooding, catastrophic flooding on the Pigeon River, which was an area through Haywood County that was hit hardest around Canton and Crusoe. And after the floodwaters receded, which actually happened that night into the morning, the cleanup began, restoration, if you will, of some of the properties, but so much damage, obviously, to clean up. And it took, well, it's been over a week now, and essentially they're still cleaning up in a lot of areas. So what I've seen most recently is pretty much just debris on the sides of streets, certainly more mud to clean off the streets in some locations, especially more of the rural locations affected, and folks just trying to get their lives back in order. Unfortunately, many folks will forever be changed by this, obviously. You know, even personally, I was changed by it because it was the most extreme weather events that have happened on my watch, if you will, in the last 12 years I've been here. So quite an event. Unfortunately, a tragic event with 5 still. Of course, we lost 5 lives and 1 still missing.
Yeah, that's right. And we're looking at some photos right now that were sent to us from a shot above. This is in Canton last week, as you were mentioning, along the Pigeon River. They are the epicenter, the visual reference to what this flooding really means. As we were watching stream gauges on our Carolina Weather Group live coverage crest at nearly 20 feet, these photos really show the impact of what that means. Jason, let me ask you, you mentioned a moment ago the impact that you felt as a communicator, as a lifeline for folks as they were tuning in for information. What is that like for somebody on the studio side of things when all of this is playing out?
Well, we were gathering so much information and trying to get as much as we could out to our audience. We, on top of that, had to cover tornado warnings. So the flash flooding was not the initial, engagement. At first, we were talking tornado warnings because those happened very quickly in the afternoon hours. Starting around 12:30, 1 o'clock, we had our first tornado warning come out for my market, my television market. And that was in the upstate of South Carolina. And then just one after another, they kept coming. The flash flood warnings were issued prior to that in some of the counties, like Transylvania County, Haywood County. I believe Jackson County had a flash flood warning out early in the day. Keep in mind, we had a couple of heavy rain events leading up to this. They weren't widespread, but they were very localized. And we already had flooding the day before that in the Rosman area on the French Broad River, where some folks locally measured 8 to 10 inches of rain in about a 7-hour period. So it was an extreme event there. That was highly localized. Then on top of that, you had Fred coming in the day after. And of course, it just led to the catastrophic flooding.
You mentioned all the tornado warnings. Here's a look at the perspective from National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, which, just to give people context, does have jurisdiction of your area in western North Carolina, along with upstate South Carolina and as far east as the Charlotte metro area. 37 tornado warnings in this tweet that Brad Panovich at WCNC put out later on that evening. I think there may have been 1 or 2 more across the Carolinas that came with the remnants of that line. The governor of North Carolina back out in Haywood and Bumpkin counties today, touring with residents and small business owners to continue to look at the recovery and the impact a week after these storms. Some new photos that his office shared with us today. We do want to let people know that if you are a resident or a business and you are in need of assistance, there is a hotline in Haywood County. That's 828-356-2022. 828-356-2022 is the number to call if you are in need of assistance as a Haywood County resident or business owner. Jason, I understand your station is also doing something starting tomorrow to help people in the community.
That's right. It's called Hope for Haywood, and we are teaming up with the United Way to help raise funds to help in the relief efforts for Haywood County and those affected by the devastating floods. And so we'll have a team out there in the morning for our morning shows and another team out in the afternoon in Haywood County, working with the news department and bringing live updates from that area. And we'll have all the information, of course, online and on air so that folks can donate.
We will look for that on WLOS starting tomorrow. We appreciate all that you guys are doing. I mean, this is so much for your community. But as you were mentioning before, as a not only a professional in the area, but you guys live here. What is that stress like for the staff to cover this and then have to go home and maybe clean up property in your own lives?
Yeah, well, I've had flooding at my house before, and it wasn't related to any major flooding event, but just heavy rain. I live closer to the Pisgah Ridge. I live in an area that is typically a very heavy rain area of southwest Buncombe County. So I've dealt with it personally, but nothing on the level that the folks obviously in Haywood County recently had to deal with. Most of the stories I've been hearing from people is just it's hard to comprehend it until you see it. And even when you see it, it's just something that they, even in their careers, haven't experienced firsthand. And so when they come back, they're just, the eyes are wide open, and they're just talking to me, and they're saying it is actual, like a bomb went off almost. And they have no other way to describe it. And, you see the video, you see the pictures on social media and on TV. And yeah, it's very hard to understand just how big of an impact this had and how quickly it went down, if you will. We heard about the sound bites. A wall of water came suddenly rushing down, and we have theories on that. We don't know exactly what happened. There's no dam that broke. There's no levee that was breached. That's not the situation here. The East Fork Pigeon River is the headwaters of the Pigeon River. There's a West Fork and an East Fork, and they come off the Continental Divide. And essentially, so much rain fell in a concentrated area of Transylvania and southern Haywood County that it just saturated the ground, inundated that river, and overwhelmed it quickly. So the theory is that there was debris, so much debris getting into the river that it just clogged it up. And the pressure of the water just kept building. And eventually, whenever that break or several breaks eventually gave way, it just all came downstream.
Yeah, we're looking at a tweet you put out last week, Jason, showing some of those radar estimated rainfall totals. Absolutely incredible numbers, and video that our own Evan Fisher shot, not in this exact location. This is in Fairview, but I just thought of it a moment ago because you mentioned some of the debris, and you can see some of it in your video, Evan. It looks like maybe part of a tree that's going by here, and it's nature, but it's man-made things as well going down the river. Evan, what were things like the last couple of days in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, so we were somewhat blessed here in Fairview to only deal with some moderate flooding. We didn't deal with anything near what Canton and Crusoe are going through. Out in Canton, Crusoe, Haywood County, there's folks picking up the remnants of trailers, RVs, and homes that washed down the river. And here in Fairview, it was mostly trees and more natural debris. But Jason, I wanted to throw a question your way. WLOS, everyone from your team did an excellent job covering this and some of the heartbreaking stories in the aftermath. It felt on my end like it took a little bit of time for everyone to realize the gravity of the situation up on the mountain in Crusoe. What was it like 12, 24, even 36 hours after the event as you were seeing new reports populate?
Well, it was just more and more of a grasp of how big the event really was. We knew the gauge was exceptionally high. We knew that it was at a record stage, a major flood stage. We kept reiterating, look, it's a catastrophic event. This is the wording the Weather Service is using. And this is the first time that I've actually had to use that language in terms of flash flood warning here in our mountains. So you emphasize it's a life-threatening event. You hope people are making the move to higher ground. But then again, you also realize that people are already getting flooded, and it's not likely they're watching. They're not sitting in front of a TV. They can't look at their iPhones or their Androids, and they can't really make decisions from what you're telling them at that point, the people that are getting flooded. So the hope is that the message is just passed down the line and that everybody can get somewhere safely more quickly. But we all know that in certain situations like this, it's just, there's nothing you can do besides tell people what's happening. And that's about it. It just came so fast.
Jason, we are entering the peak of tropical season, and we know when we're seeing storms in the Gulf of Mexico, and they kind of hit anywhere between the Florida Panhandle to Mississippi, Alabama, they always seem to find themselves around the Appalachian Mountains, and we're on that dirtier side, that more active side. As we go into the peak of the season, I mean, this maybe not particular if it happens again, but the threat of it is real. And I mean, we're looking at Invest 99L right now, and the models have been all over the place, and we've seen a shift more towards Louisiana, Mississippi today with that track, and could actually be off to our west again. And so I guess my question is there concern? What is the messaging like now? Hey, we need to pay attention to the tropics over the next 6-8 weeks.
Absolutely. this event was so unprecedented that anything beyond this event now for the rest of the season will get us on high alert, and certainly everybody's anxiety levels will be up a little higher than normal. And I have people that'll Facebook message me on a daily basis now from those areas affected, and even from some of the areas that didn't have major flooding, but they're worried already about me talking about heavy downpours tomorrow or the day after that. What does that mean? What does that mean? And you have to kind of bring it back to them and say, look, the event that unfolded was like we talk about a 1 in 500 year, 1 in 1,000 year event. Kind of the odds of it happening again before then were very slim. But now that we've had this event, now you've set the stage, as you mentioned, Scotty, for more flooding and the possibility of more extreme flooding because of the way the ground was so saturated. But thankfully, we've had some time to dry out a little bit, and hopefully, Invest 99L, the fear is that it does come into the Gulf. The fear is that it comes right up through Alabama or Georgia, and the fear is it comes at us again. If that happens, obviously, we will have a major issue once again with flooding and possibly tornadoes. So I think that sometimes it takes events like this to wake people up in a sense, because flash flooding is always one of those things we talk about as it's the number one killer. You may not realize that. Nobody thinks about that right off the top of their head if they're not in the weather world and they don't know it off the top of their head. But the point is, flash flooding kills more people on an annual basis than any other weather disaster. We try to hammer that home. We try to hammer the fact that, the safety protocols to get to higher ground. Don't hesitate. It doesn't always work. Some people will not move. And I know it's counterintuitive too. When you're having an event like this, it really didn't help that we had tornado warnings and we had big thunderstorms, and you're telling people to get out of their house when they feel most comfortable and safe in the house. So there's two messages going on, and that was really difficult to communicate. We're trying to tell people to stay in their house, get to the lowest level of their home in the tornado warned areas. At the same time, we're trying to tell people in flash flood areas to get out and go to higher ground. So mixed messages. I think some people just might have gotten confused, and as best as we tried to communicate it.
Yeah, the advice there gets very tricky, from shelter or move or go. And Jason, it struck me before that in all of your career, you mentioned that this was the first time, if I heard you correctly, that you had a flash flood emergency with this catastrophic amount of damage associated with it. And one of the things we started thinking about last week, but it felt premature, and you can tell me if it's still too premature, but what do you think the lasting legacy of this event is in the community?
Well, good question. I think that it's going to hopefully change the way people's mindset and approach will be to other events like this. If there's a flash flood warning, they'll certainly be more likely to make the move to some safety. I think that there will be different building codes possibly introduced. I think that they might find ways to move businesses further away from the water and the Pigeon River. There's always the flood mitigation that emergency management crews and county emergency managers try to start and proceed with. We talk about the Swannanoa River, which often floods down here in Asheville, East Asheville. It's very costly to divert the water and to mitigate some of the flood damage. So we'll see how that all goes. And we're hopeful that the governor will certainly continue to support us, and we'll get the funding that we need to get the county back on its feet and maybe change the way things look down there and for the better in terms of building codes and where places of business are.
Well, one last question, Jason, before I bring in Chris Mulcahy. From a communication standpoint, you mentioned at a certain point you had an expectation that people were away from their TV screen. What do you think the penetration was of, say, National Weather Service radio or wireless emergency alerts, if you were to give some feedback, I guess, on what worked and what didn't work in terms of reaching people where they were?
Yeah, well, this is solely based on anecdotal evidence. I don't have anything concrete from a poll or anything, but I will tell you this much. People that live here know that severe weather typically favors the upstate in terms of damaging wind. Isolated tornadoes are stronger tornadoes. That is just the way it's set up. And there's this false sense of security that I always address when I go talk to civic clubs or church groups, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, schools, etc., that we are not immune to severe weather, obviously, in that kind of way. But our severe weather is either going to be more likely a flash flood like we saw, or a major winter storm. And I think that because we haven't experienced the tornadic thunderstorm events that folks to the south have, I don't believe a lot of folks actually have NOAA weather radios here, to be honest with you. I don't really see them often in the pharmacies, the grocery stores. I don't see kiosks or displays of them. I don't believe many folks actually have them. So that would be something that I could certainly see improvement on and would emphasize. But if they weren't sitting in front of a TV or they didn't have their phone on them, I really truly don't know how else they're going to get the message, unless somebody's up the road listening and they call them on their phone. Or it's a difficult situation, especially when people are already out of their house or are dealing with flooding in the home, and they're focused on getting that water out or stopping the water from coming in. So it's very difficult for them to really focus on anything else.
I think another tricky part of this as well, Jason, is that several of the people who perished, I believe 4 died in Laurel Banks Campground up in Crusoe. You're getting into some rural country up there, and it's quite likely that they didn't have any connection to the TV to watching WLOS. Like you said, without having widespread use.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
They were completely without any means of communication or receiving severe weather alerts. That's a horrible combination. We never want to see it go through anywhere, but especially in that back country area, a campground, folks in RVs, that's quite dangerous for them.
Yeah, we go camping a lot. I take my family to local campgrounds, and there's always water nearby. There's a creek, there's the river or something, and the kids play in it. And I look at it, and I always think in the back of my head, boy, that's a flash flood waiting to happen. And, you know, it's just a matter of time before it happens again, unfortunately. So the emphasis will be to communicate with people that heed the warning. And even if you have any sense of hesitancy, get away, move, go somewhere. And it's difficult because driving the roads down in that holler in that valley, navigating the roads when it's pouring rain like that, it's dangerous. So you have that option of saying, well, get on the road. And then here we are telling people to stay home and hunker down. So there's this mixed kind of emotional feeling going on.
Yeah, and the one message that I think we all can agree here is that you had asked Jason is, what do you want people to take from this? But this is something that we almost see year after year. So what's the coincidence is you were saying about that most of the deaths and the people that perished from this incident were in a campground. Well, if you remember just last year, it was November. Like, look at how late into the season it went. We had Hurricane Ada that made landfall to our south. And then we had a hidden night campground event where 30 people were rescued and 2 people and even a 1-year-old. And I was personally there. And when I was looking at that, I was like, where have I seen this before? That's the event that I can compare to that. But both of them were tropical systems that as soon as they make landfall, people are like, okay, we're done. But it always is usually a state in that gets the worst as far as some of the tornadoes, because you get that friction. It starts turning into a better example for more of those spin-up tornadoes, or just one line of those thunderstorms, one after another, where you just have that excessive flooding. So yeah, you've now seen it, Jason, and we just saw it here locally last year. When these systems move inland, that's where people in the Carolinas, doesn't matter if it makes landfall in Wilmington or in Georgia, depending where those outer bands can set up, you can have any one of these scenarios.
Yeah, I would like to, just put that point out there that, you don't have to live on the coast to have the effects. I mean, Jason, we've seen it over the years. I think it was 2004 where we had back-to-back tropical systems move out of the Gulf, and we saw extreme flooding then. And you don't have to live on the coast in the Carolinas to be affected by these flash flooding, as Jason and Chris just talked about, and also that severe weather threat. So you should pay attention, no matter if you're on the coast or even inland. You need to pay attention when any of these tropical systems are in the area.
Absolutely. And I think this will be looked back upon as, not to take away, but if you said the flooding didn't happen in Crusoe and the Pigeon River didn't do what it did, it probably would have been more of a typical tropical system if you look at it that way, because in the past we've had flooding And it's usually the bigger rivers that would flood, and it would do some damage. But the catastrophic category is just something that got to me, you know, that to see the damage and actually witness it. And then about a week later, a little less, or you had the Middle Tennessee flooding, and you saw that and you thought, it's just like I'm living the dream or the nightmare over again. It was happening again, but different scenario, obviously. So.
Yeah, another heartbreaking flooding example you're referencing there in Tennessee. And the thing that was really striking to me last week was, I'm going to put it in air quotes, this is just a tropical depression.
Yeah.
And I think people internally and externally to the weather community sometimes put a lot of emphasis on these different categorizations. But if this is what a depression can do,
yeah,
then we need to remember this for the next time. Jason, I know you have a newscast coming up in a few minutes. Can you tell us one more time how folks can get involved with the effort your station's kicking off tomorrow?
That's right. So WLOS is going to be teaming up with United Way in Haywood County. We're going to have teams of reporters out there and camera crews, and we're going to be working with them to help raise money to help in the relief effort for the folks out there. And you can always go online to WLOS.com, and it's Hope for Haywood. And we will certainly look forward to your donation. And if you can help us out, that'd be great. And we'll raise some money and help more folks out. That's the idea.
Jason, we appreciate your efforts at the station, and best to the community. Thank you for your time tonight.
Hey, thanks, guys. Have a great evening.
And we'll turn now to Chris Mulcahy, joining us from WCNC in Charlotte. And Chris, the Charlotte DMA wasn't absent when it came to the flooding, but for our neck of the woods, the I-77 corridor, it was way more about the tornadoes. We have a piece of video that we'll play for folks in just a moment, but maybe just set the stage for folks who don't know the difference between what Asheville saw versus what Charlotte saw. And when I say Charlotte, I mean Hickory, I mean Boone and Blowing Rock, that kind of whole slice of the Carolina.
Well, first off, it's a day that so many people will remember just most likely from the notifications that came across their phone. So just from the National Weather Service, GSP, 37 tornado warnings. And the first one actually started in Iredell County, moving into Alexander County. And that happened before noon. So that one was on its own. That kind of set the stage where Brad and Larry were live on air that, wow, it's already starting, because it's usually those outer bands, they'll interact just like what we have with thunderstorms any day. You hit the peak heating of the day, it starts becoming more unstable, and then you just have enough lift that you're going to have a lot more showers and thunderstorms. For us, we saw really more warnings than any damage reports. Most of the tornado reports were southwest of us. Just before we got to the area, it was kind of a blessing for us that it was that time of the day that we didn't have as much instability. But it's that one in northern Iredell County, right around Statesville, that moved into Alexander, that was different than the rest. Because typically when you have these systems, you have the QLCS, the spin-up tornadoes, or Brad uses says little kink in the storm. This was an actual supercell. So this was on the ground a lot longer than any of the other storms were. So that one was kind of a surprise, but also shows you how far it was from the outer bands, just the moisture and everything this pulls in, along with the wind shear, that allows for that. Where we are lucky that we had that many tornado warnings and a lot more damage reports didn't come to fruition. Luckily, where most of the tornadoes were, at least southwest of us, wasn't really a populated area that there could have been more activity and damage. They just were in open fields.
I thought Jason mentioned it fairly well when he said the tornado warnings is what draws a lot of attention in. But then we sometimes, and royal we, as human beings, disregard the severe thunderstorm warnings and the flash flood warnings of the world. And we shouldn't always do that, because this is what these could mean when we look at some of those pictures from western North Carolina. And that's why I do think those photos from a shot above, those aerial photos of Canton, speak 1,000 words. Now, the tornado you're speaking of, Chris, was actually also one that was captured on Twitter video from Brandon Pope, and you can see it here in Iredell County. And this ended up being rated an EF1 by the National Weather Service. And this was essentially what kicked us off in the Charlotte area. The upstate of South Carolina, western North Carolina had already had some tornado warnings, but this is kind of what got things going for viewers and residents of the broader Charlotte metro region. Chris, you had a chance to meet up with the National Weather Service the following day in Iredell County. And you're going to give us a little bit of an insight here into how the Weather Service does their after storm surveys. I don't know if you want to say anything before we go to this particular piece of video, or if I should just go ahead and toss right to the tape.
Well, I will say one thing. I was very surprised that it was Tricia Palmer who came out to it, where I didn't know that she went out and surveyed, but this is one of the higher ups at the local weather office. So when she was there for a reason, because this obviously was one that separated from all the rest. But even as meteorologists, weather enthusiasts, whatever you are, you can always learn something from other people. And I will say I learned a lot from just being on the ground here with Tricia.
Last afternoon on Tuesday, a tornado officially touched down here in Iredell County, producing damage just like this. Multiple trees down all over the place, and that path continued into Alexander County. This is one of the first tornado warnings of many for the day. The GSB National Weather Service issued 36 tornado warnings yesterday, one of the first starting in Iredell County.
We want people to take tornado warnings seriously whenever they're issued.
Tricia Palmer with the National Weather Service was the surveyor for this tornado.
It was induced by the tropical environment. They're hard to see. They're very difficult to warn on because they spin up so rapidly. They're very fast.
One of the telltale signs that wind damage is produced by a tornado is the different direction of trees or a convergent pattern. This damage was absolutely from a tornado, but Tricia is here to estimate the peak wind speed, path width, length, and duration.
I take the beginning point, the starting point of the damage, and then I follow the path all the way through to the ending point, and then the folks at the office then make that measurement.
Dozens of trees were either uprooted or snapped. Fences were blown over or blown out, and one house received structural damage from a fallen tree. The tornado likely spawned as an EF0, but grew in strength.
With a weaker tornado, you're going to see the tree snap toward the top, or you'll just see the whole tree just uprooted. Whereas if you see the tree actually snap towards the bottom, that's a slightly stronger tornado.
The damage could have been a lot worse, but most importantly, no one was injured. With WCNC Charlotte, I'm meteorologist Chris Mulcahy.
And Chris, I'm glad that WCNC let us share that video because it really helps us understand as the public and as podcast hosts what happens on these storm surveys, what the Weather Service is doing, and what they're looking for. So thank you for that explanation. And I guess ultimately it was a lot of the tree damage, if I understand, that helped them recreate and understand what this tornado really was doing.
And what was really neat is that friction is a tornado's worst enemy. It doesn't like it, and friction can come from blapping into trees. So what was happening with this survey? The first spot that we arrived at, and if you just watch that video, where the fence was blown out and there was a little bit of roof damage, it touched down in an open field. And that was the one trend that you could see. It wasn't on the ground for the entirety of 5.1 miles that was reported. It was still a one general system. It has to lift back up and not produce any damage for a certain amount of time for it to be a whole new storm. But what would happen is when it would drop down the open field, it came past that one house, it blew out a fence, and then you could see the path and the trees where it lifted back up. Well, once we drove up the road, you could see on the other side of the trees was another cornfield. That's where it touched down, and at that point, it got stronger. You could definitely see that it had a much better strength. It was dropping a lot more trees at that point, and you saw the tops of the trees, as Tricia had mentioned, and she described this perfectly. Picture it like you have a toothpick. It's very easy just to knock off the top, just quickly with your finger, but it takes a little bit more force if you're down in the middle of it. So picture that like a tree. So once you see the middle of the trees lopped off, as we just saw at the end of that story, that's where you're getting into EF1 strength. So EF0, 65 to 85 miles per hour. Above that mark, well, we're at EF1. This is a very strong EF1 tornado. And the reason why this one was a little bit stronger is just because it was on the ground for so long. And those images that you saw were shortly after the damage that we saw in an open field. So that picked up all that dust that was circulating around. But it was really interesting that each time it truly dropped down in an open field, it was getting stronger and stronger. And then once it went through those trees, on the other side of that was the house damage. And the house was incredibly lucky just because looks like it just started to lift up just as it went over the right side of the roof. So it was interesting to follow that loop. but this is not typical. Usually anything associated with a tropical storm is not going to be on the ground for as long as this one was. This was just an isolated event because it was indeed a supercell. Supercells have a longer track record than, say, a QLCS that typically is only on the ground for about a minute or two.
Yeah, I have a piggyback of what Chris was talking about with those storm surveys. I went with Trish, I think it was 2019. We had some tornadoes again in Alexander County. Funny that we were mentioning that. And so I went out and they, Chris, you can vouch for this. They cut no corners. I mean, we literally walked out into a cow pasture and up a huge hill to look at the storm damage. So this is a very hands-on walk every stretch that you can possibly walk to get the accurate path and to get the damage. So these storm surveys are very important as we try to determine. And Chris, one other thing I want to mention about that video. Normally these tropical tornadoes are kind of ragged, but that was a pretty wide tornado. I mean, it looked like something you might see in Dixie Alley there in early spring. So pretty big tornado there for the area.
Yeah, and that was also pretty neat for the radar imagery. It had the classic hook. You could see the hook around it. This was a classic rain-wrapped tornado from a high precipitation supercell. So that was also really neat because all the other ones, quick reports as we're going to get to, weren't on the ground that very much. But yeah, Alexander County got pelted from the last one. But my favorite thing that Trish just said is if you're really into mysteries, that's exactly what a storm surveyor is all about. You're solving a mystery. And that's what she said, is because you are really picking up clues. Because at the first site, we had no idea who did it with the candlestick at that point. But then the second site we went to, it's got stronger here. The third site, it was truly extraordinary. And we first went to emergency management in Iredell County. They met us. And then right on the border, Alexander County emergency management was there waiting. So they collected all the data, all the different reports, and it's a really cool thing. So, Scotty, I'm glad that you got that opportunity. That's the first full one I got to go on, and it was awesome.
Yeah, they're really, really neat. And you get to meet the people and hear their story, too. You get to, they'll tell you, this is what I experienced, and thankfully, no injuries or anything like that with these tornadoes. James, I know there's several others in South Carolina as well.
This is Stony Point in North Carolina, an EF1 tornado with peak winds of 110 miles an hour. This one on the ground for about 5 miles, the official storm survey for what Chris was surveying. Some of the shorter ones that were elsewhere across the Carolinas was this EF0 with winds of 75 miles an hour, but again, on the ground for just over a tenth of a mile with a max width of 50 yards. Another one on the ground for a tenth of the mile in Pennington, South Carolina. And you can see, again, how some of these really are so short. And Fountain Inn in South Carolina as well. This one a little bit longer, about a mile and a half or so. But again, I want to talk about these were on the ground so quickly. By the time they saw many of these on radar and got a warning out, it's fast. You got to see it. You got to warn for it. Then on our side, you got to receive it and get to shelter, right? And then you got to do this very quickly. You should always be doing this very quickly, but especially in these tropical setups. And I will just say, Chris, that Iredell one that you went to, if I recall the radar signature correctly, I mean, we could see it on CC, and they put the confirmed tag on that warning. Obviously, people had eyeballs on it, which we later learned. But at the time, I think it was that CC data that made them go, yeah, this is definitely happening.
Yeah, well, really, before we got any further, and I've never seen it really pop up that quick, it's usually, tornado report, possibility. It's like, no, tornado on the ground. This was a tornado. The verbiage is usually, we're going to see if it was a tornado. No, Trish, the whole time, how strong was this tornado? Straight up. And as we were mentioning, a typical tropical storm type of setup like this usually only has spin-up tornadoes, where that first one, less than a minute. Second one, less than a minute. But notice how the correlation of the damage goes. The ones that are only on the ground for about a minute are about 70, 75. That one that was over a mile that was on the ground for 3 minutes, now you're talking about EF1. And by the way, anytime with the system, EF0, EF1, that's pretty much usually all you get. When you get up to EF2, that's an anomaly. So we're lucky that there wasn't a lot more with this. But this also brings up another discussion, is a lot of times with this type of event, there'll be a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag. Now, it's almost would have been better off, but I think what they're just doing is because a lot of times for multiple warnings, they went on for 15 minutes, but the tornado was already done. So I think that really what needs to happen for a lot of these different events, I think people take a tornado warning more seriously. When you have a severe weather line in this type of scenario, and I'll really try to hammer this home the next tropical system, and it's not when we get our next tropical system like this, of when you see this line, it can happen just like that. Just because the tornado warning is there, it could respin back up, but it's usually the first couple of minutes of that morning that warning that something's happening.
Chris, we appreciate the coverage that everyone provided on this day. It was a very long day of tornado warnings, starting with this one in the Charlotte area and ones earlier elsewhere for other communicators. Scotty Powell's finger went up in the air. Scotty?
I have to add, we also have to remember we had an earthquake that morning. So it was like everything happened that day.
That's right. And not that I want to belabor this point, Scotty wasn't home for any of it.
No, I missed it all. And the earthquake was epicenter was a mile from my house. Like I was shocked when I saw the earthquake, and then I saw the tornado warnings, and then I seen the flash flooding. And I was like, what's going to happen next? I mean, what a good time to be in Texas. You know, it was hot. It was like 93 out there. So
we got that all week here just to throw in a Charlotte forecast. Oof.
So I was going to ask you about that before we go, Chris. Some weather today. 3 wind damage reports in from Gaston and Lincoln County. And you and I were watching this earlier, and I wanted to show your circle.
Please.
Nerd out with us,
that's
if you will.
said.
Yeah. Holy outflow. That's right. Can you explain to folks who aren't familiar with outflow on radar why you've circled this particular location?
Sure. So I get geeked out whenever I see this. So any thunderstorm, when it rains, the cooler air from the center of that storm rushes down, and then it creates a little gust front, a little mini cold front, if you will. And that often is what you first feel. You said, wow, it's stormy. That gust of wind that comes, that's the outflow boundary. But when that's rushing by, that drives in to that hot and humid air. So what you were seeing, bringing up that circle again, is those little green lines that were moving into that circle. Those were all outflow boundaries from separate thunderstorms. That's how the thunderstorm that formed in Gaston County formed. And then the circulation from that eventually was the final blow to form that. And it was just minutes after this formed a brand new line, just like the one in Gaston County did as well. So whenever you see this, I get super geeked out because you can see those thin lines. The radar barely picks up on it. I just turned up the filter ever so slightly so you can see them more. That's what we look for. And this happens all the time in the Charlotte area. So outflow boundaries can often just drive into each other. But sometimes when you have colliding storms, it can cause them spin up. But luckily that was not the case. But yeah, crazy situation there. And also sometimes when you have all these different outflows heading in from different directions, it'll allow a storm just to sit. It kind of gets confused. I was like, what way should I go? And eventually it finds its direction. And that's what happened in southern Gaston County. They only saw about 2 to 3 inches of rain, so nothing comparatively to what we were talking about. But it just shows how quick it can happen and pretty much what happens around here.
Very cool stuff. Remind folks as we begin to say goodnight to you that the Atlantic hurricane season quite active here in the end of August. 3 prospective storms that the National Hurricane Center is keeping an eye on. And here it is. It's been on the monitor behind Chris most of the night. It's their historical peak of the hurricane season there in mid-September, about September 10th or so. And just a reminder that it is September next week, folks. So we are right about in here and coming into that statistical peak. And guys, I would say the outlook from the Hurricane Center matches it
James,
as expected.
I was just surfing on Twitter, and the hurricane hunters are going to be going out into the Caribbean Sea tomorrow to fly into Invest 99. So hopefully we'll get some better model agreement on that once that data starts to flow in. But definitely needs to be watched because you don't want to speculate on models this far out, but the potential is there for it to be a pretty big deal for somewhere in the Gulf Coast.
Everything's pointing towards hurricane at this point. Just saying.
Just ask Henri. It was a week ago. We were like, it's just spinning out there near Bermuda. And what did we know? The next thing we know, it's making landfall in New England. It's canceling concerts in New York City.
Yeah, in 5 days, and that's really the time frame. It's like right now, the timeline could be the next couple of days. You don't hear too much. You could hear tropical depression or tropical storms, either going to be Ida or Julian. We'll see. I think it's most likely going to be Ida at this point. But then once you get to the weekend, we could be talking about tropical storm to hurricane and maybe even rapid intensification, because usually there's three things that'll weaken it. It's going to be that dry air, the Saharan dust as we bring up, wind shear, landfall, technically 4. But then you could also have the case and scenario. Well, those are the three, actually. That's what I was trying to get, or landfall. So you have all those that are going to be coming into place. The wind shear is going to lighten up. You're not going to have that dust area. And then also water temperatures are near 90 before any of the possible landfall. So that's why I'm not one that's going to be shouting towards the rooftop, but for sure this could become a major weather headline, and you're probably going to be hearing it in the next couple days.
Chris, we will see you on TV tonight at 11 o'clock.
I might talk about that. How about that?
Great idea.
Can we promote Chris's TikTok right quick? I mean, you got to go follow the man. Go follow the man on TikTok. You got
to. Man, I appreciate it. Yeah, and there will be weather content. I did do some TikTok tropics updates, so I promise it's not all shenanigans, but we also like to squeeze that in between tropical systems, right?
I've got to ask a question, though.
Yeah.
I want to know.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now, your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
How bad were they?
Oh, okay. So we had the Kool-Aid pickles. We've done so many and so far back now. It was horrible. So
your face said it was horrible.
And I'm a grim human being. I will try a lot of things that people should not try, and I'm okay with it. I like flat soda, for instance. But when you bit into it, it was sweet, and then a terrible, evil pickle taste comes back in. Yeah, don't do it. This is one of them. This was pickles and maple syrup and pickles and peanut butter. I would pickle peanut butter sandwich all day long. That was great.
If you watch the video of Chris doing the Kool-Aid pickles, like you can see where he's talking about the sour part, because Chris, your face just like you just like bit into a lemon or something. It's like, oh,
the jaw walks up right here. So see, that's the thing. Weather's number one, but then just having a good time is number two, and that's why I love getting in this group here. This is only my second time. I can't wait for number 3, guys.
You're looking forward to it, Chris.
We're wanting to do a WCNC team meeting with all of you all. So
yeah, we got 2 new characters. Heck yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Do you want to just verbally introduce us to new colleagues before we let you go?
Yeah. So we have KJ Jacobs. He came here from the Norfolk market, and we have Brittany Van Voer. I'm so terrible with the name.
I'm going to tell her that you said it great.
Yeah, I know. I just freaked out. And we have Brittany that is coming from Fort Myers. Van Voorhees. There it is. You got it. This is all live too, so this is forever going to be there.
There's no getting out of this.
Oh no, and I'm sharing in my Facebook page right now. Hopefully she doesn't watch.
It's James' fault, so we'll just blame him.
Yeah, sorry. Should have teed that one up. Well, Chris, thank you so much again for your time. We look forward to having you back on to the Carolina Weather Group as soon as possible, and we'll watch for those tropical updates for you. And I guess we'll watch for the next edition of whatever you're going to decide to put on pickles.
Yeah, I guess so. Actually, it's called Snickles, so stand by.
Ooh, Snickles.
Snickers and pickles. So this one's going to be good.
No.
All right, Evan is not pleased.
I haven't been pleased with any of it, but that sounds like probably the worst one yet. I'm not an adventurous eater. I'm a little wimp. So
I have to say, Chris, you like the mustard and watermelon, correct? I mean,
that one was terrible. No, because it like I'm not even a big mustard person in general, and then you put it on the watermelon. Why? What are we doing? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that would me show my true colors.
Yes.
Hey, I got feet that look like that too. So, team flip flops right here.
I'd be wearing them if I could.
We could do a whole episode on his TikTok. I'll just keep playing them.
There we go. Well, I'll be back. Well, also, maybe I shouldn't be here because I feel like I just derailed the end of this meeting. So I apologize.
This is the fun part. This is where we get, we got the serious part out. Now we can have a little fun. So.
Well, I've always have fun. Whoa, sorry about that. Always have fun with you guys. Clearly, I can only talk up to 48 minutes. But I appreciate it. As I was giving shout out to you guys before, both of you guys have helped me out some form since I've been here in the Carolinas with some sort of weather report. So keep it up, guys. It's all you that really connect this Carolina weather group, right?
We like to think so.
I'm just going to leave it on that. I can't top that. I'll take that compliment and just say goodnight. Thank you, Chris. And thank you to everyone watching and listening to this edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We will be back next week, and you can always find us on social media or streaming anytime on the Carolina Weather Net. It's made for you, the Carolina Weather fan. Find it on YouTube. Just search Carolina Weather Group. It's on all the time. It's free. It's great. I sleep to it. Good night.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. We're going to be talking space with our good friend Tony Rice, NASA ambassador, also a contributor for WRAL in Raleigh. So Tony is our resident person that we go to, and we have space questions. There's some really cool things going on with this Mars launch. We also have some loon balloons. You may have seen some pictures floating around on social media over the last couple of days or weeks, and we're going to talk a little bit about that as well throughout the program. But Tony, we have this mission. I think originally this Mars mission was scheduled to go off June 20th, right around that date. It's since then been pushed back a few days. So can you tell us a little bit about the mission itself? Well, what are we trying to accomplish as we head off to Mars?
So this is was originally called the Mars 2020 rover, and it's a follow-on to the Mars rover you would know as Curiosity. So it's about the size of a minivan, a little bit smaller than that, and its purpose is to go out there and find basically what happened to Mars. It's going to work in concert with obviously Curiosity and all the other assets that are out there at Mars, the orbiters that are studying the atmosphere, that are taking those fantastic pictures that we see of Mars. But it's a very similar rover to Curiosity. It's using the same spacecraft bus. And that's the body of the spacecraft, the wheels, the mobility system, all the computers, all the communication systems. But the real exciting thing about these spacecraft and about these missions are the instruments. So I think of this as like Curiosity 2.0. It has a lot of some of the same instruments that Curiosity did, but they've been upgraded. They've got a little more capability to them. We've learned a lot as we've had Curiosity on the surface of Mars for so many years. We've also added a couple of new ones. I'm sure we'll get into some of the more exciting ones there, but the ones I know that the one instrument, my favorite one, that I know is going to be your favorite as well, is called MEDA. It stands for Mars Environmental Dynamics Analyzer. And I'm really looking forward to MEDA getting on the surface of Mars. It's about a 12-pound instrument. It's chewing up a whole 17 watts of power. You have to really budget your power up there. Curiosity and this new 2020 rover are going to both be both powered by a nuclear power source. We don't have to worry about any of the solar panels being covered in all that Martian dust and causing us problems there. But the deal with MEDA is it's going to be capturing information about air temperature, ground temperature, radiation. We've got a dust sensor that's on there as well, so we can help study those dust storms. If you saw The Martian with Matt Damon, did a pretty good job of showing what dust storms can be like there. The beginning of the movie was a little fantastic. And we don't quite get wind speeds like that, or at least we don't have enough volume in the atmosphere to produce some of the things we're talking about there. We're going to put relative humidity. We're going to be able to measure that as well. There's a thermal infrared sensor on there, and there's wind sensors as well. And the wind sensors are kind of interesting. There is wind on Mars. We're getting information about winds from another mission that is on the surface of Mars right now called InSight. It is not a rover, it is a lander, so it stays stationary. It can measure whatever atmosphere comes to it and the column of air above it. So we are seeing winds there that are a little bit higher speed than we expected. You wouldn't be able to feel them though, because the volume of air there is so little.
So Tony, there's this new device that's coming with Perseverance that I literally just found about in the last 5 minutes. So it's going to be some type of helicopter drone deployment. Tell us about that and how that works in an atmosphere that's a lot thinner than ours.
Yeah, that's going to be the really interesting thing, is how you get lift in such a thin atmosphere. The Mars atmosphere is about 1/100th that of Earth's. So it's very, very, very thin. Sorry, not 100th, 1,000th that of Earth's. Very, very thin. But the drone itself, the helicopter itself, has pretty wide blades, and it's going to be spinning really, really, really fast. So don't think drone like the drones that we know here on Earth. It's not going to be sitting up there and hovering for a good amount of time. It's going to take hops. And its purpose, number one, is a technology demonstrator. It'll be the first time we've ever flown on another planet. That's pretty exciting unto itself. But it's not just a technology demonstrator. It's going to be providing valuable information to the team that is driving this rover. And yes, there are rover drivers. They sit in California. They're sitting at home right now because they're able to VPN in and talk to the rover that way. But their technical term, or their technical title, is rover planners. They're doing exactly that. They're planning what drives need to occur during that day to put the rover in a position to do the science. So this helicopter is going to help out with that a little bit. It's mounted on the underside of the rover. So after the rover lands and everything's checked out, the rover will deploy the helicopter. We'll drive off of it, and then we'll be able to take the helicopter off and move it about. It's going to serve as a form of scout for the geologists. It's going to help us move ahead and make some good decisions about where to move the rover to in order to do some good science.
Now, Tony, I have a question as far as, like, I've always wondered the signal, right? So these are being operated remote control a lot of the times. I know there's some automated processes on site that the rovers would do to correct maybe a rock in the way or something. But how long does the signal take to get to the rover as you're steering it? Now, the radio waves travel at the same speed of light, or I mean, what's the difference in
right at light speed?
How much time? Mm-hmm.
So it varies throughout our year and the Mars year. Mars year is roughly about 18 months. So it's anywhere from about 10 minutes to more than 30 minutes. So when I mentioned somebody that's driving the rover, you might have this picture in your head of a steering wheel and a gas and a brake. Absolutely not that. It's sending commands for the rover to act on at a later date.
Another function of this robot is that it's going to be collecting samples on the surface and to be later taken back to Earth and studied here. How will that work? How is it going to get back to Earth?
To be determined. So there is going to be a caching capability where samples that are first studied by Curiosity are going to be packaged in a way that they can be picked up at a later date and brought back to Earth. We're not quite ready to put boots on Mars yet. That's a goal, but it's a goal that's pretty far into the future. As a step between now and putting boots on Mars, a robotic mission that could pick up those cache samples and bring them back. Why not just go and pick up random samples and bring them back? Why bring these that have been studied by the Perseverance rover, by the 2020 rover? To be able to do additional study on something that's already been studied by a robot is just going to give us a ton of information that we can apply to other studies that have been going on there for years and years. I mean, on back into the Viking days, back in the 70s. So that's why it's being done that way. How it's actually going to happen, there's a lot of different ideas about that. One of the biggest challenges there is how you have enough energy to launch from Mars and get back to Earth. How do you do that? And there's different theories on how that might happen. Do you bring enough fuel with you to be able to get back? Do you use the Martian soil as a source for energy and construct fuel that way? Lots of different ideas. It's being worked on, but step one is to gather those samples and leave them behind so that they can be returned.
In our relentless pursuit for life on other planets, we look at water and potential for water. We've seen pictures of icing on the poles, a type of icing, not as we would know it, but what is the evidence for water on Mars and maybe some of the past evidence that shows you there could have been water flowing? Has there been anything presented in some of the latest information?
Yeah, that's a great question. And the icing that you're seeing on the poles happens every Martian winter. And you can actually see it with a backyard telescope if you look at the right time. We see it on both the North and the South Pole. What you're seeing there is actually CO2 ice. It's actually carbon dioxide. And the poles get, those ice caps on the poles, they get larger and they get smaller according to the season. And we can see that in Curiosity's air pressure sensors. As that carbon dioxide transfers from a solid phase into a gas phase, it adds to the atmosphere. And we'll see atmospheric pressure go up during the summer months. And then it precipitates down, actually snows, dry ice on the poles during the winter months when it gets colder. Mars has seasons because it has an axial tilt, just as Earth has an axial tilt. It's very, very similar. But as far as evidence for water is concerned, it's really in the geology. The geology is, it tells us the story of what happened in the past on Mars. Where we landed Curiosity was an area that was formerly the bottom of a large river system. It was at the bottom of an alluvial fan, and that's kind of a funnel-shaped pattern. If you've ever seen satellite photos, color satellite photos of the Mississippi River Delta as it dumps out into the Gulf of Mexico, you see that triangle. That's all that sediment that's been collected up along the Mississippi River. Well, that's the Martian version of, or we landed on the Martian version of that. It's all dry there now. We're not seeing evidence of liquid water, but we're seeing the geologic evidence of it. So one of the very first photos that came back from Curiosity after it landed was of these rounded pebbles. Those don't form round. Those are rounded as a part of a water process that's picking up and moving them along and rounding them off. And we found lots and lots of that. So through study of the geology and the chemistry of those rocks as well, that's what told us that it was fresh water, determined that the area that Curiosity landed in was probably about knee-deep in water a couple million years ago. The idea that Mars was once a very different place and a lot wetter and perhaps a lot greener, that is one of the things that Curiosity found pretty quickly after its landing time.
Tony, looking at some of the points here for the mission, two of them kind of really piqued my interest. It says this is the first leg of a round trip to Mars, and then after that it's also talking about how this could actually pave the way for future human missions to the moon and to Mars. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, every time we put something on another planet, we learn a lot about it. And the road to putting boots on Mars, it's a long one. But even what we're planning on doing around the moon, coming up with the Artemis mission, is going to teach us a lot about that. Being able to live potentially off some of the resources on the moon will teach us a lot about that. We got to really understand the chemistry and the makeup of the Martian surface to be able to have people live there.
I think that's really interesting. You know, we've always heard about people going to Mars, but this actually could be some small steps for that. And also seen there's going to be like 19 cameras on this that we're going to be able to kind of follow along with the mission?
Yeah, there's a bunch of HD cameras on Curiosity. We got even more on Perseverance. I've mentioned the name a couple of times. I need to tell you the story about Perseverance. So for the longest time, it was called the Mars 2020 rover. NASA's really terrible at naming things. You give NASA engineers and scientists the opportunity to name something, and they're going to give it an acronym. They're going to give it something boring. Maybe it'll be a backronym that actually spells something that you can pronounce. But the cool names, those always come from the kids. So Curiosity was named by a little girl in Iowa, who by the time it launched, she was a lot older than that. She actually went on to be, I believe, an environmental scientist. So she got a lot out of that experience. Perseverance was named by a young man up in Northern Virginia, and I was on the team that helped review a lot of the submissions that came in. They had to come up with a name, and they had to come up with a couple of paragraphs about why they chose that. And I can't recall if I've read so many of them. I can't recall if Perseverance was among that, but some of the ones I read were pretty out there. I'm glad they picked Perseverance. We tend to call it Percy. So if you hear talking about the Percy rover, that's what we're talking about.
Speaking of Mars, I know you run a Mars weather page on Twitter. I know you kind of keep up with some of the stuff, so we thought it'd be kind of cool to tie in Mars weather, your Twitter page. What all you monitor, how you get that information, how do you provide a Mars weather forecast and observations?
So we don't forecast yet. We're hoping to have enough data here one day that we can start having a forecasting product. We'll certainly need something like that once we get those boots on Mars. But right now it focuses on the InSight mission. It's pulling data down close to daily. There's a lot of data that has to come down, and unfortunately the weather data sometimes gets pushed to the back if there's images or things like that that the science team needs right away, especially when we were working with InSight trying to get a temperature probe to finally be pushed into the Martian soil there. I think everybody that's ever put a spade into the ground in the Carolinas knows what that clay is like. So it was dealing with some of that same problem up on Mars. Those images that were helping them understand that problem, those took precedent. But anyway, we do see data come down from InSight, and that is delivered through the same mechanism that all those pictures are delivered through. It's called the Deep Space Network. Generally, most of these, both the rovers and this InSight mission, have the ability to communicate straight back to Earth, but they don't tend to do that. They tend to upload the images and other data every time an orbiter goes over. And that orbiter acts like a router, store and forward that information once it sees Earth again. It's a little faster that way, and there's a little more bandwidth. But we see that data come down. I know she just popped that up. So we see temperature data. We see air pressure. I find air pressure to be some of the most interesting there. And then we see wind data as well. So the last one that came up was from Sol 566, and Sol is a day on Mars, and that equates back to the 29th of June. It's the last time we saw something from it. As you can see there, the low was 25, the high was 25, the low was 126 below zero, and these are both Fahrenheit. And each day on this Mars weather Twitter, it goes and randomly picks a city somewhere, and Clayton just happened to be picked up there last time it was doing a comparison. You can see the comparison there, but again, the most interesting comparison in my mind is the pressure. So we were seeing about 1,012 hectopascals, which I think equates to millibars. You guys keep me honest there. That's what y'all speak in.
Yes.
And that on Mars is about 7.7 hectopascals. That's one of our biggest challenges on Mars, is the lack of atmosphere. It's just really, really, really thin there, and it continues to be stripped away by the solar winds. And that's not something that we're going to be able to correct anytime soon, perhaps ever.
So I guess there's really no wind chill there. I mean, I'm looking at 25 degrees with 37 mile per hour wind gusts. That's not really a wind chill there then.
Yeah, not too bad. We do see temperatures go above freezing there. It does happen.
Yeah. So Tony, I mean, obviously you're not using trot cup anemometers or RM Youngs. I mean, how is this? How is the wind speed capture? Is it using like Venturi effect, or you're consolidating the air into a point, or how is that measured exactly?
So the thing to look up is an instrument called a hot dice. It is a couple of basically electrodes that are exposed out there and are measuring differentials. They are without moving parts. That's really, really important when you've got a robot out there that you can't go service. There is no Home Depot on Mars to go get spare parts.
Well, you said one last thing. You kind of mentioned that it does get above freezing on Mars. I wonder if you could just real briefly speak to the general temperature range. How cold does it get in winter? How warm does it get in summer?
Now we're talking around -200 Fahrenheit with the lows, and during the summer, most of the time we're talking in the average temperature there is hovering around -80, -100.
I just think it's cool. I just think it's cool you have a mesonet on Mars.
We do. We got 2 of them now, about to put a 3rd.
I've heard that there's a team already being picked to possibly go to Mars by as late as, 2028 or 2030? Is that correct?
I will make no comments on when we're going to Mars. You're not going to trick me into that.
I had to try.
There's a lot that needs to be done, and each one of these missions, be they robotic or be they human up to the International Space Station, or once we get Artemis off the ground and have a gateway to the moon, each one of those, it may not seem like it's getting us closer to Mars, but we learn something from each one of them that can be applicable. And when that actually happens,
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
It's a long road.
Tony, shifting gears, one of the things that I spotted on Flight Tracker this week, and I think several of the people here in the Carolinas have, were alongside all of the little cute icons for airplanes, these circular balloon icons for the Loon Balloon Project. Tell us about it. I understand you're familiar with it, and I think it caught a lot of us flight trackers off guard maybe a little bit, but also people screaming UFOs in the sky as these things were passing overhead.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that, wasn't there? Yeah, it's something that I got to learn a little bit about the other night. So in addition to talking with you fine folks, I've got about 350 meteorologists around the country that I'm in contact with on a regular basis. I try to give them information about the what's visible in the sky, usually planets, usually comets, meteor showers, things like that. But I am perfectly happy to get a what's this thing in the sky question when it's something in our atmosphere. And that's what happened. I forget what day was it. Was it Tuesday night?
Yeah, that sounds maybe Monday. I mean, depending on where you were, right? These things went right over Greensboro, down towards Fayetteville, then out towards Charleston. So it was kind of a simple day.
I first got looking at these things. It was Tim Buckley at WFMY in Greensboro. I get a text from him and it says, "There's this white dot in the sky. What do you know about it?" What? And I looked at it and immediately thought it was a balloon. Unmoving white dot in the sky, especially that high up, is going to tend to be a balloon. It's so high up it doesn't appear to be moving at all. These balloons are operating with between 50,000 and 60,000 feet. So as you mentioned, as part of Project Loon, we came to understand, which is a project that is, I want to make sure I get the relationship correct here. Google and Loon are subsidiaries of the same parent company, which is called Alphabet. It's all business spin-off nonsense, but anyway, they're looking to provide, as I understand it, internet connectivity in areas that don't get it, which I think is great. I think they're pushing to have like 1 megabit capability. There's an antenna that you have to have outside, and it's going to be a network of balloons, not unlike SpaceX's Starlink project, that talk to each other and serve as an uplink downlink network. But as I understand it, they're in a testing phase. I think their launch site is up in northern Arizona somewhere. I'm sorry, northern Nevada. And these particular balloons that floated over the Carolinas, there was 4 that were visible here around the Triangle area, and up in the Triad around Greensboro, they were visible there as well. If you think about 50,000 feet, you think about that circle that you draw around something like that, it's visible for a good amount of space. So we dug into it. It's funny that you saw it on flight radar first, because everybody else saw it in the sky first. We go outside from time to time.
We didn't get the direct overhead pass here in Charlotte.
Yeah, you did have one float a little bit near you. There was one that went on out over Asheville, out over Cherokee, and ended up in Alabama the last time I saw it. The ones that we saw around Greensboro, as I understand them, they floated out directly south off the coast of Charleston and ultimately Jacksonville. But I went and looked just out of curiosity. Once I found out that they were trackable through flight radar, wrote a little script that went up to use one of the APIs of one of those radar tracking sites, or those flight tracking sites. I found 32 of them around the world.
Wow.
I found actually 33 over Australia, the Congo, Kenya, Zambia, Peru. I'm looking at my list here right now. There's a bunch out east of Madagascar and one off Peru. And then we had the couple here that had floated down from Canada, down across Ohio, West Virginia, and into the Carolinas.
Right, they could be pretty scary if you don't know what they are. I had one other question, and then it sounds like Shay has one too. I'm curious, Tony, in your reading, besides the application of using them to provide internet to rural places that maybe aren't tethered on the ground, have you seen any discussion of an application to use them in storm response when a network might be wiped out due to a natural disaster?
I believe they actually used them for that purpose after, I want to say it was in 2017, but with that pair of storms that went over Puerto Rico. They did some releases from Puerto Rico. If you go on one of the flight tracking websites, I think it might have been Flight Radar 24, don't quote me on that, but there's a blog post on there about them tracking many of these things during some of those storm responses. And providing that kind of connectivity to folks that they may not have power, but they probably have a way to charge phones. To figure out how to do that, it takes a little while to get that infrastructure back up for cellular service. So being able to do that with a balloon is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Tony. I know that when some of our Mets with WeatherFlow, we met and talked about it several years ago when Google was partnering with them. Now they're partnered with HAPS Mobile, and they provide LTE connectivity to these countries, these third world countries. There are other countries that lose connectivity during natural disasters. Peru, 2019 was a prime example of where Project Loon was utilized to get LTE connectivity for authorities to get their internet settings back up and for folks to get some LTE receptions on their phones and whatnot. So it's pretty interesting. I didn't know that there were that many balloons, but I know that they started this off back in 2013 where they did their first test flight around the world. So things have kind of progressed over time. Do you see this as being a permanent solution?
I don't know. Not my area of expertise, but I think it's great that we're able to provide that kind of functionality there. One concern I've got, though, is that these things are helium-based. And helium is something that is in short supply right now. I mean, if you were to go to one of the party stores and try to get helium balloons, you probably couldn't do it. Helium is a very important gas in the space industry. It's used for cleanly purging cylinders and spheres and things like that. So we need it for lots of different things. I hope they can find another lifting gas other than helium, because it is a neat and useful project. But I hope they don't use up too much helium doing it. One other thought on it too is, while we're up there hanging around for days and days at a time at 50, 60,000 feet, sure would be nice to get some weather instruments up there too, some atmospheric instruments, and be able to send some of that data down from that close to the stratosphere.
Sure, I know Boeing's doing that with the unmanned craft that flies for weeks and months at a time on solar energy. And I think when I read on Loon's website that they have their partnership with HAPS Mobile, they have test flight. They've done all their they've rolled out their new unmanned craft that goes out. So that may be the solution to what they're looking for. Instead of having balloons anymore, they're going to have unmanned planes going up that just circle around.
We've lost a lot of data from the grounding of commercial airliners too during the the COVID situation. It's amazing how much data we were getting from those. That's closer to 30,000 feet, but it really filled in a lot of those gaps the radio sondes were providing.
In the past, we've talked about the radio sondes that you just mentioned. Could you maybe compare and contrast these loon balloons with a typical weather balloon? Because they have very different lifetimes, obviously, and different purposes.
Different lifetimes, quite a bit larger. And if you find the images of the loon launch site, I was looking at that the other day. They got some permanent structures out there, and they're building some larger ones as well, just to be able to handle launching these things, because they are so significantly large. And they do get much bigger as they go up into the atmosphere and the air pressure goes down. So most folks that I saw report them or share pictures of them describe them as looking like big jellyfish. It's a kind of a silvery looking material, very, very large. It's not as spherical as a weather balloon looks. Those are, you guys are the experts here. I think they're made of some sort of a latex material, but it's very opaque, where these are almost like translucent appearance. They're much, much larger, and the volume of lifting gases that they put in there is very, very different too.
So these balloons don't explode at 70,000, or they aren't even meant necessarily to go up to 100,000, like a typical weather balloon.
They aren't. They hang out between 50,000 to 60,000 feet. I think a lot of what the research is doing right now is to understand how the steering winds up there work, how viable this is to provide, how wide a coverage that they can provide, how the jet stream, changes in the jet stream and other things like that are going to affect their coverage. It'll be interesting to see what comes out of it. And as you mentioned, we can go on these flight tracking websites and look at them. If you go in and you enter HBAL and a 3-digit number, you might just find one.
Well, Tony, we certainly appreciate you being with us tonight to talk about the Mars mission and the loon balloons, and we definitely appreciate your time. If folks want to follow you again on Twitter, how can they do that?
So my personal account is RTP Hokie, Hokie, and if you are interested in Mars weather, the Mars WX report.
You can also find you on WRAL as a contributor and the Weather Brains, right? You're still doing the recorded version?
Still doing the recorded version. It's every Monday night we're putting that out, and I try to put something different out every week that's usually space related. Every once in a while we'll add in some other weathery stuff in there too.
Well, Tony, we certainly appreciate your time, and if you're watching tonight and you want to know more about the Mars launch, we'll probably be airing those towards the end of the month as we get into with our friends at NASA TV. I'm sure we'll be doing some more events surrounded by that mission and that launch. So stay tuned with that, and we appreciate you watching the Carolina Weather Group. Until next time, we hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you on the next Carolina Weather Group episode.
Good evening from Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm James Brierton, and this is an all-new episode of the Carolina Weather Group. It's Wednesday, October the 14th, 2020. Here's what's coming up tonight on the Carolina Weather Group. Our guest is Dr. Josh Warman. He invented the Dow, the Doppler on wheels, and he appeared alongside his famed vehicle on numerous TV shows, including Storm Chasers. He's an atmospheric scientist and the president of the Center for Severe Weather Research, that is, and we'll be talking to him coming up in just a moment. We also have on deck for you a check of your forecast with meteorologist Frank Strait. Before we get started tonight, a reminder that the Carolina Weather Group has a new Insiders Club. You can join us on Patreon, patreon.com/Carolina Weather Group, and unlock exclusive extras, including for just $1 a month, video extras and behind the scenes. There are 4 moments from tonight's interview that we weren't able to get into the final edit of the episode you're about to see. So if you want to check those out for just $1, you'll unlock those on Patreon. For $3.99 a month, you'll be getting early access to select videos, including this episode was available early on Patreon, and future select episodes will be made available onto Patreon supporters who pledge us at our full tier of $3.99 a month. If you're already a Patreon supporter, thank you so much for joining us at patreon.com/Carolina Weather Group. If this is the first time you've heard this pitch, rest assured the Carolina Weather Group, our weekly flagship show, is still always going to be free, just like you're about to see a full 30-minute interview as you would on any other week, and our severe weather coverage, as you saw this past weekend, always remains free. We thank those of you who are supporting us on Patreon so that the Carolina Weather Group can continue to grow and bring you the show that you know and love.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight's guest is Joshua Werman. He works at the Center for Severe Weather Research, and you may have seen Josh on a few storm chasing shows on TV. We're going to talk a little bit about that as well tonight with all the research he's been doing lately with the active tropical season and just kind of generally talking about his career. So we're happy to have Josh with us tonight. Towards the end of the show, we'll let Josh give out some information, social media websites. That way you can follow more of his content. So be sure to stick around towards the end of the show for that. So Josh, welcome to the show. We're happy to have you. We'll kind of give you our first question that we ask all of our first-time guests is, how did you get hooked into this crazy weather world that we all like to follow?
Well, it's been decades for me. You can see all the gray hair here. As a kid, I loved physics and math and things like that. And weather was just always a passion for me. I had a little weather station in my backyard and one of those little Taylor instruments, max-min thermometers, and a weather station. I was old school before the internet. So I always liked weather. It was changing all the time. And it was just a great way to apply my nerdy passions of physics and math to something that was really interesting. A lot of interesting challenges and problems still to be solved. So one way or another, I've been into weather for 50 years.
So Josh, before you got started with the Dow projects and everything that you've been working on recently, you actually used to work with the Air Force on nuclear winter simulations, I guess you could say. Could you tell us a little bit about that? That's something I knew nothing about before doing a quick Google search yesterday.
Wow, I was going to say, somebody had some old resume out there. I went to school. I went to MIT, was kind of nerdy. I dropped out for 3 years. So, do what I say, not what I do, but I dropped out of school for 3 years. And went to work as a consultant for the Air Force Geophysics Laboratories. And there was a group there that was working on modeling of a nuclear winter. There was a pretty hot topic back in the 80s. And the premise basically was that if a lot of nuclear bombs were dropped, this was a different world back then. We were really thinking about the Soviet Union and the fact that some giant nuclear war would happen with thousands of nuclear bombs dropped. And the concern was that these nuclear weapons would loft a lot of dust and smoke up into the stratosphere where it would last a long time. And so what we were doing in that group was taking normal thunderstorm cloud models, similar, though more primitive because it was 30 years ago, but similar to models that are run now on clouds. And we would, instead of initiating a cloud with a 2 or 3 degree warm bubble from turbulence, we would initialize the model with a 500 degree nuclear explosion, and boom, you get a big cloud. And we would look at how high the dust from the ground and how high the smoke and other things would be lofted into the stratosphere. You could see what the effects would be on blocking off the sun, what was the issue. And so the concern then was that a nuclear war might lead to what was called then, probably still is, a nuclear winter.
Josh, it seems like you've done a lot of work with radars. What kind of interest when you were trying to figure out what you liked and didn't like in the weather community, what kind of drew you to radars and radar coverage and information?
I got into radar as a graduate student. And the group I was working in was working a lot with radar. I was working with radar data. My PhD work was on microbursts, looking at radar data. And I just started asking some technical questions. Most radars work by sending microwaves out. You send a pulse of microwaves out, and then what comes back to you is what you measure. That's how almost all radars are working. But I just asked myself one day, I think literally this was in the shower kind of mental conversation. What happens to all the other stuff? You know, some of the radiation hits the raindrops and comes back, but a lot of it goes other directions. What happens to all that? And so it turns out really interesting things happen to that, and you can measure that. So I basically came up with this concept of what's called bistatic multiple Doppler systems. That's a lot of syllables. But it was just a different way of doing radar, and I kind of got into doing some radar technology. And in the process of getting more, that kind of led to another question once I was doing that kind of technology. By the way, those in the field think that was my most clever idea, not the Dow. I was just reading papers about people who were doing tornado chasing. This was in early 90s. So there certainly were scientists who were doing tornado chasing. There were scientists who were taking out what I'll call some pretty primitive radar type devices to look at those tornadoes. And I thought, well, what if you actually put a good radar near a tornado? What would you see? So I was just asking that kind of simple question, and how could you do that? So I had what, in retrospect, wasn't a great idea of putting a radar in a van, just a regular old passenger van, with an antenna in the back, and you would open the back doors and expose the antenna, and literally we would just do donuts in a parking lot to scan. It wouldn't scan. We would just do donuts facing the tornado. That was my original idea. And we would just do donuts and see if we could take some slices through a tornado. That quickly morphed into, some engineers telling me, you can actually make that antenna move. And here's how to do it, into coming up with the first Doppler on wheels. And I usually describe it as an idea behind its time, but it's not rocket science. The first Doppler on wheels was just a weather radar. We did a few slightly clever technological things to make it fit on a truck and make it not break when you drive it over railroad tracks. But basically, it was a radar on a small box van. And the main thing is we just got closer. So we just drove it up to tornado. So we had a pretty good radar, not as good as an 88D, but a pretty good radar. And by getting it 50 times closer, we had a 50 times smaller beam that way. We had a 50 times smaller beam that way. So it's already 2,500 times better. We were a little bit clever and sampled in the third direction better. But I could get 10,000 pieces of data where an 88D would typically get one. And, if you have a microscope or telescope or something, it's getting 10,000 times better data. It's easy to get new science out of that. And that's what we did. The whole thing was just getting closer, getting finer scale data, looking with a better microscope, with a better telescope at tornadoes and anything else. I know you mentioned tropical stuff, and we just came back from Sally and Laura. Well, we got in the eyes of those storms, in the eye walls of those storms, and with a better microscope, we got up close. And so we're seeing lots of things you just can't see from farther away with our technology.
I guess for the viewers and the listeners who aren't as familiar with what the Doppler on wheels looks like and kind of, what is the epitome of that now? I guess some basic descriptions of what it's like having a Doppler on wheels, what's the size of it, and kind of what's the situations that you would prefer to drive it into? Are there other things besides scanning tornadoes and hurricanes that you find it useful for?
Sure. So let me start out. I'll back up one step and start, just in case there's some people who don't even really have a great feel of what radars do. I mean, radars basically send out a narrow beam. It's kind of like a flashlight beam, as narrow as you can get it. And they're scanning through storms of whatever type and trying to get the smallest details that you can by scanning that flashlight beam back and forth. The Doppler on wheels is basically putting all that radar stuff and that flashlight on a truck so we get closer to things. I was just explaining how if you get 50 times closer, you're getting maybe 10,000 times better data. So anything we drive it closer to, we're seeing better data. I use an analogy sometimes of whoever it was who invented the first microscope. So he pointed at his finger, he can see details of a fingerprint. He can point it at pond water and sees parameciums. You can, almost anything you point it at, you're going to see much finer scale detail. So that's what we do with these Doppler wheels on trucks. So the fundamental concept is just a pretty good radar. Actually, lately we've made very good radars on trucks. So the first ones were just pretty good radars on trucks. What we've done is we've made our trucks better, but we've also made the radars a lot better. So now we have dual polarization radar, so we can see the difference between hail and rain. If they're making, rain has kind of hamburger shaped raindrops, whereas hail is these big ugly things that are tumbling. We can tell the difference with dual polarization. We have 2 different frequencies, so we can look at what happens at 2 different frequencies. We also have pretty good if you're driving over railroad tracks, like I was talking about. If one frequency goes down, we still have the other one. So it's just more reliable. So we've done a lot to make the radars better. Getting closer is great for tornadoes. We can make maps of tornadoes and multiple vortices and what's happening near the ground, all kinds of stuff you just couldn't see before, just like looking at a paramecium in a pond. But that's true of all kinds of different phenomena. We've had these radars up on mountain peaks in Idaho and Wyoming for winter storm projects, where we're looking at what happens with snow bands and what happens with snow bands when you see them in really remote areas. Well, for a radar that's 100 miles away in Boise, you can't see what's happening in that remote area, Idaho. But we put the radar right on the mountains where we're doing the seeding, and we can see what...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
We just took the radars, just a year and a half ago. We took them down to South America to look at storms down there. And by getting up close and targeting those storms, we can see the small-scale details of what's happening. They weren't making tornadoes pretty much. They were just making big hail, actually huge hail, and torrential rains, just horrible flooding. Some of the biggest, strongest storms are happening down in Argentina, northern Argentina. We've taken the trucks up to New England to look at coastal storms there and watching all the small-scale details and banding and other phenomenon that we don't even understand what they are. We're still trying to get funding to go study what those things. We've seen some things we don't understand. And so what our normal course of action is, we see something we don't understand, then we go and ask the government, can we have some money so we can go do this better and understand it? So we're still in that middle phase right now where we're trying to get the money to go do the project better to understand it. We just went to Hurricanes Laura and Hurricane Sally. And we're trying to get in the eyes of those hurricanes to see the small scale details. So I invented the first Dow back in late 94 and 95, got some hurricane data in 95. In 96, I just thought, hey, I wonder what you'd see if you went inside a hurricane. Nobody had ever, I know now hurricane chasing with chasers, recreational chasers is reasonably popular, and there's several scientific teams that do that. Back then, 1996, no one did that. The idea was basically a hurricane was a zone of death. You just don't go in. But we thought, well, it's not so much worse than an RFD or something. Maybe we can do it, right? So we went in really kind of scared. We were pretty anxious, and we went to Hurricane Fran back in 1996. We deployed, I think, 5 miles from the coast, really far from the coast, something I just wouldn't do by choice anymore, and deployed on a runway at Wilmington Airport, really scared. We had all these emergency ideas of running into the shelter at the airport if anything bad happened, if we flipped over or went airborne. We just didn't know what would happen. But we got amazing data. We discovered a whole new phenomenon. It turns out the wind in hurricanes doesn't just blow straight. It's actually blowing like a corkscrew. There's these boundary layer rolls. And those rolls are mixing strong winds down to the ground where you get these streaks of stronger winds. But over the ocean in particular, it's mixing the warm, soupy air up from the ocean surface and feeding the storm, and measuring that flux of not only momentum downwards, but warmth energy upwards is really important, critical for these hurricane intensification models. If you've noticed from actually Sally and from Laura, the track forecasts are pretty good. Even 2 or 3 days ahead of time, you pretty much know where that storm's going to go. but you don't know what the intensity is going to be that well. And rapid intensifications happened both in Laura and in Sally right before landfall that weren't really that well forecast. So understanding that corkscrewing is really important. So just by going in, we discovered a whole new phenomena, which was quite exciting for us going into a hurricane.
How do you deal with the potential for, radiation issues coming off of the radar? Because obviously you don't want to be in the dome of an 88D while it's running. I'm pretty sure similar situations with the Dow, you don't want to be right in front of it, obviously. How do is there anything special you have to do to mitigate that?
So in very loose terms, radiation comes in two types. One is ionizing radiation, the other is non-ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation is basically ultraviolet and shorter wavelengths, so ultraviolet X-rays, gamma rays, things of that sort. And those hurt you because the individual photons hit your DNA, ionize it, change the molecular structure, and then you get mutations and cancers. But that only ultraviolet and stronger or shorter wavelengths, higher energy photons can do that. Non-ionizing radiation, which is visible, infrared, microwaves, radio waves, those can also cause harm. What those do is they interact, they don't actually hit the electrons and knock them off the DNA molecule. What a microwave or a radio wave or an infrared coming off your fireplace does is it shakes your molecules, mostly your water molecules, and it makes your water molecules shake and bend and do things like that. And then those water molecules, the bending and stuff and shaking is not so bad, but what happens is then they, as they lose that energy, they heat things up. That energy basically degrades into heat. So the way a microwave oven hurts you would be if you got heated up, if it heated your tissue. And in theory, a radar or a microwave or something like that could heat your tissue and hurt you if it raised your body temperature. So if it heated up your eyeballs or your brain or your liver or something up to some dangerous temperature, that would be bad for you. But it takes a lot of energy to do that. Now, and a lot of energy focused in a small area to do that. So your microwave basically makes about a kilowatt of energy, but it's focused on a small area like that to heat up your muffin, right? Or whatever you're trying to heat up. A radar, so let's say the Dows, they might put out on the average a kilowatt or 2 kilowatts of energy, but it's spread over this huge dish. So in fact, an 88D, I would stand in front of the dish of an 88D. It would not heat me up that bad because sure, it's putting out an average of a kilowatt. It puts out a megawatt for a microsecond, but on the average, it does that 1,000 times a second. On the average, it's putting out about a kilowatt. Now that kilowatt compressed in this much space, if you put your hand on the waveguide of the 88D or a Dow, it would be like holding a light bulb. It would hurt you because of that heat. Actually old style light bulbs. See, now I'm going to date myself. Not these LEDs you kids use, the old incandescent light bulbs like we used to use. But an old incandescent light bulb, if you held it, it would hurt you, right? But if you stood 2 meters away, it would not hurt you. The brightest light bulb 2 meters away is not going to hurt you. Pretty much these radars, when you're a couple meters away, like an 88D or a Dow, are not going to hurt you by heating you up enough. Now, there can be exceptions. There are some military radars which have more power if you got super close to them. I think cell phone towers, microwave links, there's some things where you can get an energy density that's pretty high. And if it's an energy density that's enough to heat up your eyeballs or interior, several degrees, like a fever, then that would cause harm. But in general, we don't believe. The best medical knowledge that we have is that this low degree of heating from 88Ds, from Dows, from things like that, from light bulbs, from standing out in the sun, you get heating from standing out in the sun, probably doesn't hurt you. Now, that said, as with anything, if you Google on the internet, and there's 6 billion people out there, you'll find some people who have some alternate theories about anything, right? Google Flat Earth Society if you want to prove that theory. And so there are people who believe that these pulses and things like that can cause harm in some other ways. I don't think they're right. There really isn't medical evidence that they're right, but there are some concerns over that.
I had a question. I wanted to kind of switch gears a little bit away from hurricanes and tornadoes and maybe talk a little bit about your work with lake effect snow. I was curious just, how is the DOWs used to look at lake effect snowstorms, and what are some of your favorite places to set up along the Great Lakes?
So we did 2 lake effect snowstorm studies in the last several years. The most recent was called OWL, which I forget what it stands for, Ontario something, lake effect snow. And they were fascinating to me. I was really interested. I'd grown up in the East Coast, and so been up there a little bit and seen some lake effect snow, but not really experienced it in that way. We based in Oswego, New York, and the idea was to look at Lake Ontario lake effect. Lake effect snow happens, I'll say very, very loosely. Cold air comes over warm lake, you get moisture and heat coming up from the lake, and you get convection. Lake Ontario is deeper. Lake Ontario, Lake Erie get a lot of lake effect, but Lake Erie freezes over in the winter, and basically that warmth and moisture coming up stops. So the lake shuts off. Lake Ontario is deeper, has more mixing, so it stays open for business, they say, for most of the winter, usually the whole winter. So we based in Oswego, which was on the southeast side of the lake. And with the Dows, we could operate different places along the lake. So we went as far west as Buffalo, as far east as the Canadian border, up on the northeastern side of Lake Ontario. And what we did the fall before the project is we scouted out lots of potential sites where we could park our radars. We had 3 radars up there, and we were trying to operate them in triplets to triangulate on the different parts of the storm. And depending on the forecasts, we would drive to site 1, 2, and 3, or site 15, 16, 17, wherever it was along the lake, and then scan there for the duration of the storms. Sometimes it was a bust and the bands didn't happen where we thought they would. Sometimes it was pretty amazing. These bands would happen right there. And very impressive snow. You get these, it was kind of windy. We were always right along the lake, so it was particularly windy, 30, 40 knot winds sometimes. And so we'd have these ground blizzard conditions, very low visibility. Not a lot of moisture, huge snow ratios, 20-to-1 kind of thing. But it would just be blowing like crazy. So you couldn't see anything. And the snow rates, I remember one day, we're getting 6 inches an hour. I mean, it's just, you can't believe that. I couldn't. It's just amazing amounts of snow coming down. Again, over the course of the winter, it wasn't like there was 8 feet of snow on the ground. It would kind of compress between storms because it was such fluffy stuff. But these bands were quite impressive. Some of the bands had little cells in them, which almost looked like miniature supercells. We get these little mesovortices, or what we call the misovortices, MISL, because they were pretty small, a kilometer or so in scale. Weaker than tornadoes, but these pretty pronounced spin-ups. So we were mapping those out. It seemed like those were associated with some enhancements in the snow and changes in the type of snow crystals. So those were pretty interesting.
So Josh, as we wrap this up tonight, let's just talk briefly about some of your TV appearances. People may remember you from the Discovery Channel show Storm Chasers and other shows that you're on. So let's talk about some of those experiences and any memorable moments from those shows.
Yeah, so tornado work, that gets, off and on, kind of ebbs and flows, gets a lot of media attention at times. It's pretty interesting. It's dynamic. It's people out there next to danger. I was going on at great length again about, potential risks and dangers in El Reno. Discovery Channel was a very different character of show because instead of just doing a documentary type of thing like we've done with History Channels and Nat Geos and Novas. They wanted to film something which was kind of documentary-like, but then evolved into being more reality show-like, and multiple seasons of reality show. And so that was an interesting kind of thing to do. I think both cultures struggled with that. I think we managed to do some things which were worthwhile. Discovery Channel funded and supported a lot of our science, and they stuck with us during uncertain seasons where we weren't getting a lot of data, but other seasons where we got good things. I think we were probably very difficult. Reality shows thrive on people who want to be on TV and who want to act up, and it's known that the more crazy you are and the more outrageous and the more you scream or have fights or do whatever, the more you're going to be on TV and the more it's going to be interesting. That is the opposite of what boring scientists like me want to do. I mean, we are just not into that. And so getting enough interesting TV out of people like me, I think, is a real challenge. Dealing with people who are trying to make a drama show and not do serious business like I want to do is a challenge for us. But that match was made, and it worked pretty well. Now, eventually, I think they got tired of us. We were in there a lot in seasons 1 and 2, and then in season 3, they were trying to bring in more interesting people. And in season 4, I don't know if I'm catching these seasons right, but we basically were out of it. Maybe we made some cameo appearances, but they just wanted more exciting chaser type activity, and the science aspect wasn't as important to them. I wish they kept doing science more, but that's not what they're trying to sell pickup trucks and pills or whoever advertises on Discovery Channel. It's a business. So I'm sure they were making commercially sensible choices for what's good there. As we were making choices for what was good for our science. I mean, we didn't care about pickup trucks. What we cared about was getting good data. So it was interesting working with that.
For those who are listening or watching the podcast or the live stream, if folks want to learn more about what you guys are doing with the Dow project and all the other things you're doing, how can they do that? Do you have social media, website our folks can follow?
So first, because I'm old, but second, actually, because of Discovery Channel, I basically don't do social media. So first of all, my phone number here at home is not under my name. I don't have a Facebook page. The problem was I think they had 3 million people watching that show. Let's say 1 out of 1,000 of them are crazy, right? I don't want emails or Facebook or stalking or, phone calls from that 1 in 1,000 who are crazy. So I basically never got involved with any of that sort of thing. That's so old, it probably wouldn't matter anymore. But so how can they do it? I mean, we're just not good at publicizing our stuff. We have a bad web page that's mostly out of date. Every so often we update it with something. I think we put some Hurricane Laura stuff on it. Like I said, I don't do Facebook. Maybe some of my team members do. We're I don't know, boomers. We don't do that kind of thing much.
I will say this. I'll give you a plug for your website. It's cswr.org. And I do see the article there about the Dows being deployed during Hurricane Laura. So if you want to check out the website, in fact, that's how I got in touch with you, Josh. So
okay.
Check that out. So, but we appreciate you. Go ahead.
Sure. I said that's the best formal thing is that website, and I don't even do it. I mean, actually, back in the day, I used to actually type HTTP, which also was probably a boomer thing. But I have somebody on my team, and I say, hey, put some link to our Washington Post article on there if you can. So sometimes we get some things like that. Maybe there's something about our fire, but so we went to this Cameron fire and got data, and I don't know if that's on our webpage. I don't know how you find out about it. I mean, we're just not good at publicizing ourselves.
No,
we need some influencers on our team. I think.
Well, hey, I know a group right here that would love to help you out. But in all seriousness, so Josh, we appreciate the work that you and your team do and the valuable research that you provide to all of us here in the weather community. We appreciate you joining us tonight, and we hope you stay safe out there the next time you venture out into hurricanes or tropical storms or tornadoes or this upcoming winter storms. We wish you the best out there, and we'll stay in touch.
Okay, thanks. It was great talking to you. Terrific questions, all of you. It was fun to answer those, and I'm happy to answer others or do something like this again whenever you guys are interested.
Thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We hope you have a great evening here next week.
When we found ourselves doing severe weather coverage for Brunswick, Columbus counties along the coastal areas of North Carolina, just outside the Wilmington area, what we didn't know until after the fact was that we were tracking a EF3 tornado. This is a absolute monster of a tornado that impacted that area and unfortunately did result in some deaths. 2 or 3, if I'm not mistaken, as well as 10 injuries. We got some new video today when North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper visited the communities hardest hit, and I want to allow the panel some time to talk about this, because this in and of itself would be a very big news story for us here in the Carolinas and on this show. And it's just yet unfortunately another piece of a very busy weather week that has been playing out. But you can see here the communities still trying to clean up after this storm rolled on through. Let me pop up again for you if I can, and I'm going to ask our group to kind of weigh in on it well too. Is, you know, we look at radar scope imagery from that night. You can see it there on the right-hand side of your screen, the velocity, the measuring of the winds in the atmosphere circling here where the tornado crosses Highway 17, where some of this video was captured just outside Ocean Isle, and then continues for about 25 miles, going 45, 50 miles an hour, at times almost trying to outrun the polygon. The Weather Service working very hard to keep this very fast-moving supercell inside that tornado-warned polygon to try to give people as much lead time as possible. Brad, let me bring you back in. I know you had just finished the 11 o'clock news, but I saw you tweeting about this. What were you thinking at 11:45 at night when you were looking at this on radar?
So I had seen that storm offshore in the special marine warning because I was impressed with the signature, but wasn't thinking much about it. Went on to finishing up some emails, and I have all alerts turned on for North and South Carolina. So I heard the tornado warning pop up on my computer, and I looked down and I was like, "Holy cow!" Right away, I was like, I could see the debris signature, and I knew it was bad. And then immediately, with some of my emergency manager contacts, started getting messages about, some serious damage and, requests for search and rescue crews. So I knew it was pretty bad. And when I looked quickly at the map, I knew that area quite well. I actually played that golf course several times. Tiger's Eyes right there, Ocean Isle. It's a beautiful area. So I'm very familiar with that. And I knew, hearing the damage reports, those weren't small homes. Those were well-built, I wouldn't say mansions. Those are nice houses. So for those to be leveled and destroyed, I knew it was a significant hurricane tornado. I'm thinking of hurricane because that area was hurt by Isaias as well, almost the exact same location. But what was interesting is, that was EF3. That's the only second EF3 I could find in the database in the month of February in North Carolina's history. The other one was in 1971. So EF3 tornado in the month of February is incredibly rare for North Carolina, and in that area, period, any time of the year.
Brad,
I have to echo. I was going to say I was asleep when this happened. When I woke up in the morning, I saw your text in our internal chat. But along with Brad, I've played golf at this golf course that actually got hit, and vacation, there a lot. And like Brad said, it's a well-built community. I mean, these homes are well-built, and to see the video of just some of these just being completely demolished just shows you the sheer size and strength of this tornado. And, it was a nocturnal tornado again, at 11:45 on a February evening, something you just don't really anticipate. So the loss of life is never good. And just our thoughts and prayers go out to those folks. But just seeing some of the damage out there, you could tell it was a pretty massive tornado.
Yeah, I'm like you, Scotty. I slept through this too. And the very next morning, I woke up and saw that there had been a big tornado from browsing through Twitter. And so I went and downloaded the radar scans from the archive and went to look at what the radar looked like. And when I saw that debris signature, I thought, oh my God, that had to have been a really bad tornado. Debris was lofted up to something like 22,000 feet. Is that right?
22, 25. It was up there. It got sucked right up into the updraft. It was pretty impressive.
Right. Yeah. When you see debris lofted that high, you're dealing with a pretty substantial tornado. And in this case, at EF3. And that's what it looked like. It could have been just looking at the radar.
Yeah. That's a tough warning scenario. The Weather Service, did the best job they could, but nocturnal, February, I think that these coastal communities have it tough because I was talking to another group about this today. The special marine warnings, we're talking about water spouts and rotation, but who on the coast is looking at special marine warnings off the coast? If that was a polygon for a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning to a county to your south and east, you're probably a little bit more aware. But when they're special marine warnings, you're probably not even thinking twice about it.
Right. And even if there is a water spout, you think, oh, well, it's going to last 100 yards inland at most. But this is a little different. This was, I think this was supercellular in nature. And when you get that kind of situation, you get a water spout from that. It's going to keep going inland and a long way sometimes.
I remember when we were streaming this, just looking at it going, this is textbook. You could see the hook echo. You could see it on velocity. 160 mile per hour winds. Christian Morgan, WFMY in Greensboro. I want to ask you for your advice for folks who...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Themselves in this situation, but if you find yourself in any tornado polygon, what do you do? Especially if it's midnight.
Yeah, guys, I was kind of watching this all unfold, kind of like Frank said, I just happened to log on to Twitter to just kind of see what folks were saying and kind of check out some different things about our upcoming storm this week. And I noticed all of these radar scans and started to notice and realize that, we were dealing with something pretty serious down in the coastal region of North Carolina there. And what I was saying on Twitter, I wasn't an active meteorologist following it along in those areas, but I was saying, if you have family and you have friends that in this area, who cares if you got to wake them up? Call them until they wake up and let them know what is going on, that they have to find somewhere safe to get. And really, in this situation, we say it all the time and it kind of gets drowned out and people kind of put it in the back of their minds. But really, you got to find that most inner room in your home. If you have a basement, that's the safest thing to do, away from doors and windows. And people say, well, I'm in the next room over. Is that okay? And I'm in the closet in the bedroom that, has windows in it. No, it's not okay. Because especially in a situation like this with such a dangerous tornado, we see picture after picture after picture of whether it's branches or whether it's beams from houses flying around, they can pierce right through walls and right through doors, and they can come into those rooms and into those areas. So the most inner room in your home, away from doors and windows. If you have a basement, that's the best. And one thing that we always try to say on the air in a tornado warning situation is take shoes with you, take a helmet with you. And people think that sounds crazy at first, but if something comes through the door or something comes through the wall, if you've got a helmet on, just like riding a bike, if you fall off and you have a helmet on, you're going to be that much more protected. And shoes, people say, well, I'm in the home. Well, if you have debris in the next room over and you come out to survey that once things are over, there's no telling what you could step on. So a helmet, glasses, safety goggles, shoes, if you have those things and take them with you, you're that much more prepared and that much more ready in a situation like that.
Hey, Christian, I think you guys did the story today. Wasn't there someone whose home was damaged by the ice storm and went down to their beach house because of the damage and then was impacted by the tornado?
Yeah, that is a series of really bad luck. They left here, their home was damaged on Saturday with the ice. And so they went to their beach house. I think they left earlier this week to kind of get away while crews were cleaning up their yard, and then found themselves in that situation the other night. And it's like, what do you do at that point? And I think if I remember right, I didn't watch the story in full detail yet, but if I remember right, I still think some of the family was either en route or was going to be traveling down to the beach house later. And so they had a really hard time getting in contact with those folks. And that, of course, is scary in itself when you're in one place going somewhere to be safe and your other family and your other party there knows what's happening and they can't get a hold of you. It's really, really sad.
That is absolutely incredible. That story had
another thing worth mentioning.
Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, another thing worth mentioning with all the Christian said earlier, do these things that you can do in advance. Decide where to go when the sky's blue. Make the plans on that day. Share them with your family. Make sure everyone knows where to go, so that when the tornado warning is issued, you can just do that and not have to think about what to do. You just do what you've decided to do, and it saves you time. That way, if you don't get a lot of lead time, and sometimes you don't, then you know what to do and you can do it and get there faster, and having less lead time matters less.
Yeah, that lead time is so critical, and the Weather Service does as best of a job as they can, and it's frankly a really good job, and it's improving each and every year to give people more and more lead time. But, an excellent amount of lead time is, what, guys, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes, and in this case, it might have been even less because of how fast this cell was moving.
Yeah. And another thing, I'm just reviewing the radar again right now, and I just noticed why this was kind of sneaky. I understand why it is. The radar near Charlotte, it looks like it has some obstructions to the radar beam to the southwest. And that was clouding what was going on with this storm. And it made it that much more difficult for the Weather Service to warn, because it was kind of in a dead spot for radar. And it just approached from the southwest, and the thing was over Sunset Beach before they realized what was going on, I think.
Yeah, I'll just do a shameless plug here. If you're interested in this, we're going to do a show with this with Gannon Medwick. He had a really good write-up today about the situation. So, a lot of weird things going on at that time. So sorry about that shameless plug, James. Back to you.
No, I'm glad you actually. That's more late breaking news, because I know you had reached out to him there at WECT to find out if he would come on and talk to us. So I think those are all valid points. And Frank brought something up that I think in hindsight, more people are learning about. I think the folks in that area may have already known about it. So I think there is some hindsight review analysis going on. I will say one of the things that I think was a silver lining saving grace is that this supercell, this tornado, passed just to the side of the radar. If it had gone over the radar, we could have lost eyes on the whole cell for the rest of the night, which I think would have introduced a whole other level of an issue. Certainly.
Yeah, just under 3 miles. If it had been just under 3 miles farther east.
So we mentioned that Governor Roy Cooper went down to survey the damage today and to meet with folks who were impacted by this tornado firsthand. And amongst some of the video that was fed back, we have about 2 or 3 minutes here where the governor is talking to 2 homeowners who were inside of their home when this tornado approached. You're going to hear them talk about the amount of lead time they had, or what frankly was a very small amount of awareness and lead time for them by the time they realized something was wrong, and what position that left them in, and how they ultimately rode this storm out inside of their home. It's a miracle. It's miraculous. It's heartbreaking. It's inspirational. It's a whole palette of emotions. Now, because of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, the microphones are a little bit further away than they would be ideally. And I'm letting you know that because the first rule of broadcast is always good audio. And you can hear them here, but especially if you're listening on our podcast, I want you to just stick this out with us and take a listen to the conversation the governor is having here with these homeowners. It's an incredible story.
They won't invade your space here, but I thought I'd just come over and just see things.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you guys doing?
We're alive.
The fact that we're alive is a big positive. I know that's something to be thankful for these days. Yep. So we're thinking about you and hope that everything can be put back together. So sorry about the loss of life here. Yeah. Tragic.
That's our greatest fortune. That was not us. This is sticks and bricks. They can be replaced.
So is this your house?
Yeah.
And so were you guys home?
Oh yeah. We were in it under the curtain.
So what happened? How did you guys, where were you?
I was in bed and I heard the hail, and at that point I said it's time to get up. And by the time I turned my back, the doors came in and hit me in the back and knocked me down to the sofa, to the bed. And that's probably the only thing that helped me survive, being knocked down. So, oh yeah, well you heard the hail. The amount of time between the hail hitting and the noise of the wind was instantaneous. There was no
I couldn't tell you what to say. I was on the living room sofa, and as soon as the hail cracked the first piece of glass, I ducked, and the whole back of the house flew in. And I went for a ride. Fortunately.
So how far were you carried? Where were you?
I was in the great room. The entire back of the house flew in. This wall here, I'm on the other side of it. Buried under everything else. And I'm sure the only thing that saved my life is our porch furniture is teak. And the one chair blew in on me like a teepee tent. So everything falling and throwing landed on that and not directly on me. And I swear that's the only reason I'm here.
That is amazing. Were either of you injured?
Minor
scratches.
I had to get
a couple of stitches.
But considering, no is the answer. Bumps and bruises by comparison.
Well, you have an amazing attitude about all of this. It's got to be devastating to lose your home like this.
It's devastating, but you got to maintain a positive attitude. So
we're here. We have something to deal with. There are others across the street and across the golf course that don't have that good fortune.
Do you have a place to stay?
We do.
Yes. The neighbors here are families. The generous, phenomenal offers have been endless. So.
Yeah, we have a place to stay. There are several people that had empty homes because they're not full-time residents. They offered the homes to us. I've had offers from New Jersey to Florida to help. So we've been fortunate.
Absolutely an incredible story. Those folks, as they expressed, lucky to be alive. Again, 2 fatalities, 10 injuries, and as you can see, multiple homes damaged by this EF3 tornado there in Brunswick County, North Carolina. We will have more, as Scotty mentioned, on future shows here in the Carolina Weather Group, talking more about an event that is clearly going to be now marked on our calendars and our history books. 160 mile-per-hour winds. That is practically unheard of in this part of the country.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight, we're going to be talking about the 9-year anniversary, April 16, 2011. If you live in North Carolina, anywhere around that time period, or even now, you remember the major tornado outbreak that occurred. And tonight, we're going to be looking back at that event. We have with us tonight Mike Mays, Chief Meteorologist at WRAL. We also have with us Dan Whitaker, Jeremy Gilchrist. They were out in the field chasing these tornadoes, and so we're going to get their perspective. Also with us, we have Tim Buckley, who is the Chief Meteorologist at WFMY, but at the time was working in Wilmington, North Carolina at WWAY. And we have Gannon Medwick on with us, who is Chief Meteorologist at WECT in Wilmington, but at the time was working at WNCT in New Bern, North Carolina. And we have with us Jeff Orrock, and he is the meteorologist in charge at the NWS office in Wakefield, Virginia. But at the time, he was also working at the NWS in Raleigh. So we have a big group of guests with us tonight. So looking forward to each and everyone's perspective of this event. I do want to hand it off to Mike first, kind of let him give a brief background of his recall of this event, because he has to run and get some things done. So Mike, I want to kick it off to you first, and tell us a little bit about your perspective. I know you was on the air during the event, so kind of talk to us about the lead up to the event and any memories during covering the tornado that you remember.
First off, I'll apologize. We got our cleaning crew coming into the studio, so it's probably going to get loud because he's pushing his garbage can around. I recall a few days prior to the event, which happened on a Saturday, SPC putting us in a risk. I believe it was moderate on that Friday, and then Saturday morning I woke up to a high risk. Now, at the time, Greg Fischel, who was the chief meteorologist at the time, was out of town. He had a family emergency up in Pennsylvania, so he had to leave. So I have never covered an event as massive as the one that happened on that Saturday without him being here. So it's kind of like he's Batman, I'm Robin, and then Batman's gone and Robin has to take over. So for somebody who's never been in the lead, it was kind of nerve-wracking. But I had Nate Johnson with me, who had tornado coverage experience. He was the chief meteorologist in Abilene, Texas. You guys probably all know Nate. So that morning, just the way the atmosphere felt, you could tell something was coming. And around lunchtime, 1 o'clock, we started having the tornadoes develop over the Sandhills. The first one, I believe, was in Sanford, had caused the damage to the Lowe's home improvement store there and tracked to the north and east. Now, I've been here in North Carolina since 1994. I've been in tornado coverage, but I've never had tornado coverage of long track tornadoes like the ones we saw that day. And at one point, we had 4 tornadoes on the ground, and Nate and I were juggling back and forth where I was handling 2 tornadoes, he was handling 2. It was just an incredibly rough day, and I'm sure everybody here in this group has their own stories about what happened. The hardest part for me, I guess, was watching that tornado leave Sanford, and it was making a beeline to my house, to my neighborhood. I have family in town, and I was hoping and praying that they were watching the coverage on TV. And I know, Tim, you're on TV. How do you get the point across to people that you know to take shelter? I couldn't stop and pick up the phone and say, hey, listen, a tornado's coming to the house. You need to take cover. So that's one thing that was upsetting to me. The tornado passed about 50 yards from my house. I damaged the subdivision right next to mine. I had some damage to some fencing. That was about it. I was very fortunate. And then after it passed my neighborhood, it was heading right here toward WREL. And I remember Nate Johnson yelling out loud to everybody in the studio, go to the basement, because it was at the time coming straight to the TV station, but at the last moment, it moved a little farther east and hit downtown instead of coming here. So it was a really, really rough day. And I thought after all was said and done, because we were on there from 2 in the afternoon to 11 o'clock at night nonstop. I mean, we had continuous coverage the whole time. And when it was done, I thought, okay, this is going to be the worst. This is the benchmark of the worst coverage of a storm that I'll have in my career. But then we had Florence, and it was just days upon days of coverage with that. But yeah, it was not the best.
And Jeff, from a National Weather Service perspective, how did y'all prepare, and how were y'all getting the message out in the days ahead of the event?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we had the moderate risk the day before, and we already had a feeling we were headed into a high risk, to be honest with you. So, we were already heavily staffed for that day. We already had a pretty good game plan, and I want to say by the time the storm started to move in from the west and really get going, I want to say we had at least a dozen people in the weather office, and we sectorized warning operations so that we could have 3 or 4 different folks issuing tornado warnings simultaneously, and at the same time, folks working with Skywarn. I was kind of helping lead operations and also doing a lot of phone calls to the emergency managers. There's a lot of spin up ahead of this. There was a lot of email traffic, a lot of email briefings the day before. I remember even briefing Seymour Johnson Air Force Base because they were at the high risk at that point, and some of the precautions they were taking down there, in the east. So there was a lot of preparation for it. It's kind of one of those things where, like Mike was saying, everybody knew something bad was about to unfold. And I had been through Gerald, Texas, the tornadoes out there, and so going into this event, that was kind of the back of my mind that we're headed into something pretty big. And I do remember talking with Wake County and trying to explain what does a high risk day mean. I mean, the way we taught this in Texas was that someone's going to die today. I mean, these are going to be big, long track tornadoes, and this is going to be some serious stuff.
Jeff, you're talking about Skywarn, the Storm Spotter group, and Jeremy and Dan. I want to bring you in here in just a second. But I imagine, like we were talking about, social media, not really that big of a thing at the time with tweeting in reports, giving Facebook reports of the storm. How key were the scour and storm spotters for you that day?
Yeah, and we've always had a great network across central North Carolina, so they've been outstanding. So we were getting a lot of real time reports from spotters. They were calling on the phone. We actually had ham radio operators. I want to say we had 2 or 3 in the office ready for this. So the network was just lighting up. We were getting a lot of reports, almost to the point where as it approached Holly Springs, I mean, you couldn't keep up with them all. So that was a huge asset, and just a lot of people just calling in on the phone. It wasn't we didn't have the social media like we do today, but we really pretty much knew what was going on. We had heard the Lowe's had been destroyed about the time it was getting into Wake County. We'd already heard that the Lowe's hardware had been severely damaged or destroyed down there. And of course, you could see the debris ball on radar. So you kind of had a sense that this was really serious stuff going on. But there was a lot of great real-time reports, not only across the Raleigh area and down towards Sanford, but also with the Fayetteville up to a Wilson tornado. I mean, we had a lot of great reports with that as well.
Mike, one question for you made me think. You're saying that before Florence, this was the biggest event you covered. Do you see any storm fatigue, even from 9 years from now, people kind of comparing severe weather events to April 16th?
There was a lot of anxiety every time a risk would come up. You'd feel that. You'd feel what happened on April 16th. I would worry every time we had like a SPC 3-day outlook, and on the 3-day outlook there was like an enhanced risk or maybe just a slight risk, and what it would be when we finally got to that day. And I got to the point where I was dreading severe weather coverage because of what happened that day. I'd get anxiety, I'd get scared, but I've gotten past that, and that's a good thing. I remember that day when we had the 4 tornadoes on the ground at one time. I was worried about, okay, how are we going to cover this? You can't show everything at one time. And we had to make sure, Nate and I had to make sure that we spent enough time on each storm to let people know that, it was coming to their communities, that they had to remain safe. But how do you juggle 4 tornadoes, inform everybody in their paths, and make sure you allot enough time so they know what's going on? We tended to hang with the one that went through Raleigh more and Fayetteville more because it was affecting larger populations, but that was the hard part and the worrisome part, that we weren't giving enough, coverage to one tornado and giving too much to another one.
Tossing over to Tim and Gannon as well, real quick. This was a career-defining event, one of the biggest, or definitely the biggest in North Carolina. Are there any specific memories or stories that you remember hearing about that day from viewers?
So I was in the Wilmington area, and if you look at the map, the kind of the final one with all the red lines, it confirms where all the tornadoes were. Oftentimes, the worst stuff doesn't quite get to Wilmington, right? And in this case, it didn't either. So city of Wilmington was fine. A lot of the populated coastal centers were fine. But on the periphery and the rural areas, most of the tornadoes that we were covering for about 8 hours that day, Robeson County, Columbus County, Duplin County, Onslow County, those counties inland were the ones we were talking about the most. Bladen County had I think, a 4 fatality storm. We, as always we do, actually got a lot of angry phone calls that day because most of the people in our area, they weren't seeing much other than blue sky. It was a really nice April morning. It was close to 80 degrees, I remember, breezy. There were NBA playoffs on at the day, so we were kind of fighting that battle in the newsroom, right, keeping people at bay a little bit while we were doing tornado coverage. Now later on, people understood how serious it was, especially once you started to see like the destroyed Lowe's foods and everything. But that was my first time ever really doing tornadoes, to be honest with you. It was my second year in Wilmington. Prior to that, I was in college, so I didn't know a lick about tornadoes. I grew up in upstate New York. I went to school in Pennsylvania. We don't get tornadoes. I mean, not really. So this was new for me too. But myself and Jerry Jackson, we were there for about, I think we went on TV at 2 and we went off at about 8. So it was a while covering these things. And it was just amazing to me how there were very few, if any, false alarms. There were a million tornado warnings and there were a million tornadoes. To use hyperbole, but they were pretty much each cell produced as it was going through, and it was just boom, 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 one after the other, and a lot of damage was done, especially to the rural areas in Southeast North Carolina.
My second daughter was born on the 11th. I didn't come back to work till Friday. Just throwing stuff out there. Saw the slight to moderate risk, alerting for storms going into Saturday. I was third on the pecking order to be coming in because we had our weekend person, we had our chief, and I was doing mornings. But it became clear, especially what was going down in central North Carolina. I was personally at home watching Nate Johnson with that tornado. It looked like a wedge, looked like a cloud just right to the ground that I was going in. And it's coming back to memories about just making sure you spend time on one storm to identify where the rotation is and give enough lead time before you have to move on to that next storm. And at some points, there were 6, 8 active warnings. Just a blur the way it just continuously unfolds. You hit a storm, you move on to a storm, you circle back. Population centers, as Mike mentioned, preferred. There was the one at Tarawa Terrace in Jacksonville. That was a big center in the Greenville-New Bern television market. Jacksonville is the largest city. We had to hit that. Then we saw the storm report that the Bertie County storm had actually killed numerous people. I ended up killed 12 people. So that was surreal. When you are warning for storms and getting reports of damage, but no reports coming down off the wire or whatever, that there's fatalities. And then all of a sudden, numerous fatalities is still weird to talk about. Ended up being 12 in Bertie County. And then finally, just going home that night, this event had everything. The event had everything. The setup, and then the final. I mean, sometimes we say as meteorologists, we save lives. This was literally the only time that we were able to, some of our crews went out to Snow Hill in Greene County, and they were able to say, standing with a family in their house that was completely destroyed except for the interior part. And they said they were listening to our broadcast, and they went into that interior part. So
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. and South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
That I never want to forget, and I wanted to. So thanks again to give me a chance to talk to you guys about it and share the similar experiences.
Gannon, I think we've talked about this before off of this show, but this was also one of your one of your first tornado events, kind of bigger tornado events to cover, correct?
Yeah, I'd gotten to Greenville in October of 2004. There were a couple of active springs and falls as per usual. 2008 sticks out, but like Mike and Tim said, I mean, they're just usually just a couple tornadoes and then you move on. And maybe they're in rural areas and maybe they're not, exceptional damage producers. But then this one just is bold-faced, italicized, and underlined when you look back on it. So yeah, the biggest event, and thank God it's still the biggest tornado event. Dorian was a huge producer, but still nothing compares to April 16, 2011.
I've been to a few conferences and I've heard, Jeff, I'll send this to you. Obviously 2011 remembered for the Tuscaloosa, Alabama, April 27th event. Had that not happened, this would have been the event that a lot of the meteorological community would have looked back on tornado-wise, Jeff. As the Weather Service, I know you guys do a lot of meetings and stuff. Has this event kind of tailored some of your studies or some of your outlooks on stuff that you've, I guess, done case studies on this event to kind of find out the whys of what happened and how to better prepare for maybe the next setup we get like this?
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt this event, I mean, it still stands out, even though, like you're saying, the later event was even larger than this one. For our region, this is still, what our benchmark, storm. And, it even went up, not even just the Carolinas, eventually went up into Virginia and did a lot of damage up there too. So, it's been widely studied. It was before some of the newer technology came out with on the radar, even some of the new impact-based warnings. So we've actually gone back in and rerun cases like this with what we call the impact-based warnings. And we did use tornado emergency, but nowadays we even have more tags we can put into the warnings to kind of say, okay, it's radar confirmed on the ground before we even have, spotter reports of anything on the ground. We can confirm it just using radar data. And so we've actually used cases like this and kind of run back through them with some of the new products and new ways that we issue tornado warnings, as well as some of the different dual pole products. So, we do go back in and kind of practice and relive some of these events like this, putting them more into, I'd say, the current time. So this is definitely a benchmark event. We also look at it from a standpoint of, staffing and how do you handle events like this, because they don't come around often. So you kind of go back and look at how does operations run in the Weather Service office when you have an event like this, making sure that you're dotting your I's or crossing your T's. Every storm is being interrogated simultaneously, and that you've got warning operations going for each individual storm, and you're doing your coordination with 911 centers and working with emergency management, and then keeping the damage reports, as they're coming in, also sending them out. So, looking at how an office should run, and how we should be running our operations to keep things, being pushed out so folks know what's happening. I mean, we use events like this to kind of go back and revisit and relive, what we did right, and also sometimes where we can improve. But it's important to kind of take these events in context, realizing we'll have an event, something like this again at some point in the future. We hope not, but we've got to be ready for it.
And Jeff, one more question, then I want to get to Dan and Jeremy and let them talk about what they experienced out in the field. We were talking before this show. You guys, at a point in time, I think it was 5, 6, 7 minutes, were backed up by the National Weather Service in Blacksburg. Can you talk to our viewers tonight who may not realize in these situations when the Weather Service is actually in danger of getting hit by a tornado, you actually pass the coverage off to a neighboring office?
Yeah, so similar to what Mike was saying earlier, about probably just shortly after the tornado went through Sanford, and you could see the massive debris ball on the radar. Before it got to Holly Springs, we realized that this thing was coming into most likely southern Wake and eventually the south side of Raleigh, where the Weather Service office was. So I remember I picked up the phone and talked to the Blacksburg office, so we're paired so that a neighboring Weather Service office can really kind of basically restart their computer system, and they can come up as if they're, the Raleigh Weather Service office. So we called them probably almost half an hour out to just said, hey, look, we may get to the point where we've got to be backed up if this thing gets too close, so be ready to go, giving them a chance to get the radar up and running, the warning system up and running, things that they would need. And I think we called them back, I want to say about probably 15 to 20 minutes later, and we basically said, okay, this thing may really come get us now. So I basically remember saying, if you hear from us again, you've got it. And so then what we started doing is we had 12 people in operation. So as it got closer, we started funneling some folks downstairs into the lower part of the building. And we kept 3 of us up in operations. And literally about the time we could see insulation and things falling outside the window, we picked up the phone and basically told Blacksburg, okay, you've got it. We're sheltering at this point. And we had already issued the tornado emergency for Raleigh. So the warnings were already out for Raleigh. And then we sheltered downstairs, like you're saying, for probably about 7 minutes, and then came up. And the tornado passed just to our east, going up South Saunders Street.
Dan and Jeremy, y'all had a very different kind of experience. You guys were actually out in the field chasing these long track tornadoes. I guess, Dan, we'll start with you since you're the first on my screen. Kind of give us the firsthand perspective. What was it like actually being there within a mile of these monsters?
One of the things that we had at the time that we still use that was very active was the NC Storm Chasers and Forecasters group on Facebook. And fortunately, there's a lot of information coming in through there being funneled in as well. And I remember I was in Alabama, I caught the storm, and all of a sudden there started being people kind of looking at some of the parameters for the next day in North Carolina. This was when it was at a moderate, I guess, before it got pushed to a high risk. And one of the things that was being looked at was how the storm system I was currently inside and what was turning into a squall line in Alabama was going to keep pushing across into North Carolina. And they were seeing on the HRR runs how basically that squall line eventually was going to break apart into supercells, and that's when really the tornado potential would strengthen. And so when that started coming into play, I just hauled it right straight back towards North Carolina, drove all night long, and made it into Greensboro, Burlington area for the start of where the tornado warnings really kind of got going. Followed the storm in front of it. I actually was able to bust through it near, because I was inside of it / behind it until about Charlotte to Greensboro, somewhere in there. I busted through the front of it and got in front of the squall line, and then was in front of it near Burlington to Raleigh, somewhere in between there, maybe kind of close to Durham. And that's kind of when it went tornado warned, and it started to kind of quickly overwhelm my vehicle and me and my ability to keep chasing it. There's a couple things that were very clear about this storm system and about these storms, which is one, they were very fast moving. I remember they were going about 60 to 80 miles an hour. Was what I was trying to keep up with and stay in front of, and position myself in hook echoes so that I could try and get a good visual of these, for the most part, pretty rain-wrapped, low nature storms that were just hard to spot. I had had great luck in Alabama the day before. I actually found myself up on a hill is kind of how I was able to see that tornado so well for such a long period of time. But this day it seemed, in North Carolina, a lot more heavy rain, a lot more heavy wind. I basically ended up inside of some severe winds going, just at a guesstimate, 50 to 70 miles an hour at the very least, sideways blowing rain. Once I got out of that, I tried to get back in position, ended up in that again. Eventually just kind of the whole storm inside of that tornado warning just overwhelmed me and got in front of me right as it got into Raleigh.
And just waiting for this line, and we're sitting there going, oh man, this thing is not breaking up. There's no supercells, what's happening. All of a sudden, obviously within a few frames it started to go. And so we're in Newton Grove still, and which was the right area to be. We just got a little impatient and saw the first one. By then it was already hitting Sanford and the lows, and we decided to speed on towards Raleigh to try to get it there. And I do remember, as Mike May said earlier, the broadcast, Kevin had his ham radio with us. He had a ham radio in the car because he was doing the storm spotting. But I do remember that specific broadcast said, do not approach Raleigh, stop where you are, and all this stuff. And one thing I do remember about that whole day is just a surreal feeling that I can't even describe in the atmosphere. And the winds, even outside, the thunderstorms are blowing 40 to 50 miles an hour. Lots of inflow into these supercells from a long distance away, blowing dust and all of that. But when we got to Raleigh, as it was said, it went up South Saunders Street. We were not far from there, coming onto the Beltline. And it was, I remember specifically seeing the power flashes just to my left as we were coming in. And we stopped right there because we knew it was rain wrapped. We couldn't see it. And we looked for an exit after that. And then we were trying to decide, do we, for about a couple of minutes, do we try to keep up with this one? We all knew that the storms, as Dan said, were doing, forward speeds of 60 to 80 miles an hour. We're already behind it. We're in a metro area. We're like, no, let's get out of here. Let's go for the next one down the line. That was the Wilson storm. And interestingly enough, that storm hit Fayetteville first, that next cell down the line. And I have a friend there who was in contact with me pretty much before we were chasing the Raleigh one, saying, do I need to take shelter? Is this the real deal? And I looked, and the couplet was almost on top of him. And I'm like, yes, get in, And they got into a closet, and the tornado did hit their house. Fortunately, at that point, it was the start of that tornado's path. So it was weaker. They had a few shingles gone, but up the road from them, it turned into EF3 damage. So, but they were, they did take precautions and they were fine. I didn't find that out till later, but so then I had to beat the forward flank of that next cell. So coming out of Raleigh, so I was speeding definitely to beat that forward flank to get. I didn't want to get cored and then stuck and miss knowing how fast these storms were moving. So I was driving a Volkswagen Beetle at the time. And finally made it to 795 area. I got just a little bit south of it, and because I did want to get a clear view if there was a tornado. And then we were going up 795 northbound, and so we get a straight on look at it. And I looked to my left, and I saw the rotation. I looked to my left, and like, is that what I think it is? Because it was there wasn't that much contrast at that point. And it was open field, and so we just decided to stop there. And then it came out from some trees, and sure enough, that's the tornado, which many of you have probably seen the video of.
Marker 5.5, looking north-northeast. Large tornado on the ground, all the way to the ground.
Multiple times. Kevin called it in. I think the tornado was about 100 yards wide at that point. We were about a mile and a half away. I could have gotten a lot closer to it, but I did not know the area that well, so I didn't know if I was going to pull up. That's the only reason I didn't. I didn't want to lose the view we had, and I knew how fast it was moving. I knew we had one shot to get a look at it, and that was going to be it, and then it was going to be gone. And so we decided, all right, we got a good view here. Yeah, no, we're not super close, but we'll just stay where we are, and we're safe here. So we watched it, and then kind of faded into the rain from where we were as the rear flank downdraft came around, and we got hit by that a little bit. And then after that point, we took off for the next cell down the line, which we ended up in Farmville outside of Greenville. And we just missed it. We just moved. We weren't fast enough. These storms were moving way too quickly. So we just had to find a safe. We actually had to use an escape route and go into the rain and hail so we get away from the couplet and let it pass because we weren't going to be able to see it from where we were. And then, so we did. And then we went into Farmville, and we saw the damage there. It just happened, but immediately, amazingly, the emergency crews were there. They were probably there within a minute or two after the storm passed. And so we took a look for a minute, and I remember letting, again, cell phone. I mean, smartphones were relatively new, but I did have one, Pickle 3. And I remember just letting a guy whose house got damaged use it to call his family. And then we wanted to get out of the way of the emergency services as quickly as we could. So then that was it. And then there was a squall line behind that. That was it. And then we went home after that. And then the last thing I remember is going to the NC State Library to upload my footage to YouTube, since I had a super fast connection as quickly as I could. And I think I remember emailing Mike Mays and sending him the link or something like that right away. And then Ariel, I know, put it up. And then it actually ended up in a few things, like a National Geographic did a special on that whole spring because, as Dan said, there were a number of outbreaks that spring. Everybody remembers Tuscaloosa and all that. This was one of 3, I think, major outbreaks that they covered in that series. And so it ended up kind of spreading from there. And I think it is still my most viewed video to this date. But and that was about it. That was about the general summary of my day right there.
Were you guys able to, after this event, in the days to come, to go out and survey some of the damage? If so, what kind of stuck out to you guys?
Our biggest storm was in Bladen County, in Elizabethtown specifically. There were 4 fatalities there between, I believe, Elizabethtown and closer to Bladenboro. Also, a couple tornadoes up there in Bladen. And our reporters, I'll say they had a tough time coming back from those reports because a lot of the structures really were just torn apart. It was EF2 damage, but a lot of mobile homes, a lot of weakly built structures there didn't stand a chance at all based on the strength of the storms that day. So like we usually see in North Carolina, a lot of times the tornadoes are short-lived and on the grand scale rather weak. This was just, there were a ton of tornadoes and most of them were really strong ones by our measure, at least too. So the damage was much worse than we usually see in a tornado outbreak. It was tough to watch. I remember a lot of people really, if they weren't personally affected by it, emotionally they certainly were. and there was a big outreach to try and help folks in the weeks following.
So I have a question, Tim. Coming back to you, how do you think the public responded as these warnings were going off and folks were being warned, hey, look, stay inside. These tornadoes are canvassing a wide area. There's no exacts, but do you feel like majority of the public really responded well to that, or do you think maybe it was a learning lesson for a lot of folks?
Well, I think it is difficult. Every event is different, right? And I think after this event, probably people took warnings more seriously because this was such a significant one and really a generational one. On that day, I can't really speak to how individual folks reacted. I think it was hard for them to understand. It was such a beautiful, bright, and sunny day in most of the areas until those storms got right up on top of you. So it was almost difficult to understand to the layperson how serious the weather really was. So a lot of these tornado warnings, like Dan was saying earlier, these storms are going 60, 80 miles per hour. The polygons were pretty big to account for that size, and you might have the warning going off and you're still in the sunshine, right? So that's not a typical response where you're going to shelter right away. You might take your time. So I do think that there was, number one, a challenge with it being a midday on a Saturday, a little harder for folks to maybe be paying attention normally. I guess it was always a case-by-case basis, but you look at the fatalities, there were a lot. There were just a lot. So I do think it was a learning lesson for a lot of folks.
After all these storms had passed and the days following the event, you guys had to go out and conduct storm surveys. What did that look like, and how busy were y'all? Because that was a lot of tornadoes to cover.
And so within the first day, we knew we needed to get the fatal tornadoes that were long track. We needed to get those really well defined. And so we got those done. And then there was still some additional surveys on those two. But then really you spent the rest of the week going out into different areas. It took about a week to survey the entire area to get all the tornadoes in. But we focused on the ones that we knew were the worst, that there was the most attention on, just to get the EF rating, the tracks, the intensity, really identifying how the people died. When we lost people, that's a tough thing to have to do, to go out there and work with families that have lost everything. And a lot of times they're out there picking over their stuff, and you want to learn what they've gone through a little bit, but you've also got to be very careful. But most people really do want to talk to you and tell you their story. So we get out there and interact with them. The Lowe's was just an incredible story where they had heard the warning. And then somebody came in to the front of the Lowe's and basically said the tornado's coming. And I remember we talked to the manager. He got on the loudspeaker in the store and just told everybody to go to the back where the bathrooms were. There's more infrastructure in the back. And of course, the tornado hit. It blew in those big sliding glass doors. It blew those in. The whole front wall of the Lowe's hardware blows in, and the front roof collapsed. And so the manager in that Lowe's, I mean, who knows how many lives he saved? But there was a lot of good stories like that, but there was a lot of tough stories with a lot of loss through the day. That makes it tough. But it took us a week to get our hands around all of the damage across central North Carolina.
What's your lasting memory from this event? If you could share it with the folks who are watching, what's your lasting memory from the event? I'll start with you first, Jeremy.
Well, with me, I think it was just even more than the tornado itself, was just a surreal feeling that entire day, and the surreal feel of the atmosphere, those winds, like I said, that were inflow into the storms themselves. Just the, I don't know, kind of nervous, like Mike Mays almost being a little bit scared. I think we all were a little bit. I mean, at least I was at the same time as being, excited to possibly see a tornado. Of course, I don't want to see anyone get hurt.
Nothing quite compares to what that system did. Everything from the speed to the tops of the storms being, in a lot of cases, kind of lower topped, and especially the moment where it went from the squall line into breaking up into those individual supercells, and seeing that, like Jeremy said, happen in a couple of frames on radar, aka 10 minutes in time. All of a sudden, it went from a messy situation to you have 8 of the most textbook supercells in a line sweeping across the state at a high speed. Being in the middle of that and seeing the actual sun break through the squall line as those storms separated was just a surreal moment, something that I haven't seen happen in North Carolina since, or anywhere really for that matter. I mean, every now and then a strong storm system will separate from a squall line to supercells, but I've never seen anything to that degree.
This was a long week event for us because it took a long time to get all the surveys done. But I mean, going back to that day, things I remember, obviously being in the office, but just how well everything did work. We did lose, more people than obviously you never want to lose anybody. We saved a lot of lives that day, and so going out there and seeing how much devastation there was and how many people were doing the right thing and seeing how well things went in the weather office. I remember watching WRAL, like Mike was talking earlier, and they had tornado emergency just in big bold red across the bottom of the TV set. They were on wall-to-wall coverage. We were getting great spotter reports. It was one of those days where everybody was intensely worried. We were all had a heightened awareness, but everything really worked the way it was supposed to work. I mean, everything we had practiced, all the work we've done with the media and Skywarn and the training inside the office, it just all came together. And so, while we lost people that day, and that's always a tragic thing, there was a lot of things that did work and a lot of people came together and I'd say performed at a top level. And at the end of the day, it saved lives.
For me, I was definitely still a kid at the moment. I think I was 23 years old or 24 years old or something like that. And thankfully, Jerry Jackson, who I was working with at the time, he had drilled with us very basic severe weather coverage do's and don'ts. Like 3 simple things. Tell folks where the storm is, where it's going, what they should do, and then tell them again. And if you have more than one storm, do 1, 2, 3, however many you have, then go back to the first one. So we really boiled it down to basics. I think we did a pretty good job that day. And I think, this event really prepared me for further events down the road to not get too amped up, too nervous or whatever. Just kind of keep it simple, tell folks what they need to know and what they need to do. And that's really the whole reason why we're here, right? So this is a big moment for North Carolina and, just personally for me and kind of seeing what the weather can do and why we're here.
I do remember one point, I couldn't tell you what time it was, but it was just, we had a little Viper radar system from Barron in the office. That was our primary drive thing. And I remember we would go out and expand and zoom into like Kansas or Oklahoma when
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. and South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
And we would see what the radar would look like. And I remember just thinking to myself at some point, I should be seeing I-35. I should be seeing like OKC and Wichita as delineators here. Instead, I'm seeing Kinston and Goldsboro, and it was just really crazy to see those kind of returns. Everything classic supercells all lined up in a row.
Gentlemen, we definitely appreciate your time tonight. Thank you for going over this with us. Thank you guys who are watching tonight. Thank you for allowing us to step back in Carolina weather history and talk about this event. Be sure to check out this week. We'll be posting some more updates about this event throughout our social media pages, so be sure to check that as well. So for everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, we hope you have a great evening, and we'll talk to you next time. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We welcome you to our latest edition of our little podcast, Weather Live Stream. And we're going to be talking about an interesting project tonight, the Snow Impact Project. You may have heard about this project just recently released out on social media. NOAA and NASA and a lot of different entities working on better forecasting winter storms, and especially along the East Coast here where we live. That will be helpful because we know a variation in just a few miles can mean all the difference in snowfall forecasting. Tonight we have with us Lynn McMurdy. She's kind of leading up this research project. She is a associate professor at the Department of Atmospheric Science from the University of Washington. So, last year on our 300 show, we were talking about the states that we've not had guests from. So we can mark Washington off that list. So now we're down to, I think, 6 states that we've not had any guests from. So, Lynn, welcome to the show tonight. Definitely happy to have you. And I know it's a busy time as we're in the midst of this research project. So tell us a little bit about the project and maybe how it got it started and how you guys came together to get this idea and get the ball rolling.
Sure, happy to do that. I'm excited to be able to tell you all about it. So as you know, being a NASA project, our name of our project is an acronym because everything is acronyms with NASA. And the name is called IMPACTS, and it stands for the Investigation of Microphysics and Precipitation for Atlantic Coast Threatening Snowstorms. So in its name, it tells you a little bit about what we're doing. So I'm leading this project with I don't even know how many people I'm working with, probably hundreds. It's funded by NASA. It's a very large program that's a 5-year project. In the middle 3 years, we'll be doing gathering data and gathering cases to study. And it's part of their Earth Venture Suborbital call for projects. And this means instead of NASA funding somebody's idea about satellites, this is using aircraft. So suborbital means below the orbit of the Earth. So the main way that we are performing our investigation is through aircraft observations. So what we're trying to do is, as you well know, snowstorms, which occur all winter in this part of the country, are pretty difficult to forecast. They're fairly complex systems. They consist of large cloud shields that can be as far as Florida, way up into Canada. And within those big complex cloud parts of the storm, there's narrow bands of more intense snowfall. We call them snow bands. And it's that those smaller scale features, usually near the low center of the storm itself, that we are specifically trying to investigate. We're trying to understand the processes that form the snow bands, that make how they change as a storm evolves, and why some storms have a lot of snow bands and others have like absolutely none, yet they both are producing snow. So that's kind of the science focus of it. And our observational strategy involves primarily 2 aircraft. One of them will fly high above the clouds. It's NASA's ER2. It can fly at 20 kilometers elevation, which is 68,000 feet, or twice as high as a commercial aircraft. And it has equipped with remote sensing instrumentation. So everybody's probably familiar with weather radars. This airplane has 4 different radars, all different wavelengths. So they're sensitive to different portions of the storm. There's one that's a cloud radar, so it can see the small cloud size drops, and others are more rain and snow radars. They see the bigger drops. It also has microwave radiometers, and those are types of instruments that we often fly on satellites to measure precipitation from space. So that ER2 flies above the clouds way up high and looking at the storm remotely, and underneath in coordination, observing the same portion of the storm is the NASA's P3 Orion, and it flies inside the clouds, and it has a multitude of instrumentation, and the major ones are these cloud and precipitation probes, which actually essentially take pictures and count the sizes and the pictures of the snowflakes as they form. We fly it at different levels, so you see where the beautiful dendrites form, where the needles form, and then fly underneath, and they aggregate into large, big blobs of snow that eventually falls on the ground. We also have some ground instrumentation specifically for this project, and that includes a whole array of different radars and other snow measuring equipment, mostly on Long Island with my colleagues at Stony Brook. So one of the things you asked me to mention is like who's involved. So obviously I have a large crew of people involved with NASA, but the National Weather Service is also involved. They are sending up extra rainwind sondes, so we measure the profile of the atmosphere more frequently during these snowstorms. We just request them to, can you please put up some more at Albany and at their usual places. They'll add more rainwind sonde launches when we're flying, at the time periods that we're interested in. So they've been really helpful, and they're also been extremely helpful with helping our my student and grad student and postdoc forecasters, trying to give them some local expertise.
Flying in a winter type of storm, does it present any additional challenges versus like the hurricane hunters who fly in warm core systems?
Well, that's a good question. The two different systems are pretty different. The hurricane hunters typically fly fairly high, and what they're doing is trying to get different profiles of the environment of the hurricane and try to get a good estimate of what the central pressure is. So they're kind of after a different kind of problem, and they fly fairly high, so they're well away from any kind of icing problems. So for us flying in snowstorms in the winter, depending, like this last case, we actually flew, it was rain on the surface, but the structure of the storm was the same. So we flew in it, but icing was an issue that we had to watch out for. I think our main challenge is getting airspace to do the maneuvers that we want to do to sample these storm systems. But so far, the air traffic controls have been extremely helpful and very accommodating. On our first flight, we were kind of messing around in upstate New York and Vermont, but then we wanted to go across Long Island. And when you looked at, there's these, apps called like FlightAware, you can watch where all the airplanes are. They kind of cleared out a corridor and let our plane go through. It was like, oh man, that is very, that was really great of them to do that for us. So that, even though it's challenging but we're trying to do our best to not demand too much and we do whatever they tell us to do.
Is your aircraft on FlightAware? Is it something people can track when you're on these?
Yeah, it is something people can track. Yeah, definitely.
According to the website I found, which is a NASA website, it's November 806 NA and November 809 NA. So
I just couldn't remember where the N and the NA were. So
we like to make it difficult in aviation.
Yeah. So these airplanes, especially NASA flies a lot. So does NOAA, and my colleagues who get National Science Foundation funds can also request the NOAA or NASA flights. And so they're very experienced crew in field campaigns like this. And each one has its unique way of doing operations. I think we're not doing anything really clever, fancy, different, and never been done before. And a lot of our instrumentation has been used in many other projects. And in some ways that's good. It's kind of less risky. And we'll get good data right away. And so it's, banking on the experience from other campaigns.
So I know specifically the focus of this project is for snow bands, but does some of this data also feed into freezing rain and sleet forecasts as well?
It might, yes. I think what we're doing at this stage is we're first looking for any storm we can find. The banded structures can result in different things at the surface. The bands form aloft. So at those levels, that's always below freezing. And then the structure at the very lowest levels, the airplanes can't, observe because you're going to crash them because you're flying so close to the surface. So if it happens to be a situation where there's pre-existing cold air down at the surface, and that happens to turn into freezing rain instead of snow because it's warmer aloft, then yes, we will inform that. So I've told others that snow bands are our wish list are the main thing we want to get for. But if the storm happens to be warmer than your usual winter storm, the structures are similar and we can still learn the science of what makes those structures. Why does it organize in these narrow bands that are maybe related to the low pressure center deepening or maybe not. There's different hypotheses that we're testing, and we can test them with a variety of storms, including ones that have freezing rain and things like that.
Lynn, just off the cusp thinking, this may, correct me if I'm wrong, may be able to help predict or maybe forecast where we could actually see those intense bands set up where we see thunder snow. Is that?
Oh, that would be, thanks for mentioning the thunder snow, because for this year on the ER2, we do have an instrument that measures the electric field which then relates to lightning. So if thunder snow happens to occur, we will actually learn some really fascinating stuff. They've never flown this instrument in situations where in winter storms. So you're correct that one of the applications of the data that we're collecting should help us improve forecasting in a variety of ways. The first way is, first we will understand the processes much better. So the science will elevate our knowledge base. But then the direct measurements of those snow crystals and the environment they're forming in, and what the liquid water content, the temperature, all these other parameters, these are things that our numerical models are also predicting, but we have to do that what we call using microphysical schemes. It's kind of like an algorithm that figures out how to do this. And they're invariably wrong, so that we don't have that portion of our numerical model very well constrained. And by having these direct measurements, we can see which one of these variety of microphysical schemes that you have a choice to use when you run a forecast model, which one is the most correct for these kinds of storms. They make assumptions like how much is made into snowflakes, how much is made into solid ice, how much remains in cloud liquid water. There's those things are assumed in the numerical models, but we will measure those so we can tell the models, no, you're wrong. I don't care how much snowfall comes out of that model, you're still not getting it right for the right reason. So that's one of our key applications, is hopefully down the road making improvements in our numerical models.
What's it like? I mean, this has got to be probably the most difficult part of the research.
Yes, it is. Where it takes us all week to figure out, like, how would we fly this forecast that's 85 hours out. So far, everything's gone great. We've been lucky, but we haven't flown a lot of cases yet. As you know, it's been kind of a quiet winter, but maybe that's a good thing. So we will be back again next year, and we hope for a really active year, and we really know how to go about this. So this is, even if we don't fly a lot this year, we'll have learned a lot. We will have gotten pretty good data, and we're ready for a better year in the next two.
Some of these ideal winter storms can be quite massive and stretch all the way from the southeast to the northeast. Right. Mm-hmm. Is it possible for the planes to cover the southeast on day one and then get to the northeast in time for the deepening low pressure?
We would love to do that. The trouble is that these storms kind of move a little too fast. The way when you work with aircraft, there's a certain amount of time that they can fly because of how much fuel they can take, and also for crew duty. So they're very, very strict with how long a pilot can be operating the plane. The ER2, the one that flies really up here, high, is there's only one person on the plane, and that's the pilot. So, and he wears a spacesuit. He's almost beyond the atmosphere. He's so high up. So he has to, we have to be sure that that person is within the safe range. So total crew duty is 12 hours. That includes the pre-flight routine and then landing and the post-flight routine. And then we are required to give them 12 hours off before we require them to show up again. So if my storm would move really slowly, I could probably do that.
Well, and I know you mentioned that next year, the project's still going to be going on. How
Mm-hmm.
long is it set for at the moment?
We're here now, and we're here to the end of February. And then next year, approximately the same, another 6-week window, we'll be out here in the following year. So 3 winters.
Emergency management. Maybe if they, we get this research about where these heavier snow bands, like forecasting, maybe emergency management, that's where they put their assets at. I was just wondering if, who all you can see the benefits from this research.
Yes, I can see like the public at large, and of course the emergency management is part of that because they are the communicators from the forecasters to the public, and they kind of make decisions about how to respond to any kind of threat like a snowstorm. So I could see the public being, benefiting a lot in the long run. It's always hard to see the direct benefit. going in, geeking out about the great science I'm doing, but understanding these snowstorms better and then using that understanding to improve our forecasting. And when our forecasting is done better, and especially in terms of the distribution of snow and where those bands occur, and do they set up, and if it's one kind of storm, do we expect to get a lot more of these banded structures and therefore more localized regions of heavy snowfall? Or do we see that, a different kind of storm would not have that, and so there maybe be less of a worry? So, yes, indeed, that'll eventually benefit the public, our understanding, and then applying that understanding to better forecasting. And better forecasting will help the managers be able to react in a timely manner to inform the public.
I know it's kind of early into the project.
Mm-hmm.
What's the feedback been like so far?
Thumbs up. It's great. We love it. We have, when the type of instruments we fly on the P3 are kind of finicky and difficult instruments. So some of them have not been operating at the top as they could be. So that's some of the feedback. We're trying to correct some problems or fix an instrument or two. The data that I've been looking at looks really good, I think. What you kind of is exciting is you look at it and go, I don't know what's going on. When you have that kind of reaction, that's actually a good thing, because it means you're going to learn something new. So I'm excited about that. So far, I think everything we've collected really high quality data. We haven't lost anything. Like sometimes, your biggest worry is like somebody forgot to flip the switch and it didn't record. Like, oh no, don't do that. So far, everybody knows what to do. They got all the switches turned on. Everything's good. And so far it looks great. So we just need more storms. That's all I need.
Well, we need some more storms too. We're hoping.
I know. We all need more storms.
We need some more storms too. Well, Lynn, it's been a fantastic discussion. I'm going to go ahead and close out. So everyone, thanks for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We hope you've enjoyed this discussion. Lynn, I want to ask you, if you don't mind, if people want to follow along with the project, I know you have some social media platforms they can follow. How can they do that?
Boy, I should have wrote this down. So the one I know for sure is our Twitter account, which is at Snow with a capital S, and then Impacts, IMPACTS.
Awesome. We follow here on the Carolina Weather Group, and I personally follow the Snow Impacts on Twitter. So get some great information there. You get some behind the scenes photos and things like that. So Lynn, thanks so much for joining us. We want to thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group, and we will see you on our next episode. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we want to welcome our guest, Mr. Stephen Baxter. He works for NOAA headquarters. He is the Winter Weather Services Program Lead, and we're getting into that season where we're transitioning more into fall and winter, and with that comes the threat of winter weather, and that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. It's going to be kind of twofold. NOAA just recently released the winter outlook for the 2020-2021 winter season. So we're going to go over that briefly, and then we're also going to talk about a new product that NOAA is releasing. And this is kind of similar to what we see in the summertime with storms, the threat of storms. So it's going to be a new outlook that we're going to talk about and really dig into, because this is a new product and one I think everybody will find useful. So we'd love for you to join in on the conversation as you're watching tonight. Feel free to drop any comments if you want to. Stephen, welcome to the show, and thank you for joining us tonight. I know kind of a busy season with you getting ready and ramping up for the winter weather season. One thing we always like to ask our first-time guests, and we talked a little bit about this off air, but we'll go through the short, brief version. Tell us about your weather journey. How did you kind of get hooked into the weather field, and how did you get to where you're at right now with NOAA?
So my interest in weather started at a young age. A lot of us have some formative moment where we decided that we wanted to be meteorologists. Mine was the blizzard of '96, early January of '96. I was in second grade, and I still remember it quite vividly, actually, watching the Weather Channel and watching the local on the 8s every 10 minutes. And I think my parents thought there was something legitimately wrong with me as I was just watching this constantly. I loved it. I was hooked. And so I love winter weather. That's always been my favorite type of weather. And so I went to Millersville University in Pennsylvania, where I got my bachelor's degree in meteorology. And when I was there, I was lucky enough to do an internship at the time. Was called the Student Career Experience Program. Now it's called the Pathways Program. It's actually a broader, it's not just the Weather Service, but it's a broader federal initiative. But I did it for the Climate Prediction Center. And I worked there, including that time, for 10 years, about 10 and a half years before I went to headquarters. So I worked in a couple different positions in the Climate Prediction Center, but I did a lot of research to operations of applied research in climate variability, subseasonal, seasonal climate variability. And as part of a rotational assignment last winter, I worked over in headquarters in the winter program, and then I took that position permanently during this summer. And so that's what brings me here tonight. So I'm pretty new in that position. So I'm still doing a lot of spinning up. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot of awesome stuff and great people throughout the agency. And going from climate to weather, which is kind of funny to say in the Weather Service, but to do that and to do that with winter weather, which is our newest service program, is a lot of fun. But there's a lot to learn, and there's a lot of work that we have to do. But we're really happy with where things have gone recently, and I'm happy to be here tonight to talk about some of that progress.
Well, speaking of the National Weather Service and NOAA, they have just released their 2020-2021, kind of a mouthful, winter weather outlook. And La Nina has been a word that's been talked about a lot, and some of our viewers may not fully understand what a La Nina is. So what is the winter outlook, and how does La Nina play into that?
Great question. So we start with La Nina. So La Nina is the cold phase of what we call the El Nino Southern Oscillation. So the reason this is important is because the tropical Pacific is an important heat source in generating convection in big swaths of thunderstorms across the equator, especially in the central western Pacific. And that plays a really critical role in the formation and maintenance of the climate as we observe it even in the mid-latitudes, namely through the formation of the jet stream. And what happens during La Nina and El Nino is
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Pacific are either warmer in the case of El Nino or colder in the case of La Nina. And what that does is it alters relative to normal those patterns of troubled convection. And that in turn affects the jet stream across the North Pacific especially. And that has what we call teleconnections. So I think a lot of weather folks or people who love weather are familiar with teleconnections like the North Atlantic Oscillation, for instance, or the Pacific North America pattern is another prominent teleconnection. And so itself imparts an extratropical teleconnection, and so is the El Nino Southern Oscillation. And so that kind of classic La Nina teleconnection, if you will, is what drives in large part the outlook for the upcoming winter. And so if you look at the forecasts that were published by the Climate Prediction Center, so I used to do these outlooks until about 3 or 4 months ago, you'll see that there's kind of a very typical La Nina type pattern that you might be familiar with, which shows, generally speaking, milder than normal conditions across the southern interior of the United States are favored. And then across the northern interior of the U.S., especially across the north central and northwestern parts of the U.S., colder than normal temperatures are favored. And then actually El Nino actually has a slightly stronger precipitation footprint than temperature, in fact. And across the southern interior of the U.S., drier than normal conditions are favored in La Nina. And across the northern interior, generally speaking, it's wetter. But there's kind of 2 centers of action you'll see. So one is in the Ohio Valley, which tends to favor wetter than normal conditions, the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes. And then again across parts of the northern Rockies and the interior Northwest. So it's a pretty classic look that you see in La Nina winters. And it's fairly close to the exact opposite of what you see in El Nino. Not exactly. There's some interesting reasons for that. But generally speaking, with a moderate-ish, maybe strong La Nina this winter, certainly a robust La Nina event, that's going to have an important impact. And so that's what forms the basis for that winter outlook.
So, in regards to the La Nina oscillation, what about the NAO, the North Atlantic oscillation? Are there any trends regarding what the outlook might be for this season?
Another great question. So this is actually something I worked on quite a bit while I was at CPC for the last few years. So the short answer is not really-ish. So the NAO is a very important pattern of climate variability across timescales. So we know it's important for short-term climate variability for the next week or two. We know it varies on longer timescales, potentially up to decadal timescales. The problem is the ability to predict it on seasonal timescales, especially once you remove a little bit of a La Nina influence. So the way the NAO is calculated, right? So you think one way you can think about the NAO, or one way it's calculated, is by looking at the relative sea level pressure anomalies in the North Atlantic between, say, near Iceland and the Azores to the south. Well, if you just take El Nino or La Nina and you look at this wave pattern that comes out of the tropics, and you look at the teleconnection that's imparted from El Nino and La Nina, it will have a non-zero effect in the North Atlantic. It's small, but non-zero in a way that can appear to affect the NAO. And so there's some literature that in our academic literature that looks at the relationship between El Nino and NAO. And such as it is, you might favor a positive NAO during La Nina winters, but that's not, as a causal mechanism, is a little flimsy. The example I just gave, quite famously, the 95-96 winter was such a winter where you had a La Nina, but you also actually had a predominance of the negative phase in NAO, and hence one of the snowier winters on record across much of the eastern U.S., including my part of the Mid-Atlantic. But there are some interesting areas of research related to identifying sources of prediction skill for the NAO, and so it's something we don't have right now. But I'm hopeful that in coming years, we'll be able to talk more explicitly about the seasonal tendencies of the NAO, or sometimes it's couched in its kind of its sister oscillation called the Arctic oscillation, the AO, which is kind of more of a hemispheric look. They're just kind of derived slightly differently, but capture the same, in essence, the same phenomenon. So I'm hopeful that in future years we'll be able to say something more specific about these patterns of mid-latitude variability. Unfortunately, in this winter outlook, and what we're comfortable imparting in the current outlooks from the state of the science, wouldn't really support that right quite yet. It's a good question. It's something that we think a lot about.
If I was approaching from the general public and I wanted to take a look at the 4 different colors that were available that represented the outlook, can you tell me a little bit about what those colors mean and how are they decided?
In the case of the winter storm outlook, there's a few different. We added an 80% this year, so there's a less than 10% chance, which won't show up as any color. There's 10 to 30, 30 to 50, and 50 to 80, and then there's in excess of 80%. And so that's the probability of exceeding that local watch warning criteria. Now, how do we come up with this? And so in that sense, those are meant to just kind of fairly easily communicate what the relevant risks are. We can think of 50% as kind of being, roughly speaking, the criteria for a watch. So if it's more likely than not, that would favor a watch. Now, also, it's important to mention that this doesn't take the place of or totally inform watches, because as we're moving towards consistent forecasts across the agency, the other aspect that we're working with is to also improve the impacts-based nature of watches and warnings. So while the probability of exceeding a certain snowfall threshold might say only be 30 or 40%, the local office could still issue a winter storm watch because they're expecting the impacts from that storm to be such that it warrants a watch or a warning. So cases where this gets a little slippery are where you have mixed precipitation, where you have sub 1 warning criteria in both snow and ice. Situations where shoulder seasons, and we saw some examples of this earlier this year, especially in the Central Rockies, where snowfall events that are early in the season with foliage still in the trees, and so snow load and power outages are more of a concern. You might issue watches and warnings for lower snow accumulation criteria because of the increased impacts. And a classic example here in the East is timing is very important. So heavy snow during rush hour, for instance, is more impactful than heavy snow during the middle of the night on a weekend or something like that. So those are local impacts that local offices can take into account. So it's not a one-to-one correspondence yet, but that's kind of loosely speaking, 50% is where all things being equal, you would start to think about, you would issue the watch, because that's where we're saying it's based on the reliable probabilistic guidance. It's more likely than not, so it's worth issuing the watch. But that can be modified by the local office's take on the expected impacts of the storm.
I know impacts is a big deal, and I know each forecast office has different criterias. But, first thing that pops into my mind would be the Atlanta snow jam in 2014, where we had maybe an inch of snow, but the temperatures were so cold. So it seems like this product that you guys are releasing is really more based on impacts and how it impacts the general public, emergency management, and things like that, than it is maybe about this set range of you're going to get this much snowfall.
That's right. So there's another product that is a very nice complement to this that's been operationally implemented this year, which is the Winter Storm Severity Index. And so what that does is it has criteria, but it's a much more complex and dynamic criteria to better account for some of these impacts. And so in that framework, where you have, and so what it's doing is it's screening the official forecasts from the National Digital Forecast Database. So the local offices are submitting their official forecasts. It's using those forecasts, applying climatology, applying different algorithms to assess different impacts, including snow amount, snow load, ice accumulation, ice impacts, among other things. And it's doing that to get an idea for those impacts, including things like flash freeze, blowing snow. And so using those two together, and as in fact, the vision of the program is kind of an eventual merger of those two products along the lines of what you were saying. So right now, the winter storm outlook is grounded in the very objective kind of criteria-driven realm. The winter storm severity index is still deterministic. So we're not using probability information yet. It's just using the deterministic forecast from the local offices, but it's applying it in an impacts-based context. So our long-term goal is to get to a place where we have a probabilistic winter storm severity index that will in turn inform the winter storm outlook. So that the winter storm outlook today, being just the probability of exceeding a fixed snow or ice accumulation threshold, will eventually be the probability of exceeding moderate or severe impacts. Impacts being defined, being kind of regionally varying and defined in a much more nuanced fashion. And so it's those two products right now that are a nice complement that we eventually want to see kind of come together and form the basis of these kind of consistent, collaborated, and probabilistic products across the agency.
I think a lot of people hear outlooks and they are thinking of the Storm Prediction Center outlooks for severe weather that they might be familiar with. How might these new experimental outlooks compare to those?
So they might be, they are potentially similar in that they're probabilistic. They're giving a probability of a certain event occurring in a daily cadence. So we have day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and then the maximum probability across days 1 to 4. That would be different. The Storm Prediction Center doesn't have that component. So they're very similar in that they're trying to give advanced lead time and a heads up, right, in terms of hazardous weather. So the Storm Prediction Center, as you might know, issues severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches for the CONUS. And as you might imagine, their objective probabilistic outlooks, convective outlooks, play an important role in that, and starting that process through which they work with the local offices to issue those watches. And so that's actually one of the we're leaning in on that paradigm a bit in the winter program Not to say that WPC is going to take over watches entirely, a la kind of the SBC model, but to say that we're moving in a direction where those watches are going to be more closely collaborated in an explicit and defined fashion and process between the local offices and WPC. And so, yeah, I think there is a lot of, you can draw a pretty close parallel between those two. And in a lot of ways, the winter program is trying to lean in on the probabilistic element. I think it's recognized how important that is in severe weather because it's, we kind of, I think it's intuitive, right? That the odds of a tornado, for instance, and at an exact grid point at any time is very, very small. And so specifically, right, in SPC space, the outlooks for the probability of the event occurring within 25 miles of the point, right? So it's this kind of stenciling out of the grid. And in winter, that's not so much our problem, but we do have the problem of conveying the uncertainty in the forecast. So when you're issuing a forecast for winter weather, we need to know how much liquid equivalent precipitation is falling and its phase, and if it's snow, right, the snow liquid ratio, which can vary as well. And so there's a lot of degrees of freedom there. And so it's important that we flesh out all of those possibilities. That's why the probabilistic forecasts are so important. And then once we have that suite of probabilistic forecasts, we can kind of take a slice through them and look for these cutoff points where the probability of exceeding a hazardous criteria is enough to warrant kind of these public messages, like a winter storm watch, for instance.
As far as who this product's actually meant to kind of serve the best, on your product description document, it talks about emergency services, different kind of broadcast elements, and it also mentions the general public as well. Can you kind of elaborate a little more on that?
So the product actually has its background in a watch collaborator tool that was an internal tool to help forecasters collaborate between the national centers and the local offices. And basically the idea was to broaden it up and give some of our stakeholders, including the general public, access to this kind of national picture image that gives you the probability of hazardous winter weather at extended lead time, right? So day 1, 2, 3, 4. And in a way that, again, just kind of improves the situational awareness for stakeholders in the general public, as well as the ones you mentioned, like emergency managers and kind of those other stakeholders that work closely with the local offices. And to give them, I know, Scotty, you had mentioned, talking with a meteorologist at GSP, kind of another tool in the toolbox, right? And so that's the idea here, is that we're giving the general public, as well as more sophisticated, maybe decision makers, not to say that the general public's not sophisticated, but the general public, as well as more acute decision makers, another tool in the toolbox to improve situational awareness, to understand the threat of hazardous winter weather, but also to highlight areas where maybe the threat of winter weather is lower than would qualify for a watch, but where certain very sensitive industries might still want to be aware of that. And so it's also an opportunity to better inform the public and those stakeholders about the utility of probabilistic forecasts and how we use them.
So how can the public give feedback on this?
So it is important when we have experimental products. The process that we go through in the Weather Service is when we have an experimental product like this, it goes out for what we call an experimental comment and review period. So it's reviewed not just by internal meteorologists, but it's also being reviewed by the general public. And so if you go to the Winter Storm Outlook website, which is hosted by the Weather Prediction Center, there's a link there at the top where you can provide feedback in a survey to give feedback on anything from there's a set list of questions, but it will include things like scientific integrity, the accuracy of the product, as well as the aesthetics of the product. Does the display make sense? Does the web page make sense? Is the data easy to access? I do think the Weather Prediction Center has done a really awesome job with that website. It's dynamic. It's in GIS format. You can download the shape files, KMLs. You can pull static images if you want. So there's a lot of great ability to get hands-on with the data there. It has custom level zooms to each of the county warning areas. So for each office, you can kind of get a zoom in to whatever office, whatever area of country you're in. So it's really a very accessible website, but it can certainly be improved, I'm sure. based on the feedback that we get from the public. And in fact, that's actually important. I'm glad you asked that question because last year, like I said, this is the second year that this has been experimental. In the first year, last year, we didn't get a whole lot of public comment. And I think it might have just been an awareness thing. A lot of people weren't as aware that this existed, that this product was out there, and that we were looking for comment on it. And so hopefully one of our goals this year is to hopefully get more public feedback. And that's not only important to help us improve the product, that is important, but also helps us make the case to organizational leadership that this is a product that we want to support operationally. It's not a foregone conclusion that this will be around forever, right? If the feedback's not positive or not sufficient or it can't be resourced, we might have to discontinue the product, right? So experimental products aren't guaranteed to continue forever. And so it helps us build that case to transition it to operations or to make improvements and then transition to operations in a way that keeps our program and our programmatic goals moving forward.
Well, speaking as a daily GIS user, that new user-friendly interface sounds awesome, and I'm really glad that opportunity is going to be there. Lastly, are there any other winter weather products that y'all are working on besides this winter weather outlook?
So that's a great question. So the winter storm outlook, that's experimental right now. I did mention the winter storm severity index that's operational. Okay, that's that. So that went through this experimental process and has been implemented operationally this year. So a few key initiatives that we're working on, I'll just run over real quick, and they're kind of in experimental space or in development space, just things to look for. But these are just kind of general things that we're interested in from a programmatic perspective. I mentioned moving these products through the medium range, and so extending the winter storm severity index and the winter storm outlook through day 7 is an important priority. I touched on briefly the development of a probabilistic impacts-based component. So a winter storm severity index that's in probability form. That's something that we're working toward. We're working with kind of the research arm of the Weather Service to help kind of move that along and get that into the operational pipeline eventually. And then lastly, one of the things that you might also be familiar with is there's the local probabilistic snow experiment. So at the local level, if you go to your weather.gov/3 digits like GSP, although I'm not certain that GSP is participating in the experiment, but supposing it is, if you do /winter, right, you get the main winter page, and one of them is the probabilistic snow forecast. So it shows the expected value and then the high end and low end amounts. And so those are the 10th and 90th percentiles respectively. And what we're working on there is that's been experimental for some time, and we're trying to get that on a path to operations and including probabilistic ice forecasts with that. That might be especially relevant in your part of the country where one of the parts of the country where you get a lot of interesting icing events. And so that's a complicated issue organizationally that we're working through. And, it's something that we're trying to make some progress on, but we're looking forward to there being some experimental changes and then getting that on a path to operations. And so as we kind of tying the kind of, what I kind of say like the synoptic scale evolution of the winter program is looking at a future in a few years where you have a probabilistic impacts-based guidance informing the winter storm outlook that's supporting consistent and collaborated winter storm watches around the country. And all of that is being undergirded by a consistent national to local suite of probabilistic snow and ice forecasts, and potentially extended all the way through day 7 across the board. And with that kind of, and that's kind of that, like I said, synoptic scale. And then longer term, one of the things that we know is important is being able to improve the storm scale side of winter weather forecasting. Heavy snow bands, snowfall rates, hourly snowfall rates, for instance. Those are things that are really important for impacts. We're talking about impacts. Looking at a 6-hour accumulation, 6 hour, 3 inches of snow in 6 hours. That's nice. If that 3 inches occurs in 1 hour, that's very impactful. If it's a half inch an hour for 6 hours, that's less impactful in an acute sense, right? So those kinds of storm scale, micro mesos type scale storm impacts is something that we're also working on as well. And so that's a little farther out in our planning process, but something that we're really aware of as being an important issue that we need to tackle to keep making progress on all the kind of important aspects of winter weather.
And for our Carolina viewers, I was just checking as Stephen explained that, and there NWS GSP, along with potentially other offices across the Carolinas do offer that winter weather experimental product to see the 10% and 90th percentiles. That's weather.gov /GSP/winter.
Winter. It is there. Yeah. And you'll see it. It'll probabilistic snow. Yeah. Yeah. There's 70, I believe it's 76 offices around the country offer it. So it's not in every office. It's not even in every office that theoretically can have winter weather. As you might imagine, offices in parts of the Deep South or Southwest and the West Coast aren't participating in the experiment. But I'm glad to hear that those parts of the Carolinas are. So that's something to definitely check out your local office as you go through this winter season. And another opportunity to provide feedback as well. As we're going through this season, because that's an experimental product, if you go to that website that Evan just mentioned, you can also click, there's a feedback link there that'll take you to another one of those surveys to provide that feedback to us.
Well, Stephen, we appreciate your time tonight. Since you're the program lead, this is your time to let everyone know again how they can find out about all this information. I know you guys are hoping for a lot of feedback. So where should our folks go to find the outlooks and the severity index? And again, remind us how we can provide that feedback for you all.
The easiest place to go to get started on this is to go to the Weather Prediction Center's website. That's wpc.nsep.noaa.gov. There might be some shortcut versions of that also. And under their winter weather tab, on the options panel on the left, you can select the experimental winter storm outlook or the winter storm severity index. I think the WSSI might actually be linked at the top of their homepage. And then for the winter storm outlook, that's the experimental product for which they can give a lot of input. For more information on the winter outlook itself, I would recommend going to the Climate Prediction Center homepage. And they'll have a link to the latest press release from NOAA that was put together, and that whole forecast put together by my former colleagues at the Climate Prediction Center. And you can read more about that there.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Stephen. And thank you guys for watching us tonight. If you're a big winter weather lover, hopefully you'll be able to use these products. I know last year was kind of a bust for much of the Carolinas winter weather-wise. So maybe this year we'll be able to use these products, and definitely recommend that you give some feedback.
Full disclosure, right? In La Nina winter, it doesn't look good.
It doesn't. You're right.
It
only takes one. It only takes one.
And these are all probabilistic forecasts, so you can get lucky, and you can pull a rabbit out of the hat here and get some winter. So I'll certainly be rooting for it. But La Nina winters are not typically our winters here in the eastern part of the U.S., especially the south.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Unfortunately.
That's it.
But
So
you never know.
you never know. It's like we talk about the hurricane season. It only takes one. So hopefully, if we do get that one storm, you'll be able to use these products and definitely provide some feedback. I personally think it's a great product, and hopefully it'll get out of the experimental stage and into operational stage. So, Stephen, thank you again for watching. Thank you all for watching tonight. We'll see you real soon. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we have joining us tonight Jim Cantore, our good friend Jim Cantore from the Weather Channel, Mr. Storm Tracker, who has been busier than ever, I believe, this year, Jim. It's been a busy year for you. Tonight, we're going to be talking about reviewing 2020 and just all the crazy things that's happened in the weather community with storms and hurricanes and how we battled it with COVID as well. So a really interesting conversation tonight that we're looking forward to. So Jim, we were just talking a little bit before we started tonight. How are you doing? It's been a busy year. Are you getting any rest here recently?
Yeah, I mean it's been good. Obviously it was quite a run in September, and then November, where we're usually just not doing much at all, was cranking up. And obviously it wasn't so much being in the field, but being in the studio, talking about the threats to Central America. But then there was Ada, where I went, and the system was far enough offshore where it didn't really affect us in Marco. And I said, guys, you sure you don't want me to stay? Because there's a chance this could be coming back toward Florida. No, I'll just come home. So Thursday morning, here we go with the hurricane watches out for Tampa, and it's like, they had to fill in that one spot, right? Because it's the only spot that didn't get filled in for the whole Gulf and the whole East Coast. So yeah, with advisories this year, and so I went back out and got into Tampa, and that was the last landfall I did.
There's certainly no rest for the weary in 2020. Jim, we've started a new Patreon since we last talked to you last December, and we've allowed some of our Patreon supporters to send in questions. So tonight, we would love to go ahead and start with a few, I think 3 odds and ends questions. They won't fit in anywhere, so we figured it's best to throw them here at the beginning where they don't match at all. So first and foremost, from an anonymous Patreon supporter, if you could point to a single piece of technology that has changed our field over the past 20 years, what would it be?
I mean, it's got to be numerical weather prediction. I mean, as much as they're not perfect, and trust me, I just did a snowstorm in Pennsylvania that I wish I was in Binghamton, New York for. Okay. Anyway, as much as they're not perfect, I do think that they've helped us, and they've gotten us a much better idea of what we can do with. But the list is close. I mean, you look at the upgrade to NexRad and having radars available to us, and unless they get blown out like Lake Charles did during Laura, they're obviously very, very valuable. I mean, we can see tornado signatures, and we can see the winds. I came in for the Mississippi tornadoes, the twin EF4s there. And I mean, just to see the width, here's the width of this thing. You're like scratching your head. It's like, is that right? Is that really like 1.5 miles wide or whatever? So the radar is certainly a close second. The new GOES and what we can do with GOES. There's just so many things that are available to us. And honestly, guys, social media wise, I think a lot of us are communicating with each other. A lot of us are getting to know each other better on Twitter and Facebook, especially Twitter. I really like Twitter for us because it's quick, it's to the point, and you kind of know now, if you follow certain people, where they stand and where they're going to go with what they're thinking. And I will say, for me, certainly being a veteran, to learn from you guys, from the younger generation, of stuff that I didn't go to school for, but yet I'm going to school through you. I mean, I never even heard of PV streamers before Philip Pepin talked about them many, many moons ago. So it's like, wow, that's pretty cool, and it makes sense to me. So those would be my top 4 without question.
All right, 2 more. Both of these coming from Wes Grimes, and the first one's kind of an interesting one. So, is it possible? And he said he's heard this before as maybe a wives' tale. Is it possible to forecast low temperatures overnight using the dew point in the evening if it's relatively tranquil weather?
Yeah, that's what I did in college. That's what I did at Linden, because I would get look at the dew point and what it was going to be like the night before, and I'd be like, okay, well we're going to kind of settle back down toward that, all things being equal, and it was usually within about 10 degrees of what that dew point was. So it's part of the equation. It's not all of it, but I thought it was part of the equation.
It's a neat little forecasting tip.
Yeah.
And last but not least, a favorite topic of yours, when you go out and you go storm chasing, how do you end up in the right place at the right time?
Well, dude, sometimes it takes a lot of work. Like Sally, oh God. So I'm like, you want me in New Orleans, but the models are trending east. I'm like, we're flying into Gulfport. We could really stay right there. So we went all the way to New Orleans because that's where they wanted me. I'm like, all right, whatever. I just do what I'm told, And then we made our way back to Gulfport the next day, and I'm like, okay, well, you realize though we're go back to Gulfport, but it's probably going to go even farther east than that. That's what the models are trying to do. So the next day after Gulfport, we went over to Pensacola and finally kind of found a home there on the eastern side of that thing with the storm surge. But it's not easy because there's a lot of people making up their minds of where we should go and where we shouldn't go. And, I appreciate the fact that they let me chime in with my opinion. It doesn't always get me far, but the most exhausting part about travel is not necessarily broadcasting for the hurricane. It's doing the morning show and then having to pack everything up and move to another location. Because once you get to that location, it's not just, okay, we're here, let's Let's do our live shots. It's okay. Where are we logistically going to be? What's going to make the best shot? Is there going to be storm surge here? Are we safe here? Is my cameraman going to be protected throughout the live shot? So there's all these logistical things that come into play. So by this point now, it's 6 o'clock at night, and you're exhausted because you've been up since 3, and now you got to get ready to do the whole thing again the next morning. So every time we move on a day we do live shots, it just exponentially wears you out. But I appreciate the fact that they do give me a say in my locations, but it is up to me to get my team in a good spot. Like where we at the Golden Nugget for, oh God, what was it? Beta? I don't even remember the damn name of the storm. What was the Mississippi one that crushed them? You guys jump in.
Delta.
Okay, Delta. I knew it was a Greek name. I just can't remember which one. So Delta. I'm like, this is going to be a great shot because the water's going to come right in here, and this is just going to be a great shot. So that allows us to get there and really set that up and make sure we had higher ground and get our cars up there and things like that. So it takes a lot of work. What you don't see behind the scenes, I think is just as important, if not more, than what you see on camera.
And Jim, this one's coming from me, man. I'll tell you what, this year has been interesting with the tropics. I mean, we've cleared over a third of the Greek alphabet, and it's just been an unreal season. I mean, when we talk about, will we ever see something like this again? Is this going to be the norm going forward? What ingredients come into it? Tell us what your take is on. Do you think a strong signal in La Nina was a triggering factor? Do you think our warm pool in the Atlantic has a lot to do with it? I mean, kind of give us some ideas of why you think we had such a hyperactive season. I mean, it was off the charts.
If somebody would have told me we were going to have 30 storms this year, I would have been like, no. I mean, we're going to have an above average season, but that's a pretty bold forecast. I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, La Nina, certainly coming in and when it did, getting into the mid to strong range. So what that tends to do is just, cut the shear, and the whole basin was warm. There was plenty of warm water. But the weirdest thing was all these rapid developers. I mean, we had all these storms that had developed either late before landfall or developed at some point over like Paulette and whatnot, kind of a rapid developer over the ocean and things like that. So a lot of, we just had so many rapid developers this year, and that's kind of the oddity to me, because you can get certainly strong number of storms if you get a warm basin and light shear, but all of a sudden, what's kicking these things into overdrive? And in some cases, at the last minute, when normally the continental shelf will weaken them, we already had a bona fide cold front come through the Gulf of Mexico and South Florida, and here's Ada. Now, granted, I think that did weaken it as it made its approach toward the west coast of Florida, but still, to even get something, I mean, that John Hope was our tropical expert, way back when, and one of his rules was, once you get that cold front through, that's it. That shuts down the Gulf. And we had a couple of storm threats after that. So, I guess in 2020, the 2020 factor kind of applies here.
Yeah,
but I think it's really interesting how many rapid developers we had, and so many of them close to land. I mean, even look at Iota and Zeta down in Nicaragua. I mean, we had to wait till the last storm of the season to get the Cat 5. I mean, goodness gracious, that's crazy.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of RI this year, and what I felt was interesting is that you didn't see a lot of rapid dissipation over land. I mean, these things stayed strong over land for some time, whether it could be attributed to brown ocean effect or whatnot. But you brought up a good point. When it got wrapped up along cold front, usually when hurricanes enter into a baroclinic environment, they fall apart pretty quickly, or they get pulled up along it and stretched out. And these storms defied odds this year. Some of these just
they did. They never got like dry air intrusion. It was like they were like protected from this cocoon. And that's the other thing too. If you get a rapid developing system that comes ashore and is accelerating onshore or moving onshore, it's going to take a lot longer to wind down. I mean, you should see the mess that Zeta did in northern Georgia. I mean, there's a lot of trees down up here. And it reminded me of Opal back. I think was it 95? Was that Opal?
That's right.
But it kind of did. It was like one of these storms that actually was a 5, went down to a 3, but it was holding its own, and then it accelerated up in North Georgia. So it takes a while for these things to wind down, but they just cause a whole bunch of tree damage, man. It's a mess.
I think I remember seeing the power outages. It was more in Georgia than Florida, than Louisiana per se. It was like over 1 million without power in northern Georgia. So that was.
And it kept going too. I mean, we had a lot of trees down in western North Carolina and up into Virginia too.
That's true. That's true. Once we get off hurricane duty, it's kind of hard to lose track sometimes, or it's actually easy to lose track of what actually happens after that. But it's just been amazing to me, these things as they come ashore, especially this year. Like you said, their damage path has been incredible. And even if it's a TS or a depression, I mean, something, it's like they just don't want to die. They don't want to go away. And that's the year it's been.
One more for me. I'm going to pass the baton off to Dan. And the question is, you've been to a lot of places this year. I mean, I probably wouldn't be able to remember off your memory, but give us some of the more significant places you went to experience storm chasing, whether it be hurricane or winter storm, even earlier in the year.
Well, yeah, actually, Milwaukee was the only winter storm that I did last year, which was kind of mind-boggling because they're so fixated on the Northeast coast. It's like, well, guys, what if Kansas City gets 2 inches at rush hour on a Tuesday morning? That's a big deal. Plus, they were concerned about the COVID thing and everything toward the latter part of the season. I thought that was awesome being in Milwaukee. Great city, seeing the Lake Michigan just go crazy in Milwaukee was pretty awesome. That's kind of started the year. Then we went through all the hurricanes. I went to New Orleans 4 times, and interestingly enough, New Orleans really never got a big threat. Okay, they had the one storm toward the end there that hit them pretty good, but they never really got a big threat that flooded them, and that's really the biggest issue for New Orleans. But flying there 4 times, I thought was, I never done that before. I think they were in the cone like 8 times or something, 7 or 8 times this year. It's just crazy. And then the snowstorm, I just went Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I knew Philly would change over. I knew they would mix. I knew we'd actually mix with sleet in Bethlehem. I just didn't know we'd get dry. The dry slotted thing is what really killed us. And then to see 4 states with 40 inches plus, I'm like, this is just absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. From a low pressure system that I don't even think broke under the 990s when it was doing its work. Really? That's crazy.
I know, non-lake effect too. That was all just the low.
All-time snow in Binghamton. All-time single day. So they broke their all-time single day by almost twice as much snow. So 18 to like 31 or something. That's crazy stats, man. Crazy stats.
Speaking of some of the hurricanes this year, we want to, of course, mention Hurricane Isaias is the Carolinas' kind of biggest hurricane of the year. I was there in Wilmington myself for the storm, and you were over in Wrightsville Beach there, Jim.
Yep.
So we have a video that we want to play, and kind of the best way to describe what happened there with you. Video says 1,000 words, so we're gonna play the video and kind of just if you could kind of tell us what happened over there in Wrightsville and kind of what you experienced.
Well, I should remind everybody of kind of the new norm in broadcasting as we're doing this. So we used to come out at the tops and bottoms of the hour, even in a hurricane, and give everybody an update on what's changed. But the new norm is like, okay, well, look, since we've got a great signal, we've got HD audio and video now, why don't you just stay out during the entire storm and take us through the whole thing? And that's kind of a recent change, in the past 3, 4, 5 years, that's kind of what's evolved. But that's a lot harder because you're literally standing in the eye wall. And granted, you're talking about something that was on the high end of Cat 1 and borderline Cat 2 strength here. It's just hard to stand out in winds that strong. And you see me struggling there. And the only other time I had to take a knee was Isaac in New Orleans, because I know we had a weather group out there. They were measuring winds like 90, 94 miles an hour through those two buildings. And this was very similar to that. And it's just hard to stand there. I mean, you're literally, guys, you go to the gym, you do squats or you do leg presses and things like that. It's hard to hold a press for that length of time. And so I just had to drop down for a second. I mean, the audio wasn't that great. You've got raindrops splatting on the hood of your jacket, so that's making it difficult to hear back at the Weather Channel. So you're just trying to put a couple of words together, a sentence together or two to kind of get you to the next thing. And I'm just trying to remember all the facts that I know, about the storm itself. And of course, you're trying to say the name. I mean, Isa, yes. I mean, goodness gracious, it took me about 3 days into that just to learn how to say it right. So that was a tough storm. I mean, it was, those winds were up there, 80, 90 miles per hour coming around the side of that building. And it was just tough to stand through it. But again, it's like, take us through the eye wall. That's my job. That's what they're asking me to do. I'm gonna do it to the best of my ability. The good news that I didn't get hit by anything. The good news, the wind was essentially coming off the water, and whatever was being blown off the top of the building was being blown inland and not down at me at ground level. I probably should have had a helmet on. Frankly, I definitely should have had a helmet on for that storm.
Well, Jim, we've all faced the coronavirus pandemic. Yeah, I know, 2020. So how has this pandemic affect your job?
Well, I mean, first of all, you got to wear a mask everywhere you go. And, people still come out and want to meet you and take pictures with you and things like that. And, my producers Steve Pederak has had to police that the entire summer. It's where people get so excited about taking a picture for whatever reason. I don't know why but they do. And then they're like, well, you got to stay 6 feet apart. We got to stay 6 feet apart. And I got to put my mask up and things like that. Sometimes somebody will come around the corner. You don't have your mask on. You're just taking a breath, looking at weather data, and they'll just grab a picture without saying anything to you. And then management gets upset with you. So that a lot of that to tell people to kind of like, well, take a picture with me, but you got to move away. You got to stay 6 feet away. But I get it. I totally get it. And we played by the rules as best as we could the entire summer and even into this first winter storm that we've dealt with. But that certainly made it more difficult. You got to get more rations because restaurants and things aren't opening. They're closing down a lot earlier. Some of them never even are open. So we got to make sure we can eat for 3, 4, 5, 6 days. We know we're going to lose power, so it's going to be hot in the rooms and things like that. You just got to the pre-planning was a lot different. We had to make sure everything was buttoned up in terms of being able to eat, being able to follow the COVID guidelines. Remind people that, look, at the shelter that you went to last time may not be the one that you go to this time because they're only taking half the people. All right. You may have to go and be bused farther north. And people that were in the surge zone, it was like, how do you convince people? Oh gosh. Okay. Look, it's one thing asking me to evacuate. I know this shelter. I've been there before. It's okay. But now I don't really feel like going on a bus and being shipped to northern Mississippi or northern Louisiana to get out of harm's way. So that took some convincing for folks. But I think the fact that if there was one good thing, if you can call this good, the fact that Louisiana and Mississippi were kind of in the bullseye and were dealing with this so many times, they kind of had the system down. So they just put it back in motion every time we got a new storm. So we didn't have to test so many different areas. That area dealt with some of the worst storms, but they really had it down.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Wow. Nice.
That's the one silver line.
Well, Jim, we're talking about COVID, and I think pre-COVID, this has lost, in my opinion, a lot of attention. And I guess, with as crazy the years has been, but we had a pretty active early spring severe weather season. March 3rd, 4th, as COVID was starting to happen, we had an EF4 tornado that just went right through downtown Nashville.
Yep.
I mean, it was one of the eeriest video. I mean, it was, I think, one of the most captured videos on Twitter, just With that, we also had severe weather here in the Carolinas, where downtown Charlotte, EF2, I believe, that went through just south of town. So, copied with a month later, the Easter outbreak, where we had an EF4 and, of all places, South Carolina. I mean, it was a pretty crazy severe weather season. And then I guess you kind of capped that off with the derecho in Iowa. I mean, what was your thoughts on any of those events that kind of stood out to you?
I mean, the record for billion-dollar disasters stands at 16, but that's going to be broken this year. Okay, we are going to have more than 20 billion-dollar disasters. I don't know if it's going to be 21, 22, 23. I'm not sure, but that's just. I mean, this was just an off-the-charts year for big weather. And you're right; it was everything. It was the severe, with the tornado outbreaks, especially in metropolitan areas. It was the number of hurricanes that we had. It just the fires. We haven't even touched on the fires out west. I mean, goodness gracious, just again, and there was no stopping it. It literally started at the beginning of the year and just kept on going. And La Nina, as you guys know, especially in the Southwest, does not favor big rainfall. So, you wonder what next year brings once we get into spring and spring bloom, and that starts to dry out, right? So yeah, it's crazy. And I mean, look at the drought growing right now. If you take a look at the drought monitor, it's almost kind of scary seeing it kind of creep out of the Southwest into the central United States and the northern. Omaha. You're not really thinking about Omaha being dry, but they're starting to dry out a little bit. So drought's going to come into play big time as we get into 2021. That's going to be a big player, I think, for a lot of people. But yeah, it was just nonstop, man. I mean, and it would be easy to just say, okay, well, because of COVID, everything was exacerbated. No, no, we had 30 hurricanes. Okay, we had tornadoes hitting big cities, and I mean, it just literally lined up right with each other. And we just had an epic nor'easter, like I said, that dumped 40 plus inches of snow over 4 states, which wasn't one of these things. We saw it early. We knew there was going to be something, but in terms of nailing it down as to just how big this was going to be over the interior of New York and Pennsylvania and New Hampshire and Vermont, we didn't know that until it was really day of.
And I guess it's a sore topic for some, but it's something that really needs to be addressed. I think we can contribute the climate change, global warming, to some of these bigger events that's taken place. I mean, they're only getting worse, and the climate the climate continues to warm. So.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
They're going hand in hand. I mean, what's your...
Yeah, I mean, it's time to accept it. It's time to accept we have a warmer planet. We have warmer water as a result of that, which helped us obviously crank out 30 hurricanes, 30 named storms this year. And honestly, I just like we like to operate at 98.6, the planet likes to operate at a comfy temperature. And when you thrust something that's uncomfortable to it into it, then it's going to react. Extremes breed extremes, and I think we're seeing that. So. I mean, here it is. I mean, now that saying that we're not going to have 30 hurricanes every year, we're not going to burn 5 million acres in California every year. But I think these are the kind of things that we can expect, and you kind of wonder what's next, right? I mean, when we come out of this drought that we may get into here, do we flood everywhere? I mean, you wonder if you're just going to flood everywhere to get out of it. Because it's always like yin and yang. But it's happening like one right after the other. It's almost like you go from drought to deluge or deluge to drought. It's just crazy.
Another thing to tie on to that, as of this taping, December 22nd, the Carolinas, Greensboro, North Carolina, is 1.2 inches, I believe, from being the wettest season on record. So the opposite of the dryness, the drought. And quite frankly, we've not really had a major tropical system that's moved through the area that's dumped 6, 8, 10 inches of rain that we can see from landfalling tropical systems.
So think about that. As dry as it is over a huge chunk of the West and now building into the central U.S., the Southeast and Florida has been absolutely soaked. And, the Northeast is probably going to come out of drought before we end 2020. When you count the snow and the rain they're about to have with this next system on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, I mean, they're probably going to come out of drought. And that was getting to exceptional. You start depleting reservoirs in the Northeast with that population concentration, and that's a really big deal. Okay, they've always kind of come out of it recently, but there's a lot of people up there that depend on reservoirs and water. So you dry it out up there in an extreme level, and it's bad. So they got lucky, but they just literally, once we got into fall, boom, all of a sudden we just started erasing these droughts and starting getting some nice, tropical moisture into some of these systems that came north. So they lucked out. In my opinion.
It is actually good to see that there's been some rain and snow up there through the fall. I can tell you firsthand, it was a long,
it was also
dry
beautiful
summer
fall.
at State College.
Right, and actually it was a beautiful fall too. So they got the best of all worlds.
Right.
Jim, we're going to transition over, speaking of wildfires, to the West. So again, another crazy year with the 2020 wildfire season. What are your thoughts on the wildfires going along the northwest Pacific coast, like Oregon and northern California?
Yeah, I'm glad you actually asked that question, because a lot of times it's easy to just focus on California because they had so many acres burned, right? But it was Oregon. Was it Oregon, Washington, and Colorado had like their biggest fires in each of their states?
Yeah, I think you're right.
This year, in addition to what happened in California. So yeah, really, really, really severe season. Really dry, really hot. There was, again, monsoon didn't seem to show up in the Southwest at all. So that was certainly a player in that. But yeah, man, it's crazy. I mean, not only do you get dry and hot, but these normal seasonal rains like that, like the monsoon flow that comes in, just didn't even show up again this year. And that's just crazy. A lot of us haven't experienced that. Has it happened before? I don't know. They say that California used to have, really, really long droughts. And you can see that in the tree rings and things like that. But, the fact is a lot of people have moved into the wildland interface. And there's a lot of structures in there, people's livelihoods and things like that. But but here's the deal. Knowing that we know that, we have to build to our natural disaster. We have to do a much better job of building to our natural disaster. And frankly, in some places like Barrier Islands and maybe the deep woods of the West, we don't need to move there. Let's just leave that alone. Let's leave that to nature's preserve. There's plenty of other spots to live in.
And we've also seen just phenomenal weather with dealing with fires. Like I think there was a fire NATO out in California this season, and it's just
another
crazy.
One.
Yeah,
another
right.
one. Wasn't it the campfire that they had the EF3? Do you remember that? I can't remember which fire it was, but they literally had an EF3 tornado. It's the strongest tornado in California history, and they had what would have rated probably EF2, right?
Yeah.
With this one, yeah. So the strongest, isn't that amazing? The strongest tornadoes in California history have actually come from fire natives.
Wow.
Using the term pyro tornado at a conference I attended. Alex Hoon, one of the incident meteorologists out there, coined that.
Are they acknowledging that as the strongest tornado, or are they kind of putting an asterisk by that and just saying?
I'm not sure if they're calling that the strongest tornado or whether they're had the asterisk like you said, but it certainly has been recognized as a fire generated tornado.
Right. I mean, well, there's video of it. You can see it on the radar signature. I mean, the damage.
Right.
Signified EF3 damage. I mean, I don't know what else you need, really.
I think that was the Loyalton one, right? Is that the Loyalton NATO? Fire NATO?
It was the one with the campfire, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, the camp one was the big one. That was the big one.
Right.
That was really wild. I'll say one other thing about the fires was seeing the difference in smoke. When you have your Diablo winds Santa Ana's in California, the sagebrush, right? You have the white smoke that goes up. But further north you went, it was more peaty. So there, just the fact that fires could burn in these wet environments was a feat of itself. But you could see the different, like the greenish colored smoke and the real dark gray. It was really gnarly on satellite. It was wrapping out over the Pacific Ocean, and boy, that was intense to see.
Yeah, so you're right. Some of those satellite pictures and the type of pollution that they had in San Francisco for days and days and days. I got a nephew out there. He's just like, you can't even breathe. You don't even want to go outside. It was really bad. Even inside your home, you could smell the smoke. That's how bad it was. So, yeah, man, we need a break.
Yeah, that's how I'll remember it. Is just day after day of smoke covering almost the entire western half of the country.
Yeah, you remember those pictures?
Yeah,
remember those pictures of San Francisco, like orange?
Right.
I literally orange. That's all you can see is
an orange glow. You didn't really see sunlight. It was just an orange glow.
No, exactly. It's like felt like you're on another planet.
Everyone, thank you for watching this episode of the Carolina Weather Group. Stay tuned for part 2 with Jim Cantore coming soon.
I'm James Brierton in Matthews, North Carolina. This tree, one of many that has fallen here in Matthews and across the two-state region of North Carolina and South Carolina following last Thursday's tornado outbreak. 10 tornadoes in all confirmed by the National Weather Service, who then spent Friday going out and surveying damage like this here at the playground of Matthews Elementary School. The school closed on Friday with power still out and trees like this still down. School was closed in Charlotte, Mecklenburg. Now, the National Weather Service happened to be celebrating its 150th anniversary this week. We're going to be talking about that coming up. The important life-saving mission they played today was all created over a century and a half ago. But first, let's talk more about the recovery efforts here in Matthews and across the region. This tree, the EF1 tornado coming through here on Thursday, caused damage across the region. 95-mile-per-hour winds knocking down trees like this, and also, unfortunately, taking down some homes where the roofs were damaged when big trees like this fell. All in all, we had about 2 storm deaths across the region, and that's too many. But it could have been a lot worse, and that's why we're going to spend some time in this episode talking about the very important life-saving role the National Weather Service played, because none of those deaths came inside of tornado polygons, and I think that has a lot to do with the role that the National Weather Service plays, getting those warnings out on TV, on radio, to NOAA weather radios, and now to our cell phones, wireless emergency alerts, alerting people like myself that they were in the path of danger. On Thursday, I was trying to make my way to the day job at the TV station when I received one of those wireless emergency alerts on my phone. I happened to be streaming on Periscope at the time. I'm driving here on Interstate 45. As that message comes in, take a look what happens. Just now receiving an emergency wireless alert on my phone for a new tornado warning issued until 12:45.
Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles northwest of Indian Land or over Carolyn. Impact. Flying debris will be dangerous to those.
All right, so this actually might be a problem for me. All right, ladies and gents, we might be seeking shelter here in the next little bit because I'm going to be coming right into this, and that is not my intention. As soon as this lets up a little bit, I'm going to go and look for some damage in that area. Right now, I am not moving. I am just to the south of that warning. That is where I want to stay. I do not want to be in the thick of it, but I want to be able to move quickly afterwards to take a look at what might be going on around there. Because of that alert sent by the National Weather Service and relayed to my phone, I was able to safely pull off the road, get out of the way, let that storm pass, and then I turned north, directly into where the storm had just been, continuing towards Park Road, where the storm had crossed through a neighborhood called Park Crossing. Here's a look at what I saw moments after that tornado came through and as that tornado was continuing east into Matthews. You can see we've got numerous trees down. This one, as it fell, took down a fence. We see several instances of this as we make our way through this Park Crossing neighborhood. Now, all of this damage occurred during the midday hour when a tornado-warned cell came through the neighborhood and it brought down several large pines, just like the one you're seeing right here behind me. To give you a sense of what the aftermath of storm damage smells like, it smells very heavily of pine and also sounds like chainsaws. We have another tree down here. This one just barely missing this brick home as it did kind of fall here and then continue to land, if you take another look, right across their front yard. So a very close call here for the family that lives right at the entrance of Chatham Oaks. This is inside, again, that Park Crossing Drive neighborhood. Now we are just to the west of Park Road. I was on to the east side of Park Road where the Cameron Woods neighborhood was not too long ago. Whatever came through here then immediately went through there, brought down several trees as well too. Neighbors out there trying to clear the way with chainsaws.
About 10 minutes before the trees started falling, so I was able to be here to help out.
How many trees are down besides what's behind us?
I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's countless at this point. There's trees on houses, there's a lot of roads that are blocked. We're just trying to get cleaned up so people can get through.
And also clear those storm drains, because as you can see, the rain is continuing to fall here at this hour, and so all of this water is going to need a place to run off. So you can see neighbors trying to also clear those drains as well. Back out here in the Park Crossing neighborhood, you can see this fence was no match for whatever came rolling through here a little bit earlier on, knocking down not only the wood sections of the fence, but also tearing it right from the brick pillar. The National Weather Service will be looking at damage like this and like the tree laying across the road to determine what exactly rolled through here during the height of the severe weather. The EF1 tornado that came through Mecklenburg County, not even the strongest of the storms we saw. This EF2 tornado caused damage in Gaston County near Kings Mountain, where it toppled 4 of those huge metal transmission towers that Duke Energy runs to bring power into the region. It took 150 workers this past weekend to get all of that cleaned up and back up and running.
And when they twisted and laid on the ground, I mean, the structures were twisted. If you go look at the footing of that, you'll see where it was a twist. It wasn't a break, it wasn't a bend, it just twisted the structures and they came down together. So it was a very severe wind that caused these structures.
From Gaston County to back here in Mecklenburg County, those were just 2 of the tornado warnings that were issued here for the greater Charlotte area. Numerous storms across the region, a lot of them in that greater Charlotte area. Joining us now from his home in Morganton, North Carolina, is Scotty Powell with a look at some of the other storms. Scotty.
One of the first tornado warnings to be issued was for Cleveland and Lincoln County. The National Weather Service was able to confirm an EF1 tornado touchdown 1 mile west of Lawndale in northern Cleveland County. The end location was 3 miles northeast of Fallston, right near the Cleveland and Lincoln County line. One of the stronger tornadoes that we saw occur on Thursday was an EF2 tornado that occurred just outside of the city of Kannapolis, North Carolina, in Cabarrus County. The tornado began just west of Interstate 85 near Lane Street. The on-end of a service station was damaged. The strongest damage was found just east along Pless Road, where several homes were damaged from this tornado. This damage suggests wind speeds of 125 miles per hour. The tornado weakened as it moved east, snapping and uprooting trees as it went, and it ended in Rowan County. Again, no fatalities or injuries from this tornado. I'm Carolina Weather Group panelist Scotty Powell.
Thank you so much, Scotty. Continuing our coverage now with even more of those storm survey results from the National Weather Service. Here's Evan Fisher.
One of the first tornadoes to occur last Thursday happened in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Now, this one touched down pretty early in the day, before noon. It had a path length of 10.26 miles, so the second longest of the day, and a rating of EF1. This tornado did the most damage near the mall, just to the west, Westgate Mall in Spartanburg. As you can see here, there's a bunch of EF1 damage indicators near the mall area. However, as it tracked closer to Spartanburg, it did weaken a bit, and as it passed through downtown, there was minimal tree damage with just EF0. We had a pair of tornadoes in Stanley County, North Carolina, the first of which was pretty short-lived, only 0.4 miles long, the maximum width of 100 yards. Peak winds around 100 miles an hour, only did some minimal tree damage. However, the other one was a little bit longer with a path length of 7.3 miles, albeit discontinuous damage. But you can see here that there was damage indicators on the eastern side. And then again over here where there was a little bit more civilization. This tornado occurred just to the west of Albemarle, out in kind of a rural area. But nonetheless, this one did damage a child care center. ripping off some roofing, as well as damaging some manufactured homes with trees that fell onto these homes. This one actually had a maximum width of a quarter mile, 400 yards, which is one of the more impressive widths of any of the tornadoes on Thursday. Moving a little bit further east, or I guess all the way to the east, we actually had one tornado up in northeastern North Carolina in Gates County. As you can see, compared to all the others, if we zoom out, the rest of the tornadoes were down here near Greenville and Charlotte and Greensboro and Raleigh. However, there was one up here in Gates County, rated an EF0. Kind of flip over to the damage survey here. Tracked about 3 miles with peak winds of 85 miles an hour. Touched down near Taylor Mill Road and Askew Road and crossed Turner before doing some tree damage, as well as a few homes suffered damage, mainly from falling branches.
From Evan Fisher now to Tim Pounds, who joins us with a look outside a storm that crossed from Georgia into South Carolina.
Well, thanks, James. The storm team out of the Columbia, South Carolina office of the National Weather Service confirmed that an EF1 tornado touched down in southwestern Aiken County. This occurred near Vaucluse in the Springfield Church Road area near Stableview Farm. Luckily, there were no injuries or fatalities indicated with this storm. And it was a pretty short-lived storm with maximum wind speeds of 105 mile an hour. The tornado only had a path length of about 1.15 miles and a maximum width of 75 yards. Another area of concern in the Augusta area was the Savannah River. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers indicated that there was going to be a lot of extra flow from all the rain that occurred in the area, and they had opened the floodgates on the Strom-Thurmond Dam, releasing almost 30,000 cubic feet of water per second. So it was going to be a lot of water going down below the dam in the next few days. But other than that, that's about the extent of the storm report here in Augusta. James?
So had a lot of water that fell. A lot of water that fell from the sky, making it possible for big trees like this to fall in very spongy soil, but also challenging the water systems, the watersheds, the rivers, the creeks that now have to take all of that water that fell and eventually funnel it out to the Atlantic Ocean. We're watching rising waters along rivers and creeks and waterways that are now having to try to cope with all of that water. When you take a look at the debris that remains days after the tornado outbreak of last week, you have to pause and think for a moment and realize that it could have been a lot worse. But if it wasn't for the folks who tirelessly put in long hours at the National Weather Service, not only forecasting and warning about storms like this, but then spending hours and days afterwards going out into the field and looking at debris and conducting their storm surveys, well, frankly, if we didn't have the National Weather Service, we'd be in a lot of trouble. Now, the National Weather Service celebrated 150 years on Sunday. We, of course, wish them a very happy birthday. Now, we had Tom Nizzle on our program a couple weeks back. Now, Tom spent years at the National Weather Service in Buffalo, New York, before coming south to work at the Weather Channel. He now resides just across the border in Tennessee, and he's a bit of a National Weather Service buff, you could say. And he was very happy to spend some time with us to enlighten us on the history and the important role that the National Weather Service has played in its first 150 years and counting.
Tom, you got to know the National Weather Service from the inside. What does this 150th anniversary mean?
Well, I'm old. I'm not quite that old, but man, I look back. I had 32 years in the National Weather Service. They're celebrating their 150th anniversary. So do the math, man. I've been there for 1/5 of their entire history. I am old. But I'll tell you, I love going back and look at the history of a National Weather Service for the United States. And a lot of it has its roots back to my hometown, Buffalo, New York, which was one of the original 24 forecast offices in the U.S. And the National Weather Service, under a different name, began back in 1870. It's amazing when you think about the United States and think about the roots of weather and weather observations. My gosh, when our forefathers came here to the U.S., think about the fact that everything they did in their lives had some connection to the weather. I mean, they spent most of their time outside. It was an agrarian society. So two of our most famous weather observers and our most famous original weather people in the United States were two of my favorites, a guy by the name of Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson, right? Franklin was amazing. He was one of these Renaissance men that was interested in everything, and he was a great scientist. Franklin, by the way, was the first person to really study and chart something that's right offshore of the Carolinas, known as the Gulf Stream. That really was actually discovered in a way in a scientific basis by Ben Franklin. Franklin also took weather observations every day. How about Tom Jefferson, another Renaissance man? This guy took weather observations on a regular basis, and he shared those observations and developed a network with people that were around him. In fact, the cooperative weather observers in the United States today, their top honor that they can get is the Jeffersonian Award for them taking weather observations. So those are two of the guys that really started things off. You know, we get into the 1800s, and as the country began to expand out to the west, all right, now the beginning of the 1800s, Weather Service actually went into a national operation in 1870. So 70 years before that, the U.S. was moving out and expanding to the west, and based on Thomas Jefferson's suggestions, the Lewis and Clark expeditions, they wanted to take science observations. Most of the Army surgeons who were trained as scientists would take weather observations on a daily basis, and they would mail them back in. They would, arrive months later into places like the Smithsonian, where they would gather this information and bring all this information together, begin to plot it onto maps and try to understand this array of data that we were gathering across the country. But my gosh, none of it was timely. It took months to get that information. So you come across to about the mid-1840s, and we had this amazing invention that takes the science of meteorology and rockets it forward. And it was called the telegraph. Because once you got the telegraph, you could get this data from around the country that these surgeons were taking, and in almost real time, you could get it to one central area where that data could be compiled. You'd have the data quickly, you could analyze it, and then understand what was going on a more real-time basis. And this was all done at a place called the Smithsonian Institution. And Joseph Priestley was the guy that was there that was gathering all this information and beginning to plot weather maps. Well, we get into the Civil War, and that kind of detoured in some way the expansion of science as far as weather was concerned. But boy, the Civil War brought a lot of technical expertise and other inventions that would then help propel all of this technology and science forward. So let's get into the late 1860s now. And we're a couple of years beyond the Civil War. And the railroad transportation really wasn't coming into its own at that point. So a lot of the transportation that occurred between the inland parts of the country and getting out to the coast in the northern half of the United States occurred on the Great Lakes. There was a tremendous amount of shipping that occurred on the Great Lakes and moving.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
But moving people and passengers around. And in 1868 and 1869, in 2 consecutive years, there were over 1,100 shipwrecks on the Great Lakes. Think about that, 1,100 shipwrecks and hundreds of fatalities on the lakes. Well, now I go into 4 cogs in the wheel that I think were most important people that were responsible for the development of a national weather service. Because of all the fatalities that were occurring on the Great Lakes, due to weather, by the way, due to severe weather, there was an amazing guy by the name of Increase Lapham, Lapham. This guy was, again, another Renaissance man. He was a geologist, and he was, at that point in Wisconsin, very interested in the weather. Again, a scientist by many, many means. He plotted weather maps, and he sent a lot of news clippings to his congressional representative about all these fatalities that were occurring on the Great Lakes. And there has to be something done to develop some type of weather warning system for these bad storms that were coming across the Great Lakes. So in 1869, I believe it was, Increase Lapham sent this letter out to his congressional representative, another second cog in the wheel by the name of Halbert Payne. And Payne took this information and introduced a resolution under Ulysses S. Grant to the United States Congress. And on February 9th of 1870, the resolution was passed to then bring into service a national weather service for the United States. And it was under the direction of the U.S. Army Signal Corps at that point. Why the Signal Corps? Well, it now brings in our third character. Our third guy that was in big responsibility and a big part of developing a national weather service was a guy who was in charge at one point for the Signal Corps in the U.S. His name was General Albert Meyer. And Meyer has a connection to my hometown of Buffalo, New York. But Meyer actually developed the signaling system during the Civil War of using flags to send signals between military installations. And this signaling system, or wigwag system, was in play, and it was in place during all of the Civil War. Meyer was an amazing character because he had a great military background. He had the ability to organize, and he also was in charge of this signaling system that they were using at that time. And so when Ulysses S. Grant signed the orders to bring into law a national weather service across the United States, Albert Meyer was brought in as the first head of the National Weather Service. And Meyer then brings in the fourth cog in the wheel, the guy that really made this happen from a scientific point of view. His name was Cleveland Abbey, and this guy was a scientist by every stretch of the word. He is the person who first began to issue forecasts, actual weather forecasts across the eastern part of the United States, and he had a tremendous, tremendous science background. And when he came into that first beginnings of the National Weather Service, it was Cleveland Abbey who introduced science, who introduced coursework, who introduced the theory of meteorology and the science of meteorology to those employees who were hired to man the 24 original offices across the United States. It was really, really a fascinating time. And from there, the ability to bring in weather data and weather observations led very, very quickly to production of weather forecasts. Within a couple of years of the formation of the Weather Service, these daily forecasts were something that everybody asked for. People understanding that they might not be all that accurate all of the time, they weren't able to do the kind of detailed forecasting that we can do these days, but they had an understanding of the basic concept, in most cases, of weather moving from the west to the east across the United States. With the ability to plot these maps, the early forecasters were able to trace storms. And as storms were moving from Chicago to Detroit to Cleveland to Buffalo and out to New York City, these forecasters could time to some degree the occurrence of this bad weather that was coming in that direction. And as they would do that, they would put these signal flags outside of places like post offices and other places where the public would frequent within these towns and cities. And so a quick walk down the street, someone would look at the flag and they would understand that the red flag with the black on it, okay, again, if you were in a coastal area, could mean a hurricane warning that was out. There were other types of flags that they used to get this information out. But it was amazing how quickly the science grew and how quickly the Weather Service expanded as we went through that time frame right after the Civil War.
Tom, if you think back to what they started with and what we have today, if you could imagine, what do you think they would make of all the tools we have today?
But it'd be like being on a different planet. I mean, you think about the fact that, yeah, they were getting weather observations, but there was no such thing as a satellite to monitor the weather from space, a radar to look at precipitation, even heaven forbid, a computer model, something that would actually foretell by using basic laws of mathematics what the weather would be like several days or maybe even into weeks in advance. It would be like a different world. And by the way, because I'm such a senior person at this point with a history of being in the National Weather Service, I came into the Weather Service at a time before computers were even introduced into weather forecast offices, at a time where there was something called a teletype machine. a machine where it actually typed out the weather observations onto this giant typewriter. And as weather forecasters, we would rip that information off of this machine and sit down and hand plot and draw weather maps. I got to do that when I was an intern in my first couple of years within the National Weather Service. And to go from that to what we have today is amazing. So I can't imagine what someone like Cleveland Abbey would be thinking if we were able to place them into a science office like we have within the National Weather Service today.
This is a very specific reference, and I'm not sure how many of our listeners will know it, but if you've ever been in the New York metropolitan area, and Tom, you're obviously from the state, and you listen to 1010 Winds AM, they have that tick, 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 tick. That's what I'm imagining when you say teletype, just all of that constant automatic typing.
So the RFK bridge getting up to the Bronx is also very slow, and because of that, leaving Manhattan.
That brings back memories for me, because that was the background noise in the Weather Service. It was like the old newsroom where you heard that, and that was the teletypes rattling away. I'm going back to my history only 35, 40 years ago in the National Weather Service. When I first came online, that's when we were first beginning to get satellite pictures, we'll call them, into the National Weather Service office. Now, we get satellite data today at minute intervals. It comes in on the computer. We run these huge loops at any resolution in any part of the globe on a regular basis. Everybody can do that online these days. In the weather office back then, we would get one image that would come in every hour. And if you wanted to do an animation of what was going on, all those images were placed on a clipboard. And you literally would take your fingers and take the pictures and let them go, and you could see the clouds moving across the eastern part of the United States. That was our animation back then. And that was after a tremendous increase in science and technology. It's fascinating because, as we all know, wars are terrible. War is hell. But wars also bring out tremendous advances in technology. And, World War II pilots, they were responsible for discovering the jet stream. As we got into World War II and immediately after, we developed the first large-scale upper air network across the United States with the launching of radiosonde balloons twice a day to get that information from the upper atmosphere, because weather occurs on 3 dimensions, right, throughout that depth of the atmosphere. The advance of weather radar. My gosh, you took military radar, again, developed in World War II, and then after that war, they not only saw airplanes when they were looking at the radar, but they saw these features that kept getting in the way of them looking at airplanes. It was precipitation from storms. And, we turned that into the ability to monitor weather systems and then get into the tremendous science of severe weather and understanding tornado genesis and tropical storm formation from all of that technology. So it's just been amazing to watch the history. And it all began back there in 1870 when there was concern for the loss of life on the Great Lakes and of course, along the coastal areas from shipping as well.
Tommy, you're talking about the advances in technology. One thing that kind of comes to mind is the advances in the warning process.
Trying to explain to the younger generations that we didn't have things like cell phones, right? Just a generation or two ago, with these text messages and alerts that came across at any time of the day or night, the ability to communicate that information has saved countless lives and will continue to do so. And the ability now to be able to put out 911 messages to a huge area, an entire community, to get that information out, has been married with the technology that allows us to be more confident to get those warnings out by being able to use something like a Doppler radar to understand what we should be warning on and what we should not be warning on. Because in the early years of issuing severe weather warnings in particular, but certainly all types of warnings, much of the public was very frustrated with the fact that the weather forecaster may, for lack of a better term, cry wolf a lot of times and send these warnings and watches out and not be able to verify them because we just didn't have the technology to do that. We've got that technology now. And to be able to then marry that to the ability for people to get warnings anywhere at any time, day or night, it has just gone a tremendous way to save lives across this nation.
Talking about communication, and then I'll toss it off to someone else. One of the biggest tools that I think we all in this chat utilize is NWS chat, and the ability for the forecasters and the weather office to communicate with TV, radio, storm spotters out in the field. I mean, just the instant communication that we have, I think, is pretty cool, and it's cool to see the advances in the National Weather Service with that.
You know, that's a really important point, and what it's done also is it's changed the responsibilities and the type of work that goes on within the National Weather Service offices. A decade, now I should say more than that, a generation ago, the main job of the National Weather Service forecaster, the meteorologist, was to issue the forecast. And now we have many, many tools that allow that process to be very, very fast, very efficient, and very smooth. But what the forecasters do now, where they really, really make a difference, is what we refer to as decision support or decision support services. That ability to get that information and get it out and let our special customers know exactly what is happening, when it is happening, contacting emergency managers and working with the emergency management community to have their resources ready to go, to be ready to respond when the weather is coming through. And also, you mentioned this tool that is used on computers called NWS Chat. It's the ability for the forecast office to chat or to talk or message to many of its users, its media, its emergency management system, those types of individuals, to get the most reliable and timely information back and forth from those communities and sending out their thoughts from the National Weather Service offices. I found it fascinating when I worked at the Weather Channel that we, within a matter, and I mean this, within a matter of less than a minute in many instances, a damage report, say somebody had a half-inch hail that came down in their neighborhood outside of Charleston, South Carolina, and they sent a report in on their phone to the National Weather Service saying, we got hail here. Within a matter of a minute or so, the Weather Service gets the report, pops it into a computer that goes into this system, and at the Weather Channel, our graphics meteorologists were watching that data coming in, and when they picked that data up with the click of two buttons, it ended up on air. I was amazed to see how quickly that process took, and it's the ability to get that information and communicate it out to the public, because time is of the essence, especially with severe weather. So it's another huge increase in technology that, once again, is helping to save lives.
Tom, I don't know if there's any telling what this world would be like without the National Weather Service. So let me try to phrase this closing question to you this way. What would day-to-day life here in the United States be if tomorrow morning we woke up and there was no National Weather Service?
I think it would be chaos. If you think about how much of our economy and daily life is tied directly to the weather, and the way you see that most succinctly is being in the checkout line at the grocery store, because everybody's talking about it. You have to know what's going on with the weather if you're going to react with the real world. Everything from our transportation to our agriculture to daily life in general revolves around the ability to understand how nature, how the atmosphere is going to impact us over the next several days. Without the National Weather Service, I think we would be way, way behind in where we are right now.
We again thank Tom for his time, and to all of the folks at the National Weather Service who continue to keep us safe each and every day. We can't thank you enough. And to you at home, Thanks for joining us for this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group. For all of us, I'm James Brierton in Matthews, North Carolina. We'll see you again real soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you, and we're going to continue our fun interview segment that we do with local meteorologists throughout the Carolinas. And today we have on Jason Boyer and Ryan Coulter from WLOS in Asheville, North Carolina. They are the ABC affiliate. So if you live in Western North Carolina, I'm sure you've tuned to Channel 13, and we're happy to have Jason and Ryan with us today. One of the main questions that we always ask everybody is how did you know you wanted to be a meteorologist? Everybody has that story. So, Jason, I'll let you start. What's your story?
Well, my story goes back to, like most, to when I was very young. Always was inquisitive about the earth sciences and always wanted to understand how things worked around me. And I spent a lot of time outdoors as a child back in the 80s when I was growing up. And that was kind of the way to go growing up in the 80s. Most people just let their kids kind of run around in their backyards. I grew up in a small town, so that was where I grew up and explored. But I think it was around third grade, and this is the most stunning and life-changing moment that I remember. I was walking home from school. It was November, and I lived in Illinois then, so we weren't in Tornado Alley per se, but I remember coming home from school, and I could walk home. That's how close I lived. And it was an unusually warm day. In fact, it was record warm that day. I think it got into the 80s. And the sun was out, the wind was blowing. And I was just thinking like a kid, like a third grader, I can't wait to get outside and play ball, ride my bike. I got home, the sky went pitch black in about a matter of 30 minutes. The wind started picking up. My older sisters, thankfully, wiser and certainly more proactive, they knew something bad was going to happen, and we all rushed downstairs, and in a matter of moments, the tornado sirens in the neighborhood went off, and we had a weak tornado go through my backyard and hit my neighbor's house, and it happened in a matter of a couple of minutes, and that was it. And it was a life-changing moment. When I walked outside, the birds were no longer chirping, and you could see the destruction of my neighbor's house and in the backyard across the street. His entire roof was peeled off. You could see into the house, and the insulation was gutted out. And that was amazing. I mean, frightening, but also to me, an amazing display of what Mother Nature could do. And I think from there, I was really hooked. I knew I always liked science. And then from there on, I kind of just built on that, and had a great teacher in fifth grade, Mr. Morris, that set me on the right path too, and inspired me to continue to study science. So that's how it started for me, and I just pursued it.
What about you, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, thank you guys for having me, first of all. Yeah, I mean, my story is really not unique from anyone else who does this either. Grew up, my grandparents lived with us growing up, and, they were avid news watchers, as a lot of older people are. And so anytime the weather came on, I was always, super interested in watching that. They always let me watch that with them. I grew up in Colorado, so as growing up, we had a little bit of everything, wintertime snow, severe weather in the springtime, and the summertime heat, wildfires. So kind of a mixed bag of everything. You get it all there. And so I grew up around that. And I was in about fifth grade. We had a science fair project, and I actually wanted to make a homemade barometer. And so I figured out how to do that. And I actually wrote into one of the chiefs in Denver. She's still there. And she actually responded to my email. So, as a fifth grader, that was pretty exciting. But I knew, kind of like a lot of other people who do this, I knew that from the time that I was a little kid that, this is what I want to do. It's a fun job, and you get to study science, the weather, all of the above. And it's a great, it's ended up being exactly what I wanted it to.
Those are great and very classic weather stories, I feel like. Super interesting. So keeping on kind of the same track of weather before we deviate off to some more unique conversations. Did you guys ever have a meteorologist that you looked up to as a kid or as you were coming up through school? Ryan, I guess we can start with you.
Yeah, interestingly enough, there was a meteorologist in Denver, and he was really cool. He ended up being on both the stations. I grew up watching him on TV, and when I got to school, he ended up actually being my advisor at school when I got into the university. So yeah, I learned so much from him, and it was really cool. Of course, I always told him, I grew up watching you, and that doesn't go over very well when you say that to him. But no, it's true. He truly helped me along the way a lot, and then I got to learn from him, so even better.
I did have a role model as well, and growing up, I would watch Channel 4, the CBS affiliate in my market, St. Louis, and yeah, I grew up watching a particular meteorologist there, and he was the chief, and kind of wanted to mirror him and grow up to be like him as well. So it was a unique situation, but I got to meet him actually in person. We had a old-time power show in my rural town, and he flew in a helicopter, and it was the biggest thing that ever happened in my small town, seemingly, at that point in my life, and got to get an autograph, talk to him briefly, and so that was a moving situation for me too.
So Jason, I'll pose this question to you first, and then Ryan, I'll let you to finish up. So, Jason, you've been in Western North Carolina a while. We have all types of weather. So this question is, would you rather forecast for severe weather or the dreaded winter weather that we face here?
Yeah, they have their unique qualities, obviously, and they're very different when you're trying to forecast those two situations. And the most challenging, I think, would be winter weather because it usually is much more of a large-scale system. So it affects many more people than just, say, localized severe thunderstorms. So you're dealing with everybody's topography too, and it's very topographically driven by elevation and location in relation to the mountains. So that is the challenging forecast. I look forward to that. It's the most stressful one, but it's part of the job. You come into this situation here in Western North Carolina, and you quickly realize how big of a deal winter weather is. Most would categorize our severe weather as flash flooding, a big risk. I think flash flooding is certainly one of the bigger risks here, living in the mountains. But when it comes to winter weather, that is usually the memorable severe weather for most when they think back to when they were younger, or maybe even the older folks. They'll say, look, I remember the big snow of certain years, certain month, and it sticks in their mind. So that would be the bigger challenge, and also the more exciting, I guess, forecasting that.
Ryan, I think your career was in Texas for a while, so you had to deal with forecasting winter weather and severe weather there. So tell us, which one do you prefer?
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
I have a similar answer. I mean, there's definitely a lot more challenges with winter weather than there is severe weather. Where I was at in Texas, we would get severe weather. We would be, wall-to-wall coverage for, sometimes 6 hours at a time or even longer than that. I don't even remember what our longest stretch was on air. I would say, though, there is more challenges in winter weather, and I would say there's more that can go wrong when we're forecasting for winter weather as well. So, we can say we think we might get 2 to 4 inches for Asheville, for example. The temperature comes in a degree or two warmer. We're not getting that. And people get a lot more upset when you miss winter weather forecasts versus severe weather forecasts. So I would say, I would rather, I guess from that standpoint, I would rather be forecasting for severe weather. It's usually, I want to say easier, but usually you can have a better idea of exactly the elements that could be coming at you. There's, people are, again, they're more mad when you tell them 2 to 4 inches of snow and we only get an inch of snow, or you get, on the other end, you get 3 to 6 inches of snow, and then they don't like that either. So, yeah, definitely severe weather would, I guess, be my preferred.
Well, Jason, you mentioned topography a minute ago, and with this conversation of severe and snow, I feel like this kind of rolls into a question that we had on social media about lower precipitation totals in kind of the French Broad Valley. I know you have a map and some resources to talk about, so I'll kind of let you take over from there.
Yeah, I think when people talk about Western North Carolina weather, the first thing that comes to mind is snow, but then rain is actually a very diverse topographical feature here as well. So I brought this 3D relief map just to give you an idea. It's kind of one of my more favorite maps to look at. I could study this. I've looked at this 100 times already, and I could still just look at it almost every given day. So here's the French Broad River Valley right here. This is I-26 running through, and it's a valley. So it's the Broad River Valley. So it's pretty wide considering the other features here. The French Broad starts down in Transylvania County near Rosman and goes north through Asheville and all the way up into the Holston River into eastern Tennessee. But what you have around the valley are higher elevations. So Asheville sits kind of in the middle here, Hendersonville down here, Brevard right there. And the prevailing winds during the spring and summer months are south and southeasterly winds. That will draw moisture from the Atlantic and the Gulf, bring it into the mountains, and because of the features we have from lower elevations in the upstate and Piedmont to highest elevations here, the air has to rise. And so the air will rise and cool and condense into clouds and form a significant rain event down here into the southern mountains, whereas Asheville is in that rain shadow. And the rain will fall mostly to the west and south or to the north and east because we have the Black Mountains and the Craggies up here. So that prevailing wind will certainly help rain form more over this area of the county, Buncombe County, eastern side, and into Yancey. So there's a rain shadow here. There are other rain shadows like in Waynesville. They're surrounded with the Balsam Mountains to the south and west. They don't see nearly as much rain in the valley as they do just west and south of Waynesville as well. So that's kind of how it works in the summer months. In the winter months, the prevailing wind is much, much different. It's from the northwest. So the wind is blowing into the Smoky Mountains and the higher elevations along the Tennessee border. And that's where most of the precipitation is going to fall, near and along the border, whereas there's another shadow effect down here in the valley. So this is why Asheville usually averages a foot of snow a year, and places up in Madison and Yancey County can get up to 50 inches of snow, like Mount Mitchell averages in a particular year. So big difference with the prevailing winds during the different seasons. But that's pretty much how the shadow affects us here in the French Broad River Valley. In fact, south of Virginia, east of the Mississippi River, I believe Marshall is the driest point in that eastern U.S. So pretty neat.
Cool. Do you guys have any, what was your most embarrassing moment while on TV?
I'll take this one. It happened pretty early in my career. I was working in Tennessee. I started out in the Tri-Cities, Johnson City at WJHL, and I filled in for the morning guy who went on vacation, and I was working one morning, and the newsroom was downstairs, the studio was upstairs, so there was always this climbing the flights of stairs. And one morning I was filling in, and I remember being down in the newsroom, and I looked up, and I saw the national weather cut-in, and I knew that there was going to be a local cut-in shortly after. And I remember it was Tony Perkins. He was the meteorologist at the time. I believe he's in DC right now, but he was on CBS This Morning at the time. And then I had to run upstairs, end a quick conversation I was having with my news director. I ran upstairs 2 flights, ran into the studio, ran over to the computer to make sure it was set up, ran over to the chroma key, the green wall, and I had about 10 seconds to situate myself. I was out of breath. I was trying to calm myself down, and I remember I just started talking, and almost instantly I was exhausted. So I started talking about the 7-day forecast, and I got about 5 words out, and you could just tell that I was losing steam, and I started getting real hot. I felt like my temperature went up, and I was getting flushed, and I was kind of panicking in my head, like, how am I going to get through this? You know, you're talking to yourself in your head while you're doing the delivery of the forecast. And I tried to push through it, and I should have just kind of ended early and said, all right, just take a look, here you go, enjoy. But I thought I was still, I'm going to make it through, and it was brutal. I could see the studio guy on the headset kind of laughing, chuckling behind the camera. And I just thought, this is, I'm bombing here. And I went off, and we had a good laugh after that, but that was really embarrassing, especially when you're trying to make a good impression. I was maybe 6 or 7 months into starting a job, so that was mine.
Yeah, I got to think back here on this. So far, luckily, since I've been here, I don't think I've had anything crazy happen here. I will say, though, in my last job, my first job, first day on the air, we have a system. It's called Max. I don't know if you guys are probably familiar with it, WSI. And the way we have it formatted, you have your first weather hits, you have your main weather hits, you have your final weather hits. And I unknowingly, I had the wrong weather hit loaded for my first full weather ever on, and I didn't know what to do in the moment. I had my final weather loaded for my main weather, and kind of like what in TV you always have a time limit that you're set for, and you have to fill that time. And so here I am. I have my current temperature graphic, and I think I had a camera graphic, and then it went right to the 7-day. And so I'm standing there for 2:30 is what we were allotted for. This was the weekend evening show. And I looked back towards the anchor, who's also the producer at that station, and she's just cueing me to keep going. So I think I talked for a solid 2:15, 2 minutes 15 seconds on the 7-day forecast. And I may have even gone back. I don't remember. I may have even gone back and talked more about the current temps. I don't know. It was bad though. Luckily, I haven't made that mistake since, or if I have, I just will run over and correct it pretty easy now.
You learn quickly how to get around things.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Both of you guys have experienced this, and tell us what it's like, and then we'll maybe go into some more non-weather questions. A lot of folks may tune in when the weather's at its worst, and you guys are doing wall-to-wall coverage. Tell us a little bit about that. I mean, that's pretty intense for you guys. Jason, you were talking about, you were out of breath, with that little run, but, being on the wall for 2, 3, 4 hours straight, that's got to be mentally, exhausting as well as physically exhausting. Talk to us about that.
It certainly is. Most recently, I think this year we had so many of those early season tornadoes, especially for the upstate, and we had wall-to-wall coverage almost every time, obviously, when those were occurring, because our protocol is to stay on when the warning comes out until it ends. And what do you do when you have a tornado warning that goes for 30 minutes and then another one comes out in between and another one comes out in that? So we were going on and on and on. And a couple of times during this early spring season, I was there waiting for, backup to come in and help out as well. Like Ingrid would come in or Ryan, and you have to go. And if you're solo, you are just essentially repeating a lot, but you're trying to get new information at the same time you're giving the current information. So that's a challenge. You're literally on a computer talking, looking at data that's now happening and trying to analyze that data on the fly, as we say, and also looking at other pages of weather information on the internet, trying to get information from the National Weather Service sites and observers, and then you're on social media pages looking for information from people that are sending you pictures or updated information from what they're experiencing. So yeah, it's a lot of information. And nowadays we're able to get social media information, and years ago when I started out, there was none of that. You had to wait for somebody to call or email you a weather observation, and that would have made it even more challenging, I think, looking back, because what other information are you going to get? The more information you get, the better it is to kind of have things to talk about. And that is, it's unique, and it doesn't happen that often here in this market. We don't get widespread severe outbreaks like they do in the West or the central U.S. And a snow event, a winter weather event, you see for days coming, typically, and you can just lead up to it and get into it and talk about it. You don't really have to be breaking news and breaking into programming for a weather event like, say, snow. But the severe weather events are certainly challenging, and you just you learn from each one. Even somebody like me in the business for 22 years, you still learn from these experiences.
Ryan, you dealt with that in Texas. I mean, that's these are what we face, or could be more rain-wrapped tornadoes. But you guys out there see these massive tornadoes, or you saw could see these massive tornadoes. So, is there a little any different perspective of that, where you guys have storm chasers out in the field, and you can kind of relate to those folks out in the field.
Yeah. So when I was in Texas, that's a station that really drove the market for severe weather coverage, and so it was more built for that kind of thing. So yeah, we had storm chasers out in the field, but you still need to have 2 people at the station during these kinds of events, because you have one person off camera that can help to look at and analyze that data, look at radar, see what's going on. We also had in that market we had a crazy amount of cameras. I think there was like 50 or something like that. We could move those around during severe weather events. That's what we used them for. And so you have the other person off camera that can see that. But yeah, I mean, you're going for hours at a time, and I think Jason already mentioned it, but the biggest challenge is trying not to be repetitive. In some cases, you have to be repetitive when there's potentially life-threatening storms out there. I mean, we're talking about tornadoes that could be affecting communities. There could be communities in the path. And I think one of the hardest things with these kinds of storms is people don't like it when we cut in, and they don't like it when we interrupt their show. And especially being an ABC affiliate, that's what I was at in Texas too. We have a lot of basketball. We have big shows. I mean, the Bachelor. I mean, heaven forbid we ever have to interrupt any of those kinds of shows. But we don't want to interrupt them. But at the same time, we have a job to do, and we have to. It's important that we get that information out, because you never know when that information could be helping someone who is in the path of that storm. And so I think when you're in the midst of all of that coverage, you don't realize all the time that's actually going by, especially when you get into that rhythm. I think that especially in some of those more long duration events, you get off the air and you're like, oh, we were just on for 2 hours or whatever the case may be. So yeah, definitely one of those things though that it can be stressful for sure.
Well, we promised that we would stop talking about the weather at some point, so we can go ahead and do that now. You guys can take a little breath and a break from your everyday work. So do you guys have a favorite genre, a favorite type of music that you like to listen to in your everyday life? Ryan, I'll go to you first.
I'm not too picky. I'll listen to anything. I will say I grew up listening to country, so I mean that's still my go-to. 2000s country, Garth, anything like that, I'll go for.
I'm with you on that. What about you, Jason?
I went through that country phase many years ago, and I got to get out of that. But I listen to a lot of different genres as well. I grew up in my high school days were in the 90s, so alternative music was big then. So people probably remember Stone Temple Pilots and all that, Pearl Jam. But I don't really listen to that music as much anymore. I've gotten older and a little more subdued with my music choices. But I'll listen to a lot of modern music, pop or rock, and I just don't spend as much time listening to the radio or actually picking out songs anymore. So more of my time is spent just maybe even popping in some classical music just to chill out and get my mind cleared of certain things during the day. So that's what I do. I play music too, so I have a guitar and I love playing music. So that's my escape. Anytime I want to, I can just pick up the guitar and play some songs or whatever.
That's something we've found with a lot of these that we're doing, is a lot of meteorologists play music on the side. I don't have that ability. Evan, I know you play guitar as well, so you
I play a few instruments. Brian, do you play anything?
No, I can't play anything. I can't sing either. I don't for that. So yeah, no music ability here.
Glad we're there on the save link there. Yeah. Right. All right. Assuming pizza's got cheese on it, so it can't be that. But if you only had one topping to put on pizza, what would it be, Jason?
One topping. I think pepperoni would be mine. It's an easy choice. I know. I mean, I love Hawaiian pizza, but if I get one choice, then I'm going to just do pepperoni.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the choice would be pepperoni, but not to steal Jason's answer. So I'll go with a more controversial pick. I like Hawaiian pizza. I'm gonna go the pineapple on the pizza. I know I'm probably gonna get some flack for it.
You are good.
That was actually one of our other questions. Does pineapple deserve to be on pizza? So if both of you guys like Hawaiian, I guess that's a yes.
Yes, it does.
Well, since we're on the topic of food, what's your favorite kind of food?
All right, I'll go first. Any food, really. My son and wife are usually finding me in the pantry digging through snacks, and I wish, sometimes I need to quell my cravings, but favorite type of food, if I had to pick one type, I would probably go tacos. I love Mexican food. I love Italian food, but I love Mexican food. So
Man, this one's hard. I like all kinds of food also. Really not too picky. The things I don't like, the one thing I am picky on, I don't like a lot of seafood. But I have a major sweet tooth, and it doesn't matter the time of day. I can go for, you put candy in front of me, I will eat it. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm not picky.
Amen to that.
Either. So in order to try to keep myself out of trouble on that stuff, I do like, I like Mexican food too. I hate to go with the same answer again, but
we see why Jason hired you now.
Just similarities here. I would say though, I do like Mexican food as well. Enchiladas, definitely probably one of my top choices. Ice cream would be number one, but besides that, we'll go for a healthier option there.
Here's a controversial question. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
I've never thought of hot dogs as being sandwiches. I mean, I wouldn't, but again, it's bread, it's meat. I mean, that's what a sandwich is. I don't know. But I don't know why we have to categorize it as a sandwich. I think they're kind of by themselves hot dogs. I don't know.
By the way, there's I guess I lied a second ago. I said I'm not that picky. There's one more food.
You don't.
I will pass on. I will pass on the hot dogs. I don't know. I mean, I've never considered it to be a sandwich. It's kind of in its own category. I feel like it's a hot dog. Bread. I mean, yeah, it is tricky though. Because I mean, again, you have your bread, you have your meat. Mustard on a hot dog, I guess. Whatever people like. Have the top. I mean, I don't know. That's a good one. I'm gonna go with no though. It's not a sandwich.
I agree.
We're gonna have to start keeping track of these answers. We have gotten yeses on this.
Yeah.
So we have to keep track and see what the Carolina meteorologists actually think of hot dogs. So coming back to the Asheville area and away from food, you guys have a favorite location to go visit or hike, something like that in Western North Carolina?
Gosh, so many. Convenience-wise, we love the Arboretum. It's close to our house, and we could just jump on there with the bikes and ride. It's pretty easy trails for Hudson, my son, and that's a good go-to. Just hopping on the Blue Ridge Parkway, that's also very convenient. We love going to Grandfather Mountain. It's a little more out of the way, but we love going up there. I love the uniqueness of the rockscapes and the swinging bridge, and seeing off to the east, you have this completely drop off in the elevation, and then you have your mountains around. So those are my two big places, but I could go almost anywhere, and really be happy as long as there's a trail or hiking or biking trail and some vistas. I'm good to go.
Yeah, and I'm still new to the area here. I haven't had a lot of time to explore a whole lot, but I will say the close place for me that I could go to any afternoon would be DuPont State Forest. It's kind of crowded this time of year, I've found, but a little bit of everything there. You can get some elevation. You got the waterfalls, so a lot to do there. I've actually spent a little bit of time in South Carolina here more recently. I found some cool places, cool pockets down there. So there's a short drive down there as well.
Ryan, you're from Denver. Evan and I, we went storm chasing. We was based out of Denver. We flew in and kind of went from there. So we took our last day. We took our trip into the Rockies, and it was June the 3rd, and it started snowing on us, Evan, I believe. Yeah. So what's your favorite place to go in the Rockies?
Oh man, it depends on the time of the year. Rocky Mountain National Park is such a stereotypical answer. That's a great place to go in the summertime. In the wintertime, I mean, I'll take any of the ski resorts. Love skiing, so I'll take any of them any day in the wintertime. Probably not Loveland. I would say more of the Copper Mountains, maybe Keystones of the state. Steamboat Springs is another great place, but even Denver. Man, I know I'm not narrowing this down very well, but Denver's great. Love Denver as well. So I don't know.
Amen.
Well, guys, I know we're nearing our kind of end time, so I'm going to ask one more quick question, and Scotty will close this. So the last one for me is going to be, do you have a favorite weather disaster movie? It can be super cheesy.
Well, Twister immediately comes to mind. My wife loves Twister. My son loves Twister. I love Twister. That would be the number one, but The Day After Tomorrow's good. my son loves weather disaster movies, of all things. Can you imagine? I mean, he's the perfect child. So he loves any kind of disaster movie related to weather. So I've seen all of them. But yeah, I still think Twister ranks at the top.
Oh, that's a tough one. I don't watch a lot of movies. Immediately, Day After Tomorrow came to mind for me. Great movie. That's one that, I mean, you can stay involved in the entire movie.
Yep.
No chance of losing focus on that one. But yeah, I'm a short attention span, so not a lot of movies. Twister, of course, is great. It's the all-time classic answer. But yeah, I'll go with Day After Tomorrow for sure.
I think those have been our most popular answers when we've asked this question. Well, gentlemen, final question here. For those folks maybe who are getting ready to leave high school or are in college and thinking about maybe changing their degree and they're interested in weather, what would be your advice to these folks? Why should they choose meteorology if it really interests them? And Jason, I'll let you go first.
Wow, that's a diverse question, but here it is in a nutshell. Meteorology offers so many opportunities. Besides what Ryan and I do every day, broadcast meteorology is a small sample of overall the meteorological profession and the meteorology field. You could go into research. You could work for NOAA. You could work for the private sector. You could start your own company. There are many climate-driven sectors to go into as well. That's becoming more and more important, and certainly more and more are leaning towards the environmental/climate side of things too. It's just such a diverse area of study. It's great for somebody that loves science, and you got to stick with it. It's challenging. I mean, many people don't understand how much math and physics goes into meteorology unless you've taken those courses. It is a very challenging profession and study, but I think it's wonderful. So yeah, just stick with it. If you love science, meteorology is one of the best fields to get into.
I mean, I obviously haven't been at it for very long. I'm still, pretty young myself, but I would say the biggest thing is, there is a lot more work involved than I think that people realize. It's something that is fascinating. It's interesting. There's a lot to look at. And again, TV is not the only thing. In fact, I would say if someone wants to go into meteorology just to be on TV, that's maybe a bad idea because, there's so much more to it than that. A lot of math, a lot of science, but it is fun. And, every day for us looks different. And I'll disagree and agree with the statement to a certain degree. Everyone always says you can be wrong and you still get paid. We're right most of the time. But you know what? Even if we miss a forecast, it is true. We still get paid. So that part's kind of cool too.
It would be challenging if they did pay by the accuracy of the forecast. Some people, you never know, right?
Goodness, great. I can imagine now dealing with the Carolina wedge and at least the temperature forecast. That would be horrible if that was true.
It's challenging.
minus $100 every degree you're out.
Oh my goodness, that would be brutal some days. Well, guys, we're going to let you do your social info so folks can follow.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Can our followers follow you on social media?
Yeah, I'm on Facebook and then Twitter. I should know what my handle is, but I don't. You can find me on there as well. And I'm on Instagram, and same thing. I gotta figure this out. But I don't know what my handle is on there either. Not much help.
Well, I'm
Ryan,
sure if you just
your handle on Twitter, it's Ryan_WLOS. So if y'all want to follow him, you can find it there.
I think it's the same on Instagram. So there we go.
All right, Ryan, thank you. Jason, how can our folks follow you if they're not already?
I believe, well, I'm on all three too, Insta, Twitter, and Facebook. I won't get into the uniqueness of each, demographic and socioeconomic thing, but the idea is that I'm pretty simple. I think it's just at Jason Boyer, WLOS.
We appreciate you guys joining us. And for you guys who are watching, thank you for watching. Until next time, we hope you have a great evening. everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Welcome to another episode, and tonight's going to be a fun episode. I'm going to go ahead and apologize. I hope I don't talk too much because we're combining weather and sports, and when we do that, it really makes me happy. Tonight we have on with us Sean Bratton and Mike Ventrisi from the Fantasy Football Weather Guys, and if you play fantasy football, you may have never thought about the weather element to it. And so tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk about the product and how you can follow along throughout the year so your fantasy football team is up to par and potentially beating the rest of your people who are not thinking about the weather. So we're happy to have Sean and Mike on with us tonight. And guys, we appreciate your time. We'll go ahead into the conversation since both of you guys are first-time guests with us. We always start off our questions like this. We want to know how you got kind of caught up into the weather bug, the weather story. So, Mike, what is your weather story? And then we'll let Sean tell his weather story.
Hey, thanks so much for having us, guys. This question always comes up, and it always starts off with, it's usually always the same answer, right? It's some kind of high impactful weather event that has just kind of brought us into the field. So I grew up on Long Island, New York as a kid, and ended up experiencing Hurricane Bob in 1991. So it knocked out our power. I'm like, what is going on outside? I originally wanted to be a veterinarian, and I would go home and watch the Weather Channel after that hurricane, just watching Cantore on there with during the season. And I realized I should probably change profession pathways and go into that meteorology just because of how nerdy I was, just kind of sitting out under an umbrella watching a thunderstorm. So, but it was Hurricane Bob that really got me into that passion, and that's pretty much why I ended up getting a PhD in tropical meteorology.
Yeah, so I didn't grow up too far from where Mike grew up. I grew up in New Milford, Connecticut, so it's in Litchfield County, Connecticut, and I actually still remember this day very vividly. I was in first grade, and we were on our, getting ready to pack up and go home, but they didn't let us because we had a tornado warning. So I was basically plastered my face to the window, looking at these ominous clouds and the rain. And I was just like in awe the entire time. Everyone else was scared. I was there up on the window wondering what the heck was going on. And we were actually kept after school for quite some time until the night, until things got cleared up. We did have a tornado touchdown near our school in Litchfield, Connecticut. So it was a really cool event. And then also the blizzard of 96 was a big high impact weather event that happened in early January of 96. That was a big event for me. I remember that. We had off school, and we had like 24 to 30 inches of snow. So it was a really cool event too. And then of course, I'm sure you hear this a lot, but the movie Twister came out, and that kind of sealed the deal for me after watching that.
We were talking off air, but we've done this show for a while, and it seems like that there's a common denominator there with Twister and how many people is brought into this industry because of the movie. Yep. Like us, we all have our other weather day jobs, and we kind of do Carolina Weather Group, for fun, and that's what you guys do with the Fantasy Football Weather Guys. Tell us about what you do in your daytime jobs. I know you guys are both connected in the weather industry as well.
Yeah, so I guess I'll start off. And so I work currently for the Weather Company, which is owned by IBM. When I started my career there, I dabbled with a lot of energy forecasting, pretty much providing weather information to folks who were trading natural gas futures and some of the utilities. But since IBM has stepped into the picture here, I've been transitioned into more of a I guess you could say an analyst. My title is a meteorological engineer, essentially, where my main goal in the company now is to make sure that our forecast offerings are the number one most skillful product out there. So it's been a lot more of data engineering, software engineering, and playing with Twitter on the side, pretty much. It's kind of how it's evolved.
For me, I'm actually I teach AP Physics at a school called Lane Tech here in Chicago. So I teach honors in AP Physics, and then I also teach at the College of DuPage. I teach some weather and climate courses there.
This is very cool. And so, Sean, that's something weather. It seems like a lot of people are interested in, but you're actually teaching these kids. We'll get into fantasy football, but I find this really unique.
Yeah.
What is it like teaching kids weather? I mean, as something I know we all get to go out and do school talks, but you're actually maybe talking to high schoolers, college kids. What's the field like right now? I mean, is there a lot of interest in weather?
Yeah, so I have taught at the high school level and the college level. And in both of those cases, people are just kind of taking it as a gen ed, right, to take that credit. But one of the things that I found is the application of the content really goes a long way. So if you're going to sit there and just read off some slides, they're going to go to sleep. But really getting them involved with the weather, looking at current events, looking at maps. I had students typically do their own map discussions, run their own map discussions once we get into forecast mapping and all of that stuff. And they really seem to enjoy that. And there are a lot of students that have become avidly interested in weather as a result. I have a few people really interested in climate, some more in synoptics and mesoscale meteorology. That's been really cool. We also do kind of like these little trips. The National Weather Service locally here will do balloon launches. And they'll kind of go and kind of experience that, which is a really cool experience for them. But it's really cool. I mean, really just, it's a really cool science to bring to life because you experience it every day. And students really enjoy that aspect of actually being able to experience the weather, make your own forecast, and kind of making it come to life.
That's very true. Well, let's talk about fantasy football, weather. I told you guys before I play fantasy football, but never really put the concept together until I came across your product. So tell us how did you guys become about? I mean, how did this website blog? I know you guys do a podcast now. How did you guys come about putting the product together?
Yeah, Sean and I have been talking about fantasy football and the weather component for a number of years. We've kind of gone back and forth and just saying, hey, did you see that snow game? You know, like Roethlisberger threw 4 interceptions. He was projected to be the number 1 quarterback of the week. What just happened there? It's been, just kind of this informal thing for a while. Yeah. And it's kind of evolved throughout the year, a couple of years now. We've been essentially, in a nutshell, Sean and I are probably the most competitive people you'd ever meet. And we need to be, essentially we're competitive with everyone else, but also really competitive with each other. So we want to try to find any edge that we can when essentially trying to optimize our lineups on a given week. And I think this is kind of how it spawned out, Sean. What would you say?
It's kind of funny because Mike and I first started listening to this fantasy football podcast, and we would be always going back and forth. And there's one thing that they always brought up, like, hey, you could become a part of our league of record, meaning you can join their fantasy football league. And these guys are big time. They're all over the place. Everyone knows them. That's in the fantasy football community, the fantasy footballers. And we were like, hey, I wonder what would it take for us to actually be able to be part of their league? And we were like, well, we're really in tune with the weather and what's going on week to week. Maybe we can trade our experience with weather and letting them know what the forecast is, and maybe they'll let us be in our league. And so Mike and I were actually kind of just pitching this idea, and we're like, wait, as Mike explained, we were thinking about all these events in which weather has played a major role, and we're like, we may have something here. And so last August, essentially, we were like, hey, let's do this. So Mike threw together a website. He's like, all right, we're going to meet at this time every week, do a forecast, and make projections for players. We had a data set we were able to work with at the time, and then we brought on our friend Colin, who's kind of our producer and behind the scenes guy, and our host, exactly. And he's been kind of doing stuff on the side, and it just kind of gained momentum during big weather impact games. We would get people on Twitter and asking us for advice and what was going on, and it's kind of built. And now we're at a point where we brought on Nick Schiraldi, who also has a PhD in meteorology, and he's working, on our quantitative statistical analysis package and user interface on our website to really kind of nail down those numbers, and as Mike mentioned, to kind of give you the edge. So, it's just a really cool thing that we kind of were like, hey, let's just try it out, see what happens, and it's kind of gained some momentum over the last year or two.
I just want to say one quick thing. All the fantasy football weather guys we just mentioned, we're all University at Albany alumni guys. So that's our deep root connection.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and share your website. Let's take a look at what you guys have created here. And I mean, this is pretty impressive because it looks like you guys have developed your own modeling within for the continental United States, what we call CONUS. And so you have U.S. winds and precip primarily for these, with the key, of course. And it looks pretty simple to understand for the average person, right? I mean, for lay terms, this will show a forecast. If we take like west wind, if we have games out west, I assume there's a little bit of a learning curve here, but who came up with this idea, and how does it help enhance your the experience for fantasy football if folks want to get plugged into the weather to maybe determine their outcomes?
Yeah, so when we were thinking about these to try to bring up some kind of weather maps here, the first thing we thought about is how do we identify where the stadiums are for people to see what type of weather impacts they could actually be. So essentially, wherever you see those circles with the X in the middle, that's essentially the location of a stadium that actually is predicted is in the upcoming week of games. So you can see here that the Titans there must have a game coming up here. So those stadiums will actually change each week depending on where the home game is. So if you see a little circle with a dot in the middle, that's actually a game where a home game that usually has like a cover on it, so a dome or some kind of retractable roof, so weather won't be an impact there. But the way that we wanted to really get these maps to be helpful is when there are high weather impacted events, those circles will change colors. So you can see often when an area of heavy precipitation or some stronger winds moves in, you'll see that circle turn to an orange, or even a red. So like the orange would represent there's a possibility of some impactful conditions from weather if there's a football game taking place during that hour forecast lead you're looking at. If it turns red, it means there's a high chance for some impacts.
If I were to pick east wind and go forward,
you can just go forward.
We would see, there's orange right there. So we're showing the folks out there, if you just hit forward on these buttons, you'll see these impacts in time. And, I'm trying to see how far out these go. Do these go out?
Yeah. They'll go all the way to Sunday. I think recently, the most recent model run, 18Z on Sunday. We got right there. We got one in Miami. I think they're supposed to get some precipitation and maybe some wind. So I think it was around 0Z Monday or 18Z Sunday for this upcoming week. I think that's the only caution that we have for upcoming weeks. It's going to be a relatively quiet week this week, but
there it is right there. So it popped up. Looks like Tuesday evening. So it looks like that timeline got pushed back a little bit. But yeah, I mean that's pretty neat how you've integrated weather into the forecast impact for a specific area, and it could be anything. It could be anything going on for that area too. So football games in particular, but that's pretty neat. I really like that format. Now tell us a little bit about the fantasy impact table.
Yeah, sure. So this is a table that will outline each set of games for the week. And to be honest, there's been so many changes with the schedule here because of all the impacts from COVID. But so we try to make sure this is up to date. And I think I did update this on Tuesday. So essentially, it'll show out the slate of games here, and it'll be in chronological order. There are a time and weather impact there. And you can see for the weather, if it says fair, this is the predicted weather for the time of the game. Then the impact will show none, right? If you have good conditions, there won't be any real impacts from weather. But if you do see certain criteria met in the wind or precipitation, that's where essentially you can see things like a caution, where essentially winds might be and precipitation might be like this marginal type of event where there's probably going to be some weather, but it doesn't look like it's going to really be a stunter or a significant impact on all the players in the game. But if you do see some criteria, let's say you have winds 20 miles per hour with heavy rain for the duration of the game, that's where you would see an extreme impact. And this table would update that this updates probably twice a day. So this is a way to kind of come back to the site and look at it.
And this kind of gives us a bird's eye view as to what to expect. So what we do is we use this as kind of a template, and then we'll expand on this during our podcast, and we'll let people know what players we're interested in, because we do have historical stats for specific players and also by position in general. And we can elaborate on, okay, we have forecast at 18, 25 mile an hour winds, whatever it may be. Well, this player in windy conditions, this is how they perform statistically. So we kind of update them on the expectations based on the weather. We are in the process of updating this. Hopefully over the next several weeks. Again, our buddy Nick Giraldi is going to actually customize this by position and also possibly by players. So a lot of the ultimate thing is people want to know, how is my fantasy team going to be impacted? That's bottom line, right? So we're going to have fantasy point differentials based on those weather conditions that we're going to be adding to this table hopefully soon here.
And Sean, you were talking a little bit earlier. You guys actually are doing a lot of analytics and numbers, and you're talking about specific players who may see the effects. You're talking about Roethlisberger throwing 4 INTs in a snowstorm, or it could be Denver. It's an extremely windy day, so Drew Lock, the wind may affect his performance. So how do you guys talk to us a little bit about that? How you're breaking down how it's affecting individual players?
Yeah, I can lead on this one. So we have basically archived data that we're able to use that breaks it down basically almost every play for every game going back to 2009. So what we're able to do is look at those fantasy stats. So we have fantasy point projections for half-point PPR, full-point PPR, standard leagues, and we're able to look at how that player has performed statistically during those weather-like events. So, hey, how has this quarterback performed in 20 to 30 mile an hour winds? Okay, well, we see a decrease in fantasy points by 4, and they throw their TD or their touchdown interception ratio has changed X, Y, and Z amount. And then we also kind of have another stats package that we'll use based on weather conditions as well. So what we try to do is say, all right, our forecast is this for the weather. Let's look at the specific players and the positional players that we're interested in for that game and see if there's actually going to be an impact. Because quite frankly, for some players like an Aaron Rodgers, maybe we don't see as much of an impact for them, so we're not going to be as concerned about that player. For other players like a Jared Goff or something like that, or Kirk Cousins, for example, who played in Seattle this week during rainy games, there's an impact there we've seen statistically. So we really got to kind of decipher. We just, we kind of do this by position, but even a little bit more specifically by player when appropriate.
That's really awesome. You guys have been doing this. Obviously, you started the website last year. When we're recording this, it's October 14th. So we're about week 5, I think, into the season, maybe week 6. I can't remember with COVID and all that stuff going on. But talk about how the fans, how have you guys, the outreach? I mean, have you got a lot of positive responses from fantasy football player or fantasy footballers? How's that went?
So I think our biggest interaction with folks right now is on our Twitter handle at FF Weather Guys, where it typically the interaction is most prevalent during weeks where there is predicted weather and the folks are aware of those impacts. Usually when you see like some of the mainstream media or sports channels talking about weather impacts, and usually I guess that as you get up into later in the season, as we know, winter storms or late fall storms can get more energy from the jet streams. That's where we typically see those larger weather impacts, and I think that's where the draws start to come in, especially when people are fighting for those playoff positions, right? They want to make sure that they don't make a mistake, and people start to get really meticulous with their lineups. And we're speaking more specifically on like these redraft leagues, essentially where you have like a draft at the beginning of the season, and you have your team throughout the year. So that's where we've seen the most interaction with regards to our fan base.
Yeah, and during those weeks, I mean, we'll broadcast on our Twitter feed like, hey guys, this is what we're forecasting. Here's are the impacts, and people will reach out to us. They're like, hey, I'm deciding between playing this player and that player. What do you think? And we'll say, hey, based on what we've seen in these weather conditions, this player has a discrepancy of this. We would side with this guy. And so we've seen this for a variety of weather events. Most people think of the big rain or snowstorms. This also applies for high impact wind events as well. We had 1 week last year that we had 4 big wind events, whereas 25, 35 mile an hour winds, we saw considerable impacts.
Yeah. One of those games was the Kansas City Chiefs, and people who were starting Tyreek Hill and Patrick Mahomes, they were really intent on getting some of those deep bombs that just never happened. They didn't get any passes over 20 yards.
Yeah,
you literally see these coaches' plans. They change their game plans essentially based off of some of these weather conditions.
Yeah, when it's bad enough. And even more recently, like Mike and I used this information. We were expecting rain for the Washington game, for the Washington football team. And so we actually steered away from Terry McLaurin, and he only had 3 catches for 26 yards, I believe, on Sunday. So, which I mean, it wasn't wet for the entire game, but enough where it played an impact. So, yeah.
You mentioned mainstream media. You don't have to drop any names, but have you found maybe a few of those folks sliding into the DM saying, "Hey, what's the weather going to be like?" Everybody's always asking for fantasy football advice. Who should I start? Who should I sit? Have you ever had any messages from folks maybe on the TV that's asked for your opinion?
So I don't think we've had any essentially any folks reach out for start-sit decisions regarding that, but we have some interaction with some of the folks from Fantasy Pros and the Fantasy Footballers, and I think there was a couple of folks from Yahoo. It's Yahoo that are all involved in the industry that will kind of interact time to time with us on Twitter. I think last year, one of the guys from the Fantasy Footballers, Jason Moore.
Jason Moore, yep.
Yeah, he reached out, and it was literally a question about weather, and he's just like, is there any weather experts out there that would understand to know what the actual forecast is here? Because it was during that time of year where it was really high impactful for the people watching for this particular game, and he did reach out to just put a general question. A lot of our fans CC'd him or tweeted at him with our handle, so we can kind of go in there and provide some information.
Hey guys, we touched on this a little bit with talking about individual position players and the impacts on them. I was wondering a little bit about the kicking and punting game. I mean, that seems to be an area of the game that could really be influenced by wind in particular, but also precipitation as well. What sense do you guys make of how important weather is on that aspect of the football game?
Yeah, that absolutely is. And a lot of this comes down, another message that we speak to is it really matters based on the stadium as well, how the winds are swirling around that stadium, how they're funneled in, and also the field type as well. Is this an AstroTurf? Is this a grass field? So those are all things that play in to how well a kicker can perform in weather conditions. We're in the works right now of gathering kicker data. So I don't want to, say anything quantitatively as far as like from a statistical analysis standpoint, but observationally, we usually talk about games after we see them after the week, and we'll talk about kickers. And we definitely notice that higher winds going cross field or going against the kicker definitely have an impact for sure.
So guys, on any given Sunday, we can have a very diverse slate of weather across the U.S. Are there any particular locations across, anywhere that you guys forecast for that you find particularly challenging or frequently come up as a caution flag?
The most challenging weather for us is convection. It's a really anything in the Florida area, typically in the southeastern United States. This is something that we struggle with early season, late summer into early fall when convection's still blooming. And the high res models will pick up on this stuff. And, we're out 72 hours out. We're like, all right, it's looking like it's going to happen. And we literally have to update people like hourly on Sunday to be like, all right, guys, this is the recent model run. This is what we're expecting. Because, those are mesoscale features that are incredibly hard to predict for a 3 to 4 hour window of time during a ball game. But at the same time, those could be incredibly impactful because you got heavy rains and a lot of wind typically associated with those as well. So I would say those are the ones that we struggle with the most when there's any type of convection.
Yeah, those are the events that typically trip our algorithms in our fantasy impact table and some of our maps. If you look at those circles and when we change different colors, you'll see certain model runs show the impacts, and then all of a sudden they take them away because the models are having a hard time.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
And sometimes like they can sneak under the radar. You know, I remember there was a game last year in Jacksonville where we had this strong northeasterly flow off the ocean that was just bringing these shallow convective cells across the stadium. It was just like the popcorn variety, and it was just causing. You know, you would hear we didn't talk about it much in the podcast that week because we the models didn't see it, and then all of a sudden they'd be raining on and off during the game, and Sean was sending us messages. Do you see this rain? It's going. It's the announcers are talking about it. We missed this. Like I'm like, oh my god, the joys of forecasting Florida weather.
I can only imagine your models. Is it like a blended run? Is it like a high resolution, like her 3 kilometer? Going into the NAM 3 and 12, into the GFS out to the 7-day, do you layer it in that manner? That way you get the higher resolution or the RAP in the first couple of days?
So this is something that we're still working on. And right now, you know, as we were kind of spinning up things here, we've been relying mainly on GFS data at first, but we are shifting over to leverage the national weather blend of models from the National Weather Service. So we are going to be shifting over to that because obviously, those are the guys that are paying attention more, to each location, as you know, and try to be as skillful as possible. and then we can take that information and convert it into the impact, or how that impacts the specific players. So it takes some of the burden off of us in the forecasting world, and allows us to focus on that impact piece.
And then we can also elaborate on that. I mean, because we may use that from the National Weather Service, but obviously we have access to the different high resolution models. And again, that's something that we typically expand on during our podcast. And there may be some games that don't even come up as a caution on our table necessarily because they may not meet a certain threshold. But for us, just observationally, we know these are things that we need to monitor. So we'll mention them during our podcast or on Twitter.
You're talking about Southeast convection. I would also imagine maybe lake effect snow, Buffalo, Chicago, Cleveland, Green Bay, all locations that could see that, where one side of town could get 6 feet and the other side could get like 2 inches,
Getting back to your social media outreach and your fans, the football fans in general, and how you integrate, how you kind of mesh with everything. How do your fans respond to your products, right? Because it looks like you do everything kind of for free. You're sort of providing that kind of service. And do you find that a lot of fans are really into what you do and share it out, and you get a lot of good response and positive feedback out of it? Or how does all that work? How do you get your how do you know how you're doing overall?
Yeah, no, we always appreciate the feedback. We'll have some people that'll reach out like, oh, I really wish I knew this, or I really wish you approached it this way or offered this kind of information. And again, that's kind of how we're working in developing our webpage and our user interface. So most people have been really constructive and just really helpful and really nice, which is not always the case in the weather world, as we know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, it's been a really good experience. We used to even do a photo contest where people would, obviously not the case now, at least for most stadiums, but if you were at a game where there was weather, take a picture for us and, we'll put it on our website or show it during our podcast. And people seem to appreciate that as well.
Yeah, on our website, we do have something called a mailbag where some folks can come in and write us a question, and we can essentially take that feedback and discuss it and respond back. So that's something that's also an option on the website.
Yeah, I think it's this right here. So you can put your message in and submit. And then there was also what you talked about, which is weekly weather blog, then the photo contest. So it's like, you give folks an incentive to sort of be more of a part of the website, which I think is great because you're allowing them to interact with you in your domain, which is awesome. So
well, talking about the product, we'll start to wrap up here. How can we find you? What's the social media platform of choice? I don't know if you guys do Facebook. I know you do Twitter, but tell us about social media. I know you guys do podcasts, blogs. I even think you might be dabbling into doing some live game updates. Am I correct with that?
Yes. Yeah. So we've been moving onto the Twitch platform. So if you twitch.tv/FF Weather Guys, that's essentially we have our show usually on Thursday or Fridays. We try to do it around 8 p.m. And then when there are high impact weather events on a Sunday, we'll get up on Twitch again and have a Sunday show usually around 11 a.m. That's one source where we've been kind of more interactive with folks.
Well, guys, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. Make sure if you're a fantasy football player, go check out these guys. Fantasy Football Weather Guys. Google them. You can find the Twitter account, website, all of that good info. And make sure that you tune into the blog and the podcast, as well as the live broadcast there on Twitch on Sunday morning. So until then, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you next time here on the Carolina Weather.
I'm James Brierton. In Charlotte, a state of emergency has been declared in Allegheny County, North Carolina, after a historic 5.1 magnitude earthquake earlier this morning here on Sunday, August the 9th. It was the 5th strongest earthquake in Carolina history and the strongest in the Carolinas since 1916. Luckily, no one was injured, but minor damage has been reported at over 100 buildings across the area and near the epicenter in Sparta. That's where our Scotty Powell was earlier today.
I'm Scotty Powell here reporting just outside of Sparta, North Carolina, where you've seen a lot of the earthquake damage. Again, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rocked Sparta, North Carolina earlier this morning, just after 8 a.m. A lot of damage to some roads, to some structures. In fact, some folks have been displaced from their home. I've never witnessed earthquake damage, but it definitely was something that I wasn't surprised to see. these big, deep craters crossing the road. Thankfully, not a lot of those craters, but some of them on the roadways that will definitely have to be filled up. Also, some structural damage to homes, a lot of rocks and things like that that have fallen off. So that's what it looks like here from Sparta. Again, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake. Again, the USGS already in town doing some surveys. Emergency officials say that homes have been affected, but thankfully no injuries related to these earthquakes. From Sparta, North Carolina, I'm Scotty Powell for the Carolina Weather Group.
The mayor of Sparta has declared a state of emergency, and Allegheny County Sheriff Brian Mills says he's spoken to White House officials about what has happened in their community. Sheriff Maines also spoke with our Scotty Powell earlier today.
I actually woke up with the crashing of picture frames hitting the floor at my house. I live just over the hill here. And so it was pretty chaotic at my house. All the neighbors experienced a lot of chaos. And we've been going around today looking for injured folks. We've not found any major injuries. And so we're just so thankful that we've not had any reported major injuries right now on folks. And we're so thankful that there's no one been reported stuck in their home, things of that nature. There's been some folks that have had to leave their homes now because it's not safe to stay there. So
there were smaller earthquakes ahead of the 5.1 magnitude earthquake, and USGS geologist Dr. Arthur Machat says the cause of Sunday morning's earthquake is still under investigation.
First bit I got out here, this officer took me here to see just the cracks in the road. Just looking for any to document any of the surface rupture or any of the other breaking of the structures or damage from the earthquake.
So Western North Carolina, known for smaller earthquakes, 5.1 right now. Pretty big event for North Carolina standards, correct?
Yes.
We normally see smaller earthquakes. Kind of tell us, is this a fault area? What may have triggered this?
It's simply, we don't know. Most of the eastern earthquakes are intraplate seismicity, so they're not tied with the direct fault. There are lots of zones. You mentioned there are zones that are known for more seismicity in the east. East Tennessee seismic zone, Charleston, South Carolina, Giles County have all known, in Central Virginia are known for seismicity in the area. Nothing here, so we don't know any recent faults or anything to tie it with.
Reports of shaking and tremors could be felt upwards of 150 miles away from Allegheny County, North Carolina on Sunday morning. We have 3 reports for you coming up, one from Greensboro, one from Charlotte, and one from Bristol. And we start in Greensboro, where WFMY Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley spoke with our own Evan Fisher to recount his early morning wake-up call.
So bizarre. You don't expect anything like that in North Carolina. We get earthquakes from time to time. Sometimes they happen, and most of the times we don't even know about it because they're so weak. Usually on the order of a 1 magnitude or a 2, or maybe closer to a 3 if you're rounding. But a 5.1 earthquake is pretty unprecedented. I mean, it's happened before, but by our records, it looks like this is the strongest one to have an epicenter in the state since back in 1916. That was actually near Asheville in Skyland, North Carolina. So anyway, it happened this morning about 8:07. Everyone probably has a little bit of a different story. For me, I was sleeping soundly, and then it happened, and I really woke up. And bizarre, I've never felt an earthquake before, so for me, that was a first. I've missed the other ones. This one definitely was strong enough to wake me up. And checked my phone right away. Tons of messages on Facebook, on Twitter, emails. Everyone immediately, this was within like 5 minutes, wanted to know what was going on. And it took a little bit for that report to come in from the USGS, where we get our earthquake info. But once it did, it was pretty clear. Yeah, that was a strong earthquake, and it wasn't that far away. Starting to see some trickles in of damage reports here and there, mainly in that Sparta Blue Ridge area. But even a little removed from that, I have a weather spotter up in Stokes County, which is just 2 counties away from Allegheny, where the earthquake was, and he has a cracked, a little crack in his roof, the ceiling, I guess, on the inside of his garage. So more than I've ever seen since I've lived in North Carolina over the last 10 years. And even if you lived here 100 years, I think it counts for that too.
Chris Mulcahy is a meteorologist with WCNC Charlotte. He was working Sunday morning when the earthquake first occurred and recounts some of the reports of those tremors that his newsroom received.
And I didn't feel anything here. So I live in Northwest Charlotte. But one thing that was really miraculous when I was out here, that time in the morning, early part of 8 o'clock, a bunch of messages were coming in saying, hey, did you feel that earthquake from Denver, North Carolina? Did you feel that earthquake from TKK? Did you feel that earthquake in the southern parts of Lancaster County? This was a big deal. No matter what, even though I didn't feel anything, I gotta admit I'm a little bit disappointed, but seeing this unfold live time as we were doing our cut-ins for the Today Show, this is a historic event. Over 100 years ago is the last time that we had anything close to this, and even though there was one back in 1926 that was just a little bit stronger or similar strength, that's still a long, long time. So this is a big historic event, and one thing that I love that I learned today is that every year worldwide there are 500,000 roughly earthquakes that are detected. Of those, only 100,000 earthquakes are actually felt. The big fact, only 100 of those 500,000 produce damage. So that means the chances of this happening worldwide is a 0.0002% chance of happening.
Our own Ricky Matthews works in Bristol, Tennessee, and here's what they saw in their community.
Here in the Tri-Cities, where we felt the quake over the mountain chain, even though we're about 80 miles or so from where the epicenter was. If you kind of go from Kingsport, Tennessee, or kind of Johnson City, Tennessee, a lot of people in our area still reported feeling the shaking this morning. Right after 8 o'clock, started to get reports of people saying they felt something, and my Twitter feed lit up of all the reports from people saying that we felt an earthquake, or we think we felt an earthquake, and suddenly we were in a we were kind of trying to gather information. But a lot of reports of people experiencing shaking for a few seconds in our area. No reports of any type of damage in our area, but certainly something that kind of caught a lot of people by surprise early Sunday morning when they were just trying to sit down and enjoy their coffee.
And there you have it. It seems 2020 had another trick up its sleeve, but we're happy to report once again no injuries following that 5.1 magnitude earthquake near Sparta, North Carolina on Sunday morning. Before we go, a quick tropical update for you. There is a tropical wave located a few hundred miles off the African coast. It continues to show signs of organization. A tropical depression could form in the next few days as the wave moves west at about 15 miles an hour. The next storm, if it were to be named, would be Josephine. On behalf of everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, including Evan Fisher and Scotty Powell, I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. Thanks for joining us for this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group, and we'll see you back here again real soon. Good evening, I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. It is May the 6th, 2020. Can you believe it is May already? We had a thunderstorm roll on through here earlier and brought the temperatures way down as we are looking ahead to a cool down the next few days, and through the weekend could be pretty chilly as you wake up on Mother's Day, Sunday morning. But we're so happy you're with us tonight on this Wednesday night. The panel will be along in just a few moments for tonight's episode. It's kicking off a new series that we're calling Quarantining at Home. We're kicking it off with the weather team from WECT, the NBC affiliate in Wilmington, North Carolina. It's designed to be kind of a lighthearted experience among all of the serious news that is going on. But first, we do have to start on a more serious tone tonight. The National Weather Service has confirmed that an EF1 and an EF2 tornado struck southern portions of Chester County and Lancaster County in South Carolina about this time yesterday. It all kicked off at about 6:30 when the National Weather Service at Greenville-Spartanburg issued that tornado warning as a tornadic supercell was moving to the east just south of the city of Chester. It continued to move to the east where it produced an EF1 tornado, brought down some trees and some power lines, and much of that town was in the dark for a good portion of the evening. Now, the storm itself was moving just north of Little Rock Creek when it most likely lifted and then dropped again. What is being considered a second tornado then touching down near Interstate 77 as it began to leave Chester County, enter into Lancaster County, move towards Great Falls, where the National Weather Service out of Columbia took jurisdiction of the storm. Now, both Weather Service offices went out there today, did storm surveys, and the team out of Columbia came back with EF2 damage caused by the tornado in Great Falls, and that would have been winds of about 115 miles an hour. The other thing you're looking at here on your screen, we're going to go ahead and bring these beautiful and stunning pictures full screen for you. This is friend of the show, Chris Jackson, was out yesterday in the area with his drone. I believe it's a DJI Maverick. And take a look at these stunning pictures. You can see that supercell coming towards him, the lightning that is being produced by this storm. Now, the tornado itself is not believed to have caused any deaths or injuries. However, one man did die in Chester County yesterday from a lightning strike, and you can see some of that powerful lightning here being produced by the storm. And then it dropped hail up to 2 inches, golf ball size hail reported as associated with this storm, and you can see how it littered the ground. Almost looks like a winter morning here as Chris is showing us these aerial pictures, and you can see almost a fog rolling in, and it is actually a fog rolling in over the valley caused by the sudden cool of those temperatures and all of that cold ice particles now sitting on the ground. So the National Weather Service is still working to finalize most of their storm surveys, and we'll have updates for you on Facebook and Twitter as we learn more. But again, to recap, EF1, EF2 tornado in parts of Chester and Lancaster County on Tuesday evening, and thanks to Chris Jackson for these pictures. Now let's get over to Scotty Powell and the panel for tonight's kickoff of our Quarantining at Home series with the meteorologist from WECT in Wilmington. Scotty.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. Welcome. We want to welcome the WECT weather team out of Wilmington, North Carolina. They've gratefully accepted our invitation to just have our question and answer segment with the folks. So happy to have on with us Gannon Medwick, Eric Davis, and Kelly McGlynn, as they all are at either home or the weather state at the TV station doing some work. And so when this is recorded, we actually had a severe weather event move through. So Eric and Kelly are actually in the studio, it looks like. So happy to have them join us for a few minutes. Guys and gals, we just want to start off with some quick hitting questions. So I'll throw out the first question, and I'll let Dan and Evan join in. Our first question is about social media. Which do you prefer better, Twitter or Facebook? Gannon, I'll let you start.
A good one. I'd probably say Twitter in terms of the way things just come up and they have to be succinct. So I'd probably say that. Although Facebook, I have had more traction and followers over the years. So that's a positive.
All right. Kelly, Eric?
I'm personally probably more of a Twitter myself. I have a lot more followers on my Facebook page, but I think in terms of weather information, if you're looking purely for that, I think Twitter is definitely the way to go. But Facebook is definitely a different way to interact, I think, on a more personal level.
Kelly, do you have a choice?
I would say I like to use Twitter for active weather events. I think folks tend to appreciate that more than Facebook, where it could pop up, days later. And, sometimes people will get that mixed up with actually what's going on outside. But in terms of Facebook, I think it's good because people like to see a personal side to you. So to get kind of who you are outside of the studio out to social media for people to kind of connect with you on that kind of level is why I like Facebook a little bit better than Twitter.
Absolutely. Those are great answers. I'm going to hop in with one of my favorite questions from the list. What is your favorite weather disaster themed movie? I know there's one big forerunner here.
That's a great, yeah.
But again, we'll start with you.
Weather disaster. The first one that popped into my head was Perfect Storm with Mark Wahlberg and George Clooney back in the day. Like,
Someone said that last time. That's a good choice.
Yeah, and it was kind of fun. I mean, you pick out in any weather and disaster themed movie that you pick out the inadequacies of the weather and the geography. And that gets you a little bit, but that one was fairly entertaining. I guess.
Good. Kelly?
The first thing that popped into my mind was The Day After Tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
Just because my dad used to like that movie, so I kind of grew up watching it and always kind of had some kind of appreciation for all the wild stuff that happens in that movie.
Good choice.
I guess mine would be Twister. That was out about the time I was graduating graduate school or graduate from college. Just about probably aged myself a little bit, but I just love cow, flying up in the air. That's classic. And there's a lot of liberties with that movie, but it's kind of a cool theme. I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are great. Dan, you got one?
Yeah, and I'm with you there. That Twister. Personally, I think if you haven't seen Twister at least a dozen times, you're missing
exactly.
out. But kind of in the same mode here. Back to you, Gannon. Kind of circling around. As far as music goes, do you have any favorite type of music, or even any music that kind of gets you in the mood for weather or weather-related music?
There's really no weather connection to music, but that's it. That's an interesting thought. I wonder if there's something deeper going on that maybe I'm not aware of consciously. But if I'm in the forecast center, I'm listening to a variety of music. My couple of favorites are hip hop, either classic or modern. I like classic alternative, like 80s new wave, and I also like some classic rock, like Zeppelin and Pink Floyd. So I'd say that it's pretty rangy in terms of those styles.
Gannon also likes to listen to rap too. He always has some sick rap songs.
That was number one. Yeah.
Not on board with the rap so much, but I'm a big 80s fan. Just love all kinds of 80s music. I mean, Michael Jackson. I mean, the range, Def Leppard, I like the hard rock, and some 90s stuff is good too. I like
I'm going to move to a different room.
We also have
Kelly might be moving to a different room.
Just because we're hearing each other.
A little bit of feedback, I think.
We have Gabe Ross joining us. Gabe also a meteorologist at WCT. So Gabe, welcome. As Kelly's moving, we'll let you answer that question. Any favorite type of music for you?
Favorite type of music? Great question. Typically, my go-to is 70s classic rock. Anything that's got a good beat to it. Typically, my Sirius XM is tuned to 70s on 7. So any of that, even like early 80s rock that kind of bleeds over. Gannon and I have a soft spot for Hall & Oates, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, Hall & Oates.
Yeah.
Good stuff. 80s, I'm on board.
That's like the common denominator, I think.
We all had a lot more hair then, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Some of us weren't born yet.
I was going to say, yeah, Jess.
Some of us had no hair.
I think Kelly is moving around, so we'll let her chime in here in a second. Here's another
Kelly's
one.
gonna blow your mind.
Some of our quick hitting questions. A dog or cat person? Gannon, I think I already know the answer for you.
Dog.
Dog.
Go one for dog right here.
I would go primarily dog, but, if the cat's tame enough, why not?
Okay. All right.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
I want to transition a little bit into some weather-themed questions. This one's coming from one of our followers on Twitter who doesn't have a name, but Psych K8, I guess. And I wanted to know, what is the weather event that impacted you the most? Gannon?
I'd have to say the April 16, 2011 tornado outbreak in terms of formative and impacts. Even though I was shorter than Florence. Florence is maybe an easy reach on a recent level, but it just had everything. April 16th, the build-up, the actual event, it's the emotions of it. We lost people, and then the aftermath, and plus everything that's going on in my life around that time as well. We were speaking about that on a recent Carolina Weather Group, and so that one's going to stick with me forever and probably hold the top spot in terms of real raw impact.
Kelly?
I would definitely say Hurricane Florence, just because that was the first hurricane I covered on air. And as impactful as it was, I think that's kind of just something that's always going to stick with you. I mean, we're still remembering stories of what happened because I think at one point, like, you just start to kind of like black out from what's going on. And so we've talked about it, just with some other people in the newsroom, like, hey, do you remember this? And you're like, oh, wait a minute, that did happen. So there's always kind of just more stories, and just, just looking back on everything is kind of just something that will stay with me for probably the rest of my career.
Good answer.
I'd probably say recently, I'm with Kelly, probably Hurricane Florence, but Gannon makes a good point with the April 2011 tornadoes. I happened to actually be working in Texas on the May 3rd, 1999 outbreak. Remember, Texas and Oklahoma, more Oklahoma. Now, I wasn't in Oklahoma at the time, but I was in Abilene, Texas, and we had a couple of what would now be classified as EF2 tornadoes touching down, baseball-sized hail, just incredible stuff. But I was on the periphery of that event. That was pretty exciting. And just to maybe turn it in a different direction, I guess two of the big weather events that really inspired me to go into weather. I think growing up, I'd always had an interest in being a meteorologist, but two big weather events happened right about the time I was graduating from high school and kind of pushed me more into the meteorology field. The Raleigh tornado of 1988. I don't know, we're kind of going way back here, but the Raleigh tornado of 1988, I just remember the damage. And one of my friends in high school, there was only 2 deaths, surprisingly, with that tornado, but a friend of mine in high school actually had to perform CPR and unfortunately lost one of the girls who died in that tornado. So that was kind of a direct impact. And also, I think Hurricane Hugo, which was just a little bit later in 1989. So I think those two events really kind of pushed me into the meteorology field and really had a big impact on my life.
Wow. Yeah. Heavy stuff. Gabe?
For me, I mean, I'm with Kelly. Florence was certainly substantial. Prior to that, I guess within my first year of doing weather professionally, there was a massive derecho that came through Ohio, June 29th, 2012. And it ripped through the Buckeye State. A lot of folks were without power for a week. For me, memorable because I was working at a very small market TV station in Zanesville, and I was the only one working that weekend. So I basically lived at the station for 48 hours. We lost power to the TV end of things, so it was constant radio updates. I slept in the basement. Temperatures were, I would say, in excess at times of 85 degrees just in the actual studio. Outside, daytime highs were in the deep 90s, and I want to say some low hundreds, but just an incredible system to see it sweep through. Straight line winds, I want to say they were close to 90 miles an hour, if not more than that. It's been so long, but certainly sticking in my mind. But of course, most recently, Florence, and even a little bit with Dorian too, just the tornado outbreak that Gannon and I were covering that morning. It will stick with me for a long time.
Well, and so sticking with you here, you've talked about what's most memorable, but what would be your favorite? What's your favorite type of weather to forecast?
Favorite type of
Winter weather. That's the easy one. I love snow.
Eric.
Don't get to see a lot of snow, so I get pretty excited with snow.
Yeah, pop-up showers and storms are pretty expected during the summer. So after a while, it gets kind of tiresome. But yeah, anytime there's a threat of snow, mixed precipitation, especially down here, we get it from our viewers all the time. They're just oh, is it going to snow? Well, a degree or two difference, and that's what we get. So it's a lot of fun.
Okay. Kelly, Gannon, another choice on that?
I love tropical forecasting. That's my jam. I don't like winter weather forecasting at all, just because people are so mean about it. God forbid you get chilly rain instead of snow, and it's the be all end all of the Carolinas. But I've always just loved tropical weather. That's been my thing for probably quite some time now.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Tropical is my favorite. Challenging weather to forecast and impactful weather to forecast. In terms of just favorite all around, though, I love those first couple of fall air masses that come down in September, October, August.
Yeah.
If we're lucky, we get a little taste. And I think those are fun to sort of gauge and talk about, just because you realize everybody's ready for that at that point. Even if you like summer, everybody seems to be happy when the weather just gets a little more mellowed out. So that's the kind that I like, that makes everybody happy. Hurricanes and tropical storms probably take the top spot, though, in terms of the challenge in the meteorology. It's just fascinating.
So speaking of your favorite weather, kind of the reverse of that, do you take it personal when you miss a forecast? I mean, does it bother you, or do you just kind of shrug it off and say on to the next one? I'll start with you, Eric.
I guess it depends on the circumstances. Sometimes, I know early in my career, I kind of got a good lesson in when I was in Rapid City. I completely I went outside and I said, "Oh yeah, beautiful sunny day," and then all of a sudden, some big storms developed in the Black Hills. Like, oh, and then of course, Rapid City that was my first job, was in Rapid City, South Dakota. Of course, obviously, I've had many more misses since, and I guess it just depends on the experience. I guess when I go back and I look at something, I miss something, I'm a little more bothered. But sometimes, I guess Mother Nature just throws a monkey wrench in your forecast, and at that point, you just kind of have to say, "Oh well." But I guess I'm a little more upset when I maybe didn't look at something and I should have, and then I missed the forecast.
Kelly, Gabe, Gannon?
Ladies first.
Yeah.
And I don't mean you, Gannon. No.
He wants to answer. I mean, yeah, of course, it's something that, if we miss a forecast, or, the timing of a line of storms is off by a couple hours and it arrives earlier, and, a lot of people work outside in the summer, like landscapers, and, people have businesses along the beaches, and they rely on those forecasts for their businesses. So, from time to time, we know how the summer goes here. Of course, we can't predict where those pop-up storms are going to be, but, I think it's a kick in the butt when we miss our own forecast, and, we let some viewers down, if you really want to say let them down. But I think for the most part, our viewers are very appreciative of our forecasting and how, accurate we can be in the summertime, and especially during hurricane season. We get a lot of emails saying, how appreciative they are of, how interactive we are on social media and whatnot. So there's, pluses and minuses to that too.
I don't really feel like I take it personally, except for you got to put your name and your face on your product, so that when your product is less than perfect, it reflects on you that way. So you can't help but be personal. But I think I've learned to kind of compartmentalize that and shake it off, if you will, maybe more than if I was a really young forecaster. And then also you learn when you have to eat humble pie that maybe you should have messaged it different. Maybe you knew there was a possibility that the outcome could have been that. Maybe I could have articulated that better. Probabilistic approach to forecasting, as opposed to, the high's going to be 75. And then if it's like 73, is that bad? No, we're talking about the same kind of flavor. So yeah, take it personally, but grain of salt. But only because we have to put our name and our face on the product. Otherwise, treat the instance as a learning opportunity to do better next time.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with that, Gannon. At least in my case, probably compared to the other Mets that are on the team, I'd say I have I won't say least experience, but I know these guys could write books on the stuff that they know by comparison. And when I miss a forecast, it is just that, a learning experience. And agreed with Kelly that our viewers, I think, are very generous. They understand that what we do is difficult, and if it's a huge blow in the forecast, for instance, cold air is rushing in and it comes farther south than we anticipate, and so instead of seeing highs in mid 70s, we don't even make it to 70, and that becomes tricky. And to Gannon's point, how could I have messaged that differently? What steps can I take to be clearer about that message going forward.
We blame it on the wedge here in Western North Carolina. It's all about the wedge. All right, Evan.
So last time I asked this question with the WFMY crew, we got somewhat of an unexpected answer. So this will be interesting. What is your favorite model website, if you have one?
Okay, I'll jump in. I use Weatherbell. I use the other ones like Pivotal and Tropical Tidbits occasionally. I probably need to use those a little bit more than I do, but I started paying the Weatherbell man, and I feel like I got, once you pay for the ticket to the amusement park, we're riding every ride, we're gonna use that all day. So that's kind of what I'm stuck on for the time being. It's good.
I didn't get a Weatherbell account, but Pivotal just started charging. I was kind of using their Euro model, and then I think it was like Monday. I think they started charging. I was like, I gotta have something. Gotta have my Euro. So yeah, I went ahead and just sucked it up and paid Pivotal. So I'm paying Pivotal. I'm with Gannon. I like Tropical Tidbits a lot. I'd say Pivotal and Tropical Tidbits are probably my two favorite.
Okay.
Complete agreement with the two of you. Pivotal, Tropical Tidbits. Good to know that they're paying. It's been, since Sunday since I forecasted. So if they're paying now, then it looks like I'm going to have to knuckle down and get an account.
Just ask old Gannon. He'll help you out there.
Eric, can
Weatherbell's a good site, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you, Kelly,
I have to agree with the rest of the guys too. I like to use Tropical Tidbits obviously during hurricane season, but I favor Pivotal Weather for severe weather. I just think they have different parameters than Tropical Tidbits has, and I like to use that more.
Now, did those answers surprise you?
No, they did not.
Okay,
those are generally what we were expecting last time.
Sorry, guys.
Last time we got the Penn State E-Wall as the resounding answer from everyone.
I've used that a little bit.
Yeah.
I've used it.
And I haven't heard of it before.
Gannon,
Even with the hat, I've been using that for years. But I haven't used the e-wall so much recently. I gotta be honest. I probably need to go back and check it out. That used to be my go-to for the HRRR mod for her. I used to go there on the e-wall. Now I use Weatherbell.
So, Gannon, here while we're on you here, the this kind of multi-part question. Were you scared of thunder and or lightning as a kid? And also, was there kind of a period connected to that or after that you knew you wanted to be a meteorologist?
My answer to the first part was not especially. Like, I don't have one specific knock your socks off thunderstorm memory that really freaked me out. And I have a couple of thunderstorm related memories. Like, we actually had a lightning strike to a tree outside of my house, and I remember the current got in the house somehow to the extent that some electronics were messed up. And I remember thinking, "Whoa, how would that?" So it's like 3-4 years old. That kind of gets the gears turning in your head that something bigger is at play. It didn't really turn into fear, and I would say it was just a compilation of thunderstorms and other weather phenomena in aggregate that got my interest in meteorology going throughout my childhood years and in my adolescent years.
Okay, great. And Kelly, do you want to speak to that?
Was I scared of thunder and lightning when I was younger? Is that the question?
And then did that kind of evolve into an interest for meteorology one way or another?
I don't think I was ever scared of thunder and lightning. I actually would love when a summer storm would pop up in Pennsylvania in the summer, and you just feel that nice rush of cool air. But I don't think that necessarily led to my love of weather. I mean, growing up in Pennsylvania, I mostly remember like huge snowstorms, even though I don't like winter weather forecasting that much. Kind of ironic there. But that's kind of, what sparked my interest in weather is waking up to like 2 or 3 feet of snow, just overnight. And it kind of just snowballed, if you will, from there.
I have to say I wasn't really that afraid of thunder and lightning. I certainly had an awareness of it. And one interesting thing is my house, I think when I was maybe 15 years old, was struck by lightning, or at least some streamers got into our house. And I remember my mom was making spaghetti that day, and she was cooking spaghetti sauce on an old cast iron pan, and the lightning actually burned a hole in the cast iron pan. I remember that very, very vividly.
Well, see, I'm going to go the opposite of these guys. I was scared to death of storms growing up, and I think doing weathers has helped me over the years, of course, get over that. I remember, gosh, I was living in Thornville, Ohio at the time. It was the summer of 96 or 97, I think 96, and we had just a huge, string of showers and storms that came through that resulted in what was basically tornadoes, and constantly the EAS tones going off. As a kid, that's kind of scary. So it always stuck with me. From there, I was always at least keeping an eyeball on the weather forecast, no matter what it was. And then when I got to college, I had actually. Long story short, my folks had us grow up basically in TV. They were both TV personalities, TV managers in Columbus, Ohio. Got out of it for a little bit, and then college came around, and then got back into it. And so I started on the news end, and then I actually dated a meteorologist my junior year of college, and then that sparked the love of weather. So the relationship didn't last, but my love of weather from there on did.
At least you had something lasting from that.
We'll call it a nice parting gift.
Another question, and then we want to kind of get to some more fun questions. While we're taping this, we've been going through some crazy times in the country with the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is kind of another two-parter question. A lot of folks have been able to do weather from home, a lot of meteorologists. So my question is, what are your thoughts on doing weather from home, and what do you think the future of meteorology looks like? Do you think we can incorporate this more into your daily routine of what you guys do on TV? Whoever wants to start, I'll let whoever.
Well, my thoughts of weather from home is I think it's a great way to offer the service, the public service of distancing as you can. We've kind of followed the guidelines at work from our middle and upper managers, and we're kind of, as weather in terms of directives, the last off the boat, really. A lot of our anchors have been broken up, and our reporters have been taken away. Some of our producing has been doing sales, etc. But they've left us in place. But I mean, I think it's great when it can be done. I know Gabe has a great setup that he's probably going to speak to, and but I'm enjoying watching some of the setups and the creative things that people have in other media markets. Every little bit helps, I suppose.
Yeah, Gannon's right about that. I for sure think that this entire outbreak is going to change the landscape. Are we going to be doing this completely at home from now on? No, but certainly we have a baseline of what to do in the event that we can't be at the station. I mean, it's really no different than doing live shots, but the key is going to be for stations to help as much as they can their meteorologists, their anchors, reporters, utilize the technology they have, or provide them with the technology they have that is comparable to what they would have if they were in the building.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Gabe. Again, I think it is incumbent upon the stations to make sure that the meteorologists have the tools that they need, the computers, the broadcasting equipment they need to broadcast from home. I love the idea. Of course, I think you always run into the issue, of course, is probably severe weather. It's probably a little easier to probably see the broadcast from home on a quieter weather day, but when you start getting a severe weather situation, especially, it kind of feels like it's more incumbent to be at the station where you have all of the tools that you would really need to do a broadcast, especially on short notice.
Yeah, just to piggyback off what they were saying, I have personally seen a lot of very impressive work from home setups. And I think, at least for me, going in, you know, you normally think you're a broadcasting major. Everything that you do needs to be done from the studio. And now that we, you know, kind of are taking that step forward to work from home, there's so many different, you know, opportunities and doors open on how much can you expand this? What more can you do from home? And then you also think, you know, how long is this going to last for? And, you know, if it's, you know, tech trends to be something that pops up more in the winter or in the summer or whatever it would be, you know, would people just start to transition to working from home during that, you know, time where people would more likely get sick than, you know, during the off season, if you will, from that coronavirus?
It's amazing how many different setups there are too. I mean, I even saw a picture of someone using augmented reality in California, and their weather hits. It's impressive. So transitioning away from some of the weather talk, and Kelly, I'll put this right back to you. What are some of your I guess your favorite non-weather hobby?
Well, I've recently started painting at home just to keep myself busy. And I've also realized that I'm pretty good at doing puzzles, since that's kind of one of the only things that I can do now. But I also love doing anything at the beach. Anybody who knows me knows anything coastal or nautical or ocean related. Like, my name is just all over it. I really want to start surfing. That's like the next thing on my list.
Are you able to get to the beach right now?
I know. Well, Ganna said there's parking in Carolina Beach, so I'm going to try and get down there like ASAP, because I usually go probably like 3 days out of the week, and I haven't been in like 2 months. So I'm starting to go a little stir crazy there.
The waves are good today, so
I know.
it could be a good day to learn. I'm seeing that.
Even just body surfing would be fine with me. Just something to get into. I love being in water and around water.
Awesome. Good choices. Eric?
Well, I don't get to do it enough, but I like to play tennis with my son. Obviously, in recent years, I've been raising my kids, but now they're kind of getting older. So actually, probably in the future, I'm going to have a little more time to myself. But yeah, I love sports. I like golf. I'm a terrible golfer. I haven't golfed much recently, but I do love the sport. Obviously, I love just getting out, walking around. And you know, obviously, when I go to neighborhood swimming pool, beach, things like that. Pretty simple guy. Wouldn't say I'm real complicated, but those are the kind of things I like.
You know, we found out during a photo shoot that Eric has got some pretty awesome hoop skills.
Oh,
yeah. This
I need
was.
to get in shape. I got to get in shape though. That's the first thing.
Well, yeah,
Is there
but
any video of this?
there. I feel like someone recorded some cell phone video with it. I'm not 100% certain, but
I could shoot a little ball in a day. I could.
Yeah, it was October and November. I'm a perpetual band kid, so my athletic talent is slim and none unless it's pro wrestling, because it's predetermined and I know how to do it. So
You would fit in well with the WFNY crew last week. Every single one of them played an instrument. They were all in the band back in the day. So we're trying to get a band together, a weather meteorologist band. So we'll maybe reach out.
Not me.
oh well, I'm your guy. Any drums or any percussive needs, I've got you covered.
Okay. Gannon, what about you? Favorite non-weather hobby?
If you guys get a band together, I'll just call the bars to see if I can get you in. That'll be my role. I'm not very musically inclined. I like a lot of the things that my cohorts said they like. I like sports. Play a little sports. This past week I did tennis, but I like watching sports, keeping up with sports.